Introduction. Flames, blood, and screams. King's Landing, a city established by the Targaryen family, was named after Aegon the Conqueror, who began his sweeping conquest of Westeros from this very place 3 centuries ago. As the setting sun and blood saturate the land in crimson, no one can distinguish whether the ground beneath their feet is awash with light or blood. In the royal hall, a tall, silver knight sits with his sword drawn, upon the iron throne forged from the swords of the realm's armies. The Targaryen dynasty, beginning and ending with Aegon, is represented by Aegon II Targaryen, the aged ruler, now sprawled in a pool of blood. In the years to come, he would be more commonly referred to as Aerys the Mad. Meanwhile, a pregnant woman leads a young boy across the Blackwater Bay. Within the high tower of the Red Keep, a woman of Dorne softly hums a lullaby, cradling a sleeping infant in her arms. The child possesses dark hair and deep, vast violet blue eyes. The tower door is forcefully swung open, and a tall warrior strides in, holding another child. "My princess, I have brought the child to you. Sir Grandison, your efforts are much appreciated." The knight kneels on one knee, presenting the child with both hands. "Your Highness, the men from Casterly Rock have breached the castle. It is time to move." Elia gently shakes her head, placing the child into the knight's hands and then retrieving the other swaddled infant. "Without the king's command, I cannot leave King's Landing." Her voice is clear and melodious, yet tinged with frailty. "Sir Grandison, your uncle is a valiant Kingsguard, and your family is one of honor. Should I trust you?" She inquires of the knight. With one hand cradling the child, he pounds his chest with the other. "The Grandison family swears to serve the king unto death. Take this child away to the Targaryen at the wall, and tell him, after the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and a cold darkness will envelop the world. In this terrifying hour, a prophesied child will draw forth the burning sword, Lightbringer. He is Aegon, born of the stars, the dragon prince of House Targaryen, the prophesied savior, the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and the protector of the realm. As you command, your highness." Only after the knight has departed does the woman manage a smile. Gazing at the child in her arms, his silver hair and cherubic face are undeniably adorable. A pang of sorrow flickers in her eyes as she turns her gaze away to the tower's window. Her husband must be battling the rebels. "Rhaegar, I hope the elder you often praise truly can safeguard our child," she murmurs. Chapter 1. The Cook's Dream. "Enough." Sir Aelisha Thorne's voice sliced through the air like a Valyrian steel blade. He scolded a group of brawling youths, and, as the instructor at the wall, he always acted thus when new recruits arrived. Cole found his condescending tone distasteful. He believed a knight should embody the humility espoused in their vows, much like Balerion the Breaker, ever willing to lend a hand to the weak. This is not a matter that a cook should ponder, especially one stationed at the Great Wall in dire circumstances. He was discovered on a frigid winter night, rescued from the King's Road by bachelor Ian Ming. It is said that his face was already pale from the cold, and he could not even muster a cry. Everyone believed he would not survive the night. Yet come dawn, his wailing startled the entire Brotherhood of Night's Watch. Commander Kogel jested, "This lad has quite the vocal prowess. He is fit for a ranger." Little did they know, this remark would become a curse. Winter spared his life, yet it stole his health. Whenever he stood upon the battlements, there was a constant fear that the wind might whisk him away, his frail body rendering him unfit to ever be a ranger. As the biting wind swept through, it made him tremble uncontrollably. Though he was clad in sheepskin, no amount of layering could shield him from the stinging cold that felt akin to knives. Observing him lost in thought while staring at the training grounds, Clerk Clytus could not help but call out, "Hey, little ranger, if you keep daydreaming, Bachelor Ian Ming might just starve." Startled, Cole returned to reality and cast an apologetic glance at him. Clytus was short, bald, with dark red eyes, stooped shoulders, and a round face that lacked a chin, dressed in a patched sheepskin coat. He was not particularly thin, likely due to the well-fed nature of his clerical duties. Since he had not joined the Night's Watch, Cole did not serve in the Black Castle. His 15th name day was approaching next year, at which point he could vow to join the Blackclad army. However, over the years, he had accompanied Bachelor Ian Ming, effectively acting as a minor clerk. Though he lacked the innate talent to become a ranger, Cole was an exceptional cook, renowned even by the commander for his roasted meats. The brothers in black were always astonished by his ability to discover peculiar ingredients and transform them into extraordinarily delicious dishes. Cole himself was puzzled, as if he possessed an innate understanding of these things. He once inquired of Bachelor Ian Ming, but was met only with a knowing smile and a shake of the head. The bachelor told him that this world is filled with wonders, many of which could not be fully documented even in the tomes of the Academy. The members of the Night's Watch recognized Cole's culinary prowess, and thus, the most anticipated moment of their day was to savor his hearty broth. Whenever duty called, and someone was assigned to guard duty, it would surely cast a shadow over their day, as they knew it meant subsisting on nothing more than a morsel of rye bread and a bowl of vegetable soup akin to cow's urine. Given the hundreds of them, Cole was primarily tasked with the lightest duty of brewing soup and preparing meals for Bachelor Ming. He and Clytus ascended the stairwell, where the bachelor was cared for by the three of them, Clytus as his assistant, Cole responsible for his nourishment, and Zitter tending to the crows for the Night's Watch. The bachelor was quite advanced in age, always fond of children, having raised Cole himself. In recent years, his health had declined, and even his sight had faded, yet his words remained filled with wisdom. The brothers in black eagerly heeded his guidance. Much like young Cole, as he pushed open the door, Bachelor Yaiman's keen hearing swiftly detected Cole's footsteps. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Is that you, young Cole?" "Indeed, it is I, Bachelor," Cole replied, placing the food container beneath the bed. Bachelor Yaiman reached out, tousling Cole's hair. "You no longer wish to call me Grandpa Yaiman. It appears they have instructed you well." In truth, a diminutive dwarf had visited him yesterday, seeking soup, and during their casual conversation, he had revealed certain insights. Cole felt a sense of sympathy for the dwarf. Perhaps their physical shortcomings fostered a shared bond of affliction. Though they referred to him as the Imp, Cole regarded Tyrion Lannister as an erudite individual, albeit not on par with Bachelor Yaiman. The Imp had imparted to him the 8 tenets of knighthood. Indeed, Cole was a cook with dreams of knighthood, despite his inability to even become a ranger. He yearned to be a knight of honor, akin to the Dawnblade and the formidable Ser Barristan. He ought to comprehend the weight of honor and disgrace. Bachelor Yaiman was a respected figure among the Night's Watch, deserving of reverence as Master Bachelor. Yet, when Cole uttered the word bachelor, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yaiman's aged visage, though it was quickly replaced by acceptance. "Come, Keldas," Bachelor Yaiman called softly, then inquired, "Have any letters arrived today?" Keldas shook his head. "Zid has not delivered any letters." Cole handed him a bowl of meat porridge, aware that Yaiman lacked the teeth to chew. He took small spoonfuls, unlike the brothers of the Night's Watch who devoured their meals ravenously. Perhaps age played a significant role, yet Cole preferred to believe that Bachelor Yaiman was a nobleman of honor and refinement. Due to the association between nobility and knighthood, Cole harbored an inexplicable fondness for the nobility. Occasionally, after hearing a lewd jest from one of the Night's Watchmen during the day, he would dream at night of capturing the heart of a beautiful noble lady as a knight in some distant land. However, he would awaken the next morning to find himself washing his trousers. After the meal, Cole accompanied Bachelor Yaiman for a stroll. The bachelor was loquacious, yet Cole's thoughts had already drifted to the training grounds, enchanted by the sounds of clashing swords and the thrill they evoked. In truth, Cole was quite tall, though he was excessively thin and frail. The little Lannister had even jested that he should share a portion of his height with him. Just then, several newly arrived members of the Night's Watch passed by. They were likely the ones Sir Thorne had reprimanded earlier. It was rumored that one of them was a bastard of House Stark, named Jon Snow, but he appeared rather proud, and Cole hesitated to engage him in conversation. Cole noticed a gloomy expression on Snow's face, clearly indicating his displeasure, while the other two walked with a noticeable limp, suggesting they had sustained injuries that night. As Cole lay in the tower room, he pondered the words imparted to him by the Lannisters. With each tale of knighthood he encountered, he meticulously inscribed them upon the walls of the tower, as if committing them to memory. The fresh scratches on the wall now bore witness to the virtues of humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirit, honesty, and justice. The night sky over the entirety of Westeros was shrouded in thick clouds, until a shooting star streaked across the heavens, seemingly cleaving through the chaos, revealing the luminous moonlight and resplendent stars. Even the most accomplished astronomers of the Citadel could not decipher the meaning of this celestial phenomenon. Chapter 2. Cole, its scales shimmered like ice crystals, radiant as a beacon, with blue flames roaring within. It bore no malice. The sparks that erupted from its nostrils danced like a performance for Cole. Once the initial terror dissipated, he could not resist reaching out to touch its colossal form. The seemingly frigid scales pulsing with a warmth reminiscent of a hot spring. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and before he could steady himself, he plummeted into an abyss, falling deeper and deeper until a colossal bubble emerged from the void, enveloping Cole within. Before him appeared a person's memories, along with a place he had never before heard of, Earth. When Cole awoke, his sweat had thoroughly soaked the sheets. He gazed bewilderedly at the interior of the tower room, a cramped space featuring a wooden bed, gray walls, and a heavy door. This had once been the chamber of Commander Kogel, now bestowed upon Cole after the new commander, Sir Mormont, relocated to the King's Tower. Cole was a name given by Kogel, a common practice in the land of Westeros. Indeed, Maester Yaemon had initially wished to name him Yaemon. Now this man bore a new name, Aegon. His memories, sealed for 14 years, had finally been unbound. Aegon, a soul who had perished at the age of 996 in a previous life as an overworked individual, could hardly blame anyone else. After all, he had a penchant for late nights, indulging in novels, video games, and dramas, as if dancing on the edge of the Grim Reaper's blade. He was both Cole and Aegon. However, in this world, he would live as Cole amidst the ice and fire. Indeed, he was well acquainted with this realm, having consumed its tales through both film and literature, often revisiting them, reflecting on the fragmented memories of the past 14 years. It was not that he had usurped Cole's body. The young Cole had perished in that winter. He had merely merged with his own recollections. Yet being a man in his 20s, he naturally gravitated toward that identity. The dream of knighthood. Cole found it futile to mock his aspirations. But youth in Westeros did not harbor such dreams. Yet, the world of ice and fire was far from a serene and harmonious paradise. It was a tempestuous arena where various forces intertwined, a battleground of noble power struggles. The throne was fluid, yet the seven kingdoms remained steadfast. The common folk dwelling on this continent cared little for who occupied the Iron Throne. They recognized only their own lords, adhering to the belief that the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. From the south to the north, and from east to west, Westeros had been divided into 7 kingdoms since time immemorial, a designation that had never changed. Yet, the 7 kingdoms had ceased to be independent realms, instead becoming vassals of the Iron Throne. The Wall stood resolutely in the far north, governed by the Stark family, whose members would soon stir the winds of change across the continent. The solitary Stark bastard, proud and aloof, was destined to take center stage, embarking on a mythic journey of triumph against the odds. Cole endeavored to locate his own essence within the recesses of his memory, yet no matter how ardently he searched, he found himself unable to discern his own trace. It seemed he was destined to play the role of a mere bystander, uncertain if he would survive until the end, particularly with several battles looming for the Night's Watch. As for the lords and nobles, he dismissed the thought. He could scarcely wield a sword, let alone contend with them. His primary concern was to preserve his own life. Remaining with the Night's Watch was untenable. After the disappearance of the Chief Ranger, Jon Stark, it would inevitably fall upon the commander, Mormont, to lead the men beyond the wall, a perilous endeavor indeed. Fortunately, he had not sworn the Night's Watch oath. Thus, should he choose to depart, he would not be hunted by the realm. The question of where to go next remained to be pondered, and he suspected that aligning himself with the protagonist was not an option, given his limited chances of survival. At that moment, someone called for him. It was time to prepare meals for the Brothers of the Night's Watch. With 600 mouths to feed in Black Castle, he would need to simmer several pots of soup. Cole straightened himself, rolled up his bedding, and stepped outside, having completely forgotten the heavy coat he had discarded the previous day, standing instead in the biting cold wind. Viggy, a fellow member of the Night's Watch who was of similar age, was shorter in stature, a common trait among stewards. He had joined the previous year, accused of peeping at a noble lady while she bathed. However, he presented an alternative narrative, claiming he was imprisoned for witnessing the lady engaged in an affair with a stableman, a predicament softened by the fact that his father was the castle's blacksmith, thus sparing him from execution. This lad was tasked alongside Cole to prepare the soup, yet his concoction was humorously dubbed vegetable broth by the brothers in black. "Cole, where's your coat? You're dressed so lightly," Viggy inquired with concern. The discipline within Black Castle was strict, yet outside the walls in Mole Village, there existed gambling dens, where some desperate members of the Night's Watch would wager their own coats. It was only then that Cole realized he had indeed not donned his coat. Curiously, he felt no chill. He re-entered to wrap himself in a sheepskin cloak. The pungent odor of it unmistakable, for in the desolation of the wall, no one thought to wash their garments. Everyone shared the same scent. Once clad, the two made their way to the kitchen and the hall, arriving earlier than others, with the fire yet to be lit as the rotating rangers descended from the wall. Cole struck flint to ignite the fire, positioned the pot above it, and began to chop the meat. He tossed the fragments into the pot, believing that whoever could ladle out the soup would be fortunate. A sprinkle of salt, a handful of wild greens, a few grains of barley would enhance the flavor. Along with a dash of his special seasoning, voil, it was complete. He poured the soup into a barrel and repeated the process until it was filled to the brim. As he prepared to transport the barrel to the hall, Viggy moved to assist him, but soon stood in awe as Cole effortlessly lifted the barrel with one hand and strode towards the hall. After placing the barrel down, the incoming rangers surged in, eager for the first batch of soup, which contained the most meat. They clamored, dividing the soup among themselves, savoring it with dark rye bread, their faces alight with satisfaction. Having endured the biting cold wind for half the night, at that moment, a figure arrived late at the door. It was Jon Snow. He regarded Cole with a hint of hesitation before finally approaching and asking, "Is there any soup left?" Cole assessed him. It was only then that their paths intersected. With a resigned gesture, he replied, "We've nearly run out. If you're willing to wait, you may have a next pot." The forthcoming pot would be the vegetable soup prepared by Vijay, and they took turns in this manner. While Cole served the soup, Vijay toiled in the kitchen. Jon shook his head and chose a spot to gnaw on a piece of dark bread alone. He appeared quite solitary, his stubborn demeanor strikingly out of place, with his gray hair and solemn expression giving him the appearance of a small adult. "Cole, lend me a hand," Vijay called out for the kitchen. Struggling to manage the heavy pot, Cole hurried over to assist him. "Vijay, your soup is dreadful. If you can't even manage to lift a pot, perhaps you should sell your wares in Mole Town instead." The Night's Watch brothers jeered, erupting into a chorus of laughter that left Vijay blushing with embarrassment. This was already the simplest task for the Night's Watch, yet Vijay still faltered. Cole had instructed him on how to prepare the seasoning, but with his thick-headedness, he either overdid or underdid the ingredients, and, at times, he even forgot to add the meat while cooking the soup. Cole had helped him for a while, but it had left him unable to complete his own tasks. Chapter 3. The sword is taken up indeed. I possess a remarkable talent for blowing wind, a skill my father once praised. In the kitchen, VG whispered to Cole. He nodded in agreement. No one is without merit, and those who labor diligently deserve respect. Thus, Cole comforted him, saying, "They are merely jesting. You need not take it to heart." Observing Cole's indifference, VG chuckled innocently, for he valued the opinion of his sole friend above all, fearing that Cole might distance himself due to those remarks. "By the way, I've noticed your strength seems to have increased," VG suddenly remarked, struck by a thought. Cole paused, flexing his hands. Indeed, it felt different from what he remembered. He had been unconsciously projecting his previous life onto this one, causing him to overlook certain aspects, much like the numerous trips he had made today with the soup barrels, which previously required the combined effort of him and VG. Night after night, the brothers of the Night's Watch came and went. During the day, they were perpetually busy, yet as night fell, apart from those on duty, the rest would gather in the hall, forming small clusters to engage in conversation, boast, and play dice. By noon, nearly all the Night's Watchmen had consumed their first meal, and only then did Cole and VG begin theirs, pork flatbread accompanied by meat broth. If one of the brothers returned from a hunt with a substantial catch, they might enjoy an extra meal, but such a fortune was not to be expected today. Cole prepared porridge for Master Yaman and delivered it to him. He would not require assistance for dinner, as the brothers of the Night's Watch preferred to enjoy apple cider with their evening meal. Master Yaman would also join everyone in the hall at dusk. Though he ate sparingly, more inclined to listen to the tales shared by the Night's Watchmen. Their nocturnal life was not entirely devoid of excitement. As the candles flickered to life in the hall, some would sing, while others recounted their experiences. After all, this was a diverse assembly of individuals hailing from all corners of the realm. The fellows from the south would exuberantly describe their eternally spring-like fields, rich nightly culture, and the beauty of noble ladies. Naturally, the lads from the west would speak of House Lannister, for it was said that even the excrement of Duke Tywin Lannister was made of gold. Although a diminutive fellow refuted this, he jested. The barrel that holds the waste is indeed golden. Instantly, the brothers of the Night's Watch erupted into laughter at the humor of the little imp, while Tyrion Lannister merely raised his cup and shrugged. After delivering the meal to Master Yeoman, Cole proceeded to the training grounds, as was his routine. The morning was designated for practice, and numerous Night's Watchmen were already sweating in the open air. However, the frigid weather meant that even the slightest moisture would quickly freeze. He spotted Jon Snow, engaged in sparring with two boys taller than himself. The clang of swords against armor resonated as they battled fiercely. Despite his stature, Jon fought valiantly, eliciting cries from his opponents. Their combat appeared intensely vigorous, as if they were truly going all out. One boy named Hod struck Jon in the ribs with his sword. Cole noticed the pain etched across Jon's face, yet with a determined grit, he swiftly reverted to his proud demeanor. Hodder and another child suffered even more. Each time they struck Jon Snow, they often received multiple wounds in return. Had the blades been unsheathed, they might have perished countless times. Over there lay the training ground for the children, while the adults maintained a facade of harmony, exchanging blows in a controlled manner. Someone spotted Cole and loudly beckoned him to join the fray. In the past, he would have declined, recognizing that descending merely provided amusement for these rascals. However, today he felt compelled to test his mettle, well aware of the significance of martial prowess in this world. The dragon-slaying technique could be bypassed, but it was indispensable. Oh yes, there were indeed dragons in this realm. Ah, our little ranger has come down, someone remarked in a light-hearted tone. This was not meant to be malicious among the Night's Watch, but rather a part of their daily banter. Hand me the sword, Cole instructed the trainees. Without a moment's hesitation, the sword was passed to him, and anticipation for the evening's new spectacle began to build. Perhaps this would imitate Cole's swordplay in a dance. Weighing the sword in his hands, he found it surprisingly light, akin to plastic, yet it bore the unmistakable texture of steel. Reflecting on the sensation of inadequacy he once felt wielding a sword, he now observed this featherweight blade, realizing a profound transformation had indeed occurred within him. Hey, little ranger, why not strike the wooden post? Someone urged. Cole nodded, advancing to the post, gripping the hilt tightly, feeling the friction of the leather on the grip as he swung with force. With a resounding crack, the post split cleanly in two. The brothers in black stared wide-eyed, their astonishment surpassing even that of witnessing a woman. They could hardly believe this was the same culinary adept who once served as a humble steward. Oh, seven save us. Could this lad have been swapped out by a White Walker? Cole, too, was taken aback, marveling at the immense strength he possessed. The Night's Watchman who had handed him the sword approached, gripping his shoulder. Who knew you had such hidden depth? A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, as he too had not anticipated this. Perhaps you might join the training over there with Trainer Alicia and the others, but you must return the sword first. He gestured towards the group of children. Thank you, Cole replied, returning the sword. The Night's Watchman patted Cole on the chest. No need for thanks. Just remember to ladle extra meat into my stew. As Cole made his way to the corner where Jon Snow and the others trained, the man who had lent him the sword shrugged, sensing that the spectacle had reached its conclusion. You sly devil, letting Cole add meat for you. Come on, I challenge you. Huh, why are you all so slow to react? I fear nothing. Come at me together. In an instant, the training ground erupted with shouts. Yet Cole had quietly approached the new recruits. Jon Snow, of course, noticed the commotion, observing Cole's slender frame and marveling at the unexpected strength he possessed. He thought to himself, no wonder they call him the Little Ranger. As Jon Snow contemplated his uncle, Benjen Stark, the esteemed first ranger of the Night's Watch, he felt a pang of concern due to the prolonged silence surrounding him. Rumors of his demise had reached Jon's ears, deepening his worry. This is no place for a mere squire, he thought, recalling the ever-venomous Sir Elysir. I wish to train alongside them, Cole boldly declared. That decision rests with the Lord Commander. If I recall correctly, you are not yet a member of the Night's Watch, are you? However, should you prove your mettle against our Jon Snow, I might personally petition the Lord Commander on your behalf. Alyssur cast a provocative glance at Cole, as if to challenge his audacity. The moniker Lord Snow was one bestowed upon Jon by Sir Alyssur, a title that Jon abhorred. Cole grasped his sword, eager to ascertain the difference in skill between himself and a trained warrior. He saluted Jon with a fist across his chest, requesting his guidance. It seems our little squire possesses a modicum of courtesy, though on the battlefield, your head might have already been severed. Perhaps it could fetch you a cup of wine. Alyssur Thorne mockingly remarked. Chapter 4. Extraordinary abilities. Jon Snow gazed hesitantly at the boy wielding a sword, yet ultimately drew his own blade. Sir Roderick, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, had once imparted the wisdom that to refuse a challenge is to demonstrate cowardice. Although he recognized that the individual before him was no true knight, and the salute he offered was rather unrefined, Jon was determined not to exhibit even a hint of timidity in this moment. He wished to convey to all present that he was a formidable warrior, one capable of bearing the mantle of a ranger. Jon performed a formal knightly salute, and soon the recruits cleared a small space around them. Cole watched Jon intently, hoping to glean some knowledge from his movements. Jon advanced slowly, sword in hand, his gaze fixed on every subtle shift of Cole's stance. They remained locked in this tense standoff for a brief moment, until it became evident that Cole would not strike first. Seizing the initiative, Jon swung his sword in a testing arc, aiming to uncover any weaknesses in Cole's defenses. Rumor had it that Cole had lived beyond the wall since childhood, suggesting he possessed commendable martial skills. Jon Snow was proud, convinced of his superiority over any of his peers. Apart from Robb, no one had ever bested him. His time at the wall had only fortified this pride, as he deemed those petty rogues beneath him unworthy of his challenge. As the blade approached, Cole instinctively raised his own sword to meet it, relying on sheer strength to overcome the assault. However, before their swords could clash, Jon altered the trajectory of his strike, aiming for Cole's ankle instead. Realizing the danger too late, Cole thought to himself, "This is bad." The blade descended rapidly, though it was not unsheathed. The impact would still be painfully real, especially since he was unarmored, a grievous lapse in judgment. As he focused intently on the incoming sword, time seemed to slow, the world around him decelerating as if he were caught in a dream. The blade hovered perilously close to his ribs, its edge merely inches from his side. He instinctively shifted his body, discovering that his movements, too, had slowed. In that fleeting moment, he pondered whether this was what they called a benefit of the traveler, a peculiar boon that, while useful, was hardly divine in such a surreal realm. Dodging the strike, Cole felt the world return to its usual pace. Yet his eyes burned as if he had stared at a screen for far too long, the strain palpable. Jon's empty swing left him astonished. Clearly, Cole was unlike the others. Despite the apparent flaws in his technique, he had evaded Jon's blade with remarkable ease. After swinging, Jon was left with a significant gap in front of him. Had he been quick enough to capitalize on that moment, he could have caught Cole off guard. Yet, a novice with a sword would hardly possess the acumen to seize such an opportunity. Cole merely leaped back in shock, drenched in cold sweat from the near miss. Jon hastily returned his sword to a defensive position, chastising himself for his carelessness. Recognizing that his opponent was no ordinary foe, he should have exercised greater caution. Yet, to his surprise, no retaliatory strike came, and he cast a bewildered glance at Cole. There he stood, sword resting against his back, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of the composure and confidence he had observed in Sir Roderick. It dawned on Jon that Cole's skill with the sword far surpassed his own. Thus, Jon Snow's movements grew increasingly cautious. As he recalled the footwork his instructor had imparted, an erratic dance that, amidst the chaos, possessed a certain rhythm. Even though the seasoned Sir Alazar found the stark bastard distasteful, he could not deny that the lad was a commendable warrior. In stark contrast, Cole remained motionless, seemingly opting for a strategy of immobility to counter the unfolding chaos. He felt frustrated by his own inertia, unsure of how to engage. Was he to strike the master with a clumsy blow? It seemed that no other option was available. When it came time for Cole to act, he suddenly swung his sword with the force of a tempest, producing a piercing whistle. The trajectory of the blade was predictable. Any onlooker could discern its intended target. Yet Jon felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware of the tremendous power behind that strike. Gritting his teeth, he braced his sword against it, only to feel his entire arm go numb, his wrist nearly dislocated. What manner of beast is this? Jon could not help but curse in disbelief. Of course, Cole was not without his own discomfort, for the effects of force are reciprocal. He grimaced as he withdrew his sword, realizing that his method of attack had inflicted harm upon himself as well. Shifting the sword to his left hand, he shook his sore right wrist. Upon seeing him wield the sword with his left hand, Jon's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was a peculiar balance. No way in hell am I backing down now. Indeed, Cole was a left-handed fighter, while in a previous life, he had been right-handed, which granted him a unique adaptability, able to wield two swords with equal proficiency. There was no possibility of Jon conceding defeat. He possessed the stubborn blood of the North, and even in death, he would not bow his head. He lowered his dislocated hand, and keen-eyed Sir Alazar noted its tremors. Smirking at the sight of the boy's palpable arrogance, a mere child who did not understand the art of yielding force. Attempting to emulate Cole's left-handed grip, Jon found his new stance clumsy and unable to execute fluid movements. Their dueling resembled a clash of two children, and Jon cast a puzzled glance at Cole, who returned a smile. A flicker of gratitude welled within Jon. Was it true that Cole did not wish to exploit his advantage? Perhaps he should acknowledge that Cole embodied the spirit of a knight, at least superior to that impudent Robb. If Robb had found such an opportunity, he would have relished in humiliating Jon, albeit without malice. Was it truly shameful to lose to someone like him? Jon pondered. Unexpectedly, Cole spoke first. Sir Alazar, I believe I am not a worthy opponent for Jon Snow. Perhaps you should seek another to train him. I shall not trouble you further with my instruction. Indeed, even with Jon wielding the sword his left hand, Cole struggled to keep pace, revealing the vast chasm that lay between him and a truly trained fighter. Turning back, he noticed Jon's expression of gratitude and, though perplexed, remarked, "You are a formidable warrior, Jon Snow. And you as well, Cole." It appeared he was not as prideful as legend suggested. Indeed, he maintained humility even when faced with a weaker adversary. Seizing this moment, Jon gained clarity regarding his own abilities and resolved to avoid conflict in the future. As for the notion of knighthood, he dismissed it entirely. He returned the sword, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he ascended the spiral staircase. To claim that he did not wish to rise above others would be a falsehood. In any realm, the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune is inescapable. Is not the so-called game of power merely a contest for these mundane trifles? This is a chaotic era, where human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. Yet, it also presents opportunities, as countless individuals soar to great heights on the winds of fortune. Not bad at all. Little Chef emerged a short figure from behind a wooden post, clutching a wine sack. Lannister? Chapter 5. Invitation. A disproportionately large head, eyes uneven in size, and features that appeared somewhat compact. He bore the golden hair of House Lannister. Dressed in a black bearskin coat, his deep crimson leather attire beneath it clashed with the exterior, adorned with golden lion buttons and vibrant embellishments. He exuded a rather incongruous air. Tyrion Lannister, often referred to as the Imp, certainly lacked the demeanor of nobility. At least, he could engage in casual conversation with a band of horse thieves and rapists. Cole scrutinized this peculiar individual. If there were anyone in this world he held in some regard, it was this little dwarf. He had inherited the cunning intellect of House Lannister. Yet unfortunately, the head of the family, Duke Tywin, chose to remain oblivious. In such a perilous world, it is often the clever who endure the longest. Are you looking to challenge me? Tyrion quipped, noting Cole's unwavering gaze. I wouldn't dare cross the Lannisters. Their motto is, a Lannister always pays his debts. With a nonchalant shrug, Tyrion continued, if I were to die in a duel, perhaps Casterly Rock would host a grand feast in my honor. My father would even have the king knight you, for granting his least favored son an honorable death. His tone dripped with sarcasm, revealing the deep-seated animosity between father and son. Care for a drink? Tyrion offered, presenting his wineskin. This man was never without his drink, yet he was always generous in sharing. Cole accepted without hesitation. This was the summer wine from the south, a rare treasure in a place where only cider and ale were available. He took a hearty swig, savoring its rich and sweet flavor, a taste only the warm lands of Dorne could produce. The wine was more akin to fruit juice, with a low alcohol content, which explained Tyrion's fondness for it. "When do you depart?" Cole inquired, squatting beside the ladder. "I might linger for a few days. Old Maremont mentioned that you wish to become a knight." He patted Cole's chest, feeling the rigidity of his armor. "But I believe you would make a better cook. I've heard you're not a night's watchman. Perhaps you could accompany me south. No matter if you become a knight or a cook, it would be better than this desolate place," Tyrion suggested. Although Cole's culinary skills were indeed commendable, Tyrion, accustomed to the finest delicacies, found little intrigue in them. His invitation to journey south was merely a gesture to honor an old man's request. Going south? Cole had indeed contemplated it. Life beyond the wall was perilous. While others dismissed the threat of the White Walkers, he believed in their existence to the core. It was common knowledge that they would come to attack. Riding a great dragon, only a fool would wish to remain here. Yet, there were some things he found impossible to relinquish. Cole, at 14, was but a youth, while Maremont had already surpassed a century. Time was fleeting. He is the only kin in this world for himself. Although Cole fears death, he is no ingrate. Even if he cannot repay the scholar's nurturing grace, he is determined to care for him in the twilight of his life. The virtue of filial piety flows through the veins and spirits of every child of Huashia. Perhaps I may venture southward someday, but for now, I shall refrain. Noticing Cole's refusal, Tyrion chose not to press further. He understood the nuances of conversation. Cole's rejection was resolute, and to speak more would only be counterproductive, potentially breeding resentment. "Then you do not intend to join the Night's Watch?" he inquired. Cole shook his head. "This place does not belong to me. I see you are managing quite well here. Take a look at that Stark bastard." "Oh, this lad truly has his father's stubborn nature," Tyrion remarked. "Honor, valor. He is indeed a commendable warrior. I am confident that the honorable Night's Watch would welcome him." Cole turned his gaze toward the training yard. "You hold him in high regard, do you? Shall I tell him? There is a cook who thinks highly of you. Perhaps your days at the wall will not be lonely." He chuckled, evidently pleased with his jest. He was quite the mischievous little imp, but suddenly his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Damn it, leave me a sip." He snatched the wine pouch and cradled it as if it were a precious treasure. Indeed, it was a treasure. There was plenty of wine, but Cole had intentionally clogged the spout to tease him, then tilted his head back for a hearty drink. "Are you not afraid that his wolves will take your head for such jests about Jon Snow?" At the mention of wolves, Tyrion instinctively recoiled. He indeed held a certain dread for that white, dire wolf, which had nearly claimed his life on the journey to the wall. "I trust the bastard will take good care of his white wolf. However, compared to Jon Snow's dire wolf, I am more curious about how you have transformed." "Transformed into what?" Cole asked, somewhat puzzled. "Just as today, when I first met you, you appeared rather frail, but now you seem like a completely different person. You do not have a twin brother, do you?" "You are overthinking it, Lannister." The two exchanged a few more words. Cole glanced toward the sun. It was time to prepare a meal for the scholar, as he always dined in the hall with the Night's Watchman in the evenings. Tyrion followed him to the kitchen, continuing to regale him with tales from far and wide while sneaking bites of the food Cole prepared. By the time Cole brought the porridge to the hall, it was already bustling with people, a cacophony of voices, laughter, and clinking cups. Mormont sat at the high table, flanked by Maester Aemon and First Steward Bowen Marsh, while Sir Elessar Thorne and several other notable members of the Night's Watch occupied the next tier. Cole delivered the porridge to Maester Aemon and then took his seat, although Tyrion claimed the main seat, for as the Queen's brother, his stature in Westeros was indeed significant and warranted the Night's Watch's respect. Jon Snow remained alone in the corner, as he had been these past few days, isolated, with no one daring to approach him. Yet, this did not deter Cole. He walked directly over to him with his food in hand. "Hey, do you mind if I sit here?" Cole inquired. Jon Snow, who had been quietly eating with his head down, lifted his gaze to find Cole, the very one with whom he had competed earlier in the day. He paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. "This is rabbit meat that I roasted. Would you care to try some?" "I received it from that fellow Virginia in exchange for something," Cole said, nudging the plate of rabbit towards him. Jon hesitated for a moment before taking a piece, only to see Cole break into a smile. A 14-year-old possesses not such intricate schemes. He yearned to belong among his peers. Yet, the upbringing he had received rendered him somewhat out of place. Actually, you won today, Jon Snow suddenly remarked. Chapter 6. Exile. The rabbit meat was delicately sprinkled with finely chopped onions, exuding a rich and crispy flavor. Jon Snow, after taking a gentle bite, found himself unable to stop. The brothers of the Night's Watch were not particularly finicky about their food. They simply roasted the meat and swallowed it down with the raw essence of onions. In this desolate place, having something to eat was a blessing. The method of roasting the rabbit until it was crisp on the outside and tender within, paired with onion juice mixed with honey, was simply exquisite. The honey had been procured by Tyrion, whose servant was skilled in cooking. It was typically used to sweeten Tyrion's water. To obtain the honey, Cole had given up half a rabbit. Truly, the Lannisters were greedy. The cuisine seemed to bridge the gap between Jon and his companions, as he was merely a boy of around 14. Although he had outgrown the stage of childish cravings, he could not resist the allure of delightful flavors. He complained, "I thought the Night's Watch would be like Uncle Benjen, and you too. Are you not somewhat disappointed?" Jon nodded. It was indeed a dismal situation, filled with exiles from the kingdoms, a veritable den of iniquity. "It is not as dire as you perceive," Cole replied. "What you see is merely their former identities in the kingdoms. But here they have bid farewell to everything: wives, parents, children. They may not be honorable men, may not be knights, may not understand humility, and may not even be good men, but they are the Night's Watch. When the long night descends, they shall stand as humanity's bulwark." Choosing to join the Night's Watch is not a mistake, Jon. To embrace both the criminal and the noble among the Night's Watch is akin to the glory of the Wall itself. If the others were to arrive, mankind would stand vigilant together. Jon listened in silence when suddenly another voice chimed in. "You're being overly dramatic, little cook." It was Tyrion standing beside the table, his stature barely rising above its surface, with only his head visible. "Those old fellows are dreadfully dull." He nudged Cole, who graciously made room for him, and Tyrion hopped up. "Tales of the others are merely meant to frighten 7-year-old children," he quipped. "You don't even plan to join, yet you speak of deceiving others to remain in this frigid wasteland." The story of the others was one that every castle's old nurse used to terrify children. Jon was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze to Cole, seemingly inquiring whether this was true. It was a rare encounter to find someone engaging among the Night's Watch, only to discover that they were not of the same ilk. It was akin to encountering a fellow angler only to realize that the other was merely chasing dragonflies. A flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. Having never ventured beyond the wall, who could say that there were no others out there? Perhaps not just the others, but many other strange beings could be lurking beyond the wall. He understood that these men would not believe such tales until evidence was laid bare before them. Speaking of the others to them was akin to discussing Ultraman. Perhaps the mention of light might not brand him a madman, but those who believe in the others in Westeros would undoubtedly be deemed foolish. It appears that he has successfully diverted the conversation. Tyrion promptly began to eloquently recount tales of the White Walkers. His extensive reading encompassed a wealth of literature, particularly from the Royal Library and the tomes of Casterly Rock. The stories flowed from his lips with remarkable vivacity, revealing historical secrets with casual ease. One could not help but admire the depth of knowledge contained within such a diminutive frame. As he listened to the narratives, Jon Snow felt his fatigue and melancholy dissipate in an instant. Having spent considerable time at the wall, he had never experienced such joy. They were akin to friends, exchanging banter by the hearth after a meal. He relished this atmosphere, as it evoked memories of Winterfell and the days spent with Robb and the others. Back then, his foster brother, Greyjoy, would share similar tales, and although he held a disdain for the man named Theon Greyjoy, he had to concede that his stories were as captivating as those of the Lannisters. The trio continued to jest until nightfall descended, and members of the Night's Watch began to return to the towers in small groups to rest. The commanding officer, seated at the head of the table, approached them. He was likely retreating to his quarters. "Hey lads, what are you discussing?" Both Cole and Jon rose to their feet before the leader of the wall. A smile broke upon the rugged visage of Lord Commander Mormont, who gestured for them to sit. Tyrion, with legs crossed, had no need to stand on ceremony. Mormont settled down beside Jon, casting a glance at Cole. In a sense, had been under his watchful eye since childhood. The mischievous Cole had once known no bounds, even tugging at Mormont's beard before he had assumed the role of Lord Commander. Regarding your departure, I have granted you permission. Although the Night's Watch is not affluent, we shall provide you with armor and a sword. Go chase your nightly dreams, and may future generations remember a little fellow named Cole. Cole found himself momentarily taken aback. He could not recall having spoken of his departure to the Lord Commander, though the thought lingered in his mind. To outsiders, the Night's Watch might seem a place to be avoided, yet for Cole, it had been his home for 14 years, filled with kindness from many. Observing the elder, who had perished due to betrayal after venturing beyond the wall, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was these very people who had cared for him, and he felt like a child of the Night's Watch, yet unable to contribute in any meaningful way. Mormont raised a hand to silence him. As a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, I hereby officially expel you, Cole. There is no place for you within the Night's Watch. He turned away, and Maester Aemon seemed to sense the shift, offering a smile through his sagging features. Mormont glanced back, pondering that good deeds were left to Aemon, while the burdens of unpleasant tasks fell to him. In the past, it had been Commander Kogel who had dealt with Cole's mischief. Now that responsibility had shifted to Mormont. Ultimately, Cole turned his gaze to Tyrion, who lifted his head, shrugged, and remarked, "Not my concern. But you may accompany me when the time comes." The commander's gaze was resolute, as if he were banishing a criminal. Yet all present were acutely aware of his true intent. Some of the Night's Watchmen, still seated in the hall, cast envious glances, for it was a rare occasion for someone to depart from their ranks. Of course, Cole had never sworn an oath. Thus he did not qualify as a true member of the Night's Watch. Once one takes the vow, they are bound to their duty until death. Jon Snow had managed to extricate himself only after sacrificing a life. Ironically, that lad eventually returned of his own volition. Applause began to ripple through the hall. Cole had always been well-liked here, having once been the target of playful jests by the Night's Watch as a young lad, and now, in his maturity, he was celebrated for his culinary prowess. Some feigned sorrow, lamenting, "Alas, I shall have to venture there for a taste of that exquisite meat broth." In that fleeting moment, the hall resounded with waves of applause, as if bidding farewell to a warrior embarking on a distant journey. Only Vijay felt a pang of sadness. Cole was his sole friend, yet he was departing, and perhaps would not return. Chapter 7. A winter's night the twin blades danced like a tempest, their clash resonating throughout the training grounds. In just a few short days, he demonstrated an extraordinary talent. Some individuals are simply born for combat, particularly someone like Cole, who possesses an almost supernatural prowess. Amidst the flashes of steel and fleeting shadows, his dual swords fell like torrential rain. Lannister seemed intent on thoroughly exploring the wall. Thus he spent these days training alongside Jon Snow, preparing for their impending journey. Even in times of peace, the roads of the kingdom are rife with nefarious characters. The ability to defend oneself is paramount, and lacking any retinue for protection, he had no choice but to hone his own skills. The sweat of recent days was not in vain. Relying on the eye of time and the strength of giants, he proved formidable on the training grounds. Even Jon Snow dared not engage him lightly. No amount of technique could withstand sheer power. Clad in heavy armor, he would be akin to a one-man tank, rendering anyone he struck utterly doomed. Though he still appeared lanky, muscle was steadily accumulating. This raw, unyielding strength, coupled with an agility that seemed almost otherworldly, left every opponent he faced in quiet despair. Not only could they not withstand his assaults, but they also found themselves unable to land a blow on him. Was this not a form of bullying against the earnest? Simplicity is the essence of his combat style. There was little finesse involved. He often injured his own wrist while wielding his sword. Yet even the proud Sarah Alicia had to concede that this boy was already a decent warrior by the standards of the Seven Kingdoms, albeit lacking in technique and experience. After all, even he had suffered a setback at the hands of this lad. Removing his training helmet, soaked with sweat, revealed the toll that the Eye of Time and the strength of giants had taken on him. The primary drain was on his mental faculties. The maximum duration of use was 10 minutes. If he could not resolve the conflict within that time, he must cease its use, lest his vision tear asunder, plunging him into darkness where nothing was visible. Each use necessitated at least half an hour of closed-eye reflection to regain his composure. "Damn, your strength is truly remarkable, Cole," Gerland grumbled, his arm nearly dislocated from blocking a strike. Initially, he had been a natural leader among the new recruits, yet under Cole's influence, he quickly fell into line. Unlike some certain bastards who assumed an air of superiority, at the wall, one had to rely solely on their capabilities, while fists could instill fear. They would not earn true respect. Cole intended to include Jon Snow among the new recruits, yet our Lord Snow seemed to look down upon these fellows. After training concluded, Snow walked alongside him. "When do you plan to depart?" Snow inquired. "We shall wait for Lannister. We'll leave once he has finished his business atop the wall." Tyrion had often jested about relieving himself at the world's end, but considering the fierce winds above, it was likely that his diminutive form would be swept away towards the East Sea. "Where do you intend to go?" "King's Landing? Casterly Rock." Faced with such a question, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Where to next? He pondered for a considerable time, contemplating the impending storm. Should he seek refuge in a safe haven, or plunge headlong into the whirlpool in pursuit of wealth and glory? Previously, he might have opted for a stable sanctuary. Yet now, the battlefield, though perilous, harbors boundless opportunities alongside its dangers. His heart was a tumult of contradictions. The noble and knightly classes hung like a coin suspended in midair, a double-edged sword. One must exercise caution to avoid injury while grasping for the coin. Perhaps he would first visit Winterfell. It might turn out that he would need your assistance in introducing your brother. At the mention of Winterfell, a spark of brilliance ignited in Jon Snow's eyes. His heart belonged to that place, his dream-laden home. "Robb will not knight you, but with a letter from me. I am confident Robb would ensure your stay," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "Ha, then I shall rely on Lord Snow to speak favorably of me," he replied, placing his sword and armor upon the rack. He held little hope for the promised armor from the Lord Commander, fully aware of the Night's Watch's dire poverty. Armor was in short supply and of varied quality. For the past few days, he had ceased his kitchen duties, dedicating his limited energy entirely to honing his martial skills. Of course, outside the ranks of the Night's Watch, Ser Alliser would not concern himself with him, save for the occasional jibe from the Serpent. Jon was an excellent instructor, having imparted numerous combat techniques to him. "Hey Cole, would you like to join us in the hall? Breakfast is upon us after morning practice." The group, led by Gren, approached, inviting Cole. He was well aware that they were isolating Jon. Such tactics were favored by women and children, as cold violence could indeed yield a sense of accomplishment. This was not entirely their fault, for Jon had indeed been somewhat harsh. Leaving a few hands unspent during training was a matter of camaraderie. After all, they were to live as brothers in the future. Yet, the instructors of Winterfell would not teach in such a manner. Ser Roderick would sternly inform the Stark pups that training was akin to battle. Any slackness could cost one their life on the battlefield. To hold back against a knight was an affront. "You go ahead. Jon and I will join you shortly." Cole ultimately chose to stand with Jon. Upon closer observation, one could discern that Jon had been clenching his fists, only slowly relaxing them after hearing Cole's words. Throughout the training of recent days, whispers of his shortcomings had lingered in Cole's ear. While he felt vexed, he had no recourse but to exert a bit more strength during their bouts. In Jon's view, such divisive tactics were the realm of eunuchs and women, lacking in honor. After being rebuffed, Gren and his companions bore no ill will. They understood Cole would not remain here for long. He cast a provocative glance at Jon, his lips forming a derogatory term, before departing with his 4 followers. Cole felt a sense of futility regarding the discord among these youngsters. Considering his comprehensive age, this hardly constituted a grave enmity, merely the trivial squabbles of children. "Jon, perhaps you could try to integrate with them." In truth, Garland is not as malevolent as one might presume. He merely possesses an unappealing visage. Observing Jon Snow's obstinate demeanor, Cole wisely opted for silence. Yet, another voice emerged, warning that if one wished to avoid having their throats slit by nightfall, it would be prudent to heed his words. The two turned to see a portly man, his rugged beard obscuring much of his face. Master Donner. Cole greeted him. The blacksmith offered a faint smile to Cole before turning his stern gaze upon Jon Snow, questioning him sharply. If slaying a horse thief grants you a sense of honor, then by all means proceed. However, be wary of retribution from other horse thieves. Perhaps one fateful night, your head will adorn the wall for the wildlings to gawk at. His words were a scathing reprimand, leaving Jon with a countenance as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. Meanwhile, Cole remained at ease, having merely been an observer of the exchange. You could lend me some assistance, Jon complained, having caught Cole's earlier expression of amusement. Cole shrugged. I would assist you, but Master Donner's points seem rather valid. I have little motivation to intervene. Cole noticed a familiar figure lurking in the shadows, beckoning him. It was Vijay. He had not seen him for several days and wondered where he had been. My good brother Vijay may have something to offer, Cole remarked, gesturing toward the short, stout lad. Jon shook his head, his emotions in turmoil, seeking solitude. Yet, he also desired to confide his woes to someone. Though it appeared Cole had other matters to attend to. I must return to the tower. He excused himself. Very well, until later. Cole bid farewell and made his way toward Vijay, who seemed to be engaged in some furtive activity. He was carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth. Cole looked at him with curiosity and inquired, "What is it? Where have you been these past few days? I thought the White Walkers had taken you." Vijay chuckled and handed over the cloth bundle. "You're departing, so I prepared some gifts for you." Staring at the fabric, Cole was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vijay would have been busy on his behalf. This clumsy lad, often inept in his endeavors, never failed to evoke both laughter and exasperation in Cole. "This was given to me by my father when I came to the wall. Since I have no use for a sword, I buried it beneath the wall until now." As he held the sword, gazing at its chillingly sharp edge, Cole understood the significance of this gift. It was a means of protection left to him by Vijay's father. A hint of moisture glistened in Cole's eyes. Men seldom shed tears, yet as years pass and paths diverge, one wonders when they might reunite. He looked at Vijay's unremarkable, dark face and that endearing, earnest smile. "Let us await the day this sword earns renown across the 7 kingdoms," he said with a soft chuckle. "Does it have a name?" The bond of male friendship often requires no words of gratitude. Vijay shook his head. "A wandering knight once offered an axe to my father, who then reforged it. It is yet to be named." Cole caressed the slender blade, its sharp, glinting edge as keen as the fangs of a dragon. It bore a striking resemblance to the Valyrian steel sword carried by Commander Mormont. Let be named Knight of Winter. Chapter 8. The Hoofbeats of Urgency Call. My brother has awakened. Bran has survived. He rushed down from the king's tower in haste. Call, with his sword slung over his shoulder, made his way to the hall, where he encountered a jubilant Jon Snow, his face adorned with a myriad of questions. Jon handed him a letter, exclaiming, "Look, the gods have granted him life once more." This must surely be the only piece of good news Jon had heard in recent days. Indeed, it was splendid news. The two entered the hall together, where Tyrion sat at the table, indulging in food. Jon, swift as the wind, dashed to his side, proclaiming, "He lives! By the gods, he lives!" Tyrion, equally puzzled, turned to Call, seemingly inquiring about the boy's peculiar excitement. Jon thrust the letter into the small demon's hands, urging, "Here, read this." A gathering of curious onlookers began to assemble around them. Among them was Gren, who dared not approach too closely, standing alone with a mix of anxiety and unease. Known as the Lazy Toad, he appeared particularly dazed at that moment. The injury had been inflicted by Jon, and recalling Master Donald's words. Along with the good tidings brought by Bran, his own bitterness and melancholy gradually faded. He reflected on the possibility that he had indeed been too harsh. Call was quite formidable, yet he had never resorted to lethal force. With this thought, Jon approached Gren, saying, "I'm sorry for what I did to your wrist. If you'd like, I can teach you how to counter that move another day." Gren stared blankly at Jon, unable to fathom that this proud, noble bastard would apologize to him. There had been no significant enmity between them. He scratched his head with his uninjured hand and chuckled. "I guess I was just too foolish, though that move truly hurts." Upon hearing Jon's audacious offer to instruct others in combat, Ser Alliser could not help but mock him. However, In a good mood, Jon chose not to take offense, playfully responding to the jibe, though a shadow of bitterness flickered in Aliser's eyes. The jest elicited laughter from the assembly, except for Ser Aliser, who wore a countenance steeped in grievances. Khal mused that Aliser's temperament seemed rather small, predicting that he would likely seek to undermine Jon in the future. As anticipated by Khal, the following days saw Aliser incessantly contriving ways to trouble Jon. He organized skirmishes during morning drills, assigning 2 or 3 men to spar with him, and arranged for him to keep watch at night. Occasionally, Khal, out of friendship, would accompany him on patrols along the wall. Khal felt the approach of his departure looming nearer. Aside from training, he devoted his time to preparing provisions. One day, Tyrion sought him out, informing him that they would embark south the next day. Khal, laden with a large bundle of supplies, found Vigor, who was squatting beside the fire pit, tinkering with something. Vigor, he called softly, setting down the bundle. "This is the supply package I've prepared for you these past few days. When you make soup, just add a little. Don't forget to include meat. Or else they just call it vegetable soup again." Vigor stood up, accepting the supply package, and with a hint of sadness, asked, "Are you really leaving?" "Tomorrow," came the reply. His expression fell. He wished he could accompany Khal, even if it meant serving as his attendant. Cole shook his head with a smile, remarking that he was not even a knight, so there was no need for a squire. Perhaps he might end up serving as a squire himself. "You are so clever. You will surely become a knight," Vigi asserted with confidence. "I hope so," he replied. "By the way, you must remember my words. Do not act recklessly, and flee at the first sign of danger." "Yes, I will remember. But will the others truly come? Why don't you speak to the commander and the scholars? Even if they believe me, what difference does it make? Surely Old Bear has heard reports about the White Walkers. It's futile. The Night's Watch is severely understaffed, and those who can fight are even fewer. When the others arrive, we will have to rely solely on this wall." After bidding farewell to Vigi, Cole sought an audience with Maester Ymon. As he sat in the tower, upon hearing footsteps, Ymon immediately identified Cole. "Young Cole, you have arrived." "Grandfather Ymon," Cole replied, squatting beside him. Ymon gently stroked Cole's face with his withered hand. "You've grown. Young Cole has finally matured." "Grandfather Ymon, I will depart with Tyrion Lannister and his companions tomorrow. Every young dragon must eventually soar into the sky. There is no need to linger in familiar places." He produced a letter from his breast pocket. "If you tire of conflict, you may go to Old Town. It is a gift I leave for you." It was a letter of introduction, though sealed without the Night's Watch sigil. "Grandfather Ymon, this. Go forth, my child. Do not forget to study. Armor may protect the body, but knowledge fortifies the mind." Cole pressed the letter to his chest and performed a gesture of deep respect, knowing well that Ymon could not see it, yet feeling an earnest gratitude. That night, a brother of the Night's Watch delivered the promised gear from Old Bear, a suit of gray leather armor and a steel sword, along with bracers and leggings. The following morning, the air buzzed with commotion. 3 brothers of the Night's Watch, Tyrion, and his 2 attendants prepared to set forth, knowing that after leaving Mole's Town, they would traverse several days through desolate lands before encountering civilization near the Wolf's Wood. Upon seeing Cole descend from the tower, Tyrion jested, "Not bad-looking, lad. The noble ladies of the South will surely take a fancy to your slender waist." "Tyrion, you rise quite early," Cole replied. "It is difficult to get a good night's sleep in this cursed place. Even with a fire, I fear it will freeze my rod." Cole smirked. "Your jokes are rather distasteful." "Ah, that is something you, my young friend, do not understand. Once you kiss that tender little rabbit, you will no longer find it distasteful. When we reach Winterfell, I might just take a chance with those fiery northern girls." Indeed, this little imp was a true libertine, unashamedly broaching such topics, surpassing even the crude tales of wandering knights. If the conversation turned to women, he could enumerate the traits of ladies from Dorne to the north, from the Vale to the First Men. In an era where kings indulged in the company of courtesans, brothels were legal. Truly, a wicked age of medieval depravity. Jon Snow and Vige approached, while Cole used Tyrion's wine to bribe Master Donner, the blacksmith. From that point onward, Vige was only responsible for assisting him in the forge. Having possessed some experience in blacksmithing, which he hoped would ease his burden. Their belongings were soon prepared. Jon handed Cole a letter, one he had penned to Robb Stark. Initially intended as a mere message, he decided to enhance its credibility by writing it down. He quietly urged Cole, "Robb will surely allow you to stay. Please do check on Bran for me." Cole placed the letter into his small pack. Even after 14 years of living on the wall, he had accumulated few precious items. Leaving his room to Jon, who had taken to residing in that cold, desolate building. How he managed to endure such conditions was beyond Cole's understanding. "Rest assured, I shall convey your concerns back to Winterfell." The silhouettes of 7 horses gradually faded beyond the castle walls, and only a few dark figures remained discernible atop Black Castle. Maester Aemon and Commander Mormont stood together, gazing into the distance. "This boy has changed significantly. I had hoped he would remain. He ought to witness the world to the south. We have aged, yet he is still young, is he not?" Old Bear sighed. The Night's Watch found themselves in dire straits. The boy was indeed being held back here. "Perhaps you are right. This place is no longer the bastion of glory it once was, reduced to a realm of despondent youths and weary old men." The long night approaches. Chapter 9. The Wolf's Den. Jon Snow implored me to assist his crippled companion. Yet I too am but a disabled dwarf, incapable of even raising a scholar to his feet. During our encampment, Tyrion lamented to Cole, "Perhaps Snow merely desires you to enlighten the lad with your wisdom." A flicker of resignation crossed Tyrion's eyes. Not every Stark is as amenable as Jon Snow. He is acutely aware of the deep-seated biases the Starks harbor against the Lannisters. The lion and the wolf seem destined to be adversaries within the forest. Just recall the scornful jibes Bran Stark directed at him during their northern journey. The bearskin cloak he donned was a gift from Bran, intended to insult him, putrid and foul. Yet he emerged unscathed, decisively wearing it and thwarting the Stark's intentions. Were it not for his promise to Snow, Tyrion would have preferred to remain outside Winterfell, perhaps to spend the night in the nearby market of Wintertown, seeking solace with a northern maiden. "Look what I brought," exclaimed the black-clad Yoren, revealing a snow-white rabbit, his blackened grin displaying his teeth. He had just returned from a hunt with 2 other brothers of the Night's Watch. Their duty was to escort Tyrion to Winterfell, after which Yoren would journey south to King's Landing to investigate the King's prison for fresh recruits to bolster the Night's Watch. Yoren, an envoy of the Night's Watch, was tasked with traversing the realms to locate criminals for transport to the Wall. Commander Mormont seemed to sense the anomalies beyond the Wall, feeling the strain of dwindling Night's Watch personnel. Thus, he dispatched Yoren once more to King's Landing, hoping to return with additional recruits. The commander's warm reception of Tyrion was also an effort to persuade him to speak favorably of the Night's Watch to the Queen and Lord Tywin, shedding light on their plight. "Little Cole, I leave you in charge. It has been far too long since I savored your roasted meats." Yoren unceremoniously thrust the rabbit into Cole's hands. Cole and Tyrion's 2 attendants were responsible for setting up camp, kindling the fire, and preparing the meal. They deftly skinned the rabbit, making a precise incision to extract its innards. 2 short branches were fashioned to prop up the rabbit, and several cuts were made in the flesh before it was placed over the flames. 2 onions were speared with fork sticks and roasted in the fire. As the rabbit meat cooked to a tender state, Cole produced the herbs he had gathered along the way, applying them generously, squeezing the onions to drench the meat in their juices, and adding minced garlic. Instantly, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Tyrion, who had been sipping wine and perusing a book, to stir. Rising from the ground, he ambled over, his impatience palpable. "Slice me a piece," he urged. Cole complied, cutting a crispy leg of the rabbit and presenting it to him. Tyrion devoured it in one bite, his face reddening, and he hurriedly dashed back to retrieve his wine pouch, guzzling it greedily as if it were a rushing spring, draining half the bag in a single go. He exhaled slowly, cursing, "Damn it, this infernal weather is burning me. Who told you to be so gluttonous?" Cole chuckled heartily from aside. The other Night's Watch brothers were also drawn by the enticing aroma, for a single rabbit would hardly suffice among 7 men. Paired with rye bread, each could barely share a chunk of meat the size of a palm, with Tyrion, due to his unique status, receiving a larger portion. "Old Bear letting you go is truly our loss," Yoren grumbled, stuffing rabbit meat into his mouth. If our King Robert knew someone could roast meat so delectably, he would surely send the king's guard to apprehend you. Another night's watchman chimed in with praise, which seemed to strike a chord with Tyrion. He swallowed the morsel of rabbit and replied, I have had the fortune of dining on dishes prepared by the king's chef, and to be honest, this meat is not inferior to theirs. He then turned to Cole. Are you certain you do not wish to become a cook? I could have my father bring you to Casterly Rock. Tyrion, even if you invoke the name of Lord Tywin, I shall not serve as your cook. If you wish to sample my culinary creations, then come be my squire, Cole jested. Tyrion rolled his eyes. You are not even a knight, if you begged. Perhaps I could persuade my brother to knight you. Brother? The Kingslayer? Tyrion shook his head, for he was not fond of that moniker. No one relishes a nickname. Just as others enjoy calling me the Crow, which is hardly a good omen, Yoren remarked. One of the Night's Watch brothers were called something and said, black wings bring black tidings. Not necessarily. At least the Crow brought good news to that lad, John. Tyrion retorted, taking another bite of rabbit, the only one still savoring his meal. That night, Tyrion and Cole squeezed into a single tent, with the little imp prone to sleep-talking and in a rather vivid manner. Cole had no choice but to distance himself as much as possible. The following day, Cole awoke with bloodshot eyes, while Tyrion continued to grumble upon reaching Winterfell. I must first procure a feather bed and then seek out a whore. With that, he produced a wineskin and took a hearty swig, leading Cole to suspect that he relied on such drink to sustain himself. Packing their belongings, they continued southward, the silhouette of the ancient woods becoming faintly discernible. This place, known as the Wolfwood in the north, was often filled with the haunting howls of wolves at night. Beyond the Wolfwood lay the proximity of Winterfell. The narrow mountain path made the king's road elusive, yet with Yoren, the seasoned Night's Watchman, they were unlikely to lose their way. They ambled along the path, the forest living up to its name, shrouded in shadows that hinted at peril. Riding side by side, Tyrion and Cole engaged in endless conversation since discovering that Cole had read every book about the Night's Watch. He regaled Cole with tales from the south, while Cole shared the history of the Wall, a colossal structure of ice and stone that had stood for nearly 8 millennia, with every story chronicled in the Library of the Learned. As Tyrion listened to the tales of the White Walkers and the Wildlings, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Your stories were far more captivating than those of the Wet Nurse. Before he could finish his thought, a dark shadow descended upon him like a bolt of black lightning from the gloom, pouncing directly onto Tyrion. Cole was taken aback, and the Night's Watchmen and attendants hastily reined in their horses. Tyrion had already dismounted. It was a dire wolf, immense in size, towering nearly as high as a horse. Yoren exclaimed in shock, It's a warg. The Night's Watchmen were well aware that the bastard had a white dire wolf, but none had ever seen one as colossal as this gray beast. Its gaping maw was poised to snap at Tyrion's head, while he found himself pinned to the ground beneath the weight of its powerful paws. Chapter 10. The Wolf King with a resounding clang. The sword was unsheathed, and Winter's Knight surged forth with remarkable speed, aiming directly at the wolf's head, its cold light shimmering like the fierce sun upon dark ice. The wolf, inherently astute, tilted its head just in time to witness the steel blade's assault. It sprang forth, evading the attack with the agility of a shadow, landing several feet away. The horses, startled, shifted restlessly. Had it not been for Cole's firm grip on the horse's belly, it would likely have fled into the depths of the forest. Steady now. It's merely a beast, Cole murmured, seemingly attempting to reassure the elderly steed beneath him. The Night's Watchmen, along with Tyrion's guards, also sought to calm their mounts as the gray ice wolf glared with bloodshot eyes, baring its teeth, its back arched, emitting low, menacing growls. Tyrion lay on the ground, lamenting, as his mare, frightened, whinnied and attempted to bolt into the woods, only to be swiftly restrained by the quick-witted Joran, who grasped the reins. Dismounting, Cole held his sword aloft, positioning himself squarely before the ice wolf. His gaze fixated on the wolf's blood-red eyes, he softly inquired of Tyrion at his side. Can you rise? Are you able to stand? My leg is cramping. I fear my ribs may be broken, Tyrion replied, his face contorted in pain, his limbs trembling incessantly. The ice wolf prowled, shifting its weight as if searching for Cole's vulnerabilities, while the guards and Night's Watchmen drew closer to the two. The seasoned Night Watchman Joran, with a note of concern, remarked, "Wolves are not solitary creatures." His words rang ominously, as the Ice Wolf's fierce gaze bore into them. Pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows of the surrounding trees, akin to fireflies on a summer night. At that moment, Tyrion was aided to his feet by another of his guards, Maurice, whose swordplay mirrored that of Vijay, typically tasked with attending to Tyrion's needs. Three brothers clad in black positioned themselves beside Cole, while Tyrion's guard shielded him. Soon, the green eyes revealed their menacing fangs. These were snow wolves, implying that the Ice Wolf was their leader. Joran understood that as long as the Alpha Wolf remained unyielding, the pack would not retreat. Thus, they must first subdue the formidable creature. He gritted his teeth, declaring, "We must eliminate this beast, or none shall escape." An adult Ice Wolf was as large as a calf. It was daunting to confront alone, let alone to engage as a group without guarantee of success. The Night's Watch cavalry might possess some experience handling ice wolves and snow bears, but Joran was merely a bureaucrat traversing the Seven Kingdoms. The wolf pack encircled them, as if hunters closing in on a herd of deer. Fortunately, the two other black-clad companions were skilled Night's Watchmen. United, they might yet prevail. Wolves, while social, are also intelligent animals. They know when to retreat and do not recklessly engage in futile confrontations. However, should Cole and his comrades exhibit any signs of cowardice or fear, the pack would undoubtedly sense it. "Follow my command. Do not act on your own," the eldest Jorn shouted. Cole gripped Winter's Knight tightly. It was impossible not to feel anxious, for this would be a battle that determined their very fates. Sweat involuntarily trickled between his fingers as he focused intently. Feeling time slow down, through the eye of time, he could discern each deliberate movement of the Wolf King. Being surrounded by the pack would spell doom. Tyrion appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, regretting not heeding old Mormont's advice to send a few men for protection. This was the second time he had been brought down by that wretched wolf, and this time the injuries were far more severe. His body ached, and he was uncertain whether his ribs were broken, feeling as though a needle had pierced him, the pain rendering him nearly faint. However, succumbing to sleep now would mean never waking again. Someone had to distract the beast. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Euron voiced the thought. Who would selflessly remain behind to sacrifice their life? The group exchanged glances, hesitating just long enough for a flaw to emerge. The Wolf King seized the opportunity to pounce. Targeting the guard, Maurice. The four men of Cole formed a tight cluster, minimizing vulnerabilities, yet the addition of a feeble dwarf and an unskilled servant created ample openings. And it was difficult not to reveal fear in the face of such a colossal beast. Maurice stared in horror at the looming shadow, sword raised. Yet he was unable to defend himself before the Wolf King knocked him down. Its massive jaws sank into his arm, and he felt as though his bones might shatter within its bloody maw. Cole and his companions moved swiftly, swords in hand, but the wolves exhibited a far greater synergy. Rushing forward as their leader charged, Cole, the fastest among them, quickly positioned himself beside the Wolf King and swung his sword. The Winter Night, like a waning moonbeam, traced an arc through the air. The Wolf King was preoccupied with gnawing at Maurice, who struggled helplessly beneath its claws. Sensing imminent danger, the Wolf King released its prey, preparing to evade. However, the Eye of Time had already revealed its trajectory. What began as a sweeping strike transformed into a thrust. Cole planted his heel firmly against the rocky ground, leaping powerfully into the air. The Winter Night, resembling a rainbow piercing the sun, surged toward the Wolf King, which could not muster the strength to evade. A deafening howl resonated as Cole struck the ground alongside the Wolf King. The Winter Night plunging deep into the Ice Wolf's ribs, the blade embedding itself over a foot within. Even if it did not slay the beast, it dealt a significant blow. Indeed, the creature collapsed but quickly sprang back up, glaring fiercely at Cole, yet the profuse blood flowing from its wound betrayed its condition. The blade of the Winter Night was stained crimson, and Cole flicked his wrist, sending droplets of blood flying, the blade regaining its chilling gleam. The wolf's eyes reflected a flicker of retreat. The sight of blood seemed to ignite something primal within Cole, and he roared, "Beast, come again." His thunderous voice would surely have earned praise from Commander Kogol, who deemed him a born ranger. The ice wolf, frightened, recoiled a few steps, glancing at Cole's furious gaze before stumbling away with a low growl. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing Cole's defiance against the pack. His chest heaved, and, as his breathing slowed, his eyes glowed a deep crimson, rivaling the ferocity of the ice wolf. It was only when the pack had entirely retreated into the woods that he lowered his arms and took a deep breath, gazing upward. After the calamity, the crowd found themselves alive, and their minds and bodies began to relax. However, seasoned as he was, Yuluen quickly interjected, "The wolf pack hasn't strayed far. They are quite vengeful creatures. We must depart swiftly." Cole shook his head and strode toward his old steed. Passing by Tyrion, he inquired, "How about it? Can you ride?" Tyrion appeared still astonished by Cole's remarkable prowess, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Cole. Cole furrowed his brow and muttered, "Have you been rendered speechless by fear?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow and pointed at his own head, indicating that this large cranium was indeed quite clever. Chapter 11. The Starks of Winterfell. The light of dawn suffused the sky with a crimson hue, piercing through layers of shadow cast by trees. As it rushed along the thorny, muddy path, the heavy shadows loomed like an endless abyss, while a cold breeze swept through, as if a multitude of eyes were lurking in the mist. It was not until the vast shadow of a towering sentinel tree dissipated that the scenery opened up before them. Low hills, patches of brown earth, and the afterglow drenching the surroundings in hues of twilight, illuminating the entire world in resplendence. At this juncture, the group could finally catch their breath. This accursed wolf forest was as eerie as the haunted woods beyond the wall, known as the Ghostwood. The flat expanse of the wilderness stretched infinitely, and at the edge of the wolf forest lay an abandoned manor, one of the Night's Watch's outposts as they journeyed south. Upon sighting the house, the weight in everyone's hearts finally eased, for here, at least, they need not fear an ambush from some lurking monstrosity. Tyrion, assisted by his servant, was unable to ride unaided. As he dismounted, his legs trembled, and he required Morris's support to walk. Southward, signs of civilization and villages would become more frequent. "In about 5 days, we shall reach Winterfell," said Yoren, who had traversed this route for nearly 2 decades, though he had never encountered such peril before. In the past, there were no ice-field wolves to contend with at the southern end of the wall. Cole sat down and closed his eyes in deep contemplation, uttering not a word, leading the others to believe he was still grappling with the aftermath of battle. They gathered wood to kindle a fire and prepared a simple repast of wild vegetable soup with rye bread, then leaned against the straw piles of the manor to sleep. The hero who had repelled the wolves, Cole, was not required to keep watch. He fell into a deep slumber, only awakening the following morning in a daze. By then, they had already organized their belongings for departure, encircling the fire as they awaited Cole's awakening. Cole could only scratch his head in rueful amusement. His exhaustion was not as profound as it seemed, merely the result of using the eye of time, which had drained some of his mental vigor, rendering him unusually drowsy. This, it appeared, was yet another lingering effect. The subsequent days of travel proved far more favorable. On the second day, after leaving the wolf forest, they encountered a village, where they took shelter in a farmer's home for the night. That damned Tyrion, despite his physical limitations, displayed indomitable spirit, even flirting with a farmer's daughter. Continuing southward, the terrain became increasingly level, and the biting north wind began to ease. For Cole, who had grown up on the wall, the absence of the stinging gale felt liberating, akin to shedding a layer of shackles. He could scarcely resist the urge to gallop across the plains, though he ultimately quelled the stirrings of his heart. Tyrion's injuries had improved significantly. He was once again mounted on his mare, which he claimed had been a gift from his brother Jaime on naming day. In recent days, he had been scribbling and sketching, and when Cole leaned in to observe, it appeared to be a design, presumably intended for the unfortunate Brandon Stark. For Tyrion had sworn to Jon Snow that he would assist his brother. Cole, too, had pledged to check on the boy. The name Brandon seemed to be a hereditary title within House Stark, echoing the illustrious builder of castles from history. The inhabitants of Westeros do not share the same superstitions regarding ancestral names as those from the great celestial empire. Rather, they take great pleasure in bestowing the names of illustrious forebears upon their descendants. It is likely that House Stark boasts hundreds of Brandons among its lineage. Ahead lies Winterfell. Yoren gestured towards the imposing fortress and remarked to Cole, who, among those present, was likely the only one unacquainted with such a sight. Indeed, whether in this life or the last, he had never beheld a castle constructed of stone from such proximity. Back in his homeland, such edifices were not customary. The history of Winterfell is intertwined with that of its builder, Brandon. During his time, the race of men, the children of the forest, and the giants were still in a harmonious phase, and it was together that the three factions erected Winterfell and the Wall. Now, the land south of the Wall bear no traces of the children of the forest or the giants, a fact that relates to the invasion of the Undulls, a subject of which Cole was not particularly knowledgeable, for the library at the Wall does not chronicle events that transpired in the south. Outside Winterfell lies the town of Wintertown, which, though somewhat prosperous, is sparsely populated, with nearly half of its houses standing empty. True to its name, the town awaits the lively bustle of winter. They trudged towards the castle, the crowd parting before them, curious eyes glancing their way, but losing interest upon recognizing the Night's Watch. Compared to the previous king's grand carriage, this group of crows appeared rather shabby. Crows is the derogatory term used by the Seven Kingdoms for the Night's Watch. After all, they are all draped in black. Tyrion's attendant approached to declare their identity, and the heavy door latch was raised by an iron chain. The guards proceeded to inform the lord of their arrival. Stark welcomed the Lannisters and the Night's Watch in the Great Hall. Scholars, knights, and attendants filled the chamber, while Lord Robb Stark occupied the high seat. Upon their entrance, a palpable chill filled the air. Robb, clad in fur and chainmail, stood with guards arrayed between the walls. The atmosphere was tense, and beside him stood two young men, similarly adorned in armor. Tyrion surveyed the room, his expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, Lord Robb spoke. As long as one is a brother of the Night's Watch, we extend our welcome. Yoren and his companions bowed, yet Cole, dressed in dark hues, felt somewhat out of place, though he was not one of the black-clad brothers. So, as a brother of the Night's Watch, I am excluded from that welcome. Is that your meaning, lad? Tyrion retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. The two began to spar verbally, and Robb even drew his sword. Tyrion, unwilling to engage further with this obstinate Stark, directly stated his purpose. Upon learning that Tyrion sought to meet Bran, Robb paused, then instructed the hulking Adair to bring Bran forth, whose leg had been grotesquely injured, likely preventing him from ever standing again. Tyrion produced the schematics he had prepared over several days. Winterfell was not hospitable to him, and he had no desire to linger there. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open, and a small figure accompanied by a pack of dire wolves entered the hall. The sight of these wolves sent a shiver through the onlookers, and Tyrion instinctively recoiled, for the wolves seemed to possess an innate disdain for him, baring their teeth as they approached. Tyrion, startled, sought refuge beside Cole, who had already drawn his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the hall's dim light. He was not intimidated by these little creatures. They lacked the oppressive aura of the wolves in the forest. Sir Harys Moraine's gaze sharpened. It took considerable audacity to draw a sword in Winterfell. Lord Robb Stark still managed to send this pack of wolf cubs scurrying away. The maester, while examining the blueprints, murmured something in his ear, and suddenly, Robb forced out a gesture of goodwill, inviting Tyrion to stay. Tyrion merely scoffed, "Spare me the pretense, young man." He turned to leave with his guards, abruptly addressing Cole, "Will you accompany us, or remain here?" "My journey has reached its destination, Tyrion," Cole replied with a hint of melancholy. He longed to follow Tyrion southward, yet his admiration for House Stark and respect for Robb compelled him to stay in Winterfell. A discerning bird chooses the right tree to roost in, and among the Seven Kingdoms, few could rival the talents of a young wolf, Robb. What heights might Robb attain? Having survived the Red Wedding, perhaps their next encounter would find them adversaries, the Lannisters against the Starks. The War of the Five Kings presented him with the finest opportunity for ascension, With both strength and chance on his side, he would no longer seek refuge in obscurity. Tyrion merely nodded coldly. Suit yourself, though it seems the Starks only welcome the Night's Watch. He watched as that diminutive figure receded, disappearing through the hall's doorway. Once outside the castle, the little man's face finally betrayed his sorrow. He did not wish to display any other emotions before the Starks. Parting can truly evoke deep sentiments, especially in an era where farewells may stretch into eternity. The hooves of horses moved slowly, the sounds of carts fading into the distance. Perhaps separation meant never meeting again. The dwarf's identity was one of inherent solitude. He had few friends, only Cole, Jon, and his brother Jaime. His flamboyance and flowery speech served merely as a fade. He cherished every bond, especially with those like Cole, who did not discriminate against him and wished to befriend him, a rarity across the realm. Moreover, he owed Cole his life. Jack, please convey a message to that lad Cole. A Lannister always pays his debts. Chapter 12. The night after the Lannisters departed from Winterfell, the Starks' ceremonial array dispersed. I have arranged accommodations. Robb hesitantly uttered a few polite remarks, which were clearly rehearsed. The 14-year-old Lord of Winterfell appeared rather immature, despite merely standing in for his father and governing the castle. His azure eyes and chestnut hair were inherited from his mother, starkly contrasting with his father, while the bastard Jon Snow bore a closer resemblance to a true Stark. It was precisely because Jon resembled Eddard so closely that he often provoked the ire of Lady Catelyn Tully, Robb's mother. Appearance seems to wield a peculiar influence over fate. Throughout the history of House Targaryen, those heirs not blessed with silver hair and violet eyes often found it challenging to ascend the Iron Throne. Just as Prince Baelor, whom Cole revered as the breaker of spears, bore his mother's Dornish visage, he too was unable to claim the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms. This notion, of course, stemmed from a cadre of idle fatalists peddling sensationalist theories, yet Robb seemed inescapably ensnared by a similar curse of destiny. Certain individuals possess a charisma that resonates through history and biography, inspiring admiration. Whether perusing novels in a past life or leafing through historical tomes in the Winterfell library, Cole found himself profoundly captivated by Prince Baelor's allure. It was Robb's possession of a similar quality that endeared him to Cole, as the Starks, though occasionally naive, exemplified virtues that were truly exceptional within the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Stark, Cole suddenly called out, halting Robb as he turned to depart. Eliciting a puzzled glance from a young lord, a Night's Watchman, Jon entrusted me with a letter to deliver to you. He produced a missive penned by Jon Snow, sealed simply with resin rather than a sigil. Robb took the letter, seemingly disinclined to open it at that moment, instead instructing his retainers to graciously host the Brothers of the Night's Watch. Cole was uncertain whether Jon's letter would serve as his token of allegiance. He had not perused its contents, as it was a personal correspondence. Perhaps it merely contained a casual mention at the end. He could only hope that Robb, unlike those who skim through novels, would not hastily overlook its significance. The guest chambers of Winterfell were decidedly more comfortable than those found in farms or the wilds. And for Cole at this moment, it was a sublime indulgence. The woolen blankets were infinitely softer than the tattered mattress he had endured on the wall, and he found himself yearning for the opulence of velvet and silk. In the future, when he became a lord, he envisioned himself, much like Tyrion, sipping wine daily, feasting on steak at every meal, donning garments of velvet and silk, and sleeping on a bed stuffed with feathers. He smacked his forehead. How foolish of him to entertain such thoughts, coming from the vast Middle Kingdom, where he had never lacked for air conditioning or hot pot. How could he harbor such provincial notions? Well, environment shapes character. A man who can scarcely afford a meal has little energy to ponder lofty ideals. He took his first bath in this lifetime. Winterfell, built atop a hot spring, certainly had no shortage of bathing water. It is said that the main fortress is built atop a spring, with warm waters flowing through its walls, enveloping the castle in a perpetual warmth. Naturally, Cole and his companions would not reside in the fortress. Winterfell has designated accommodations for guests. Beneath an open-air hot spring, Cole shed his garments and immersed himself in the water, which was approximately 40 degrees Celsius. As he raised his hand to scrub himself, he instantly unearthed a mound of black mud, causing a faint blush to appear on his otherwise fair face. He scrubbed until his skin turned rosy, and upon rising, he was flushed all over. After cleansing himself, he hesitated to don his gray attire again, but reluctantly put it on, pinching his nose in distaste. Upon returning to his lodgings, he encountered Yoren, who emerged from the doorway. Yoren inquired about his plans now that they had arrived at Winterfell. Initially, everyone assumed he would accompany the little imps south, given the more vibrant chivalric culture there compared to the north. His dreams of knighthood were well known among the Night's Watch. Though Cole yearned to align himself with House Stark, such acceptance must be earned. He could not bring himself to beg, as flattery was beyond his grasp. Moreover, it was uncertain whether a humble demeanor would endear him to Eddard Stark. They seemed to favor those with fortitude, often referred to as honor. "I wish to first behold Winterfell," he expressed. "After all, it is my first encounter with such a grand castle. Perhaps, once I have sufficiently explored the north, I shall journey southward. Grandfather Yoren wishes for me to see more of the Seven Kingdoms." "Your aspirations are commendable," Yoren thought, feeling it necessary to impart wisdom to this youthful novice. "The Seven Kingdoms are not as safe as you might envision. In the face of danger, do not be reckless. Those greedy souls seek only your coin." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Being a knight is not as simple as you imagine, my child. You may find my words displeasing, but your station dictates certain realities. Not everyone can aspire to be the towering Ser Duncan the Tall, the legendary Kingsguard knight who emerged from the flea-ridden alleys of King S. Landing. It is said he stands over 2 meters tall, earning him the title of the Giant Knight." Cole glanced at the long knight in his hands. Although he did not possess such extraordinary height, he believed his strength was adequate. "Knighthood is not merely a destination, but a journey, is it not?" Yoren chuckled, thinking that the fervor of youth is always refreshing. "What meaning is there in living each day aimlessly, as they old-timers do? One should indulge in the strongest of wines and the most captivating of companions, so that in old age there is something to boast about. However, one should not romanticize knighthood too extravagantly. Many knights find themselves in circumstances akin to those of the Night's Watch, mere hunting dogs of war, chasing after conflict wherever it arises. Their lives are not dissimilar to Yoren's own, drinking, carousing, spending their coin, and when time allows, masquerading as robbers. The games of nobility differ vastly from those of commoners. Their knights are the likes of Prince Baelor, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, Ser Duncan the Tall, and the legendary Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, radiant and immortalized in song. Who remembers the so-called knight, clad in tattered armor, mounted on a feeble steed, with a rusted sword, who perished on the King's Road? The knight certainly exudes a certain charm. Yet envisioning him traversing the realms like a roguish wanderer, embodying the chivalric ideals, is undeniably impractical. He is not a naive youth entranced by the noble virtues of knights. While he holds admiration for their esteemed character, it does not necessitate that he adopts their ways. His aspiration lies in ascending aboard the vessel of the aristocracy amidst the malevolence of the medieval era, indulging in the opulent life of a lord. Winterfell shall serve as his inaugural destination, heralding the commencement of his odyssey. Even if it cannot alter the fate of Robb Stark, it may afford him some recognition amidst the impending war of the Five Kings. Tumultuous times often present opportunities for the perceptive. "Do not forget, Lord Stark has invited us to dine together," Yoren reminded. Cole rested momentarily in the chamber, polishing his Valyrian steel sword, Long Night. He sensed it might be Valyrian steel, though he remained uncertain. Grandfather Yaemon had asserted that Valyrian steel was not easily forged. As night descended, the servants of the keep summoned them for the dinner that Lord Robb had arranged. Cole, accompanied by 3 brothers of the Night's Watch, entered the hall once more. The arrangement was modest, resembling a family gathering among the nobility, yet to Cole and his companions, it appeared exceedingly extravagant. Yoren had grown accustomed to such affairs, while Cole, filled with curiosity about the noble banquet, soon found himself disillusioned, realizing it bore little distinction from the customary meals shared with his fellow Night's Watchmen. They were seated to the right, and aside from a few members of House Stark and the Maester, Their placement seemed deliberate. Despite the Night's Watchman's lowly status, House Stark accorded them ample respect as guests. Robb, savoring the pork sausage on his plate, pondered how to elicit conversation, lest the dinner succumb to silence, after all as the host. His silence rendered others hesitant to speak. "I have already perused Jon S. letter," he finally stated, directing his gaze towards Cole. "To Robb Stark. If you are reading this letter, it means I have firmly established myself within the Night's Watch and will soon attain the honorable rank of Ranger, ultimately becoming the commander of the Night's Watch. You may wish to practice your needlework with the ladies. I shall ensure your protection. I am overjoyed that the gods have granted Bran his awakening. My belongings may be given to Rickon. He shall surely be pleased. Cole is my dearest friend within the Night's Watch, and I hope you will allow him to remain in Winterfell. He would make a splendid aide, safeguarding you in my absence." Jon, Chapter 13. The tone was unmistakably that of Jon Snow. "I am profoundly grateful for your care of Jon. Winterfell shall always welcome kindred spirits. My Lord Stark, this is undoubtedly your most astute decision. Cole's barbecued meats are indeed a delicacy beyond compare at the Wall." The Night's Watch brothers savored their meat pies, washing them down with hearty ale. The assembly at Winterfell shared knowing smiles, seemingly unperturbed. For what fine cooks could possibly be found at the Wall? The best chefs serve the noble lords, after all. "My lord, the kitchens at Winterfell have always been in need of hands," proposed Maester Luwin to Robb. During the last feast for the king, the kitchen was a chaotic whirlwind. "Isn't that fortuitous? He could remain in the kitchen to prepare our meals." Upon learning from a maester that the imp's crafted saddles were fit for riding, young Bran felt a swell of cheer. Robb, contemplative, cast a glance at his other brother, Theon Greyjoy, who squinted and chuckled silently, a constant smile upon his lips. "You are the Lord of Winterfell. You need not consult anyone," Theon remarked. Robb nodded. "Then let this brother of the Night's Watch, who hails from the Wall, remain in the kitchen to assist us." Cole hesitated, glancing at Yoren, who merely shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the loquacious member of the Night's Watch had realized his words were misconstrued. He paused with his fork, laden with sausage, at the corner of his mouth, offering an apologetic glance to Cole. Rising, Cole emulated the knightly courtesy Jon had taught him, bowing to Robb. "Thank you, my Lord Stark. However, I believe you have misunderstood." Before he could finish, Yoren tugged at his sleeve. Confused, Cole retook his seat. It seemed a joyous affair, yet Robb harbored some disquiet. He was not entirely fond of Cole's actions, but felt compelled by Jon's regard. Honor and glory ought to be earned through one's own labor, just as Jon had chosen the path of the Night's Watch. He pondered why this seemingly knightly youth, if he truly sought honor, did not remain at the Wall. Word awaited him. Among those who noticed Cole's display of knightly decorum was Captain Horace Moraine, who wished to caution his young lord that such a hasty decision regarding a knight's appointment was most unbecoming. Yet, seeing Robb's strained laughter, he opted to remain silent. The 14-year-old's ability to manage his expression was still rather rudimentary. The people of Winterfell could observe his weariness from the burdens of lordship. But he was a Stark and must learn to govern the North. As the feast drew to a close, the kitchen staff would naturally tend to the disarray left behind. That night, as Cole lay upon the cashmere bed, he felt an unsettling emptiness. This unfamiliar place was to be his new home. Though he had read of Winterfell countless times in books, only now, standing within its walls, did he truly grasp the profound sense of desolation. Everything here felt foreign, as chilling as the northern winds. "This is not the Night's Watch, Cole. The words of nobles to you can only be a boon, not a denial," Yoren had once told him. In this moment, he began to comprehend Jon's sentiments, reflecting on how Jon must have felt in the North, discovering the stark disparity between dreams and reality. If their identities were to be exchanged, he would undoubtedly revel in the opportunity. He could perceive the reluctance etched upon the young Wolf Lord's face. Could it be that Jon had mentioned something in his letter? That seemed implausible. Upon the wall, Snow gave a slight sniffle, feeling an itch and subsequently sneezing. He was on patrol, a duty that often fell to him during the night. It was likely Sir Elysir and the Night's Watchmen responsible for the patrol schedules had conspired together, yet he remained resolute against yielding. Ever since the departure of Cole and Tyrion, he had gradually grown accustomed to a few individuals he once despised. no longer feeling the weight of solitude or resentment each day. The following day, the Night's Watchmen were to depart. Two of them, escorting the Lannisters, would return to the Wall, while Yoren would set off to seek out Tyrion, eventually heading south together. Tyrion's squire, Jaqen, had even been waiting just outside Winterfell, which surprised Yoren. However, Jaqen approached Cole and said, "Lord Tyrion has instructed me to convey that he owes you a life. A Lannister always pays his debts." Cole chuckled and replied, "Please inform your lord that Cole shall seek him in Casterly Rock, and he should prepare summer wine." Watching them depart, Cole was suddenly overcome with a desire to join them. Had he spoken up, Tyrion would likely have taken him along, yet he remembered the disappointment reflected in Tyrion's eyes as he exited the castle. "Child, your name is Cole, is it not?" asked the bespectacled Maester Luwin, adorned in scholarly robes, approaching him with a metallic chain hanging from his neck. "Indeed, my lord Maester," came the reply. Maester Luwin, a kind-hearted elder, gently stated, "Master Vayen Poole has accompanied the Duke southward. I am temporarily overseeing certain matters within the castle. Allow me to escort you to the kitchen. The head cook should be busy in the back. Thank you for your assistance." Maester Luwin offered a warm smile and led Cole to the kitchen, a bustling place responsible for feeding hundreds, in stark contrast to the cold, desolate hall. Head cook Gage was a stout man with a thick beard and a booming voice that resonated throughout the kitchen amid the clamor. "Gage," the maester called out, and upon seeing him, the cook waddled over. "Good afternoon, my lord Maester. What brings you to summon me?" Maester Luwin introduced Cole to him. Gage looked at Cole with curiosity. No one had informed him of newcomers to the kitchen, and most of the staff were his own arrangements, many of whom were relatives. However, since it was Maester Luwin himself who brought Cole, he surmised the matter must be significant, having served as head cook in Winterfell for many years. Gage's daughter had practically grown up alongside the young Starks. Thus he felt secure in his position. He patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, my lord Maester, I shall take good care of this boy." Once he entrusted Cole to Gage, the Maester took his leave. Gage scrutinized Cole, noting his tall stature but slender frame. "Fear not. Once you've spent some time in my kitchen, I guarantee you will grow as robust as an ox within 2 months. Greetings, Master Cook." Gage nodded, for he was the head chef of Winterfell, a position of considerable standing. With a newcomer entrusted to his care, it was imperative to first impart some essential kitchen etiquette. "Come with me," Gage instructed as he guided Cole through the culinary quarters, simultaneously elucidating certain protocols to be observed within the castle. For instance, one must not encroach upon the private quarters of the Duke's family, nor approach the training grounds during the soldiers' drills. Within the castle, the chef's status was on par with that of the stable hands and servants. Although Westeros did not endorse slavery, the lower classes residing within the castle effectively served as their household retainers, dedicated to generations of service. Cole, bearing the weight of his steel sword, was met with the chef's pointed inquiry, "What is that you carry?" He continued, "In the future, refrain from bringing unnecessary items into the kitchen." As it was his first day, Gage advised him to observe the fire from a distance, promising to assess his culinary skills in a few days before assigning him a proper role. Chapter 14. The kitchen. The kitchen is a place that tests one's patience, especially in a vast establishment responsible for feeding hundreds, where the daily grind resembles a factory assembly line. Previously, on the Wall, he was coddled due to his frail health, relegated to merely boiling soup each day. At this moment, Cole was tasked with chopping onions, devoid of protective gloves, using a tattered cloth to shield his face, a sight that drew ridicule from other cooks, who likened him to a delicate noblewoman. Chef Gage was equally displeased with his antics, having taken to berating him frequently of late. The pungent aroma of onions lingered in the air, the juices stinging his hands and often bringing tears to his eyes. It was no wonder this task was assigned to him. Onions were delivered to the kitchen daily, in cartloads. As a servant in Winterfell's kitchen, Cole could no longer indulge in the luxury of a guest's private chamber, instead sharing cramped quarters with a motley crew of cooks of varying ages. Each morning, Chef Gage would rouse him from slumber with a voice akin to a banshee's wail, thrusting him into a day of relentless toil, with no concept of a day off. Laboring year-round, when the Lord had guests, they were often worked into the early hours of the night. Cooks primarily engaged in menial tasks, relying on brute strength rather than culinary skill. True chefs were a rarity, with only the head chef responsible for the meals of the castle's young lords and ladies. As Cole carried a large crate of ingredients across the castle's forecourt, the morning sun, like a gleaming sword, had just begun to pierce the lingering night, casting a gray pallor over the landscape. Passing the training yard, he noticed a figure practicing swordplay. He paused, reminiscent of his days at the wall, watching the Night's Watch brothers train. The individual seemed to sense scrutiny, turning to meet Cole's gaze. Sir Harris Moraine instantly recognized the boy who had drawn a sword in the hall. Clad in tattered robes and burdened with a crate of provisions, Moraine nodded in acknowledgement, to which Cole returned a brief nod before resuming his trek towards the kitchen, while Moraine continued his morning exercises. His diligence undoubtedly a factor in his recent promotion to captain of the guard after Jory's departure from Winterfell. Ah, Harris, you're the earliest riser again? Other guards began to arrive in succession. You ought to accompany the Duke to King's Landing. He appreciates your industriousness and might even recommend you as a member of the King's personal guard. I must admit, I genuinely wish to travel south with the Duke. I've heard tales of an entire street filled with brothels and whispers of the Summer Isles birdmen. One of the guards chimed in. Damn it, now is not the time for discussions of harlots. Get back to your training. Moraine barked. Cole placed the crate in the kitchen pantry, where the other cooks were laboring listlessly at their tasks, while Chef Gage patrolled the area like a proud rooster, scolding any who dared to slack off. Upon seeing Cole emerge from the pantry, he stormed over, pointing an accusatory finger at Cole's head, exclaiming, by the gods, are you hiding in the pantry to shirk your duties? If you wish to avoid returning to your long-abandoned fortress, then you shall proceed to chop all the onions. Cole lowered his head, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Very well, Master Chef. There was no point in attempting to explain anything to him. He simply took a disliking to Cole. Around him, the onlookers cast gleeful glances, all too aware that chopping onions is a laborious task. This newcomer, for reasons unknown, had incurred the wrath of the esteemed Master Chef, and now he was to bear the brunt of it. Initially, Gage paid little mind to the young man, but after the esteemed one imparted a few words, Gage began to make things increasingly difficult for the lad. Although that individual was merely the adopted son of a duke, it was far better to offend a mere squire than to cross that noble figure. If you do not finish chopping the onions, do not expect to have lunch today, Gage bellowed from behind. He glared at the onlookers. You lot are no different. In an instant, the kitchen erupted into a flurry of activity. The prospect of missing a meal was simply unacceptable. The kitchen provided the finest sustenance in the castle, and it was the allure of good food that had drawn them here. Cole gazed at his reddening hands, pondering whether he would be able to wield a sword again if he continued down this path. As he crushed a spoiled onion into pieces, its juices flowing through his fingers, he longed to toss it aside and storm out. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he sighed. Perhaps it was merely the troublesome spirits of the kitchen at play. The Stark family, at the very least, was a family of honor and would not be so cruel. It would be a lie to say he was not irritated. He had arrived with a fervent spirit, believing he could achieve greatness here. But now he found himself in such a predicament. Observing Cole lost in thought, someone stealthily approached Gage and whispered something in his ear. As anticipated, the stout little man stormed over with an expression of fury, striking Cole sharply across the back with a stick. You lazy wretch, slacking off again. Cole felt a sharp sting across his back and silently vowed to repay the slight if given the chance. He harbored grudges, as well as gratitude. Lowering his head, he resumed the tedious task of peeling onions. Seeing Cole remain silent, Gage smirked as he sauntered away. The informant, believing he had provided the Master Chef with invaluable intelligence, basked in his own self-importance, only to find Gage delivering a swift reprimand. If you are not working diligently, what are you pondering? The Duke of Winterfell was a man who valued honor, and his servants naturally followed suit. Such snitches were never held in high regard. The informant dared not resent the Master Chef, and could only cast a fierce glare at Cole. After a long day of toil, even with his enhanced constitution, Cole found the labor taxing. Once he completed his tasks, he returned to his quarters, weary and nearly the last to depart. The onions had been consumed rapidly at the Lord's table. Such a warming food was highly sought after in the north. What had originally been the work of several individuals had now fallen entirely upon Cole's shoulders. Upon entering his quarters, he was met with a cacophony. The room, meant for 5, was now crowded with people. In the midst of the crowd, a figure brandishing a sword twirled gracefully, tossing scraps of putrid meat pilfered from the kitchen into the air before swinging the blade with a flourish. His comical antics elicited hearty laughter from the cooks. In my youth, a knight had praised my swordsmanship, had it not been for my father's disapproval of my desire to serve as a squire. I might well have been a knight of renown across the 7 kingdoms by now. The one wielding the sword was none other than the informant from the kitchen. "You're speaking nonsense," he scoffed. "Your swordplay resembles that of a jester. Perhaps you should perform for the king or consider a life as a eunuch." This remark sent the room into another fit of laughter. At that moment, the crowd's merriment was abruptly silenced as they noticed Cole entering with a scowl on his face. Chapter 15. The Judgment, my lord. You truly ought to take a look in the kitchen. That newcomer is nothing short of a sloth, lingering there while the night deepens, remarked Lord Stark, as Gage served dinner in the study, managing affairs on the side. Before he could finish his sentence, a guard burst through the door. "My lord, there has been an incident." Gage swallowed the words he was about to utter. Robb waved his hand, dismissing Gage, but the guard spoke first. "There's chaos in the castle. Sir Morin has taken men to quell it. He instructed me to inform you." At the mention of turmoil, Robb leapt to his feet, his expression darkening. It had indeed been a season fraught with troubles. Bran's fall, his father's departure south, his mother's assassination attempt, and now unrest within the castle. This was a direct affront to the honor of House Stark. "Summon the guards," he commanded, grasping the sword that hung on the wall and striding towards the door. Sir Harris Morin arrived at the servants' quarters, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. A crowd had gathered outside a room, peering in with trepidation, some flinching back in fear. The soldiers pushed through the throng, creating a path. Upon entering, Harris found 7 or 8 individuals sprawled on the floor, wailing, with traces of blood visible. In the innermost part of the room, a young man of unremarkable stature was meticulously polishing a sword with a cloth, its cold gleam reflecting the chilling depth of his violet blue eyes. Suddenly, one of the fallen reached out, grasping his leg and lamenting, "My Lord Morin, you must intervene on our behalf." The youth continued his task, unperturbed. Naturally, Morin recognized the boy. They had just met that morning. He pulled his leg free and inquired of the prostrate figure, what transpired here. At that moment, another group surged into the room, and upon seeing them, everyone bowed and offered greetings. Robb approached Sir Morin, his countenance as hard as iron, with his foster brother, the ever-smiling Theon, trailing behind. "What has occurred here, Harris?" Robb asked, his voice steady. Theon surveyed the scene, noting the signs of a brawl, a common occurrence in taverns outside the castle. Those drunken fellows often resorted to their fists to resolve disputes. Morin's gaze fell upon the young man, who remained stoic as a statue, entirely unfazed, yet he murmured. Perhaps it was the cooks, inebriated. "My Lord Stark, you must advocate for us." The man crawled to Robb's feet, this time refraining from clutching his leg. Tears and mucus flowed from his swollen face, a sight that might have provoked laughter, yet no one dared to chuckle in such dire circumstances. The newcomer. He turned his gaze towards Cole, shivering slightly. "He means to kill us." It was merely a jest from Horn before he resorted to violence. All eyes turned towards Cole, and Sir Morin sighed, pondering, how could placing a knight in the kitchen avoid calamity? The majestic eagle does not consort with the sparrows. This child, daring to draw his sword under the watchful eyes of all the guards in Winterfell, is certainly no ordinary individual. Some of those sprawled on the ground have fainted, while others wail in agony, lamenting Cole's brutality. Robb gazes upon the fallen, deeply shaken, though they are not warriors. It is no simple feat for one person to bring them all down. Moreover, it appears they bear no wounds from blades, suggesting that this individual did not even draw his sword. Cole slid the cloth down from the hilt of his sword, and as it tore apart, he sheathed his weapon and slowly rose. In that instant, the fallen men instinctively recoiled. The memory of being struck down one by one was still fresh in their minds. Cole approached with a cold demeanor, only for young Horn to foolishly provoke him, feigning a strike, and was swiftly brought to the ground by a powerful blow. What was intended as a lesson for this newcomer instead revealed him to be a beast, his fists striking like hammers. The Stark household's ward stared intently into the night. "My Lord Stark, there is unrest in your castle. This is a direct affront to the honor of House Stark," said Theon, turning to address him. "Seize him," Robb commanded with a steely resolve. Theon was correct. Regardless of the man's reasons, it was imperative to uphold the Lord's dignity at this moment. Upon receiving their orders, the guards drew their swords and advanced, but Cole made no effort to resist, merely observing them with a cold glare. As they reached for his sword, he seized one of their arms with a firm grip. "Surely Winterfell is not a place devoid of reason," he stated, fixing his gaze on Robb. "This is not a place for a mere cook to act with impunity. Stark, if you consent, I can assist you," Theon remarked disdainfully, his tone sharp. Hearing this, Ser Morland furrowed his brow. "Young master, brawling does not warrant a death sentence." Robb nodded and commanded, "Take them all to the hall. This trivial matter does not necessitate a trial. Such a minor issue hardly warrants such proceedings," Theon interjected sarcastically. "Silence, Theon," Robb retorted. "House Stark will ensure fairness for every subject." Brought into the hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room brilliantly. Robb Stark sat upon the chair of the North Protector, clad in dark leather armor and a plate cuirass, with a bearskin cloak draped over his shoulders, emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf. His fiery red hair blazed like a fierce flame as he sat upright, his countenance stern. Before you sits the future protector of the North, the Duke of Winterfell. "The supreme ruler of the North, Robb Stark," declared Maester Luwin in his gentle voice. "Speak of your grievances. House Stark shall grant you justice." Some had just begun to regain consciousness, their expressions bewildered by the events that unfolded. "My Lord Stark, this man brandished his sword and attacked. We merely exchanged words. And he sought to kill," the instigator Horn shouted, pointing at Cole. "Indeed, my lord. We were merely conversing in the room when he entered and indiscriminately began to strike." And with great ferocity, another echoed, "Kill him. He was sent to the Night's Watch." Instantly, the hall erupted in a chorus of condemnation, with all eyes turning towards Cole, whose expression remained as tranquil as a still lake. "Silence," Morland admonished. "Lord Stark shall render judgment." Robb turned to Cole. "Cole, you may defend yourself." "Indeed, I was the one who struck first," Cole declared, causing an uproar among the assembly. "You permit the unauthorized appropriation of my belongings while simultaneously insulting my ancestors. Thus, as a warrior, I am entitled to challenge you to a duel." At this pronouncement, the crowd fell silent. Laughter erupted from the assembly. A self-proclaimed warrior without even a surname. "Who are your ancestors? Perhaps you are the spawn of some harlot. Go inquire with your mother. She might reveal which lord favored her, and perhaps you even share a surname with Jon." Of course, those last words were left unspoken by Theon Greyjoy. Cole furrowed his brow as he regarded Theon, unable to recall having wronged this ward of House Stark. They had barely crossed paths. Chapter 16. The Trial by Combat. What would my father do if he were here? Robb pondered as he surveyed the bustling crowd below in the hall. The words of Theon were as sharp as a sword, revealing his palpable animosity towards this lad from the north. The onlookers, all servants of the castle, clamored in support of Theon, demanding justice for Cole. This boy, who was Robb's age, stood resolute amidst the jeers, maintaining an eerie calm despite the overwhelming hostility directed at him, occasionally offering feeble retorts that seemed utterly insufficient. In the flickering candlelight, every face appeared flushed with rage, the air thick with shouts of condemnation and murmurs of dismay, even punctuated by laughter. The slumbering Bran was roused by the uproar, as Adu carried him towards the scene. "What is happening?" Bran Stark inquired of his brother. Robb forced a smile, as though he were engaging in a trivial matter. "It's just a small affair, Bran." In truth, he was growing weary of this life. The burdens of lordship were far more taxing than he had anticipated. Bran's puzzled gaze swept across the hall, and this hardly seemed a trivial matter. "Come sit with me, my Lord Bran," called the gentle Maester Luwin. The hall was a cacophony of voices. Theon stood passionately, declaring, Cole, the assailant, has no witnesses for your defense. It was Horn who took your belongings. If you cannot provide evidence, you will face charges of assault, fraud, and theft. Cole's chest heaved with indignation, unable to engage in a verbal duel like a seasoned warrior. As the accusations rained down upon him, his defenses felt like a solitary vessel adrift in a tumultuous sea, weak and ineffective. Is it not the Starks who rule Winterfell? Who are you to lay charges upon me? He turned slightly to Robb, offering a slight bow. If Lord Stark believes me guilty, then let the gods bear witness. I demand a trial by combat. He straightened, his gaze icy as he surveyed the room. If you deem me guilty, come and test the sharpness of this blade. The knights exhibited visible anger at his audacity. The 7 cooks, upon hearing of the trial by combat, were overtaken by fear, casting hopeful glances towards their Stark lord. They were capable of preparing meals and serving drinks, but combat was a perilous endeavor. Theon squinted, a smirk playing at his lips. Such bravado. Very well. Let me test your swordsmanship. He turned his gaze to Robb and leaped into the hall. With a mocking tone, he added, Did you not ask who I am? Remember well, the one who will take your life is none other than Theon Greyjoy, future lord of the Iron Islands. Cole regarded this presumptuous future lord, thinking it premature to boast of such titles. Maester Luwin leaned closer to Robb, whispering a few words. Theon, enough. Robb's voice resonated throughout the hall. Theon's displeasure flickered across his face, yet he turned back with a narrowed smile. As you wish, my lord. This farce must come to an end. Cole, I declare you not guilty, yet you must bear the consequences of your transgressions. From this night forth, depart from Winterfell. You are no longer welcome here. Robb's voice was as resolute as Valyrian steel, instilling a sense of unwavering authority. All eyes turned towards this audacious figure, who stood with sword in hand, nodded slightly, and then turned to stride out of the hall. As he passed a rotund man, the blade was lifted slightly, and with a swift motion, it delivered a sharp slap to the man's face. Gage staggered back 2 steps, ready to unleash a tirade of indignation. But the gravity of the situation compelled him to suppress his ire. Instead, he glared at Cole, who was already fading into the distance. He appeared so pitiable. Bran suddenly murmured, He is merely taking responsibility for his own mistakes, child. Bachelor Luwin instructed from the side. Everyone must account for their actions. But he is Jon's friend, Bran lamented, wishing to meet his half-brother, believing that Jon's friends ought to be his as well. Robb pondered for a moment. Friends, indeed? Who is truly at fault? He sensed that this farcical trial was devoid of honor. Cole, clad in the tattered garb of a cook, approached the grand door where the latch was pulled high, the sound of iron chains echoing, reminiscent of his first entry into this castle as a guest. Now, at this moment, he felt more like an exile, a true outcast. Upon stepping through the gates, he paused to glance back at the towering spires, the stout walls, and the imposing keep, while ravens flitted overhead, cawing raucously, their shadows mingling with the cold wind's chill. He recalled his first step into the north, filled with confidence. He was the Night's Watch's favored son, a fortunate traveler, endowed with innate strength, capable of bending time itself. He had envisioned himself alongside the young Wolf Lord, carving out a legacy of unparalleled valor. He believed he could commence his own legendary tale from this very place. Yet, reality was as frigid as the snowflakes of the north. Look, the snow begins to fall. Soon the entire north will be draped in silver. It will be livelier than the market town of Wintertown, where a grand harvest feast will be held. Nobles of all ranks from the north will gather, indulging in merriment, revelry, and song. Though vast, the north offered no place for Cole to call his own. The King's Road lay open yet fraught with uncertainty. Should he venture north or south? At this moment, he finally grasped his true position. He was merely an orphan devoid of honor, fortunate enough to grow up on the wall. He was not a king or a noble scion. He was but an ordinary individual beneath the vast skies of Westeros, destined to toil in obscurity until death. Was he resigned to this fate? Why should he be? Do lords and nobles possess any inherent right? His gaze remained steadfast upon the dire wolf banner, fluttering in the snowy winds. The snowflakes melting upon his cheeks turned to mist. In that instant, he resembled a walking flame, his shadow elongated beneath the moonlight. As the farce came to a close, The crowd dispersed with a cacophony of chatter, each discussing the recent events with fervor. Robb returned to his chamber, where a chilling wind swept through the window, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. He approached to close it, only to discover that it was snowing. In the north, snowfall was a commonplace occurrence, so much so that it stirred no emotion within him. A mere journey northward would reveal vast expanses blanketed in snow as if it were offered freely. Yet, Winterfell had not witnessed snow in many years, perhaps not since his birth. At least, he held no memories of playing in the snow there. This thought evoked his father's oft-repeated phrase, "Winter is coming." Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Robb called for the person to enter, and it was Captain of the Guard, Harris Mullen. Upon entering, Mullen spoke urgently. "My lord, Theon Greyjoy has ridden away from Winterfell." Robb whirled around in shock. "What did you say?" Chapter 18. The force of conquest over laborious toil, the snowstorm intensified, shrouding the world beneath the pale crescent moon in a blanket of white. Cole trudged against the wind, yet felt no chill. He traversed the King S Road, heading southwards, confident that he could find refuge in any of the great cities, be it King S Landing, Casterly Rock, or even Dragonstone. Even Dorne would suffice. Save for the sound of falling snowflakes, the surroundings were steeped in silence. It was difficult to ascertain how long he had been walking, the horizon blending into a haze of indistinctness. Suddenly, the rhythmic clatter of hooves broke the stillness. Who could be traveling at such an hour? As he turned, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, followed by a gust of wind grazing his ear. Through the mist, Cole discerned a figure poised with a bow, the string taut and aimed directly at him. The archer retrieved an arrow from the quiver strapped to his horse. Even amidst his hesitation, Cole recognized the malevolence of the intent. In an instant, the eye of time unfurled, freezing the descending snowflakes in midair. The archer's movements slowed to a crawl, akin to frames of film in motion. The eye of time not only decelerated time, but also sharpened Cole's vision, revealing the familiar face of Theon Greyjoy, a figure who had persistently vexed him within Winterfell, now seemingly intent on his demise. As time resumed its flow, Theon drew back the bowstring fluidly. The Ironborn were renowned for their archery, and as the future king of the Iron Islands, he had honed his skills meticulously. At this distance, taking Cole's life would be a trifling endeavor. With a confident release, he watched the arrow's trajectory hurtle toward Cole. Aiming for his head, one swift motion would suffice to pierce his skull. With a swift motion, the arrow zipped past Cole's neck as he advanced, reaching for his sword with a single hand. Fortune smiled upon him. Theon cursed under his breath, continuing to knock another arrow. With a brief pause, Cole twisted to evade the next shot, prompting Theon to realize the extraordinary nature of his opponent. Drawing two arrows in quick succession, Theon released them simultaneously, thinking to himself, "Let us see how you evade this." Cole pivoted, his sword sweeping through the air, deflecting both arrows with deft precision. "Damn it," Theon muttered, yanking on the reins and retreating on horseback. The distance between them had dwindled to a mere 10 feet. Cole charged forward, not waiting for his mount to gain momentum. Closing in with his sword raised, the blade glimmering as it cut through the snow, aimed directly at Theon. Startled, Theon raised his bow in defense, but the string snapped with a sharp crack, the bow itself splintering in two. Theon was thrown from his horse, and Cole, unyielding, surged forward with his sword. As the lethal glint approached, Theon, though anxious, maintained his composure, attempting to strike at Cole's ankle with the broken bow. However, his effort was futile. Cole lunged with lethal intent. In a desperate bid, Theon grasped the blade, his fur-lined glove pierced instantly, pain radiating through his palm, and he regretted his recklessness. The blade drew ever closer to his chest. Gritting his teeth, Theon exerted all his strength to deflect the sword to the side, rolling away across the snowy ground, and then quickly rising to his feet. He drew the iron sword from his waist, bending slightly to steady his stance, shifting his feet to adopt the posture that Jon had taught him. "Indeed, you are no ordinary cook." His hands trembled, blood dripping from the hilt onto the snow, staining it dark against the dim light. The scene was already shrouded in a hazy gloom, a blend of white and muted blue. with a vivid red, merely an ink blot against the backdrop. Theon Greyjoy, do we harbor any grievances? He queried, confronting him in the hall, now further attacking with arrows. Thinking me an easy target? He spat out blood, having fallen face first from his horse. Iron men act without reason. Brute strength surpasses toil. Blame your ill-timed possessions. What could Cole possess that would catch his eye? A tattered cook's garb, worn knight's watch boots, and the chill of winter nights. Ah, he coveted his sword. Oomph. So greed has taken hold. Cole advanced through the snow. Those who covet must be prepared to face retribution. With a flash of steel like a waning moon, Theon parried. Feeling his arm violently tugged, the wound in his palm tearing open, blood spilling forth. Cole wielded his sword with both hands. The cold glimmer of the blade reminiscent of a multitude of stars, as Theon struggled to defend himself, each strike threatening to shatter his grip. In his mind, Theon cried out, "What manner of beast is this?" Suddenly startled, he realized Cole's blade had altered its course, slicing toward his thigh with a dancer's grace. "Ah!" he shrieked, collapsing in pain, the sword slipping from his grasp as he clutched his blood-soaked thigh, howling in agony. Cole kicked the weapon away and advanced. Each step resonated like thunder in Theon's heart, his face etched with terror, silently pleading, "No, I cannot die. I must inherit the Iron Islands. I must become the supreme king of the Iron Men. Do not kill me, do not kill me. I beg you." Tears streamed down his face, his supplication pitiful. Cole raised his blade. He showed no mercy to his foe, and this scoundrel was not worth sparing. Perhaps slaying him would be a service to Robb Stark. Theon, often squinting with a smirk, now stared in horror, his mouth agape, tears streaming like columns, snot trickling into his mouth, as he fixed his gaze upon the cold blue glimmer approaching beneath the moonlight. In that moment he felt death was so near, until a voice rang out like a divine decree, "Halt!" The thundering hooves shook the earth, and Cole paused his blade, turning to see the newcomer. Sighing inwardly, "It seems I cannot dispose of this fool just yet." A throng of northern cavalry surrounded Cole and Theon. Sheathing his sword, Cole glanced up at Robb Stark, then turned without uttering a word. He pushed through the cavalry, making his way to Theon's horse. He mounted and called out to the fallen Theon Greyjoy, "I spare your life. Take heed of it." The cavalry attempted to intercept him, but were halted by Robb Stark's command. They watched his retreating figure until it vanished into the horizon. "If you do not help me up, you shall return with nothing but a corpse," Theon groaned in pain. At this moment, Robb Stark perceived that the once astute Theon appeared remarkably foolish. Nevertheless, bound by the ties of brotherhood, he instructed his men to escort Theon along, then turned to return to Winterfell. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Robb questioned him along the way. "I have declared him innocent. Do you wish to bring disgrace upon House Stark?" "Robb, I have already done so. Perhaps you should allow a maester to examine me first," Theon retorted, raising his bloodied hand, all the while pondering, "I am not a Stark. Their honor bears no consequence for me." "Oomph. Every individual must bear the weight of their own actions, Theon. Even if you were to meet your demise, it would be a consequence of your own making." With that, Robb Stark spurred his horse forward. Theon Greyjoy clenched his jaw in silence. Chapter 19. The world draped in a coarse black linen tunic. He donned a suit of leather armor that had been worn down to its threads, appearing somewhat short and exposing a considerable expanse of bare midriff, resembling a vest. The lone iron bracer on his arm, concealed beneath a wolfskin glove, only added to his peculiar attire. Such incongruous garb was often seen along the King's Road, a mere indication of a band of wandering knights. He rode a magnificent steed, tall and imposing, despite his unremarkable appearance. Any seasoned horseman would immediately recognize that this stallion bore no marks of labor in the fields. The rider was Cole, traversing the King's Road atop his horse, clad in a chef's apron, now augmented with simple leather armor and two swords. He bore a resemblance more akin to a knight. These accoutrements had been bestowed upon him by two ruffians, whom Cole, in a show of mercy, had sent to meet their gods. Ahead lay the neck marsh, where the humidity intensified, hinting at the encroaching warmth of summer. Crossing the marsh would signify his departure from the northern realms. As dusk settled, he resolved to seek shelter for the night. The land near the marsh appeared fertile, dotted with agricultural fields, making it easy to locate a village. Cole gently tugged at the reins, guiding his steed at a leisurely pace. The villagers seemed unperturbed by the sight of a wandering knight. Dismounting, he knocked casually on the door of a nearby home, only to be met with a scowling face. "We do not host guests here. Begone," came the brusque reply. He proceeded to the next dwelling, where the owner's demeanor was somewhat more amiable, but still declined his request for lodging. After days of travel, Cole had grown accustomed to such rejections. At the third house, a farmer's daughter answered the door. She scrutinized Cole before inquiring, "What brings you here, sir? Would it be possible to stay the night?" "I can pay," he replied. At that moment, a man's voice called from within, "Lori, who is outside?" The girl responded, "It is a knight, sir." From the shadows emerged a gaunt man with a flat chin, sharp eyes, and clad in a threadbare gray tunic, barefoot, with a crude rope serving as a belt. As he walked, his legs protruded from the garment, covered in coarse, dark hair, with certain areas left unkempt. "Oh, pray tell, what business does this knight have?" he asked, tilting his head to catch a glimpse of Cole's face. "He wishes to stay with us," the girl relayed. "He said he can pay." "Pay, you say? We can accommodate you, but it will cost 10 copper coins for the night," the man stated with a grin. Cole nodded, retrieving 10 copper coins from his saddlebag. "Here is my payment. Thank you for your hospitality." The man, impressed by Cole's nonchalance in offering the money, felt his demeanor shift to one of warmth. He instructed the girl to prepare a space for Cole, albeit a simple arrangement of straw topped with a sheepskin. It was preferable to sleeping under the open sky. Cole tethered his horse outside, just as the girl emerged, cradling an infant. He inquired, "Madam, might you direct me to where I can find some quality fodder?" Upon hearing Cole call her, Lori hesitated, appearing somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, the man stepped forward, saying, "My lord, if you are willing to part with 3 additional copper coins, I assure you I will take excellent care of your horse." Cole pondered for a moment before handing over the coins. Scene had tied a bag of silver deer coins to the horse, and he had hardly spent any on the journey. The 3 copper coins would save him considerable trouble. "Take good care of my horse, or you shall learn that my sword is not to be trifled with," Cole threatened. Although he was willing to pay, he was no fool and certainly did not wish for this man to feed his horse some unsavory scraps. The man nodded profusely, assuring him, "Rest assured, my lord, I will send my servant to fetch the finest feed for your horse. Her father used to care for the horses of nobles. What are you still staring at? If you let the knight's horse starve, I will have you whipped," he added, kicking at the girl, who stumbled a few steps, her bundled infant crying loudly. "I must care for the child. Lancel," she said. "This wretched brat should be fed to the wolves. Leaving him at home will not ensure his survival." He cursed angrily. Cole furrowed his brow. He despised those who struck women, yet felt it was not his place to intervene in others' affairs. The girl bowed her head in silence, retreating with the child into the room. "My lord, you need not worry. Your steed will be as vigorous as if it had galloped through the 7 kingdoms by tomorrow." The man flattered. The girl placed the child among a pile of rags, soothing him softly. "Do not cry. Do not cry. Dear one, mother will return soon." As she turned, she caught sight of Cole entering, and she trembled involuntarily before hastily grabbing a broken sickle and rushing outside. Cole rubbed his nose, pondering whether he appeared so fearsome. Inside, only Cole and the wailing infant remained, as the man had vanished after sending Lori to gather hay. Cole settled onto a pile of straw to rest, pulling out a book lent to him by Tyrion. However, the little imp had departed in such haste that he seemed to have forgotten the book was still in Cole's possession. The biography of Duncan, the legendary Kingsguard, was indeed a fine choice for passing the time, and he gradually became engrossed in it. Suddenly, a wail drew him back from the realm of knights. The child was crying, and instinctively he stood. The infant, nestled in the rags, waved its thin little hands, its face flushed, and its feet kicked restlessly. He glanced around the room, but not a soul was in sight. After a moment's thought, he lifted the child, feeling as if he were cradling a bundle of cloth. The infant seemed to find some comfort in his embrace, though the cries persisted. Was it hungry? Where could he possibly find something to feed it? Cole gently rocked the child, honestly preferring to engage in battle than to awkwardly soothe the baby. With a sudden crash, the door swung open, revealing the child's mother, Lori, returning. Her gaze fell upon Cole, and she rushed towards him, snatching the infant from his arms before retreating defensively, glaring at Cole with ire. I merely wished to calm him. He must be hungry, Cole stammered. Cole felt as though he were confronting a mountain lion. The girl paused for a moment, then transformed back into that soft-spoken woman, her head bowed in fear as she murmured, I apologize, my lord knight. Cole smiled gently, replying, You are a good mother. The gods shall bless you and your child. Thank you, my lord, she said. Cole returned to his place, resuming his reading while nibbling on some jerky as a snack. Perhaps due to his immense strength, he often found himself feeling hungry. Lori fed her child and then went out to tend to the horses. Upon her return, she noticed the knight was eating, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. The man returned late, and Cole lay in the hay, in a state of half-sleep. Lori, damn it, open the door for your man. The wooden door was knocked upon with a resounding thud. Cole rose and approached, noticing that the mother and child had fallen asleep. He opened the door, and a wave of alcohol fumes hit him. Lance staggered in, colliding with Cole as if he had run into a steel wall. He lifted his dazed head and shook it as if trying to remember something. Ah, it's you, my lord knight. You really should join me for a drink. I could treat you to a mug of ale. Cole stepped aside to let him in, and at that moment, Lori was startled awake. She got up to greet the man, who abruptly pulled her close and, reeking of alcohol, said to Cole, My lord knight, for just 10 copper coins. I'll have her serve you for the night. Lance, what are you saying? The girl gasped in terror, trying to break free. With a sharp slap, the man's hand struck her face, leaving a vivid red mark even in the pale moonlight. You wretched harlot, I wonder whose bastard you serve. Hurry and make the night comfortable. I'm counting on that coin for my drinks. He raised his hand to strike her again, but Cole seized his arm tightly, feeling as if it were clamped in an iron vise. Stop it. I require no one's servitude. Cole's voice was laced with cold fury. Those who knew him well would recognize the storm brewing within him. My lord, such a woman is hard to come by. Are you certain you don't want to give it a try? Just 10 copper coins, Lance pressed, as if peddling a mere commodity. Cole gazed into the girl's terrified eyes and finally understood why she feared him so. She was merely a touch older than him, an age that should bask in the warmth of sunlight. In that instant, a line from a knight's biography flashed in his mind. This man protects the weak, as every true knight ought to. It was the voice of hope at the most desperate hour of the legendary Sir Duncan, the tall member of the Kingsguard, before he became renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Merely a fledgling who, driven by justice, had clashed with the royal family. He had been compelled to undergo a trial of 7 for rescuing a puppeteer from the harassment of royal youths, akin to Cole's own declaration of a trial by combat in Winterfell. His adversaries were the illustrious Kingsguard, sworn to protect the royal family, and he had barely managed to gather 6 allies to aid him. In that moment of despair, Prince Baelor arrived on his black steed, treading through the morning mist, adorned with the formidable crown of the dragon. He spoke words of profound significance. This battle claimed the life of Prince Baelor, who, like a true knight, stood on the side of the weak and upheld the cause of justice. It is imperative to remember his esteemed status, the first heir to the kingdom, the Prince of House Targaryen. At this moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Cole's eyes. Although he could not attain the lofty ideals of Prince Baelor, he understood that, like the prince's sentiments, his sword ought to shield the vulnerable. Faced with such scum, he found no justification for his actions. Suddenly his hand, poised to draw his sword, was grasped by a girl, tears glistening in her eyes. My lord, I implore you, spare my husband. In that instant, Cole's soul felt a jolt, his gaze filled with confusion. With a heavy sigh, he forcefully cast the man aside and retreated indoors to retrieve his belongings. He untied the reins, casting a lingering glance around the room before mounting his horse and departing. The howling wind stirred tumult within him, revealing that the justice he sought was merely an illusion. He was akin to a young nobleman, possessing an innocent heart, enamored with tales of chivalry. Yet reality was starkly frigid. If he were to slay that man, what would become of the girl? He left with the belief that he had acted justly, yet in the depths of winter, without a man to support that household, How would the girl and her child survive? The gentle world of his past had nurtured him too well, while the stories imparted by Master Ming had filled him with unwarranted hope for this world. Indeed, it is only when an eagle emerges from its nest that it comprehends the true nature of the storm. Winterfell has unveiled his standing, while the peasant girl has illuminated the realities of this world. Chapter 20. A reunion as the sun dipped below the horizon, shrouded in a cloak of crimson. The heavens seemed to draw a blue curtain over the world. The night in the neck felt as if it were haunted, with the desolate north strewn with graves. And the wandering souls amidst the mist appeared to blink incessantly. Cole found himself smeared with mud. Traversing the marsh on horseback was hardly a prudent choice, especially under the cover of darkness. He cautiously led his steed, occasionally employing the eye of time to navigate, for straying from the path could lead to perilous quicksand or treacherous bogs. This place was undeniably a realm of death, teeming with venomous snakes, toxic flowers, and lurking lizard lions, each capable of claiming a life. The neck served as the North's natural bulwark. If one could secure this vital artery, it could be said that a single man could hold off thousands. The night air was thick with miasma. It was said that the swamp dwellers, mockingly referred to as mud men by the Seven Kingdoms, inhabited this land. Yet after 2 days in the neck, Cole had seen no sign of habitation, not even a ghostly shadow. He dared not linger, fearing that the shallow mire might suddenly swell, or that a stealthy lizard lion could pounce from its hidden lair. The mud clinging to him was a testament to the water creature that had assailed him like a floating log. Having galloped away from the farmhouse, he plunged into the dense twilight of the neck, barely pausing until dawn, when the morning mist dispersed, revealing beams of light akin to the Tyndall effect. It was then that he prepared to step onto a rotting log to scoop some water to refresh his face, hoping to reinvigorate himself. To his dismay, he encountered an old adversary. The lizard lion sprang forth with a gaping maw. This beast, devoid of honor, met its end at Cole's hand, sent to the gods. Its meat was tough and ill-suited for consumption. Now, whenever Cole glimpsed a floating log, he was reminded of that fearsome lizard lion. It was no wonder that many chose to remain in their homes for a lifetime. The world was fraught with peril in its wild and desolate corners. Occasionally, he would pause to rest, yet he would never dare to succumb to sleep, for it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a restful slumber. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared, like a dim star casting a muted glow in the moonless night sky. It was fire. Someone was nearby. Instantly, Cole shook off his fatigue, pondering whether he should approach this presence. Those who camped in the wilderness at such an hour were likely, like him, either mercenary knights, wandering warriors, or traitors. One should never underestimate human greed. Even someone like Stannis Baratheon coveted his sword, let alone these strangers. The silver stag in his pack might well ignite their avarice. The winter knight was but a seemingly ordinary steel blade, unremarkable in its hilt and embellishments. He wondered why Stannis would show such interest. Surely Winterfell could provide a more visually appealing sword. He had forgotten that within House Stark lay a Valyrian steel sword named Ice. "Morris, didn't you hear? Quickly, help your lord extract the poison." The voice boomed, unafraid of attracting nearby lizard lions. That voice sounded oddly familiar. Cole approached, and indeed, fate had conspired. Tyrion Lannister lay sprawled over a wooden post, half his trousers undone, revealing a pale expanse. He contemplated the idea of heading south to pursue their footsteps. But remembering the time he had already lingered in Winterfell, he surmised that Tyrion might have already crossed the neck with his entourage and returned to the south. It was even possible that he had been captured by Lady Catelyn Stark and taken to the Eyrie. Upon hearing a sound, Yoren and the guard Jack abruptly rose, directing their gaze towards the source, where a shadow emerged from the mist and Cole's face once again materialized before them. "Little Cole, how can be you?" Yoren inquired incredulously. The imp Tyrion also turned around, and upon seeing Cole, he felt a flicker of joy, though it was quickly supplanted by a frown. "Ah, Maurice, can you be a bit gentler?" Cole offered a smile, yet his eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. "It has been a long time, gentlemen." He led his horse to the fire and tethered it beneath a low tree. "What is the matter?" Cole asked, observing the supine Tyrion. He seemed to feel a hint of shame, but his demeanor remained unyielding. Damn it, you warned me to be cautious of the she-wolf. Yet I nearly perished in the jaws of the she-snake. Your prophecy is utterly inaccurate, Cole. The corners of Cole's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought himself unfortunate. Yet Tyrion's expression was darker still. Lord Cole, it was merely a non-venomous water snake, Morris interjected. You know nothing, Tyrion retorted fiercely. That was a venomous snake. I witnessed it kill a man in my youth. Morris obediently fell silent, continuing to assist Tyrion with the venom extraction, though the position was rather awkward. Right at the juncture of his thigh. I nearly became a eunuch, Cole chuckled lightly. Have the stars cast you out? Tyrion teased. I told you those fellows only welcome Night's Watchmen. Seeing Cole's peculiar expression, Tyrion's eyes widened. You were truly expelled? Close enough. Ha ha. I am genuinely curious how you managed to provoke those honor-obsessed Starks into banishing you. If I recall correctly, they appointed you as their cook, right? Did you urinate in their wine? Perhaps I should let Jon's direwolf devour you instead. Cole appeared ready to retaliate. Bastards dare not lay a hand on the Queen's brother. Ah, Morris, can you not be more gentle? Once we return to Casterly Rock, I shall ensure you are thrown into a maiden's chamber to learn what tenderness truly is. The servant Morris looked thoroughly aggrieved. He had been gentle enough, but extracting venom could hardly be done without force, and besides, it had only been a harmless water snake. I shall take you to the Westerlands, where the mere utterance of Lannister will ensure no one dares touch you, Tyrion declared earnestly. Cole pondered for a moment. Perhaps aligning himself with the Lannisters was not such a poor choice, even though Tyrion was not particularly favored by his father, Lord Tywin. My fee is not insignificant, Lannister. Cole jested. I can pay double, Tyrion replied, raising 2 fingers. Cole extended his hand, sealing the deal. Then let our collaboration be fruitful. But I shall not serve as your squire. Oh, Cole, you truly resemble those avaricious mercenary knights. Who could argue otherwise? Cole retrieved the biography of the tall Sir Duncan from his bosom and recited a line. Mercenary knights embody the essence of chivalry. While other knights pledge their loyalty to lords or covet lands, we, guided by our conscience, steadfastly uphold our beliefs. Tyrion took possession of the tome, exclaiming, So this is where the book has vanished to. The Night's Watch, too, embodies the truest form of knighthood. Cole, Yoren remarked from the side. A band of thieves and marauding brigands, Tyrion interjected, echoing his sentiment. Chapter 21. Encounters of Fate. Tyrion perched upon his steed, his attendant leading the horse. As he turned his head to address Cole, who rode alongside him, the so-called neck is rather unremarkable. You have yet to venture inside. The quicksand and muck will not offer you much solace. Cole, having enjoyed a rare good night's sleep, felt considerably uplifted. Humanity has demonstrated its capacity to construct formidable structures like the wall. Surely, filling the swamps with pathways is not beyond the realm of possibility. He continued, The North occupies half the realm's land, yet its population pales in comparison to King's Landing. I suspect the accounts in books are grossly erroneous. The North must certainly boast a greater populace than King's Landing. Such matters remain unrecorded, making precise figures elusive. However, if we were to widen the roads through the neck, facilitating greater trade between the North and South, perhaps the land here could be put to better use. Tyrion articulated his innermost thoughts. He was a man of deep contemplation, often lost in thought over various matters, a quality that even Cole admired. After taking a swig of wine, he reverted to his notorious impish self. Their journey was always filled with discourse. As the muddy path began to reveal scattered stones, a stretch of coastline came into view. Tyrion pointed toward the cliffs, exclaiming, Welcome to the south, Cole. That is Bite Bay, and the 3 islands above belong to the Vale. We shall soon find an inn to rest. They had now entered the region of Lannisport, and along the King's Road that meandered down the Trident, inns were plentiful. Tyrion, we should hasten to Casterly Rock and not linger too long on the road, Cole advised. Tyrion gestured to his posterior, unless a dragon were to carry me. I cannot ride at present. You still fret over that dream? I once dreamed of dragons, yet they have been extinct for ages. Dreams are invariably deceptive, much like the tales of the old nurse regarding the others. Come, Cole, allow me to introduce you to the warmth of southern maidens. No, Tyrion, believe me, Staying at an inn will be your gravest regret, Cole replied with utmost seriousness. Tyrion, in exasperation, patted his head. Truly, how could you place faith in such dreams? I assure you, your dream is surely a fabrication. Despite his complaints, the group ultimately refrained from seeking an inn, instead spending several nights in the wilderness. As fine rain fell and dusk approached, a distant and radiated warmth from its hearth. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tyrion exclaimed, Cole, spare the poor Lannisters. I long for a hot bath and the comfort of a bed, rather than standing in the rain like a wretched beggar in the corridor. For pairs of eyes turned to Cole, momentarily rendering his resolute words stuck in his throat. This rain is hardly significant, he added softly, compared to the north. Very well. It appears Tyrion is resolute in his wish to find lodging. Let us pray to the gods that this day does not come to pass. He lacked that extraordinary memory, only vaguely recalling that Tyrion would face misfortune while journeying south, yet the specifics eluded him, let alone the precise timing. The chronology within the book was, apart from being sequential, a complete jumble. Jack approached the door. Tyrion instructed his attendant. As Jack pushed the door open, he called out loudly from within. The proprietor was a plump woman with streaks of white in her hair. When she flashed a broad, crimson-toothed smile, memories surged into Cole's mind, prompting an inward exclamation of dismay. His gaze swept across the room. Tyrion was producing a golden dragon, stating that he merely required a warm place to spend the night. The proprietor, caught in a dilemma, repeatedly apologized, explaining that due to the Prime Minister's tournament, rooms were fully booked, and she could hardly evict guests for the sake of gold. Cole soon spotted the figure amidst a throng of wandering warriors and knights, her coarse linen garb failing to conceal her distinction, alongside her white-haired knight. She had her head bowed, listening intently to the bard across the table as he animatedly conversed. This woman was undoubtedly Lady Catelyn Tully, wife of the North-Est Duke Eddard Stark and mother of the young wolf, Robb Stark. Her beauty was striking, with hair like flames, appearing younger than Cole had envisioned, perhaps not yet 30, in the prime of her allure. Upon seeing Tyrion, the bard rose with exuberance, exclaiming, My Lord Lannister. He began to promote his songs, yet Tyrion's attention had already been captured by the individuals of the table. He smiled and remarked, Lady Stark, what a delightful surprise. It is regrettable not to have encountered you in Winterfell. The bard was soon left dumbfounded. He had no inkling that the woman before him bore such noble status. He had merely approached her, captivated by her beauty, hoping for an opportunity to perform his song, or perhaps to engage with this enchanting lady. His mouth agape, his expression shifted rapidly. He could only mentally berate his own lack of perception. Tyrion had merely intended a courteous greeting, but the ensuing events rendered him utterly astonished. Cole sighed inwardly, preparing to draw his sword. After all, dozens of knights surrounded them. This man has come to my home as a guest, intending to harm my 7-year-old son, Catelyn declared, pointing at Tyrion. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tumultuous. The knights present were either vassals of House Tully or their vassals, and Catelyn, a former princess of Tully, commanded immediate respect. Before demanding Tyrion's arrest, she thoughtfully recited the names of the knights' houses, leaving even those inclined to spectate without a pretext. A cacophony of swords being drawn ensued. Tyrion's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he turned his head back to see Cole shaking his head in resignation. Lady Stark, I believe you must be mistaken, Tyrion attempted to explain. However, this elicited a barrage of questions from Catelyn, who produced evidence, a Valyrian steel dagger, the very weapon of the assailant. The courtesans, the drunken patrons, and the inebriated men all clamored loudly, demanding that the knights dispatch the little demon. Only the innkeeper pleaded desperately. For if a member of House Lannister were to perish within her establishment, she would surely face dire consequences. Cole cast a glance at Euron. Perhaps by observing him, he might evade disaster. Yet with a sudden clang, he drew his sword. Tyrion attempted to intervene, but they had already distanced themselves considerably. Esteemed gentlemen, Cole began, you owe your loyalty not only to your own lords, but also to His Majesty the King. This man is the brother of the Queen, and his father is Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock. I trust you realize you lack the authority to condemn him. If you believe him guilty, let us journey together to King's Landing and allow King Robert to render judgment." Catelyn glared at him fiercely. "My lords, this man consorts with demons and possesses no honor whatsoever. I implore you, in the name of honor and oaths, to bring them to justice and assist me in delivering him to Winterfell to await the king's law." "Cole, sheath your sword. We are not their match," Tyrion pleaded, turning away to continue his explanation, though it proved futile. Were it not for Tyrion, Cole believed he could have charged forth. He glanced down at Tyrion, sighed in resignation, and lowered his sword. In his heart, he mused, such as fate, Lannister, may we emerge from this encounter unscathed. Chapter 22. The Highland clan, 3 lives were lost as they tirelessly traversed the rugged terrain, resulting in the demise of 3 horses along the way. They had intended to pause and rest briefly. In exchange for the lives of the 3, they had claimed 14 Highland natives, all of whom were gaunt and emaciated, armed with mere sticks, wooden mallets, or even sickles. Catelyn's gaze wandered across the battlefield, landing upon a youthful face reminiscent of Robb's, stained with blood, as though adorned with vivid red blossoms. This boy, whom he labeled a Lannister lackey, wielded 2 great swords with the ferocity of a tempest, single-handedly slaying 5 members of the Highland tribe. He rummaged through the remnants of battle, trying on a helmet that was evidently too large before casting it aside towards a dwarf. He then donned a suit of armor and picked up a bow along with several arrows. "Lady Stark, I implore you to make haste. The enemy may return," suggested a knight. Catelyn regarded the lifeless bodies. As a warrior of honor, she believed they deserved a dignified burial rather than being left to rot in the wilderness, devoured by crows and beasts. As she voiced her thoughts, a mercenary named Boron interjected, "You may do as you wish, but neither I nor Che-Jan will partake in it." The aged knight Roderick, despite his grievous wounds rendering him somewhat frail, urged her as well. Cole and the others were busy burying Jack, the unfortunate lad who had charged forth most fiercely, only to become the first casualty. Reluctantly, they pressed on, with Catelyn positioned centrally in the group. Tyrion rode alongside her, engaging her in conversation, while Cole reclaimed his weapon. At that moment, Tyrion was also equipped with a dagger and an axe, and they did not resemble prisoners in the least. Along the journey, Cole noticed that Lady Stark had been observing him intently. That night, while Cole stood watch with a knight, he expected Lady Stark to have fallen asleep, yet she unexpectedly rose and approached him. In the shadows, Tyrion slightly opened his eyes, but maintained his original posture of repose. At this hour, no one could genuinely find slumber. Cole stole a glance at her while continuing to polish his blade. "You appear to be the same age as my Robb. He is my eldest son," Catelyn remarked as she gazed into his face, her tone reminiscent of a benevolent elder. "I have seen him in Winterfell, Lady Stark." Catelyn's thoughts turned to her children, her expression softening with tenderness, a gaze Cole had once witnessed in the eyes of farmer's daughter named Lori. "Bran is the most spirited among them. I cannot forget the sight of him lying in bed, so helpless and frail. He is only 7. He should be riding and practicing swordplay like you." A veil of sorrow cloaked Catelyn's face. "He has awakened, my lady." At the wall, Jon was quite elated for a good while over this news. Upon mentioning Jon, Catelyn's brow furrowed. She was reluctant to recall that bastard. "Are you a Night's Watchman?" Cole shook his head. "No. The Night's Watch does not meddle in the affairs of the 7 kingdoms." "Then are you a knight, child?" Cole was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly be considered a knight, for no noble knight had ever touched his shoulder with a sword and imparted the knightly vows to him. After pondering for a moment, Cole replied, "My husband is the Duke of the North, the Prime Minister to the King, and a close friend of the monarch. He has always appreciated young and talented individuals. If you desire, I could persuade him to knight you." It dawned on Cole that this Lady Stark was attempting to win him over. "Madam, while I may not be a knight, I understand the essence of integrity. I am employed by the Lannisters and shall not betray them in the heat of battle. Jon is my friend, and you are his lady. I have no wish to draw swords against you, but I kindly ask that you do not put me in a difficult position. I sense there is a misunderstanding between you and Tyrion, my lady." Suddenly, Cole was startled, and he shouted, "Enemy attack!" He pushed Catelyn aside and drew his sword to confront the wooden axe aimed at her. The blade of Winter's Knight cleaved through the axe, sending half of the wooden block crashing onto Catelyn. With a powerful swing, he struck down the assailant, who let out a cry as he collapsed. "Lady Stark, protect yourself," he urged before charging into the fray. One rider approached swiftly, wielding a hammer aimed squarely at Cole's head. He raised his hammer, only to feel a void as though he had struck something but was uncertain. Suddenly, a violent tug ensnared him, and he was yanked from his horse. Realizing it was the swordsman from the plains who had pulled him down, a chill coursed through his throat as blood gushed forth, and in those fleeting moments of consciousness, he felt the world spinning around him. After throwing the man off, he seized the reins of his horse, calming the startled steed before galloping away. Ahead, 2 riders from the mountains surrounded him, their wooden spears thrusting forward like lances. Cole could maintain his composure, yet controlling the horse proved challenging. A spear struck the horse's neck, eliciting a tragic whinny as the frail creature collapsed, sending Cole tumbling down, his riding skills far from commendable. Another rider lunged at him, and he narrowly dodged, scrambling to his feet just in time to face the oncoming horse head-on. Without a sword in hand, Cole extended his arms to brace against the horse's head, and with a resounding thud, both horse and rider fell. Cole staggered back a few meters, his boots torn by stones, and his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arm, hearing a painful crack as the bone realigned, contorting his face in agony. With a swift motion, he pulled his arms together, feeling another sharp crack as the pain finally subsided somewhat. He hurried forward to confront the mountain man pinned beneath the fallen horse, whose eyes were wide with terror, uttering words of supplication. Cole retrieved his sword and ended the man's life. Another mountain rider, unsteady atop his horse, appeared fearful. As Cole advanced, the rider pulled back, but when Cole charged, the man hastily fled. As the battle neared its conclusion, the cavalry's whereabouts remained unknown, and Cole subsequently dispatched 2 more mountain men, transforming the camp into a scene of utter chaos. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, the air filled with anguished cries. As Cole passed a Highlander sprawled on the earth, he delivered a final thrust. The number of standing men dwindled further, and Cole noted the crimson flow seeping from the scapula of Tyrion's younger brother, Morris. "Boron, save me," he pleaded. The mercenary named Keegan was also gravely wounded, calling out for aid from his comrades. In response, Boron struck him down, leaving Tyrion and Cole aghast. It seemed the mercenary sensed the gaze upon him. He shrugged, resigned to his fate, declaring, "I am merely helping him." Morris, filled with trepidation, turned his eyes toward his master, Tyrion, who bore significant injuries himself. "I will not abandon you," Tyrion assured. "I vow upon the honor of House Lannister." Chapter 23. Eleanor Valley. Catelyn rode through the valley, having just witnessed the demise of a Lannister servant, whose wounds had festered and led to a fevered death. They dared not linger, yet the boy named Cole ventured to bury him. Throughout their journey, his contributions had been paramount. He had slain half of their adversaries, and this time, no one dared to voice dissent. Catelyn had never believed the tales recounted in the biographies of knights, but after meeting this boy, her skepticism waned. Now, only Ser Roderick Castle, the aged maester of Winterfell, Ser Veon Hightower, and the minstrel Marillion remained alive, all of whom were unequivocally aligned with her. As for the mercenary Boron, he had evidently shifted his allegiance to the imp. The boy buried the servant named Morris, his countenance dark as a storm cloud, resembling a silent volcano on the verge of eruption. He had taken too many lives and was nearing his breaking point. Old warrior Ser Roderick spoke to Catelyn, concern etched on his features. Catelyn furrowed her brow in response, questioning how it had come to this. Regret washed over her. She should not have brought the Lannisters so recklessly to Aelinor Valley. 6 lives had been lost as a consequence, and she was not devoid of compassion. Her sole desire had been to seek justice for her son. "Your younger brother seems somewhat unhinged," Boron quietly alerted Tyrion. He was acutely aware that Cole's demeanor had been ominously grim, rendering him mute. "I'm not blind, it is evident." What is transpiring? Boron, a man of audacity, had to concede that the boy was utterly transformed, akin to a warrior descended from the Seven. Such transformations were not uncommon on the battlefield, and he urged Tyrion to pray to the gods that the boy would not unleash his fury in the forthcoming battle, for it could spell doom for them all. He spoke lightly, as if the matter bore no weight. Do you mean he is suppressing something? Boron nodded. What shall we do? Tyrion inquired. Boron pondered for a moment before a grim smile spread across his face. Give him a woman. Now is not the time for jest. Mercenary, Tyrion replied, his expression darkening. This is no jest, Lannister. Otherwise, do you think those who return from battle seek the company of women for mere amusement? The two men simultaneously glanced at the only woman present at the scene. Let us go. Cole mounted his horse. You should learn to relax. The mercenary forced a smile he believed to be friendly. His words seemed ineffectual, and soon the sound of hooves resonated. Cole appeared agitated by the noise, and a hand landed on his shoulder. Steady, lad. It is merely a matter of taking a few lives. Knights are born for battle. Be prepared to fight fiercely. Cole looked up to see the weary expression of old Ser Roderick, his face pale. He had always been a steadfast protector of Lady Stark, and upon turning, he found Catelyn smiling at him. What was amiss, he pondered. The act of killing repulsed him, yet they were foes. If he did not slay them, he would face death. He was merely safeguarding his own existence. Yet the haunting cries of anguish and desperate pleas echoed incessantly in his ears, like a nightmare that refused to dissipate. Initially, the act of taking a life felt utterly commonplace to him, as though he had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death upon the Great Wall. However, as the number of souls falling beneath his sword increased, so too did the frequency, and it was then that he began to sense an unsettling change. Who are you? A contingent of armored cavalry approached, brandishing banners emblazoned with a blue background and a white crescent falcon. It seems we are saved. It is the cavalry of House Arryn, Tyrion remarked. I am Catelyn Stark of Winterfell. Catelyn quickly asserted her identity. The leading knight paused, initially mistaking them for a band of mountain men. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a striking, undull face, reminiscent of Lady Lisa Tully of the Vale. The mountain clans were descendants of the first men, and such beauty was a rarity among them. Moreover, she had declared herself a Stark. What business could a northerner have here? Had Tyrion known the knight's thoughts, he would have corrected him. The people of the north are also descendants of the first men. My lady, what brings you here? The knight inquired, puzzled. I seek an audience with your duchess, Lady Lisa Tully. I am her sister. Upon hearing this, the knight immediately bowed in apology. My lady, I beg your pardon. I was unaware of your arrival. No, it is not your fault, sire. I simply had an urgent matter to discuss with my sister. May I be so bold as to inquire your family name? I am Donald Vaywood of House Vaywood. Please allow me the honor of escorting you through the remainder of your journey, my lady. I am acquainted with Lady Anya Vaywood. I hope she is well. My mother is in good health. Catelyn offered a courteous smile, dignified yet warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze, though it bore an air of unattainability. Donald, a knight sworn to House Arryn, spoke with great grace and carefully chosen words. Tyrion quietly remarked to Cole, this family is renowned for its decorum. They were surrounded by the cavalry as they proceeded toward the mountain pass, the aged knight struggling to keep pace. They advanced towards the fortress, and Cole extended a hand to support Roderick, who gratefully accepted without protest. Lady Catelyn appeared equally concerned for his condition and quickly inquired of the Blood Knight, Donald, whether there were any maesters within the fortress. Donald shook his head, explaining that the maesters had all been summoned to the Eyrie by her sister, Lisa. The fortress was constructed at a narrow gorge, with watchtowers clinging to the sheer rock faces. Cole was awestruck by the impregnable defenses before him. It was no wonder that dragons were required to conquer the Vale. With such a formidable stronghold guarding the way, he could scarcely fathom how one might breach it. Of course, House Arryn had not submitted to House Targaryen through warfare, but rather through peaceful means. Nevertheless, the presence of dragons had played a significant role in that transition. Yet, upon entering the fortress, Cole realized he had underestimated the cunning of the Lords of the Vale. He could only lament his own youth and inexperience. They were greeted by another Knight of the Blood, who was also Catelyn's uncle, the man known as Blackfish, Brynden Tully. He was a knight esteemed even by regicides. His moniker possesses an intriguing origin. It is said that his brother, Hoster Tully, once scorned him as the black sheep of House Tully, to which he retorted that he was, in fact, the Blackfish. The distinctive emblem upon his shoulder, a black fish crafted from gold and obsidian, stands in stark contrast to the silver sturgeon emblem of House Tully. As they traversed the Bloodgate Keep, they entered the verdant expanse of the Airy Valley, where the scenery unfolded magnificently before them. Quaint cottages, lush fields, and a cerulean sky, all harmoniously framed by towering mountains. In the morning light, everything radiated a dazzling brilliance, resembling an idyllic utopia, serene and beautiful, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The tallest peak soared skyward like a lance, known as the giant S-Lance. Nestled upon this majestic formation was Eagle's Nest, where the people of House Airy had erected fortifications and outposts among the layered mountains. Cole mused himself, indeed. They were a flock of turtles. There, beside the Tier of Aleza, Sir Blackfish pointed towards the castle and spoke to Catelyn. The Tier of Aleza was a river cascading down from the summit of the giant S-Lance, and although Cole recalled a tale associated with it, the details eluded him. Chapter 24. The Eagle's Nest. Upon reaching the Moongate Fortress beneath the towering giant's lance, one cannot help but gaze upwards at the steep, craggy cliffs. The winding paths along the precipice, resembling a nightmare for those afflicted with acrophobia, ascend in treacherous steps. If one tilts their head back, the ominous rock fortress comes into view. Further, gazing reveals another stronghold, known as Snow Mountain Fortress. Looking down once more, one can spot Long Sky Fortress. Ultimately, it is at the pinnacle of the White Rock Tower that the Eagle's Nest resides. As night fell, the little demon immediately declared that he would rather perish than traverse the dark ascent. Cole shared this sentiment. Navigating a perilous and unfamiliar path in complete darkness seemed a recipe for disaster. "We shall spend the night here," stated Sir Blackfish, whose words anchored the restless souls present. Stationed at Moongate Fortress was Sir Nestor from House Royce, who also held the position of Grand Steward of the Vale of Arryn. Cole recalled that unfortunate fellow, Ser Waymar Royce, who had met his demise at the hands of the others in the tale's opening. Lady Catelyn's sister appeared eager to summon her, urging her to make her way to the Eagle's Nest that very night. Tyrion and Cole found themselves confined within a chamber, their belongings confiscated once more. Seated upon the straw-strewn floor, they exchanged glances until Tyrion finally voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. "Did you dream of it too? I had always thought the tales of dreamwalkers were as deceptive as those of the others. I should have heeded your warnings." A profound regret washed over him. He realized that he could have avoided such calamity, yet his desire for pleasure had cost 2 loyal servants their lives and implicated his few remaining friends. "You could have remained uninvolved, much like Euron. They were after me," Tyrion remarked. "Your payment has yet to be settled. You promised double the fee, and finding such a generous employer is a rarity," Cole replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, I do not believe you are at fault. After all, you crafted a saddle for that child." Tyrion felt a flicker of emotion. He had always perceived himself as a hard-hearted individual, akin to the others, unworthy of love or concern. Aptly nicknamed the Imp, "Do not fret about the mountain folk. At last, we can enjoy a restful slumber." Cole reclined on the straw, burdened by overwhelming stress from the recent days, watching as companions fell one after another. He had never felt so close to death. Once, he could never have imagined that those few lines in the book held such peril. Tyrion lay down as well, whether to comfort Cole or himself, whispering, "My brother will surely come to rescue me." "Can a Lannister army truly seize the Eagle's Nest?" Cole inquired doubtfully. "There exists no fortress that is impregnable. Yet my father will most certainly not lead an army to my aid. He dreams of my demise," Tyrion scoffed. "I have heard that Lord Tywin Lannister is a man of considerable capability. At least during his tenure as Hand of the King, the realm enjoyed stability." Tyrion rested his head upon his hands, closing his eyes in contemplation. "Indeed," and then he proceeded to slay his own king, allowing his hounds to ravage the princess. Well, discussing his father with this lad is merely a path to discontent. Therefore, Tyrion must redirect the conversation. "Have you contemplated the potential outcomes? Have you dreamed of something once more?" Tyrion opened his mismatched eyes, confident that they would not dare to take his life. Yet, do not be so assured. The realm of the Vale is now governed by a woman and a child, and they may not engage in reasoned discourse with you. In an instant, Tyrion recalled his self-righteous sister, the Queen, who, aside from her visage, was utterly devoid of the cunning expected of a Lannister. Should I meet my demise, you shall not escape unscathed either. Tyrion spread his hands in resignation, acknowledging the truth that the Stark woman had referred to him as the Lannister's lapdog. Both were fatigued from their journey, and Tyrion, at a physical disadvantage, succumbed to slumber until he was abruptly awakened the following day. Outside, Podrick and the bard, Marillion, awaited. Podrick jestingly greeted him, inquiring if Lord Lannister had enjoyed a pleasant dream, perhaps regarding being roused by a cantankerous old man. Tyrion appeared distinctly displeased at the disturbance. "Mind your words, dwarf. This is not your Casterly Rock," Sir Brynden stated impassively. The knights of Moonsinger Castle had received orders to escort the imp. Suddenly, Brynden turned to Cole, asking, "Would you care to join us, lad?" Cole looked at him in confusion, as Brynden managed a smile, explaining that Lady Catelyn had requested he look after the child accompanying Tyrion, whom he presumed was Cole. "I do not quite understand, Sir Brynden," Cole replied. "She mentioned that your contributions have been paramount during this journey, and without you, she doubts she would have arrived here. She also instructed me to convey, you are still young. Lad, do not misguide yourself by consorting with demons. I believe you are mistaken," he asserted, directing his gaze toward the soldier. "Return the child's belongings to him." He then turned to Cole, saying, "If you wish to follow, then come along." Tyrion's mind was awash with questions, implying that he was the sole culprit, correct? Cole shrugged in response, seemingly conveying his own confusion. In truth, it was likely Catelyn's maternal compassion that prompted her to intervene. She could not bear to see a child, as young as Robb, meet an untimely end. It is known that noble criminals possess certain exemptions, and Cole was evidently not of noble birth, as he himself had admitted he was no knight. Reflecting on how the boy had saved him from the hands of the mountain men, Catelyn felt an increasing compulsion to act, culminating in the present scenario. To deem her foolish would be a disservice. She genuinely loved her children and even had the courage to journey south to King's Landing, daring to capture Tyrion. She was resilient, compassionate, and possessed a keen understanding of gratitude, far surpassing the typical noblewoman in intellect. Yet she remained constrained by her own experiences and upbringing. When compared to Cersei, who aspired to seize power, Catelyn undeniably fell short, even in comparison to her husband, Eddard Stark. Although Catelyn played a role in exacerbating the conflict between the direwolves, it is conceivable that Cole, while engrossed in his reading, might have muttered a curse at her, deeming her foolish. Yet, upon reflection, one must recognize that she is merely a woman striving to rescue her husband and children. In such turbulent times, what more could one expect of a woman? To strategize and command from afar? As a player in the Game of Thrones, Catelyn is decidedly inadequate. She yearns only for a tranquil existence, oblivious to the storm brewing across the continent, from which no one can remain indifferent, especially not someone from her illustrious lineage. Nonetheless, as a mother, she commands respect. Unlike Cole, who, as an orphan twice over, has never known the warmth of maternal love. Cole trailed behind the group, ascending the ladder-like path. While the route between the three fortresses could accommodate a donkey, the narrow path behind them necessitated travel on foot. As they approached the peak, the fierce winds howled like a blade, reminiscent of a devil's wail, causing even Tyrion's legs to tremble, perhaps cramping once more. Although the summit's dimensions constrained the scale of Eagle's Nest and the 7 white towers stood closely knit, it could easily accommodate several hundred souls. Yet, as Cole and his companions entered the castle, they were met with desolation, devoid of any recognizable figure. Chapter 25. The Arrowcall and Boron found themselves accommodated together in one of the many vacant chambers of the High Tower in Eagle's Nest. The guest quarters were sparsely populated, and due to their status, they were relegated to the least favorable lodgings. On the opposite side resided the servants, creating a lively atmosphere in stark contrast to their own. Peering out of the window, one could see a central courtyard surrounded by 7 towering spires. With a training ground on one side, where knights could occasionally be glimpsed honing their skills. Eagle's Nest resembled a palace adrift amidst a sea of clouds, its walls gleaming white. Awaking to the dawn, one could easily feel as though they had been transported to a realm of ethereal mists, where one might float upon the winds or transcend into an existence beyond the earthly realm. Of course, such bliss was lost on Tyrion, who found himself imprisoned in a dismal area known as the Dungeon. The Dungeon of Eagle's Nest was quite peculiar, with a slanted floor that had been carved directly into the cliffside. Beyond the slope lay an endless precipice, where a tumble could easily lead to a swift descent. The bard, Marillion, an epitome of elegance, clearly held little regard for associating with the likes of Khal and Boron, leaving the two to meander through the castle. "Are you a Dornishman?" Boron inquired, leisurely surveying his surroundings and occasionally reaching out to touch the walls. "Your hair and features bear Dornish traits, yet you seem somewhat different." Khal had never pondered his identity and was indifferent to it. "Perhaps, after all, I have never met my parents. You possess a certain noble bearing in your skills. I initially presumed you to be a servant of the Lannisters, though I have never seen a servant speak to their master in such a manner." Boron noted the absence of fear in Khal's eyes towards nobility, a quality that they shared. "He is my friend." "Friend?" Boron's tone dripped with skepticism. Choosing to befriend a dwarf hardly seems wise. Yet, the wealth of the Lannisters made them desirable companions. In the Seven Kingdoms, everyone yearned for their friendship. Discussing ideals of camaraderie and honor with someone like Boron felt futile. It would be far more prudent to engage in conversations of women, a domain where Tyrion undoubtedly excelled. Gold dragons are a fine asset. With such wealth, women across the Seven Kingdoms are at your beck and call. As they passed the training ground, it was eerily vacant. "Care to join me down there for a try?" Khal suggested. "I have no desire to sweat before a meal," Boron replied curtly. Reluctantly, Khal descended the spiral staircase alone. The training area housed only wooden swords and bows hanging on racks. He picked up a short bow and tested its string. He had acquired one from the mountain men, but the plant fiber string could not compare to the one he held now. Meanwhile, Boron continued his exploration, and the training ground fell into an unsettling silence. Accompanied by the gusting wind, he withdrew an arrow from a nearby quiver and nocked it, aiming directly at the target. He loosed several arrows, though hitting the target proved significantly more challenging than wielding a sword. Only one arrow struck its mark. Recalling the capabilities of his Eye of Time, which functioned akin to a telescope, he focused his gaze. The target became vividly clear, as if it were right before him. Adjusting his focus as one would with a lens, he recalibrated the distance and shot again, hitting the target squarely. With the aid of the Eye of Time, his accuracy improved considerably, ensuring that he no longer missed his aim. He diligently practiced archery, unaware that someone was already standing on the spiral staircase of the training ground. Repeatedly drawing the bowstring left his arms somewhat fatigued, and the grip of his hand bore a vivid crimson mark from the strain. Mastering the bow requires more than mere brute strength. The string need not be pulled to its fullest extent, and utilizing the middle finger to draw the arrow proves to be more comfortable. The voice of Sir Blackfish resonated. Brynden Tully descended the staircase and approached the training field. Seizing a short bow, "Pay attention, lad. Your stance resembles that of a woman threading a needle." He demonstrated the proper bow-holding technique to Cole, releasing an arrow that struck the bullseye with precision. Cole attempted to mimic the stance, only to see Sir Blackfish tug at his arm, instructing him to lower it. He then pulled at his waist, urging him to straighten up. With his abdomen engaged and bow drawn, Cole felt another tug at his thigh, reminding him to keep his legs steady. After several adjustments, he finally achieved the correct form for drawing the bow. Not bad, far more astute than those fools in the castle. He handed Cole an arrow and encouraged him to give it a try. As Cole knocked the arrow, the bow resembled a crescent moon. Sir Blackfish advised, "Follow your gaze." In an instant, time seemed to slow. The vivid crimson of the target shrank to a mere point in his vision. With a swift release, the arrow soared through the fierce wind, striking the target, though not precisely at the center. Sir Blackfish nodded, acknowledging that even a slight correction could yield such proficiency. Clearly, the lad possessed considerable talent. Little did he know that Cole was employing the Eye of Time to cheat. Come here and spar with me for a few rounds. He tossed a steel sword towards Cole. Glancing at the wooden training swords on the rack, Cole heard Sir Blackfish declare, "Wooden swords are for children." With no choice but to accept, Cole bowed and said, "My apologies, my lord." To his surprise, the elder immediately launched an attack, displaying little of the chivalric decorum one might expect. "Has no one informed you that such formalities are of no use on the battlefield?" Cole recalled his lessons with the Night's Watch instructor, Sir Alistair, who, despite being unpleasant, imparted genuine knowledge and skills. Sir Blackfish's lack of renown in the Seven Kingdoms stemmed from his infrequent participation in tournaments, as he held little regard for the trappings of knighthood. His reputation had been forged in the fires of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, leading him to favor practical skills over ceremonial niceties. As they exchanged blows, the two moved in a dance of flashing steel. Blackfish's strikes were cunning and lethal. Were it not for Cole's constant use of the Eye of Time, he might have struggled to keep up. At that moment, several knights arrived at the training grounds, halting to observe the duel, for they were well aware of Blackfish's formidable prowess. "Who is that?" one inquired. "To withstand Lord Blackfish for so long is remarkable. I haven't seen him before. Judging by his appearance, he might be a newly minted knight. Perhaps Blackfish is assessing his worthiness to join the Bloodriders." As they speculated, the tide of battle shifted unexpectedly. Cole began to gain the upper hand. He was powerful and agile, and though Blackfish consistently exploited his weaknesses, he could not land a hit. Instead, the moment the Blackfish exhibited even the slightest vulnerability, Cole launched a fierce assault in that direction. The knights present could not help but widen their eyes. This individual was audaciously pursuing the Blackfish in combat. It seemed that a remarkable figure had arrived in Eagle's Nest City. With a sword pointed directly at the throat of the Blackfish, he declared, "Sir Tully, I concede." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the Blackfish's eyes, as he reluctantly acknowledged the impressive prowess of this young man. He silently sighed, recognizing that the world ultimately belongs to the youth. Had he been a mere decade younger, he would have insisted on a rematch. "Sir Tully," the Blackfish chuckled softly, "it has been ages since anyone referred to me in such a manner. I had nearly forgotten my surname. Compared to your archery, your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. Had it been a few years earlier, your victory would not have been so effortless." He bore his defeat with an admirable grace. In the following days, Cole diligently practiced archery each morning, while the Blackfish made his daily appearance as well, generously offering guidance. Under his mentorship, Cole's technique improved remarkably, indicating a considerable innate talent. Through casual conversation, the two grew more familiar, and Cole hoped to employ the Blackfish's influence to convey to the two ladies of House Tully that Tyrion was not implicated in those misdeeds. Thus he spoke at length on the matter. Upon hearing the entire situation, the Blackfish's expression transformed into one of admiration. Those who would take risks for the sake of friendship invariably command respect, and at least this young lad displayed a sense of honor and disgrace. As the two took a moment's respite, a servant from the castle unexpectedly arrived at the training ground, announcing, "My lords, Lady Shah is summoning everyone to the hall." Chapter 26. Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. When Cole entered the hall, it was already bustling with a throng of people. Sir Blackfish had departed from the entrance, his destination unknown. Upon spotting Podrick within the hall, Cole approached him. Podrick was reclining against a column, his demeanor languid. The hall was ablaze with light, torches flickering with fierce flames. Lady Lisa Arryn, adorned in a gown of black veil, summoned the knights and nobles to publicly hear the confession of the imp. With a resounding thud, the doors swung open, and several knights escorted Tyrion into the chamber. "It seems your diminutive friend is in dire straits," Podrick remarked. Cole's gaze shifted to Tyrion, who met his eyes and nodded slightly. The knights pushed Tyrion to the center of the hall before retreating to the sides. He stumbled a few steps, steadied himself, and offered a courteous bow. Lady Catelyn Stark inquired directly, "I have heard you intend to confess?" "Indeed, my lady," Tyrion replied. Lady Lisa smiled at her sister, a glint of pride in her eyes. Her dungeon could compel even the legendary imp to submission. "Speak," Lady Lisa commanded Tyrion. Unexpectedly, Tyrion retorted with a jest, "Where should I begin? I confess I am a bitter rogue." He appeared to be feigning madness. rambling on about trivial offenses with a humorous tone, as if mocking himself rather than genuinely confessing. His amusing demeanor elicited laughter throughout the hall. Silence. Lady Lisa Arryn was incensed by his antics. Alas, I am confessing, my lady. You accuse me of sending assassins after my better-nephew Bran, as well as conspiring to murder the king's hand, Lord Jon Arryn. Tyrion shrugged. I'm afraid I cannot admit to such charges. Fuming, Lady Lisa rose from her throne and commanded the Knights of the Vale to take the imp back to the dungeons. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Tyrion suddenly bellowed. Is there no justice left in the Vale? Is there not a shred of honor within the Bloodgates? You accuse, I deny, and you would cast me into the black cells to starve and freeze? He raised his head defiantly. Where is the king's justice? You claim someone has accused me. Very well, I demand a fair trial. Let the gods above and the people below determine the truth of my words. Lady Lisa scoffed disdainfully. A fair trial? Very well, this is the Vale, and the judge shall be my son, Robert Arryn. She commanded her attendants to open the moon door. The method of execution in the Eyrie, where the condemned would soar before plummeting to their demise. Tyrion smirked inwardly, casting a glance at a column in the hall. Dear lady, I believe there is no need to disturb Lord Robert. The gods above will vindicate me, and I am willing to let them render judgment. I demand trial by combat. Laughter erupted in waves, everyone amused by his antics, save for Catelyn and Sir Blackfish, whose gazes remained fixated on the child beneath the column. Catelyn furrowed her brow, preparing to turn and caution her sister, only for Lady Lisa Arryn to exclaim in surprise, "Of course you have that right." In an instant, a dozen knights eagerly stepped forward. Such opportunities were rare, not only to curry favor with House Arryn, but also to potentially win Lady Lissa's affection through their gallantry. This could lead to both a beautiful bride and the governance of the Vale. Yet, Lissa dismissed all, instead calling upon Sir Varys Egan, the captain of the guard to the late Prime Minister, Duke Jon Arryn. Indeed, our illegitimate Jon was named after him. Duke Jon was the foster father of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North. Consequently, Duke Eddard must refer to Lissa as his sister-in-law and her as his foster mother. Ah, such a tangled web of relationships. Please entrust this duty to another. I am utterly disinclined to fight, Varys stated, pointing at Tyrion. Look at him, a mere dwarf, half my height. I believe my brother would be more than willing to fight on my behalf. Your grand usurper is 100 miles away, Lissa retorted sharply. You are to duel with Sir Varys tomorrow. Tyrion turned to the minstrel Marillion, instructing him to compose a song about Lissa, forbidding him from seeking a proxy knight. Infuriated, Lissa exclaimed, "When have I ever prohibited you? Little imp, if you possess the capability, choose a proxy knight. Sir Cole, your employer is in need of assistance." Tyrion shouted towards the base of the column. Lissa blinked in surprise, somewhat taken aback. Following Tyrion's gaze, she spotted a tall, upright young man, not overly large nor particularly robust, yet strikingly handsome and seemingly youthful. "You wish to fight for the little imp?" Lissa inquired, perceiving the lad as a harmless bard. Sir Cole bowed slightly. "Yes, my lady. I am willing to fight in place of Tyrion Lannister. Do you comprehend what you are doing?" She threatened. "Of course. A friend in need is a friend indeed," he replied fearlessly. She continued to appraise the unfamiliar knight, when Catelyn suddenly interjected loudly. "This boy is not a knight at all." Cole was momentarily stunned, pondering the significance of knighthood. Was it truly so vital that one could be deemed unworthy even for a trial by combat? No one would enlighten him that knightly status was of little consequence. Knights were plentiful across the 7 kingdoms. Yet, here knighthood held great importance. Lissa turned her gaze to her sister, who was glaring at her disapprovingly. Suddenly she smiled. "Little imp, is this the proxy knight you sought? Did you personally knight him? He has no authority to represent another." Tyrion also paused, as if this had not occurred to him, and could only stubbornly assert, "Under the gods, all men are equal. If you cannot find a knight to fight for you, then prepare to fight yourself tomorrow, little imp. I have already given you your chance. It is uncertain which benevolent knight might bestow a title upon this child. You shall undoubtedly take pride in such an act." Tyrion surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon Podrick, who was indeed a knight, albeit without a title. Only knights possessed the authority to confer knighthood. The assembly fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. Podrick squinted, seemingly lost in thought, and as he lifted his foot, another voice broke the stillness. "Allow me." The voice was deep and steady, drawing the attention of the crowd to the source. Ser Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Lady Catelyn's face contorted with a trace of fury, unable to comprehend her uncle's actions. Ser Brynden descended from the dais, asserting that the ceremony must be conducted with utmost propriety. "This child is willing to fight for his friends. I commend his actions. He embodies the spirit of a knight." Approaching young Cole, the Blackfish unsheathed his sword and knelt before him. Cole, filled with gratitude, cast a glance at him before kneeling on one knee. "In the name of warriors, I command you to be brave. In the name of the Father, I command you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I command you to be merciful. In the name of the Maiden, I command you to be kind. In the name of the Smith, I command you to be diligent. In the name of the Crone, I command you to be wise. In the name of the Stranger, I command you to be perceptive. May the Seven bless you, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Cole. Rise." He touched Cole's shoulders with his sword in succession. Chapter 27. "Let him fly, Uncle. Are you aware of what you are doing? You are aiding that accursed Lannister." Lysa's hands flailed in agitation, her face flushed with anger. Catelyn was equally perplexed by his actions. Was this truly the Brandon Stark who once listened to their joys and sorrows? The two mothers fixed their gazes upon the Blackfish. He slowly spoke. "How long do you intend to prolong this farce? The Kingslayer has already gathered outside the gates of Riverrun. War is imminent. If we kill that imp now, we shall have no room for negotiation. A farce. That wretched little demon murdered my husband. He must die, and my knights will make him pay dearly." Lysa proclaimed with unwavering confidence. "I care not for the fate of that imp. If you desire trial, pursue it. But I must lead 1,000 knights to support your father and brother." Lysa sat imperiously in her chair. "The garrison of the Eyrie shall not be diminished, Uncle. You are a knight of the Bloodgate. You are meant to remain here." Catelyn could scarcely believe her sister's words. She turned to her uncle, only to see his face flushed with fury. "To hell with the Bloodgate Knights. Regardless of my lineage, I am a Tully, and I shall return to Riverrun tonight. Will you forsake your oath, Uncle?" Catelyn implored. The Blackfish whirled around. "I shall no longer be a Bloodgate Knight. You may easily find another to pander to your foolish whims." With that, he stormed out. "How can you speak to our uncle in such a manner?" Catelyn exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she chased after her sister. "Brandon, Uncle!" Catelyn called out to the Blackfish, who halted in his tracks. "Little Catelyn, do you wish to blame me for bestowing knighthood upon that boy?" His fierce gaze bore into her. Catelyn shook her head. "No, Uncle. He deserves to be a knight." The Blackfish's expression softened slightly. "Uncle, do not hold Lysa accountable." Catelyn, observing the anger in his eyes, hesitantly asked, "Will you walk alone? The mountain paths are treacherous for a solitary traveler. Sir Roderick and I are also preparing to return to Winterfell. Join us. I shall provide the 1,000 elite soldiers. Riverrun shall not stand alone." The Blackfish scrutinized Catelyn's face, memories seemingly resurfacing of the girl who had once wept and confided in him. He sighed. "Very well. I shall wait for you below." Catelyn did not return to the hall, but instead made her way back to the tower. In that moment, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. Lysa had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. What had transpired over the years? Did the gods truly deem that Lannister innocent? Moreover, Tyrion was her prisoner. Lysa had no right to judge him. She pondered whether sparing that boy was indeed the correct choice, and why her uncle had conferred knighthood upon him. As Cole returned to the residence, his emotions were equally complex. Was he truly a knight now? There was no grand ceremony, nor did he feel any joy. This identity has not bestowed upon him any genuine sense of honor, nor would anyone regard him with significance because of it. He remains a humble, nameless insect. He could have fabricated a lie. No one would care whether an unknown individual is a knight. Even if he were, he would merely be a hedge knight. For only through the nobility's grace can one acquire a surname and a title. However, at least he would no longer be subjected to ridicule over this matter. The timely assistance of Sir Blackfish has aided Tyrion and, in turn, him, affording him a semblance of dignity. Even if Cole cannot intervene, there is still Boron, a shrewd mercenary who knows how to seize opportunities. Tomorrow, he shall assist Tyrion in the trial by combat, facing a renowned knight of the Vale. The children of House Aaron may forget the Kingsguard and the Knights of White Harbor in the game, but they will certainly not overlook the role of the Vale Knight. The atmosphere of chivalry here is palpable, which is why Catelyn boldly declared that he is not a knight. In a continent rife with chaos, the Vale stands majestically atop its mountains, fortified and sovereign. It is home to the realm's most elite knights, and when the Bloodgate opens, it shall undoubtedly reverberate throughout Westeros. Cole gazed out at the undulating waves of clouds. Indeed, the Vale possesses a foundation of royal legitimacy. It is not without reason that the Undul people began their conquest from here, though it remains uncertain whether the woman currently seated upon the throne is aware of this. Shaking his head, Cole dismissed the thought, for it was of no concern to him. He merely desired to emulate the original Boron to attain a noble status, acquire a desirable fief, preferably in the Riverlands, and ultimately wed a lady of noble birth whom he finds appealing, indulging in the pleasures of food and drink until his demise. He polished his sword, Winter's Knight, which had endured numerous battles yet retained its chilling allure, just as it had upon their first encounter. It is indeed a fine blade, and he truly owes a significant debt of gratitude to Vige. As dawn broke, the castle became a cacophony of activity. Last night, Cole had managed to steady his nerves and sleep soundly. If he were to reflect upon his journey, he would realize how much he has transformed. The lad who once lost sleep over trifles has evolved into a man who remains unperturbed in the face of adversity. He donned his patchwork armor, knowing his adversary would be fully equipped, yet he was confident in his ability to triumph in this battle. After enduring countless life and death struggles, his skills in combat had reached a level of mastery. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a knight who led him to a garden bustling with people. A formidable knight was being armored by attendants, none other than his opponent, Ser Vardis. Lady Lisa sat regally on an open-air balcony, while a frail child occupied the main seat below, entertained by a puppeteer performing tricks, eliciting his laughter. Guests raised their goblets in merriment, entirely oblivious to the fact that this was a contest, perceiving it merely as a noble gathering. At that moment, Catelyn Stark arrived, her sister Lisa embracing her with a kiss. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Catelyn's face. Rather, she wore an expression of concern, saying, "Lisa, you cannot indulge in such folly any longer. The little imp's life holds value, and if that boy should win..." The Earl of Hunter interrupted her. "My lady, I see no possibility of that." "My lord, are you so certain?" Catelyn replied with a frigid tone, fully aware of the child's capabilities. No fewer than 5 or 6 mountain men could not harm him. After a heated exchange with her sister, who was both obstinate and haughty, Catelyn found herself unheard. At that moment, our Duke Robert suddenly exclaimed with exuberance, "The little rascal has arrived. Mummy, I want to see him fly. Can he fly?" Tyrion was being escorted by several knights, and as he scanned the surroundings, he finally spotted Cole, who smiled at him, seemingly offering a reassuring presence. The boy appeared somewhat impatient, incessantly pestering his mother to witness the dwarf take flight. Suddenly, a bell rang out, and the monk witnessing the trial approached the stone statue in the garden, which depicted a weeping woman, none other than Alyssa. The river, known as Alysa's Tears, flowing from the giant's lance, bore her name. Ser Vardis had donned his armor, and a squire was bringing forth his sword, as Cole slowly made his way towards the open space in the garden. "Let him fly, let him fly," Duke Robert Arryn shouted. Chapter 28. The dual Ser Vardis was clad in a full suit of heavy armor, complete with gauntlets, iron gloves, and plate armor that resembled a lobster's shell, along with a steel gorget. His visor was shaped like an eagle's beak, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes. In contrast, Cole wore chainmail, albeit missing a portion, along with a dinted metal helmet and a borrowed visor from the armory. His arms were adorned with plates, and greaves protected his shins. Compared to the metallic splendor of the Valley Knight, Cole appeared as a jester in costume. Ser Vardis resembled a pristine and elegant warrior of the temple, while Cole seemed like a savage from beyond the Great Wall. The two knelt on one knee beneath the sculpted gaze of Alyssa, with a small demon standing between them. The monk retrieved a multifaceted crystal, which refracted the sunlight into a spectrum of colors, and solemnly invoked the gods, beseeching them to witness this trial. The sound echoed, its resonance lingering in the air. As Tyrion was led away, he leaned towards Cole and remarked softly, "He is heavily armored. He must be weary." Cole responded with an understanding smile. Servatus accepted the sword handed to him by his squire. It was a beautiful weapon, adorned with silver filigree. Its hilt crowned with a falcon's head and a guard shaped like outstretched wings, resembling a soaring eagle. He attempted a few practice swings. Cole, too, drew his sword, and in an instant its cold gleam shone like the night. Lady Lysa, who had been extolling the virtues of her own decorated silver sword, fell suddenly silent. Everyone wondered in their hearts, how could this downtrodden knight possess such a magnificent blade? Servatus proclaimed loudly, saluting the gods, for Eagle's Nest and Aegon Vale. Cole wished to shout in response, but found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly declare allegiance to the beleaguered Great Wall. Could he? Vatus turned to grasp his round shield, while Cole drew forth another sword with a flourish. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Some marveled at the sight of him wielding two swords simultaneously. Catelyn recollected a tale her husband Ned had shared with her. When she had inquired about the mother of his illegitimate child, was it the rumored Asher Dane? Her husband had remained silent, forbidding her from asking further. Perhaps out of guilt, he had then recounted the legendary knight Arthur Dane, whom people fondly referred to as the Sword of the Morning. The Sword of the Morning wielded a two-handed sword, with the dawnblade for offense and the steel sword for defense. Whenever Ned recalled the white-clad knight, a look of reverence graced his features. It had been a battle of 10, yet only 2 emerged alive. As Catelyn's gaze fell upon the dueling ground, the 2 combatants had already engaged. The young man crossed his twin swords to meet Sir Vatus's silver blade, and with a powerful thrust, the heavily armored knight staggered back several steps. Cole did not adopt a defensive stance. His dual sword struck with the ferocity of a tempest, forcing Sir Vatus to retreat behind his shield. Occasionally, Vatus would seize a fleeting opportunity to strike, but Cole deftly evaded his blows, rendering the knight ineffective, as he resembled a sluggish turtle under relentless assault. The onlookers were left in shock by the spectacle, with some noble women feeling a sense of dread. It appeared their knight was on the verge of defeat. Balin silently shook his head, pondering how one could engage in such reckless attacks, knowing full well that the armor was impenetrable. It was nothing but a futile expenditure of energy, and exhaustion would inevitably lead to defeat. Indeed, Balin's thoughts mirrored those of Tyrion, who understood that the key lay in exhausting the opponent. Varys, already advanced in age, could hardly endure the weight of such heavy armor for long. Cole, on the other hand, had foolishly chosen to measure strength against him, a decision that bore no fruit. As Varys retreated in alarm, others believed he was fending off attacks with ease, yet each strike from Cole landed like a heavy hammer, leaving him to recover for an agonizingly long time after each parry. No one could perceive the torrents of sweat cascading down his back. Though he considered himself seasoned from countless battles, he had never encountered such a brutal style of combat. Only he recognized that Cole's strikes grew increasingly powerful and swift, the most terrifying aspect being his relentless offensive approach. With a thunderous crash, Cole shattered Varys' shield, fragments scattering across the ground. Varys grasped his sword with both hands. Wielding it with one was simply insufficient to withstand Cole's onslaught. Cole attacked with grand, sweeping motions from all angles. Every parry Varys made came at the cost of his armor, which, once dignified and imposing, now bore deep dents and scars. Catelyn couldn't help but muse on the implications of such a warrior clad in heavy armor on the battlefield. The infamous figure known as the Mountain came to mind. One wondered how a confrontation between him and Cole would unfold. Those who had witnessed the Mountain silently compared his stature to Cole's, clearly envisioning the giant gaining the upper hand. Sir Varys' hands began to tremble as cracks appeared in his armor. The duel had persisted for nearly 10 minutes when suddenly, Cole's movements began to slow. He was fatigued, some thought. Sensing an opportunity, Varys lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards Cole's chest, the silver blade glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. And no one believed his darkened armor could withstand such a strike. Tyrion felt his heart leap to his throat, silently praying, "Oh, little ranger, you have never let me down. Do not falter now." In a swift motion, Cole stepped aside, discarding one sword and seizing Vardys' wrist, positioning the blade-long knife against his throat. "You have already lost, sir," he murmured softly. Vardys attempted to withdraw his arm, but felt himself firmly ensnared, unable to move. As Cole bent his arm, a sickening crack echoed through the air, prompting a cry of anguish from Vardys as his silver sword clattered to the ground. Sweat poured from his brow as he steadied himself. Gritting his teeth, "I can still fight." Cole tapped the flat of his sword against Vardys' head, causing him to wobble and fall, the weight of his armor rendering him incapable of rising. Cole retrieved the fallen silver sword and tossed it before him. "If you wish to continue fighting, then stand." With gritted teeth and a tremendous effort, Vardys pushed himself upright, feeling as though a mountain pressed upon him. His eyes flashed with defiance as he gazed towards the expansive sky, ultimately expending his last ounce of strength to declare, "I concede." After a brief respite, he removed his helmet, grasped his sword, and murmured, "I owe you an apology, Lord John." "Mother, why have they stopped?" inquired the intrigued Duke Robert. "It is over, my dear," Lady Lesha replied, beckoning for someone to assist Sir Vardys in removing his armor. "Will we not see the little scoundrel take flight?" The boy continued to ask. With a smile, Tyrion approached Cole, saying, "The little rascal may not take to the skies, but he intends to accompany the carrot down the hill in a basket. Thank you for your kindness." "I thought—" Before Lady Lesha could finish her sentence, the imp interjected, "I assumed the Arryn family still remembered their ancestral motto, as high as honor." Lady Lesha, infuriated, hastily dismissed them, exclaiming, "Someone, escort Lord Lannister and his creature away from my presence." Chapter 29. The Devil, Salted Beef, and Stale Bread. Lady Shaw's generosity is truly remarkable. Tyrion observed the supplies handed to them by the Knight of the Bloodgate. Sir Lyn Cobry wore a stern expression, wishing the Lord Lannister a safe journey. The sight of their grim faces inexplicably brought Tyrion a flicker of satisfaction. However, his mirth was short-lived. Traversing the jagged mountain path, he could not help but reflect on the perils of their journey. He recalled the mountain tribesmen, armed with rudimentary weapons, and the avaricious jailer he had bribed during his imprisonment, which sparked an idea in his mind. A figure emerged from behind a poplar tree along the road, whistling. "Bronn?" The mercenary approached with open hands, seemingly indicating that the knights had mistaken him for one of their own. Having an extra person could only be advantageous, Tyrion mused. "What are your plans?" "Fight your way back." The mercenary regarded the two of them. "We are days away from the Trident, and those mountain folk are like phantoms, ready to strike at any moment." "Retreating is hardly a sound option," Cole analyzed. "Meaning you have a bright idea?" Bronn inquired further. "None at all. It would be wiser to find a place to hide and wait for the Lannisters to seize Eagle's Nest before we reveal ourselves." "That is indeed a dreadful notion, Cole." Tyrion shook his head. "With our meager provisions, we cannot last long, and given my father's temperament, he would sooner lead troops against the north than attack Eagle's Nest. This stronghold was constructed by the nobles of the Vale, fortified like a barrel." "Perhaps we should converse with our new acquaintances," Tyrion asserted confidently. "New acquaintances?" Bronn questioned, puzzled. Tyrion waved his hand. "Come now, we have quite a distance to cover." He strode ahead, swaying slightly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Bronn cast a glance at Cole, who wore a similarly composed expression, and felt a moment of bewilderment. "What makes you so confident? If we were to abandon him, I believe we could make a swift escape back to the Riverlands." "I can hear you, you know," Tyrion called back without turning. Cole chuckled. "Truth be told, I wish to leave. We needn't have come to Eagle's Nest at all." He patted Bronn on the shoulder. "Trust me, aligning with the Lannisters will not lead to misfortune." Although Bronn was indeed a pragmatic individual, it was undeniable that he possessed a code of conduct. He would fulfill his obligations once compensated, albeit with a penchant for banter. Unlike the power players in this Game of Thrones, where betrayal was commonplace, a wise person need not speak excessively. Bronn had evidently recognized the opportunity. Throughout their conversations, he had realized that the dwarf was far more astute than he initially appeared. While he may not have grasped the first advantage, it was clear that the imp remained ensnared in a predicament, presenting a timely opportunity for assistance. He sensed that, in this regard, Cole was far shrewder than he. Ah, if only you knew he was stealing your opportunity, you might think otherwise. So, what is it that you desire? Brawn? As Tyrion walked, he pondered the value of gold, women, or glory. Every ounce of strength was worth courting now. All that mattered was his survival and return to Casterly Rock, rendering these trifles insignificant. Boron scoffed, perhaps it's glory. I truly adore glory. Much like the innocents relish visiting brothels. Just ensure my safety, and I shall acquiesce to any request you have. Exiting the patrol's range of the Bloodgate, they were accompanied solely by rocks and mountains, hastening their pace in silence, for any noise might summon the assault of the mountain savages. I need a rest. After walking for a while, Tyrion suddenly halted. Riding was manageable, but walking all day was utterly impossible for him. His malformed legs could not withstand such strain. It would be best to light a fire and have a meal. My stomach feels as if it might collapse from hunger. Are you eager for death, Lannister? The flames will attract the nearby savages. Boron spat on the ground. Those savages have eyes everywhere. Even without a fire, they would come. Tyrion picked up a dry branch and then turned to Cole. Do you have a flint? I am not your squire, Tyrion. Cole retrieved a flint from his satchel. I know. You are a knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Cole. He suddenly smirked, a virgin knight. Women cannot save you now. Only a knight can. Cole patted his sword. By the seven hells, look at your arrogance. Yet, if you provide me with a woman now, I would consider my demise worthwhile. Your desired woman has arrived. Boron drew his sword. Shadows flickered around them, and soon a dozen mountain savages surrounded them. These natives, both male and female, were clad in fur, and aside from a few robust males, the rest were scrawny. No, our new friends have come. Tyrion dropped the branch and wiped his hands on his clothing. Approaching Boron, he pressed down his sword. Let us not frighten our friends with that. Welcome, everyone. Might you wish to join us for a delightful dinner? We have fine beef and roasted bread. Tyrion called out to the group of mountain folk. Kill the half-man, and we can feast on mutton, said a burly savage. A lanky savage brandished a knife at Tyrion. Remember to inform your god that it is the son of Gorn from the Stone Crow tribe who sends you to the afterlife. Son of Dolf, Shaga. The burly savage echoed. I am Tyrion, son of Tywin from the Lannister tribe, Tyrion declared, pointing to Cole. He is. I believe we need not draw our swords. Tyrion shifted the conversation. He patted Cole's armor and then his own helmet. These armors are of fine quality. They can all be yours. Ha! A mountain man named Khan laughed. Kill the half-man, and these items will also belong to us. The group of savages joined in laughter. The half-man intends to use our possessions to compensate us. Only a wild man named Torek remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on Cole. Slay them, and let the half-man milk the goats, commanded Shaga, evidently the leader of this band. Cole drew his sword, casting a glance that caused Torek to collapse in fear. It is he, the demon. The wild men turned their eyes toward Cole, questioning if this was indeed the demon Torek had spoken of. Cole failed to recognize him as one of the barbarian cavalry who had once besieged him. In that moment, the wild men hesitated, their bravado waning. The towering Shaga, undeterred by the notion of a demon, charged forward with his axe, for he was the mightiest warrior of the Stone Eagle tribe, intent on severing the demon's manhood to feed his goats. Cole parried with his sword and unleashed a strike with the Night of Winter. Shaga felt a jolt to his head before crashing to the ground. Cole had never feared brute strength. The wild men swallowed hard. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tyrion's eyes. Gone, sir, son of Gun, my family is wealthy and powerful, and warriors like you are countless. If you ensure our safe passage from this mountain, I can offer you gear 1,000 times superior to what you possess. The words of the common folk held little value. You have seen for yourselves, his sword can easily slay you. Those weapons in your hands are only fit for slaughtering goats. Tyrion pointed at the Night of Winter. Such swords abound in my tribe. Will you barter your life for a sword? A spear? Armor? Son of Gun, these are trivialities. Tyrion recognized that his objectives had been achieved, smiling as he proclaimed, I can offer you more, such as the entirety of Aegon Vale. Everyone knew he was boasting. Yet under the weight of Cole's formidable might and the allure of superior equipment, the hearts of the mountain men began to waver. Chapter 30. The Stone Crow Tribe when Shaga, the The son of Dofu awoke. He could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Gonsur Khan, Toril, a half-man, a devil? Why were they gathered around the fire, sharing a meal? They appeared to be members of a tribe. Well, you are awake, said Tyrion, stepping to Shagha's side. They are eager to hear your opinion, as every free man is entitled to a voice. Opinion? Shall we slice the half-man to feed the goats? Shagha scratched his head, evidently bewildered by the situation. Tyrion's expression darkened. Perhaps you should speak with him directly. Cole could not stifle a laugh. I apologize. Despite my training, I couldn't help myself. Gonsur recounted Tyrion's proposal, and in an instant, Shagha's eyes widened. Such a fortunate turn of events. He leaned closer to Gonsur and whispered, "This news should be shared with our kin. We are preparing to return to the tribe with the half-man, just waiting for you to awaken." Shagha leaped to his feet, glancing at Cole with a hint of trepidation. "If the half-man deceives us, we shall chop him up for the goats," he threatened. It was unclear why the lad was so enthusiastic about the matter, but fortunately, they had finally garnered Shagha's trust, leading Cole and the others deeper into the mountains. They navigated through low thickets and winding stone paths until they arrived at the Stone Crow tribe under the full moon. The grass huts and leather tents were nestled among a labyrinth of stone, a location chosen with great care as the terrain was ill-suited for cavalry charges. In these mountains, no one can catch the free men, Shagha declared confidently. Shagha? A patrol of free men approached at the sound of his voice. "Where have you been?" the leader inquired. "We accomplished something significant," Shagha replied, stepping aside to reveal Tyrion. "I am taking the son of Tywin to meet the elders." He led Cole and the others eagerly toward the center of the camp, while the remaining free men dispersed upon returning to the tribe. The elder of the Stone Crow tribe was quite advanced in age, frail and thin, with a hoarse and feeble voice. He raised his cloudy eyes to assess Cole and the others. "Shagha, will you not introduce your friends? This is Tywin's son from the Lannister tribe, and this is—" He faltered, unable to recall the names of the other two. The names of these Flatlanders were indeed difficult to remember. "The noble Lannister house," the elder declared, revealing Tyrion's identity. Cole immediately sensed that this elder was unlike the others in the tribe. "Indeed, I am the son of Duke Tywin Lannister, Tyrion Lannister." Tyrion offered a slight bow. "What brings a member of the Lannister family to my Stone Crow tribe?" the elder inquired. "It is good news, elder," Shagha exclaimed excitedly. "Good news?" The elder shook his head. "The Lannister family is at war. I do not foresee any good tidings from you." "Va?" Tyrion was taken aback, contemplating whether his father had truly led an army to Eagle's Nest. Soon, he dismissed the notion, asserting it to be impossible. Father was never one to act so recklessly, especially considering he would rather see his own disgrace perish sooner rather than later. Perhaps it stemmed from his belief in the so-called family honor. No one could humiliate a Lannister, for a Lannister always repays his debts. Given Father S' methodical approach, he would likely exert pressure on the North or Riverrun, though he would probably refrain from going too far, as he still needed to maintain a semblance of respect for his brother-in-law, King Robert. A sudden inspiration struck him. He realized what they required. He hoped that the Stone Crow tribe would fight for him. He promised them wealth, armor, weapons, and even lands, ensuring they would no longer have to evade the relentless pursuit of those valley knights. The elder of the Stone Crows fell into contemplation. Regardless of his extensive experience, he still possessed the mindset of a free folk. If the reward was substantial enough, they would be willing to take risks. "I am not inclined to gamble with the fate of the Stone Crow tribe, and your words lack conviction, Lannister," he said. Zaga, appearing anxious, interjected, "Elder, look at that sword. The tribe of Tywin's son is vast, indeed." The elder regarded his foolishly brave warrior with a silent sigh. He shifted his stance. "If you can secure the approval of several other mountain tribes, then I shall agree to let Zaga lead our warriors into battle for you." Goodness, Cole marveled inwardly. This was the plan to drag other tribes into the fray as well. If they won, they would all share the spoils, especially since Tyrion boasted grandly. And if they lost, it mattered little, as the conflicts among the mountain tribes would merely result in mutual weakening, restoring a sort of balance. The challenge now lay with Tyrion, who had to persuade these tribes to fight on his behalf. Otherwise, he would not gain the support of the Stone Crows. Yet, he had only been thinking of hastening back to the Riverlands, longing to rest upon a soft feather bed and enjoy a cup of sweet wine. Tyrion glanced around. He had found himself at the heart of the Mountain Clan's territory, having made bold promises. Even if he wished to leave now, these savages would not permit it. Without the fulfillment of his commitments, did he truly believe these volatile individuals would allow him to depart unscathed? No matter how formidable Cole and Boron were, they could hardly decimate an entire tribe. He had dug himself into a pit with his own words and could only brace himself to leap in. Very well, I shall persuade the other tribes. However, the Stone Crow tribe must send protectors for us. If I perish, you will receive nothing, Tyrion declared emphatically. I will have Zaga escort you. The elder of the Stone Crows finally revealed a smile, his mouth a mere void, devoid of teeth. He turned to Zaga and instructed, Zaga, take our guest to rest. Tyrion managed a smile in return, albeit a strained one. They were led by Zaga to a grass hut, who pointed to another nearby cabin, saying, I dwell in that one. Call for me if needed. After leaving them there, he departed. Boron kicked at the dry twigs and leaves on the ground, lamenting that these mountain folk's hospitality was inferior even to a stable. One cannot simply anticipate that they will procure a cashmere bed for you. At the very least, tonight, we need not worry about the shadowy lynx severing our throats. Cole strode towards the diminutive dwelling. These savages were scarcely different from the shadowy lynxes. Perhaps a woman of the free folk would ascend upon you, aiding in your transformation into a man. Boron followed him inside. It would be prudent to ensure that the second brother does not lose a part of himself. Tyrion chimed in, his apprehensions alleviated by the jest. Cole cast a silent glance at the two, truly akin to the legendary heroes of old. Were they not? Chapter 31. Vengeance. You must temporarily assume my responsibilities, just as I have taken my father's place, until I return home. Once the war concludes, I shall return immediately. Yes, mother will be back soon, and I promise to bring father with me. Bran sat in the study of Winterfell, the echoes of Robb's words still resonating in his ears. The room was now desolate. Little Rickon remained unruly, and everyone had departed. Father, mother, sister. Now, even elder brother Robb was gone. He stared vacantly out the window. The silence enveloping Winterfell was profound. The world hushed. He couldn't help but recall the wildling Osha's words. The old god's power does not reach the south, where the weirwood trees have long been felled. Bran stubbornly thought that regardless of the old gods or the new, they must ensure their safe return. Shagga led the group from yesterday to escort Cole and his companions to negotiate with other tribes. The nearest, the Black Ear tribe, was known for their practice of severing the ears of their enemies as trophies of victory, and they bore grudges intensely, believing that vengeance was a mark of bravery. As Cole and his party approached, they were soon surrounded by a figure who loudly challenged Shagga, demanding to know why he led people into their territory. The leader was a woman, diminutive yet fierce, flat-chested and resembling the vast, barren Dornish desert, her skin dark and marked with several scars. Shagga spoke, the daughter of Zik. Zira, it is this son of Tywin who wishes to see you. Zira's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was a half-man, and she burst into laughter. Is it true that the Stone Crow tribe has no men? Shagga bristled at her words. The men of the Stone Crow tribe are the finest of free men warriors. A flicker of disdain crossed Zira's gaze. She had likely severed countless ears from the Stone Crow tribe. Perhaps you should test whether this half-man is indeed a man. He'll leave you unable to rise from your bed, she taunted as Tyrion stepped forward. Take your half-man pet and be gone, Shagga. Unless you wish to ignite a war between our tribes, Zira retorted angrily. Shagga threatened to cut off all the vital parts of the Black Ear tribe. Unfazed, the leader shot back defiantly. The free folk of the Black Ear tribe erupted in furious shouts, brandishing swords, prepared to slay the Stone Crow brats. The Stone Crow tribe, undeterred, returned their insults, and a violent clash seemed imminent. Bringing a band of savages to negotiations was certainly a foolhardy choice. Shagga, do you not desire those fine goods? Tyrion's voice thundered, silencing the Stone Crow tribe. Seeing the Stone Crow tribe rendered speechless by a half-man, the Black Ear tribe erupted in laughter, hurling mocking comments. Shaga's face flushed with anger. Daughter of Zik, Zira, we are not here to quarrel with your tribe, but to discuss business, Tyrion declared. Discuss business? Zira scoffed. Is the half-man to sell himself to us? Cole drew his sword. Tyrion suddenly shouted. With a swift motion, 2 gleaming swords were drawn from their sheaths, and the Black-Ear tribe immediately assumed a defensive stance. Tyrion stepped forward to face Cole, accepting the Winter's Night Sword. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. He gestured towards a nearby branch, which fell with a crack. Do you see this sword? He handed it to Zira. She took it in astonishment. The moment it touched her palm, a chilling sensation akin to a blizzard enveloped her. As she ran her fingers along the blade, a layer of dead skin was cleanly severed. I can furnish you with countless swords of this caliber. Zira's expression finally turned serious. I do not trust the words of a half-man. I swear by the honor of House Lannister that Shaga and his Stone Crow tribe can vouch for me, Tyrion asserted, kicking the large man beside him. Isn't that right? Indeed, the half-man possesses armor and axes. If he deceives us, let his life be sacrificed to the goats. Zira's gaze fluctuated between hope and doubt as she pondered the pros and cons. What do you require of us? Fight for me. I can provide you with weapons and armor. You have all seen the equipment of those Valley cavalry, and my gear is infinitely superior. She appeared swayed by his words. This requires a decision from my people. You must return with us to the tribe. Of course. Observing his unwavering confidence, Zira felt a flicker of belief. She glanced at the Stone Crow tribe and inquired, Why do you still seek us? I need a multitude. Even if all the free folk were to fight for me, I have the means to pay them. Zira nodded, tossing the sword back to Tyrion, who caught it deftly, returning it to its sheath. Now, both long swords were secured at Cole's waist. Zira led them deeper into the tribe, casually stating, I can persuade the Moon people to join us. As they proceeded, curious onlookers turned their heads, and a group of free folk exchanged glances upon spotting Cole and his companions. Zira arranged for them to stay in a spacious wooden dwelling while she summoned her kin, leaving her 2 sons to guard the house. The Black-Ear tribe had no elders. Only the most valiant warriors could lead. Zira was the de facto chief, and despite being a woman, she had claimed 42 ears, while her sons had collected 50. However, the Black-Ear tribe was not the sole power. The free folk insisted on considering everyone's opinions when making significant decisions. Just as Zira stepped out to gather her people, 6 or 7 individuals barged in. Zira's sons attempted to block their path, but the intruders declared Zide, Zibu. Are you going to prevent the Black-Ear from avenging? Upon hearing this, Zira's second son exchanged concerned glances. Someone shoved past them, bursting in. It was them who killed Kemu. He mentioned several names that Cole could not recall, yet he recognized their hostile intent. Tyrion appeared at a loss, pondering the commotion within the Black-Ear tribe. Wasn't it agreed that they would convene to discuss matters? However, before the little demon could comprehend the situation, the group of Black-Ear free folk had already charged forward, weapons brandished. Zira's son watched from a distance, for in the Black-Ear clan, bystanders were forbidden from intervening during acts of vengeance or duels. Cole unsheathed the Winter's Night like a bolt of lightning, leaping forward to shield Tyrion. The leader fell to the ground with a single cross slash, and like a whirlwind, he severed the throat of another Black-Ear free folk, who clutched his neck in terror before collapsing. Cole's initial strike sent shockwaves through the crowd, momentarily unnerving the Avengers, who hesitated in their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Boron drew a dagger and plunged it directly into the throat of one adversary. In an instant, their numbers had been halved. Chapter 32. Expansion of the troop. When Zira returned to the grand wooden hall with her companions, chaos reigned supreme. The expressions of the free citizens of the Black-Ear tribe behind her were marked by astonishment, evidently perplexed by Zira's intentions. 7 free citizens, all belonging to the Black-Ear tribe, lay dead. It did not take long for someone to realize that the deceased were all members of their own tribe, and he glared at Zira with fury, loudly demanding, Zira, why have my people perished here? Zira, equally bewildered by the unfolding events, cast her gaze toward Shaga. 4 individuals had been slain by the Stone Crow tribe, under orders to protect the half-man, naturally could not remain idle. Shaga pointed to the corpses and stated they wished for the half-man's demise. But he has yet to fulfill his promise. He cannot die. It was Shaga, the son of Dofu from the Stone Crow tribe. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "You brought outsiders into the council hall. Are you betraying the Black-Ear tribe, Zira?" The leaders of several tribes condemned Zira vehemently. A storm brewed in her eyes as she directed her gaze toward Tyrion. "I require an explanation from the half-man." Tyrion, realizing he was on foreign territory, momentarily suppressed his rising fury, for he too was at a loss as to why they had been suddenly assaulted. He endeavored to maintain a cordial demeanor as he replied, "In truth, we are also unaware. Perhaps you should inquire with those two warriors." His short finger pointed towards Zira's two sons. It then dawned on Zira that she had indeed dispatched her sons to keep watch over them. She summoned the boys, who, though youthful and inexperienced, recounted the recent events in detail. Revenge within the Black-Ear tribe resembled a trial by combat, a behavior sanctioned by the tribe. They believed that anyone daring enough to challenge their foes was a warrior. Since it was an act of vengeance, there was little to contest. They were warriors, and if they fell, it was merely a testament to their lack of skill. In an instant, the tribal leaders fell silent. Although the family member of the deceased remained simmering with anger, he could only silently swallow his rage. "So, you have gathered us for a purpose, Zira?" inquired an elder leader from the Black-Ear tribe. Zira conveyed the terms proposed by Tyrion, prompting the tribal leaders to ponder deeply. "I will not permit our warriors to fight for a half-man," declared the leader of the deceased kin, voicing the first dissent. After speaking, he stepped forward, asserting that the great free citizens owed allegiance to no one. It was understood by all that he was dissatisfied with the murder of his tribesmen, and his restraint in not seeking vengeance was commendable. The departure of one individual unsettled the hearts of the other leaders, for even the most savage of free citizens recognized that opportunity and danger often walked hand in hand. At that moment, Tyrion interjected, "I have heard that the tribes of the Highland clan are the bravest of warriors. Are you all afraid?" Shaga enthusiastically shouted in agreement. "The Stone Crow tribe fears nothing. We are the mightiest warriors of the Highlands." "Nonsense. You of the Stone Crow tribe are only fit to associate with goats. It is we of the Black-Ear tribe who are the bravest warriors of the Highlands," someone retorted. The atmosphere was charged, and it appeared as though a debate over who held the title of the bravest was about to ensue. Tyrion raised his voice to intervene, declaring that since the Black-Ear tribe was not composed of cowards, they should demonstrate their courage to him. "Half-man," he continued, "if you have not lied, we are willing to fight for you. Should you dare to deceive the Black-Ear tribe, then you shall understand what true courage entails." Zira spoke to him, and this time, no one dared to question the chieftain. After persuading the Black-Ear tribe, Zira led them to the Moon People tribe. Upon hearing that the Black-Ear tribe had joined, the Moon People gladly agreed to join the alliance as well. The two tribes had always shared a close relationship, with rumors suggesting that the Moon People were a significant faction that had split from the Black-Ear tribe. They spent the night in the Moon People territory, and that evening, a delegation from the Burning People arrived, seemingly alerted by the news of Tyrion rallying forces in the mountains. The chieftain of the Burning People, known as the Red Hand, was distinguished by a rite of passage that involved burning parts of their bodies. The more significant the area burned, the greater the prestige gained. Timmy, the son of Timmy, had been chosen as the Red Hand after sacrificing his own left eye. Indeed, this tribe also practiced the inheritance of titles, a common occurrence where the son bears the same name as the father. When Timmy arrived with a large group, the Moon People initially suspected an attack. However, inquiries revealed that this group had just visited the Black-Ear tribe. Tyrion welcomed the newcomers, seeing this as a potential opportunity to prove himself. Though he was a dwarf, he was determined not to be deemed useless. He gazed at the starry sky, sometimes harboring resentment for being part of such a family that he was regarded as a disgrace. Yet, he felt compelled to be grateful for his identity, for it was precisely within such a family that he had survived, avoiding the fate of being a mere jester in a traveling troupe. He envisioned the expressions of his kin upon discovering that, despite being captured, he had returned with a formidable army. Such reactions would surely be remarkable. The Lannister name carried weight, and he was acutely aware that those surrounding him were drawn solely by his surname. Tyrion was not naive enough to believe that it was his personal charm that captivated them. A wise individual knows how to leverage their advantages. And with his illustrious lineage, why not exploit that identity? Which tribe shall we visit next? Asked Cole, as he savored the food provided by the Moon People. Cole was unaware of Tyrion's thoughts, but it was evident that Tyrion had his own strategies in mind. Aligning oneself with the strong is human nature, and Cole felt no compulsion to consider himself of noble birth. He was content to follow the powerful, knowing that bread and milk would be plentiful. As a traveler from another world, he possessed an advantage over the locals, understanding the forthcoming shifts in power dynamics and discerning which alliances would yield the greatest rewards. His previous life had been rather unremarkable, and to claim any grand ambitions would be an overestimation. We shall proceed to the dog-painting tribe. Tyrion had already gathered intelligence regarding the power distribution among the clans of the Highland clan. The Huaqian tribe is a destination they must reach. This tribe, which once took the life of the king of Eileen Valley, remains the most formidable force among the Highland clans, even after a millennium of challenges. Following closely in strength are the Zhuoran and Shurian tribes, among others. Nestled deep within the Mingyuem mountain range, the Huaqian tribe awaited their arrival. The next day, they traversed a lengthy mountain path, weaving through dense thickets, and from dawn until dusk, they finally caught sight of the Huaqian settlement. Indeed, this tribe stands apart from the other Highland peoples. Their village is dotted with stone houses, sprawling to a size comparable to 2 or 3 Shurian tribes. Shadows of numerous figures flitted among the structures, and as soon as Tilion and his companions approached, they were promptly detected. Chapter 33. The Trial of Fire in the esteemed work of Scholar Inyal, Chronicles of the Valley. There exists a record detailing an audacious raid executed by the Painted Dog tribe against King Roland I during his reign over the valley. The unsuspecting monarch was unceremoniously dragged from his steed and, before he could muster a defense, was brutally bludgeoned to death. This very King Roland is recognized as the founder of Eagle's Nest City. Upon revealing their intentions, the raiders were neither driven away nor obstructed. Numerous homes flickered with the glow of fires, and the air was thick with the scent of roasted meats amidst the billowing white smoke. Occasionally, barefooted children dashed about, their bodies bearing the marks of minor burns. The patrollers led them to a rock face, where a dwelling had been hewn from the stone, surrounded by fields cultivating various fruits and vegetables. Adjacent to the stone house was a massive cavern carved into the rock. Upon arrival, all members of the Painted Dog tribe bowed towards the entrance of the cavern. An elderly woman emerged from the stone abode, responding to the commotion with deliberate slowness. The tribespeople greeted her with reverence. The leader who had brought Cole and his companions approached her side and exchanged words. She nodded gently, her weathered face radiating a certain warmth. Tyrion speculated that this matron was likely a figure of considerable authority within the Painted Dog tribe. At this moment, aside from Cole and Boron, only the freemen Shaga and Timmy were willing to accompany Tyrion inside, while Zira and the others steadfastly refused to enter the Painted Dog territory. Seemingly deterred by an overwhelming sense of dread, they remained outside the mountain, waiting. Upon the return of the leading tribesmen, the elder retreated in her dwelling to retrieve a torch. What were they doing? Tyrion inquired of Shaga, perplexed. The old woman responded with a broad grin. The one-eyed Timmy mirrored her expression with a mischievous smile, indicating that any negotiations with the Painted Dog tribe would necessitate acceptance of their trial. A trial? The elderly matron, torch in hand, ambled toward the mouth of the cavern, her pace unhurried, prompting Cole to worry she might collapse at any moment. She halted at the cavern's entrance, casting the torch into the pitch-black abyss. The previously silent cavern erupted in a cacophony of roars, a crimson glow illuminating Tyrion's face, rendering his mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. His eyes widened in disbelief as flames roared to life within the cavern, tongues of fire licking the air and sending waves of heat radiating outward. Beads of sweat formed upon his brow, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. The cavern crackled incessantly with the sounds of exploding stones and the roaring flames. Shaga, casting aside his iron axe, bellowed, "I am Shaga, son of Dolf." Like a wild bull, He charged recklessly toward the fiery maw, which engulfed him in a furious blaze. Amidst the radiant chaos, a dark silhouette darted within. Timmy, son of Timmy, the one-eyed red-handed figure, leaped into the inferno as well. When they emerged from the mountain's mouth, their bodies ablaze and garments tattered, a chorus of cheers erupted from outside, as many members of the Painted Dog tribe set down their meals to gather around in awe. Xiajie raised a white stone, and beneath the flames, it shimmered as if infused with ethereal light. He pounded his chest vigorously, emitting a series of resounding roars. May also produced a white stone, attempting to extinguish the flames on his body. Tyrion swallowed hard and shifted his gaze to Cole and Boron, who wore expressions of astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he stumbled back a few steps, only to find an iron spear pressed against his back, wielded by the warriors of the Painting Dog tribe. "I will not engage in such foolishness like a barbarian," Boron stated bluntly, exuding confidence in his swiftness. The onlooking tribesmen erupted in jeers, calling him a coward. Tyrion attempted to reason with the spear-wielding figures behind him. "I merely wish to discuss matters of importance with your chief," and Elders the man shook his head, declaring, "Cowards do not deserve to remain among the Painting Dog tribe." "Then I request to leave," Tyrion replied, but several spears encircled him, compelling him to move forward. The jeers of the cowardly tribesmen echoed in the air. A flicker of resignation crossed Tyrion's eyes. It seemed our friends from the Painting Dog tribe desired us to honor their peculiar customs. He looked at the two men. "So, who shall go first?" Cole whispered something to Boron before stepping forward, lifting Tyrion into his arms. Tyrion gazed up in astonishment, meeting Cole's resolute gaze. As he was jostled about, a torrent of flames surged towards him, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and shouted, "Tyrion, son of Tywin." With a thunderous roar, the earth shook, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in a crimson world, with the sound of shattering stones ringing in his ears. Cole moved like the wind, flames trailing behind him in long, curling waves. Before Tyrion could comprehend the situation, he was flung out of the cave, the fiery tongues licking his face and searing his hair and clothes. He stifled a scream, fearing the flames would creep into his throat. With a sudden whoosh, he soared from the flames, caught mid-air by someone who grasped him with one hand and secured a white stone with the other. As Boron set Tyrion down, he still wore a look of shock. He cast his gaze back towards the fiery cavern, silently resolving that a Lannister always pays his debts. Boron re-entered the flames, and shortly after, emerged clutching a white stone. Yet, Cole's figure remained absent, prompting a chorus of regretful murmurs from the crowd. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiajie's face. Cole was a warrior he respected. Boron shook his head. "I did not see him inside." Tyrion's expression grew solemn. Inside the cave, garments were consumed by the flames, the last remnants of hair singed away. Cole touched his scorched skin, seemingly unaffected by the fire. A fragment of stone hurtled towards him, which he narrowly evaded with agility. He sensed something within the cave calling to him. The flames danced around him obediently. Although he found it perplexing, thoughts of his identity as a traveler, along with the strength and the eye of time, left him unperturbed. At the end of the cave, flames lingered amidst a collection of desiccated bones, their dark hue reminiscent of the night, casting a colossal shadow within a crimson glow. Facing the cave's entrance lay an enormous skull, its prominent forehead arched and its gaping maw resembling a bloodied abyss. Cole quickly deduced that this was the remains of a colossal dragon. Why would such a magnificent creature meet its demise in a cavern of the Moon Mountains? He approached the dragon's bones, gently caressing their searing surface, finding the texture remarkably soothing. In an instant, a vision of a silver-haired girl flitted through his mind, leaving him to ponder whether she had successfully hatched the dragon egg. Contemplating the invulnerable form of the Dragon Queen, Cole could not help but wonder if he too might be a descendant of House Targaryen. After all, the inept King Aegon IV Targaryen had sown his seed throughout Westeros, akin to a local ruler of renown. Perhaps he was, in fact, a distant descendant of the foolish king. This notion caused him to stifle a laugh. The thought of aspiring to royal lineage seemed utterly ludicrous. Moreover, the Iron Throne was no longer occupied by the Targaryens, and claiming royal blood was tantamount to courting death. Even if he did possess Targaryen blood, it would be so diluted over generations that he bore no discernible traits of House Targaryen, rendering any declaration of such lineage utterly unbelievable. Chapter 34. The King of Fire once, twice. He could scarcely recall how many times this lad had rescued him. Was it truly worth saving a dwarf? A dwarf could offer nothing in return. When he first encountered him, he was merely a timid boy, trembling in the biting wind, frail and seemingly helpless. Yet, it was his remarkable culinary skills that captured his attention. At that time, Mormont had specially summoned this boy to serve as the chef for his meal, causing the food to be served late. He had been so hungry that he felt like cursing, but with the first bite, all his anger dissipated into thin air. Tyrion could hardly remember the last time he had savored the boy's roasted meat. Despite being the chef meant to cater to the noble lords within the castle, he stubbornly aspired to be a knight. Now, you are indeed a knight, but do not surrender so easily, Cole. I still wish to have Father bestow upon you a title and grant you lands. How can you falter here? Although Tyrion believed himself accustomed to life and death, his heart twisted in agony, as if it were being torn apart. It had been so long since he had mourned for another. He fought to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. This moment was not suitable for a single tear to fall. Tyrion silently chided himself, deeming himself a born fiend. A heart of stone, this individual merely sought to cling to the Lannister name. Yet, the more he thought this way, the harder it became to convince himself otherwise. Friend, a friend? He chuckled nervously, attempting to mask the sorrow within with laughter. Yet beside him, Podrick had already discerned the redness in his eyes. A man seldom sheds tears, and even if he appears cold due to restraint, his heart cannot truly be devoid of warmth. In the midst of Tyrion's grief, a commotion erupted, with a cacophony of sounds drawing every gaze towards the fiery cavern. A shadow gradually emerged from the flames, swaying in tandem with the flickering fire. The free folk widened their eyes, whether it was 10 blinks or 100. They had no means to measure time. It felt interminable. No one could survive beneath the flames for so long. Not even the fire-dwelling folk who had been acquainted with flames since childhood. Many who rushed into the fire would emerge within mere seconds. And the cave was littered with white stones. Retrieving one would prove one's courage, garnering the acceptance and recognition of the fire worshippers. The figure drew nearer, its eyes approaching the cave's entrance, and Tyrion was certain it was Cole. As the flames danced, the figure neared the cave's mouth, and all held their breath, fixating their gaze upon the cavern. The fire serpents crackled and leapt, and finally, from the blazing threshold, the figure emerged, bare as the day he was born, with hair and brows singed away. He held a massive stone in his arms. By some uncanny instinct, Cole grasped the stone, as if something within it was beckoning him, urging him to seize it lest he be filled with regret. Of course, he did not forget to take a piece of white stone as well. Boron cast a sweeping gaze from top to bottom, ultimately resting upon his groin, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Tyrion felt a sense of relief wash over him and joined in the laughter. This lad was indeed quite impressive, and he thought to find him a woman once they descended the mountain. The old crone stationed at the cave's entrance trembled upon seeing the stone in Cole's hand, suddenly prostrating herself and repeatedly bowing before him, exclaiming, "King of Flames! King of Flames!" Before Cole and the others could react, all the members of the Painted Dog tribe knelt in unison for the fire ritual. In an instant, the chant of King of Flames surged forth like a tidal wave. As people emerged from their dwellings, kneeling on the ground, Cole stood there, feeling helpless, with the scorching flames at his back and a chilling sensation below. The flames seemed to share in the fervor, roaring forth from the cave, encircling Cole as if to crown him. It appeared he had conquered them. Tyrion approached, and Cole handed him the stone, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself. As soon as Tyrion grasped the stone, he flung it away, having burned a considerable patch of skin in the process. What infernal stone! How could it be so hot? The cries of the free folk grew ever more fervent, leaving only Cole and his 3 companions standing. The old priest crawled to Cole's side, tears streaming down her face, and said, noble king of flames. You have once again embraced your people." Cole grimaced as if in pain and extended his hand to assist the old woman. Tyrion, standing beside him, tilted his head and joined in the shouting. The calls rose and fell, unceasing, until even the son of the Red Hand, Timmy, knelt before Cole, declaring, "Only he who retrieves Dragonstone from the flames is worthy to lead the people of fire. You are the true Red Hand, the king of the flame people." With that, he drew a dagger and sliced his palm, saying, "My king, please accept my blood." He used his other hand to smear the blood across his hollow eye sockets, where once his eyes had burned. He was born to fight for the king of flames, as were all the flame people. Faith can indeed be a terrifying force at times. Timmy raised his hand, beseeching, "Let Timmy, son of Timmy, be your blade, king of flames." Cole, however, had little interest in being a king of flames. He merely wished to find some clothing. Several members of the Painted Dog tribe rose and approached Cole, kneeling on one knee, drawing blades to cut their palms, proclaiming, "Son of many tears, Paya, son of Harlan, we are willing to be your blade, king of flames." At that moment, the fire priestess brought forth a robe, kneeling and offering to Cole, saying, "My king, please accept the loyalty of the flame people." His mouth agape in astonishment, he slowly accepted the robe and draped it over his body. The flame people could trace their lineage back to the Age of Light, when the ancestors still ruled the Vale of Aelin. The King of Flames was the faith of the entire Vale of Aelin, and it was said that the flame sword and bronze armor of the House of Bronze were bestowed by the King of Flames. However, the House of Bronze had betrayed the ancestors, turning their allegiance to the deities of the mountain folk. The King of Flames shall draw forth the sword of light from the blaze, driving back the foes that approach from the north. Such is the age-old legend passed down through generations of the flame-wielding folk, until the fiery sorceress emerged with a new prophecy 2 centuries ago. The sorceress and her dragon reside within the Trial Cavern, where the Dragonstone remains as her legacy. She foretold that in the face of encroaching frost, the reincarnation of the King of Flames would reappear among the Huanchuan tribe, seizing the Dragonstone to lead the valiant free folk in reclaiming their ancestral land. Every child raised in the Huanchuan tribe has gazed upon the Dragonstone, which lies serenely in its place, emanating an aura of tranquility. There were those who attempted to steal it, only to be reduced to ashes by the flames. Countless individuals who believe themselves to be the King of Flames have charged into the trial grounds, seeking to bring forth the Dragonstone, yet for over a century, only one has returned alive, this individual being the later seceded Red Hand of the Zhuangren tribe. Chapter 35. The Fiery Sentinel, what is the date of your naming day, Cole? Tyrion inquired as he sat beside the flickering fire. Cole had just returned from a long journey on horseback, and upon donning his crimson robe, he had assumed the mantle of leader of the flame-wielding folk, overseeing 3 tribes, the Huanchuan, the Zhuangren, and the Hongjiang. While all 3 tribes claim the legacy of the flame-wielders, it is evident that friction exists among them. The Huanchuan tribe prides itself on being the true embodiment of fire, looking down upon the 2 splinter tribes, while the fiery-tempered Zhuangren tribe has long harbored grievances against the Huanchuan, their discontent not a recent development. The Hongjiang tribe has always found itself caught in the middle, navigating the complexities of their allegiances. The Huanchuan tribe, with its rich heritage, has maintained its status as the foremost within the Mingyuan mountain range, boasting a population exceeding 3,000, with nearly 2,000 warriors ready for battle. In contrast, the Zhuangren tribe, a rising force in the past century, may only have around 1,000 combatants, yet their notorious reputation instills dread in every free soul, even reaching the ears of the common folk. The Huanchuan tribe, historically discreet, has dwelled deep within the Mingyuan mountains for millennia. Had it not been for the limitations of land and population, they might have already sounded the call to reclaim their stronghold in Eagle's Nest. The Zhuangren tribe, however, is the most active among the tribes in the Mingyuan mountains, having engaged in conflicts with many highland clans, yet they continue to thrive. Cole took a piece of meat from the fire and began to eat. Despite his supposed title as the King of Flames, his authority was scarcely respected. Belief among people varies in strength. Not everyone is a devoted follower, and many kneel before Cole merely to follow the crowd. Ultimately, individuals prioritize their own interests, particularly among the free folk. Naming day? It must have already passed, Cole mused, taking a bite of the succulent meat, its juices bursting forth with flavor. After all, it was simply unadulterated meat. Tyrion adeptly wields the power of incentives to keep the free folk in line, his influence even surpassing Cole's. And he remains indifferent to the tribal disputes, viewing them as mere contractual relationships. Cole, on the other hand, finds himself the first point of contact whenever disputes arise among his three tribes, dealing with trivial matters day in and day out. Whether it be over the ownership of a single sheep or the aftermath of a verbal quarrel that escalated into a brawl. Do not speak of seeking someone to impose order. The leaders of the various tribes incessantly bicker amongst themselves. Where have we arrived? Cole inquired, feeling overwhelmed by the trivial matters of the three tribes over the past few days. We have departed from a Minuem mountain range. Tomorrow, we shall behold the flatlands. Boron remarked, skewering the charcoal with a twig. Are you not joining your free folk brethren today? Recently, Cole had been spending his days with Team May and the others, as all the tribal leaders had sworn blood oaths to him, allowing Cole to exert control over the entire tribe. Commanding over 3,000 warriors of the Flame People was no trivial endeavor. The subordinate tribal leaders were divided into 3 factions, each with differing opinions. At this juncture, Cole's lack of management experience rendered him somewhat at a loss. He understood that such opportunities were rare in a world on the brink of chaos. Grasping a measure of power would grant him greater agency. I have sent Team May and the others to select warriors within the tribe. Tyrion took a sip of wine, which he had procured from the Painting Hound tribe. Do you truly wish to become the so-called King of Flames? If war breaks out, I believe leading a group is far more advantageous than standing alone. Tyrion nodded, but why select warriors? To resolve their conflicts, Cole replied. Conflicts? Indeed. The animosity between the Painting Hound tribe and the Scorching People runs deep, a problem accumulated over many years. I aim to redirect their grievances, or rather, to establish a new adversary for them. The astute Tyrion quickly grasped the implication and clapped his hands. The free folk often coordinate with one another in the face of an enemy. Thus, the next day, a tale circulated among the Flame People. The King of Flames intended to form his own flame guard, and only the most valiant 300 among them could become true warriors. They would be the closest warriors to the King of Flames, wielding the flame sword and following him into battle across the lands. When the Flame People gathered beneath a high platform, hastily constructed by Cole's orders overnight, the sound of drums echoed, a mere few sheepskin-covered simple drums, but it succeeded in quieting the raucous free folk. Accompanied by the drumbeats, a cavalry unit descended the hill slowly, surrounding a figure clad in a blood-red cloak. They circled the high platform, allowing all the Flame People to behold the face of their king. He dismounted, his cloak billowing in the wind, and ascended the high platform amidst the kneeling tribal leaders. People of the Flame, his voice resonated through the heavens. When I grasped that stone, the fire priest revealed to me that I am the reincarnation of the King of Flames. I do not comprehend why a mere stone can command the brave Flame People, just as you do not understand why a boy not yet 16 can become your king. A bundle of firewood had already been stacked atop the platform. Cole accepted the torch from Team May and hurled it into the pyre. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward. Let the fire now provide us with answers. He unsheathed a sword and plunged it into the flames, which ignited instantly. Raising the sword high, he strolled forth, while the crowd parted in deference, creating a passage for him. The fiery blade blazed in his grasp, its searing heat compelling those nearby to retreat. He circled around the Flame People, who watched in silence, fully grasping the extraordinary essence of their Flame King in that moment. Cole ascended the platform once more and proclaimed loudly, "The Divine has bestowed upon me the power to defy flames and the mission to lead the Flame People. Therefore, valiant warriors of the free folk, are you willing to fight for me?" "Flame King," Timmy shouted first. Instantly, a resounding chorus erupted, akin to a raging inferno. From a distance, Tyrion observed the performance, recognizing that Cole had executed it well, as his prestige among the Flame People would undoubtedly rise. "I shall summon the bravest warriors of the Flame People to stand beside me," You shall be my sharpest blades, my most trusted brothers, and my companions when we return to the divine realm. Who dares to raise this sword?" He thrust the flaming sword back into the fire. Timmy leapt forward, drew the sword, raised it high, and returned it to the flames. "Timmy, son of Timmy, your courage has been witnessed by the flames." Cole drew a dagger across his palm, smearing his blood upon his face. The first 300 to draw their swords became the inaugural flame guards. Cole established a rule. To become a flame guard, one must, in the presence of fire, defeat an incumbent flame guard. The flame guards were the adversaries he had created, a collective foe for all the flame people. As long as he remained their flame king, he would elevate this title, forging it into the most resounding honor among the flame people, a beacon of aspiration for all. Once this spectacle concluded, Cole hastily shed his crimson cloak, drenched in the blood of goats, exuding a foul odor. Indeed, in the ensuing days, conflicts among the flame people diminished significantly, and daily duels ensued, allowing Cole to merely sit back and observe their contests. Chapter 36. The tavern as Cole single-handedly toppled the three mightiest warriors among the flame people. His renown reached its zenith. Strength, after all, is the most revered trait among warriors. Now, he rightfully bore the title of the Flame King. Having vanquished the strongest within the tribe and earned the acknowledgement of the flames, what could possibly be questioned? Following him was the only course of action. This time, Tyrion and his companions ventured forth, leading nearly 5,000 indigenous, free, and flame people, who were split into two groups. Cole commanded his flame warriors at the rear of the procession, tasked with safeguarding against the encroaching cavalry from the valley. However, this concern proved to be unwarranted. The lady managing the valley seemed to have succumbed to an overwhelming fear. The sheer size of the entourage dictated a slow march, while the mountain clans traveled light. Cole rode his sturdy pony at the center of the ranks, flanked by 300 flame guards. These young men bore the marks of battle, their faces bruised and battered. Anticipating the likelihood of conflict beyond the valley, Cole concluded the selection of the flame guards and altered the rules to hold a martial competition following the annual harvest feast. Managing 300 individuals was far simpler than overseeing 3,000, and among the flame guards, he appointed 10 captains, all former tribal leaders, each responsible for 30 warriors, none of whom belonged to their original tribes. These warriors would then oversee additional flame warriors in smaller groups. Thus, Cole alleviated much of his burden. By managing others, the flame guards gained a sense of authority and accomplishment, which naturally fostered their loyalty to Cole as they recognized the privileges of their position. Of course, not all of these individuals were ideal candidates for leadership, but for now, those with martial prowess were prioritized for the flame people at their core, esteemed strength above all. Timmy, however, was a rare talent. Unlike other flame people, he possessed a keen intellect. His voluntary enlistment upon hearing Tyrion's call for recruits spoke volumes. He was as ruthless with himself as he was with others, and his youth only added to his potential. His swift pledge of loyalty to Cole demonstrated his astute awareness of the prevailing circumstances. His instincts were even comparable to those of Boron. Speaking of Boron, he soon approached. After Cole ascended as the Flame King, Boron became the little demon's guardian. "The gnome seems to be seeking you." He sauntered over, his demeanor nonchalant, his gaze unfocused, at least when not engaged in battle. For reasons unknown, Cole often felt that Boron's eyes were inexplicably drawn downward. When the two located Tyrion, they found him with a furrowed brow. "What troubles you?" Cole inquired. "The Shagga and his men demand provisions from me," Tyrion lamented, patting his empty garments. "Our journey has been too slow, and our supplies have been entirely depleted. All that remains is a scant silver stack." Reflecting on Timmy's report from that morning, it appeared the flame people were also on the verge of running out of food. "It seems we must devise a plan. The flame people's provisions are dwindling as well." He had initially intended to seek Cole's assistance, but it was clear that hope was in vain. It is indeed his father's fault. The villages and taverns within a 10-mile radius have been thoroughly ravaged by the forces of House Lannister, leaving them utterly bereft of sustenance. "I dare not wager on how the starving free folk might react," Tyrion lamented. Cole, equally hesitant, could not gamble on whether the famished fire worshippers would acknowledge him as their fire king. Thus, A heavy silence enveloped them. At that moment, a free man sauntered past, gnawing on a chicken leg, prompting the two to exchange incredulous glances. After all, the free folk do not raise chickens. Could it be that there are villages nearby? Or perhaps a hunting ground? Cole apprehended the young patrolman, who, despite his youth, candidly admitted that he had pilfered the chicken from a lowborn's abode. He further informed them that Shagga and his men had already set off to seize more supplies. The free folk were known for their penchant for plunder, and Tyrion, quick to deduce the possibility of nearby settlements, urged Cole to mount his horse, instructing the patrolman to lead them in thwarting Shagga's plans. They arrived on horseback ahead of the others to discover a small hamlet, which turned out to be an inn, with sparse figures meandering between the stables and tavern. The innkeeper, a portly man with a receding hairline, greeted them with a warm smile. "I am Tyrion Lannister." The imp introduced himself without hesitation. "Lord Lannister, do you wish to stay, or?" The innkeeper inquired. Tyrion tossed him a pouch of coins. "I wish to reserve this tavern. Consider this a deposit. Prepare enough provisions for 5,000 people." 5,000. The innkeeper's jaw dropped, his expression one of distress. "My lord, that is far too much. We simply do not have that quantity of food." Just then, Shagga and a throng of men appeared on the horizon. Tyrion pointed towards them. "Do you see my barbaric followers? As for the food, you shall find a way to procure it. The payment shall be ample. Should they be displeased, it will be some rotund fellow who finds himself on the menu." Tyrion threatened sternly. "Ah, and prepare 2 fine rooms for myself and this noble sir, along with 2 jugs of wine, 2 roast pigeons, and fresh cheese. If possible, add some onions as well." Yes, my Lord Lannister," the innkeeper stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Recently, the name Lannister had become synonymous with calamity in the Riverlands. The last time he had narrowly escaped disaster was by accommodating the soldiers of House Lannister. At that moment, Shagga approached with a puzzled expression. "What is a halfman doing here?" "I am here to procure food for you," Tyrion replied. Shagga frowned. "The halfman seeks to steal from the Stone Crows?" Tyrion lifted his gaze to meet Shagga's. "Shagga, we agreed that you would heed my counsel on the Flatlands. Here, gold holds far greater value. Go summon your kin to this place. We shall remain here for the next few days." Shagga, recalling his promise to the halfman, could only nod and retreat with his men. Cole, too, departed to lead the tribe to their location. Upon entering the tavern, several patrons rose to their feet. "My Lord Tyrion," they greeted, clad in red and black armor, crowned with a lion-shaped helm, their red cloaks cascading from their shoulders, knights of House Lannister. As Cole led the throngs of fiery rebels to their destination, the area was already teeming with people, leaving him no choice but to station himself at the periphery. For the free folk, setting up camp was merely a matter of igniting a fire. Sleeping under the vast sky was hardly a concern for them, as they were not delicate knights of noble birth. Tyrion swiftly located him, surrounded by a few armored knights, clearly indicating that he had found his allies. "Cole, it appears we must embark on a journey," he stated upon their meeting. Guided by the knights, they made their way towards King S. Road. Chapter 37. Here my roar the charred fields and the remnants of a once thriving farmhouse lay in ruin, with half-burnt planks of wood crookedly strewn about the foundation. A few crows circled overhead, those accursed blackbirds notorious for scavenging. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here, despite the absence of bodies. The knights of House Lannister led their party through a narrow pathway, flanked by a dirt wall within the gorge, with watchtowers stationed on either side, where sentinels stood guard. Upon recognizing the Lannister knights, the guards permitted their passage. As they crossed the gorge, a vast encampment came into view, encircled by wooden palisades, with sharpened stakes protruding outward. Spearmen and archers were strategically positioned, clearly indicating a readiness for battle within the camp. Amidst the rows of tents, cavalry patrolled, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Accompanying Tyrion were not only Podrick, but also the ever-present Bronn, along with the leaders of the freedmen, including Shagga and Zalo, who had trailed closely behind. A squadron of patrolling cavalry approached, led by a knight clad in silver armor. His breastplate bore a purple, crystal-embedded pattern resembling a unicorn, draped in a purple and silver mantle, with a helmet crowned by a spiraling unicorn. The newcomer was Ser Frymon Brax of House Brax, whose sigil featured a purple unicorn on a silver field, and whose lands lay in the Westlands near the town of Hornvale, one of the principal vassals of House Lannister. He evidently recognized Tyrion. "My lord, we thought you," he began, but Tyrion exchanged pleasantries before expressing his intent to meet his father. Ser Frymon instructed his men to lift the palisade, creating a passage for them to enter, as Lord Tywin had commandeered a tavern at a crossroads as his headquarters. As they proceeded, the wildlings and Bronn could not suppress their astonishment. The camp was undoubtedly home to around 20,000 souls, an intricate maze of tents, with soldiers encamped under the open sky, while the nobles' tents resembled grand palaces. The throng of people bustled about, but upon sighting the cavalry, they swiftly parted ways. Tyrion gazed at the myriad of familiar banners, a sense of pride swelling within him. Navigating through the encampment, they arrived at a site of devastation, where nearly all structures had been reduced to ashes, save for the tavern at the crossroads, standing intact, evidently the stronghold of Duke Tywin. The stables and inn nestled closely together, with stable hands emerging to tend to the horses. Shagga bared his teeth, scattering those around him. His imposing stature and wild beard certainly lent him an air of intimidation. The guards in crimson lion helmets stood at the entrance, quickly saluting upon recognizing Tyrion. He instructed Bronn and the others to wait outside while he entered alone. Shagga, pinching his nose, paced at the doorway and queried Bronn, "What is the half-man doing inside with the chief of the painted dogs?" Bronn shoved him aside, the large man reeking of a peculiar scent reminiscent of snail rice noodles. "He is likely discussing matters with his father," he retorted. "The freedmen have the right to partake in any council," Shagga suddenly proclaimed. Clearly, Keela and his companions shared the same sentiment, directing their gaze toward Cole, who remarked, "I am no free man, yet I advise you to wait at the door." Evidently, the group disregarded his counsel entirely, with Shagga striding forward to enter. However, he was halted by the guards of House Lannister. Undeterred, he charged through, his formidable physique sending 2 guards tumbling to the ground. I could hear my furious roar, while Tyrion chuckled, engaged in conversation with Lord Tywin. Though the father and son were at odds, they maintained a facade of cordiality. This phrase echoed the motto of House Lannister, yet the world was far more familiar with the adage that Lannisters always pay their debts. At the entrance, a commotion erupted as 2 Lannister guards fell and Shagga's massive form squeezed through. He shattered one guard's sword and flung it aside, embodying the ferocity of a raging beast. Cole was the last to enter. Sir Kevan Lannister, seated beside Lord Tywin, erupted with anger, his eyes ablaze. He was Tyrion's uncle and Tywin's brother. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Tyrion stepped forward to confront Shagga. Lord Tywin inquired, "Tyrion, who are these individuals?" His tone was as frigid as ice, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Father, they are accompanying me home," Tyrion explained. "May they remain? They require little sustenance. On what grounds do they disrupt our meeting?" Sir Kevan was evidently still seething. "Free men inherently possess the right to partake in all war councils," declared Khan of the Stone Crow tribe. "Which of you is the chief of the lions?" questioned Keela, leader of the Black Ears. Sir Kevan had already drawn his sword, but was halted by Lord Tywin's hand. "Tyrion, where is your courtesy? Shouldn't you introduce our guests?" Tyrion grinned widely, clearly delighted. He gestured toward Khan and Shagga, saying, "This is Khan of the Stone Crow tribe, and this towering figure is Shagga, son of Dolf." Having introduced the free men, he turned to Cole, saying, "As for this handsome fellow, he is the renowned knight, Sir Cole, and also the Lord of the Fire People." "Not a lord, but the King of Fire," Tame corrected. "King of Fire," Sir Kevan scoffed. Finally, he introduced Boron. Lord Tywin remained as immovable as a mountain, casting a scrutinizing glance over them. He suddenly rose, and in that instant, the weight of authority descended upon the room, allowing Cole to feel for the first time that such a presence truly existed. Every gesture exuded an oppressive pressure. Even in the Western realms, tales of the valor of the warriors of the Moonlight Mountains had reached his ears. "So, what brings you here?" he inquired. Halfman responded for Shagga. "Armor and axes," Shagga stated. At that moment, a messenger arrived, reporting, "My lord, Sir Adam sends word that the Stark army has marched south." Tywin pondered for a brief moment, his gaze icy, a hint of satisfaction creeping into his tone, though his expression remained impassive. It seems the wolf cub has changed its den. Those familiar with him know that Duke Tywin never smiles. Very well. Go inform Sir Adam to lead the retreat. He must avoid direct engagement with the men from the north until our main forces arrive. We could deploy cavalry to harass the enemy's flanks, he commanded the messenger. As he continued to outline several military strategies, Tyrion suddenly interjected, remarking that the warriors of the tribes were said to be the fiercest fighters in the world. Indeed, the free folk will flay the enemies alive and roast their flesh, shouted Shagga. Tywin's golden eyes coldly regarded Tyrion. Fight alongside me, and I assure you, I shall fulfill every promise Tyrion makes. What reason do we have to trust you? Kyra inquired. I have not asked you to trust me. Your faith in my son suffices. It was merely a formality. If you wish to depart, do so. However, I have heard that the foes from the north are forged from ice and shadow. Encountering them would strike fear even into the hearts of my knights. If you are afraid. Before he could finish, Shagga roared, Free men do not fear the whites. I shall cut them down at their roots. Timer glanced at the calm Cole, who indeed intended to lead them into battle against their northern adversaries. Lion Lord, we shall fight for you, but the halfman must accompany us. Until his promise is fulfilled, his life is ours, Kyra stated. Tyrion burst into laughter. Of course, the halfman is with you. At that moment, Cole, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, Lord Lannister, if you wish us to fight for you, you ought to share your battle plans. I do not believe Stark will engage you directly. Tywin's frosty gaze bore down on Cole, who met it without fear. Your friend is quite amusing, Tyrion, he remarked, realizing at a glance that this lad was not a mountain man. Chapter 38. The the northern army is set to march down the King's Road, and we shall confront the enemy here. Tyrion was elucidating the Lannister battle strategy to the barbarians. He gestured across a rudimentary map, while the tribesmen stared wide-eyed, previously clamoring for a democratic discussion, yet now rendered speechless. The wartime assemblies of the tribesmen typically revolved around whom to attack, who would lead the charge, and how to distribute the spoils afterward, far less convoluted than the deliberations of common folk. In truth, Tyrion was well aware of the nature of his companions. His explanations were primarily aimed at Cole, as a significant portion of their forces were under the command of this King of Fire. Are we responsible for the left flank? Cole inquired, his brow furrowed, the faintest hint of eyebrows just beginning to sprout. Tyrion nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the mountain would lead his knights alongside them. Cole pointed at the map, noting that the King's Road descended along the Green Fork River, with the west being flat and the east elevated. The clearly more advantageous terrain for a cavalry charge lay on the flat left flank. However, their combined cavalry from several tribes barely exceeded 600, all mounted on diminutive steeds ill-suited for a charge. Tyrion, lacking military expertise, nonetheless understood that open ground was more conducive to cavalry maneuvers. Which army will Lord Tywin lead? Cole asked. Tyrion shook his head. Beyond informing him that they were responsible for the left flank, no additional plans had been disclosed. Cole's brow knitted further, and he said with conviction, we are the bait. Tyrion fell into contemplation, familiar with his father's strategies. Cole's hypothesis aligned with Lord Tywin's modus operandi. The armor and weapons distributed to them by the Lannisters had been plundered along the way, remnants of antiquated goods from the storerooms of the River Lords. Tyrion recognized the insignias on the shields immediately. The likes of Doff and the others were exuberant, clamoring joyously over their spoils. Cole had also managed to acquire a full set of armor, a chainmail coif, and a half-helm reminiscent of a Norman design. Although the chainmail and leather armor provided imperfect protection, they offered agility, and the Lannisters would not generously bestow the precious plate armor upon them. Observing such a motley army, one might wonder if the seasoned veterans of the North would fail to recognize this ragtag force. A disparate army positioned in a place favorable for a cavalry charge would inevitably entice the Northern cavalry to launch an assault, unless their commander was exceedingly cautious. Clearly, this young wolf lord was merely a fledgling, not yet fully matured. Tywin was also gambling. Should the cavalry shatter the left flank of the wildling forces, and then sweep across the battlefield, it could inflict immeasurable damage upon the Lannister army, potentially leading to their defeat. Thus, he chose a battleground nestled beneath a hill, where he would station the most elite 5,000 soldiers of House Lannister upon the heights. Should the wildlings falter, he would promptly commit his forces to the left flank, engaging 2,500 elite cavalry in a direct confrontation. The remaining 2,500 infantry would serve to prevent a collapse of the battlefield. If we truly intend to face the main force of the North, it will surely result in heavy casualties. Tyrion, Cole remarked, his violet eyes gazing somberly at him. He cared little for the fate of those barbarians. Yet the thought of having to step onto the battlefield unsettled him. His father's methods were indeed unscrupulous, but such was Tywin. I shall have a serious conversation with my father. Rising to his feet, he was taken aback by the transformation in Cole. The boy who had silently followed him had changed. This metamorphosis had begun since he ascended to the status of the King of Flames. It was not to suggest that he had become arrogant with newfound power. Tyrion sensed a burgeoning confidence within him, a sense of assurance that had grown more robust. Regardless, Cole had ultimately saved his life, accompanying him through perilous trials, and that was sufficient. The half-man spoke incomprehensibly, yet Shagga aided him in battle. After acquiring his gear, Shagga was exceedingly pleased. Tyrion nodded slightly at him, as he now needed to seek out his father to inquire about the matter. The Stark lad had already stationed troops in the narrow passage. We had arrived too late. Sir Kevan Lannister gestured at the map, expounding with fervor. Duke Tywin remained impassive, his face a mask of frost, observing his subordinates argue incessantly, just as Tyrion entered the room. Tyrion, I do not recall summoning you. Tywin inquired in a tone laden with authority. Tyrion, undeterred by the imposing lion before him, poured himself a glass of wine from the decanter on the table. The free folk are displeased that you would use them as bait. Tywin's eyes narrowed. This was not information he had shared with many, and he did not believe those wildlings possessed such capability. Otherwise, he wondered why they had hidden for so many years in the Moonlight Mountains. Is it your implication, Tyrion? A father knows his son well. Even if he harbored disdain for his dwarf offspring, he recognized the glimmer of intelligence in his mind. Indeed, Tyrion quaffed the wine. Then you should understand my meaning. You are still a Lannister, Tyrion. I will have the mountain protect you. Tyrion scoffed derisively. Why not allow this disgrace of a Lannister to meet a dignified end on the battlefield? It seems my son has misunderstood something. Tywin addressed the gathered lords. The meeting concludes here. I must have a serious discussion with him. Tywin rose, prompting the others to bow and take their leave. As Sir Kevan passed by Tyrion, he quietly remarked, You should not cause your father embarrassment. Tyrion merely glanced up in response. Once everyone had departed, Tywin seized the decanter and poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Tyrion. So, what is it that you desire? A fief, a title. Tyrion accepted the glass with a smile. For your fiery king friend? Tyrion remained silent with a grin. It would be best if a girl from House Lannister were to wed him, Tyrion continued. A glint of sharpness flickered in Tywin's eyes. You should be aware of the 2 greatest humiliations of my life. Tyrion's smile gradually faded. How could he not know? One was the birth of his dwarf son, and the other was his sister's marriage to House Frey. If your friend wishes to obtain what he desires, let him come here himself. The Duke of Tywin uttered a single phrase before retreating into his chamber, disregarding his diminutive son. When Tyrion returned to the encampment of Cole and their assembled troops, his countenance was grim and foreboding, leading Cole to believe that he had not reached an accord with his father. Cole offered words of solace, saying, You should place your trust in the free men warriors. Tyrion, even when faced with cavalry, we may yet prevail. Just ask Shagga. The foolish fellow immediately erupted, exclaiming his desire to sever the head of a northern man. Tyrion managed to force a smile. At that moment, Cole continued, Upon further reflection, it seems the tides of battle may not unfold as we have anticipated. Chapter 39. Bait and lure. Tyrion, it would be prudent for you to provide me with a suitable justification. Lord Tywin, evidently displeased with his son's repeated interruptions, expressed his irritation. Well, you said it. He pushed Cole forward, and now he has arrived. Tywin took his seat at the head of the table, Is that so? I have heard that you wish to wed a member of House Lannister. Cole's face was a canvas of confusion. What does this mean? He cast a bewildered glance at Tyrion. What exactly have you told Duke Tywin? Cough, cough, cough. Father, it would be best if you allowed Cole to present his proposal first. He turned his golden gaze toward Cole. What insights does this king of flames possess? Cole nodded and approached the map. My Lord Lannister, please observe here. He pointed to the city of Riverrun, indicating that one could cross the Green Fork and traverse the Trident to reach the heart of the Riverlands. If the Stark cavalry were to advance from this direction, they could support Riverrun or even strike at our rear. You imply that the old Fry of the twins would assist the Stark boy? He lacks the courage for such an act. Then take a look at this. Cole pointed to another area on the map, that being White Harbor. A flicker of curiosity finally crossed Duke Tywin's face, though he masked it well. Cole continued, ships here can directly reach the Eyrie, and messengers from the north can set out from this point. Once the Blood Gate opens, the Knights of the Vale will descend upon our rear. My lord, you must be aware that the current steward of the Vale is a relative of House Stark. At that moment, the scouts of House Lannister will surely report back. Duke Tywin stated curtly, how could he not be vigilant regarding the Vale? If this is the extent of your counsel, I suggest you take your leave and rest well. A fierce battle lies ahead, and I hold high expectations for you. No, my Lord Lannister. Cole shook his head. I understand you wish to use us as bait to draw out the main forces of House Stark, but I must assert that the tribesmen, Tyrion, and even a mountain are but mere small lures. The true bait lies with your eldest son, Ser Jaime. He continued, the northern army descends from the north. Even if they were to be defeated, they could retreat to the neck and fortify at the Bay of Crabs, where even tenfold our forces would be unable to breach. And what of the Lannister army? Cole countered. Should any army appear in the south, it would entirely sever our retreat, whether it be Stark cavalry, the Knights of the Vale, or even Stannis forces. As long as they provide support to Riverrun, Ser Jaime, besieged, would surely meet defeat. By then, we would be engaged in battle with the northern forces, unable to lend assistance, not to mention the Green Fork obstructing our path. Forgive my impertinence, my lord. At times, one must not place excessive trust in one's own awareness. Perhaps you sensed this a decade ago in King's Landing. Tyrion could not help but inwardly lament the situation. Few dared to speak of such matters in the presence of Tywin. Indeed, the Duke's gaze turned chilling. You mentioned that the people of the north would come from the town of Wanha, and you also asserted that the forces of the Vale and Stannis would rush to the aid of Riverrun. But how can you be so certain? The Vale has always aligned itself with the north, and Lord Stannis, with his strategic acumen, surely understands where his adversaries lie. Of course, the latter two are mere fabrications conjured by Cole to deceive Tywin. One seeks only to remain in his shell, while the other can hardly muster a significant force. However, the cavalry from the north will undoubtedly cross the Wanha, as that audacious young wolf lord is quite bold. A wise individual once told me that in war, one must consider all factors and resolve every potential hazard. Otherwise, victory or defeat will rest solely in the hands of the gods. This statement finally stirred a flicker of emotion in Tywin's eyes. How confident are you? 9 parts out of 10, Cole declared earnestly, leaving 1 part to the whims of the gods. A smile crept upon Tywin Lannister's face, a smile that astonished Tyrion. What did he see? His father smiled, something he had not witnessed since his earliest memories. Take your men, he instructed. I shall send Kevin with 1,000 cavalry to support Riverrun. If you are attacked, you will command them and hold until I arrive with reinforcements. I shall grant you lands, titles, and women. Cole was taken aback, as was Tyrion. Father, why can't I accompany Cole? Tyrion inquired. Tywin merely cast him a sidelong glance. Take your friend and depart. I require rest. Upon returning to the tent, Cole remained somewhat bewildered. He merely intended to remind Tywin to guard against House Fry aligning with the north and to assert his own presence. Tywin's army, poised to clash with the old skinflint Roose Bolton, was certain to secure victory. Cole needed only to display valor in this battle, leading his fiery men to triumph. And he would surely catch Tywin's eye, allowing him to accompany Tyrion to King's Landing. By thwarting the young Wolf Lord's schemes, no one could impede the might of House Lannister. When Tywin returned to support King's Landing, he would have ample opportunity to shine, securing lands and titles. As Boron had done, Cole was confident he could surpass Boron's efforts. Yet, to send 3,000 men to confront the young Wolf Lord, was it a jest? I almost forgot, there was also Kevin Lannister's 1,000 cavalry. Was it not the exceptional military talent of Robb Stark that initially drew him to pledge fealty? Though Robb had never spared him a glance, it was undeniable that Robb's command capabilities were inferior even to those of seasoned veterans like Duke Tywin, let alone a novice like Cole. Could this task not be entrusted to another? Cole expressed his reluctance to Tyrion, who looked at him in confusion. This was a splendid opportunity to accompany my brother Jaime, far more agreeable than being with our father. Just inform him that you are my friend, and you shall certainly receive his audience. Trust me, my brother, he is the youngest Kingsguard in history. The youngest Kingsguard, swinging a sword is one thing, but leading troops into battle is another matter altogether. Moreover, he is soon to become a captive of House Stark, just like you. Of course, Cole refrained from voicing this thought. The following day, Sir Kevin approached with an expression of indignation, for his brother Tywin had commanded him to accompany a mere youth, a barbarian, to lead the charge in support of River Run, even entrusting the command to this inexperienced boy. A seasoned veteran like Kevin, who had fought valiantly for many years, was unwilling to acquiesce, and thus sought out Cole in frustration. Naturally, he had already engaged in a heated argument with his brother. As Sir Kevin prepared to exit the tent, he suddenly thrust his hand toward Cole's chest, attempting to push him against the wooden railing. However, Cole stood his ground, merely regarding him with a half-smile. I believe we have no personal grievances, do we, sir? Chapter 40, Charge. Tyrion embraced the camp prostitute that Podrick had procured for him. Initially, he intended to find one for Ser Cole as well, but 2 days prior, he and his uncle Kevin had departed with troops to assist his elder brother in River Run. The girl, named Shira, was softly slumbering, while Tyrion found himself lost in thought, gazing at the apex of the tent. Cole had requisitioned 400 horses, which, when added to his original 600 cavalrymen, formed a formidable unit of 1,000 horsemen. The remaining soldiers were entrusted to the one-eyed warrior known as the Burn Man, who would lead them to engage the Northmen alongside the main army. Although Tyrion nominally commanded 4,000 men, he was acutely aware that their loyalty was tenuous at best. Only the Stone Crows could be coerced into obedience. Tyrion had witnessed firsthand the propensity for chaos among these tribesmen, who would readily resort to theft and murder over trifling matters. His father had warned him on several occasions that if he could not rein in these savages, his soldiers would teach them a lesson they would not soon forget. Tyrion recognized this as mere bluster from his father, especially with the imminent battle approaching and the Stark forces drawing perilously close. Internal strife was ill-advised. As the eve of confrontation approached, Lord Tywin hosted a banquet in his tent for various knights and nobles, to which Tyrion was also summoned. Though he left with a heavy heart and an empty stomach, he was not the only one to endure such indignities. Cole bore the brunt of Sir Kevin's scorn, who had been relentless in his mockery throughout the journey. Had it not been for Cole's intervention, his fiery followers would have surely dispatched Kevin in a fit of rage. Naturally, the knights accompanying Kevin were equally formidable, and a brawl would undoubtedly end poorly for him. Fortunately, they were nearing River Run, and as long as the young wolf led his northern knights to breach the Lannister lines and relay the message, they could consolidate the besieging forces into a compact formation, holding out for at least 4 or 5 days. With the presence of tens of thousands of troops, it was conceivable that they could even force the cavalry to retreat. As they ascended a hill, River Run came into view, its distant flames twinkling against the starry sky. Sir Kevin could not resist taunting, suggesting that the mere sight of the flames would send the Stark pups scurrying back to their castle in terror. His gaze fixated on Cole. The veiled insult was unmistakable. Cole remained unfazed. Ever since Kevin had realized he was no match for him, his barbs had become mere venting. Maintaining decorum in the face of an enemy was a mark of true nobility. Kevin's face reddened with ire. He was, after all, far inferior to his brother Tywin, particularly in terms of composure. I do not know what you have conveyed to Tywin, but I will not easily entrust Lannister knights to a mere child, he threatened menacingly. You must have faith in the Duke, sir. Tywin had shared nothing with him, merely instructing him to cooperate with the young man. This situation left Kevin, who had always been a loyal confidant of Tywin, feeling quite frustrated. He should have been leading the charge against the forces of the North. However, the thought of joining his nephew in the assault on Riverrun offered him some solace. Perhaps his elder brother had perceived his nephew's lack of steadiness and deemed it necessary to send him here to oversee the situation. Suddenly, the flames in the northern end of the Red Fork flared up, appearing to Kevin and Ser Cole as bursting stars, growing increasingly violent. Kevin pondered whether their forces were attempting a night assault on the city, yet all that was ablaze were their own encampments. Could it be an ambush? How could that be possible? It seemed we must hasten our pace, my lord, Cole remarked unexpectedly. At that moment, Kevin could no longer deny the evident truth. Someone was attacking the Lannister camp. Cole turned his horse to issue commands to the cavalry behind him, then spurred his mount down the hill. Kevin followed closely, a torrent of red steel surging across the wilderness outside Riverrun. Cole's cavalry appeared somewhat disheveled, yet their spirit remained undiminished, for they were indeed the fierce people of flames. Kevin's gaze was fixed on the back of Cole, his mind racing with questions. How did he know? From where had the attacking force emerged? Who was in command? He longed to halt the insufferable young man and interrogate him thoroughly, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for delay. When they were merely 2 or 3 miles from Riverrun, the lad abruptly halted his horse, bringing all his cavalry to a stop. He turned and proclaimed with remarkable authority, "My lord Kevin, we are now facing the very situation that Lord Tywin feared. I shall command the battlefield from this moment onward." Kevin was left speechless, lowering his head in silent acquiescence. "Very well," he replied. A faint smile appeared on Cole's face. They were positioned upstream of the Tumblestone River, where the Lannister camp was stationed along the banks, and the northern end of the camp was now in disarray. Jaime had divided the Lannister army of over 10,000 into 3 divisions, with the northern camp currently being penetrated by the Knights of the North. Riverrun was situated on a precarious site at the confluence of 2 rivers, and the southern wall was divided into 3 landmasses by the river channels, conveniently providing Jaime with 3 locations to establish his camps. The central camp was separated from the northern camp by the Tumblestone River, which was now teeming with people and boats. Some were leaping into the river from the northern bank to escape, while others were rushing across from the south to provide support. Cole shook his head in dismay. The commander of the central camp was a fool, for after the north fell, he should have swiftly gathered the remnants to unite with the southern camp, rather than flailing about like a headless chicken attempting to aid the northern camp. After all, facing a river, cavalry and infantry were at a disadvantage in maritime combat. Even if they managed to reach the shore with great effort, they would only be met with the grim reality of a difficult landing battle. The water was in turmoil, and the northern camp was engulfed in chaos, with the cavalry from the north wreaking havoc. Cole activated his time vision to assess the situation, noting that the northern cavalry outnumbered them by 3 or 4 times. Such a reckless charge would yield little effect. "Sir Kyvon, you're to lead a small contingent to seize control of the southern encampment. Ensure they do not falter," Cole urgently commanded him. He was about to utter a response, but, upon reflection, chose to remain silent. He entrusted the command flag to Cole and summoned a few subordinates before galloping away from the group. "Mori, take your brethren to fell the trees." He whispered a few words into the ear of the fiery warrior, Mori. Swiftly drawing his sword, he turned to the rear and bellowed, "Flame-born and Lannister warriors, charge with me." Over 1,500 knights surged down the path alongside Cole, their battle cries echoing through the air. Amidst the smoke and flames of the encampment, someone shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements are here." A banner emblazoned with a roaring golden lion shimmered brilliantly in the light of the flames, while behind the knights, flames leapt skyward like a crimson sun ascending into the night. Chapter 41. The young wolf Catelyn stood anxiously within the stronghold, surrounded by 30 formidable northern knights. To call them knights, however, would be somewhat misleading. The north is predominantly inhabited by descendants of the first men who do not worship the Seven and, consequently, do not anoint themselves with holy oil or recite oaths within the church to achieve knighthood. Nonetheless, These armored warriors were no less valiant than any knight. Her son had led 6,000 men to assault the Lannister army, which outnumbered them threefold. Robb was still but a boy not yet 16. As a mother, how could she not be filled with trepidation? She could only sit in silence, fervently praying to the gods, the warriors, the father, and the mother. Then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the woods, and she instinctively craned her neck to gaze skyward. A gray and white banner flapped in the wind, and the running direwolf was a sight to behold. Thank the gods, she spotted the boy clad in gray armor at the forefront of the procession. He had grown a beard, giving him a more manly appearance, and his fiery red hair flickered like flames in the night. Catelyn noticed that they had bound a captive with rope, his golden hair glistening, adorned in armor emblazoned with the roaring lion. She recognized him immediately. He was the infamous Kingslayer. Jaime Lannister was unceremoniously thrown from his horse, his expression still defiant. The crowd erupted in shouts demanding the execution of the Kingslayer. Catelyn herself yearned to slay this golden-haired fiend on the spot, but her husband and daughter remained in their clutches. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as commotion erupted from below the hill. A lookout rushed in with news. "My Lord Stark, a cavalry is charging down from the river." The previously jubilant crowd's demeanor turned grave. "Can you discern their numbers?" The scout shook his head. Flames soared high into the sky, and even the vanguard numbered nearly 2,000. Robb Stark turned to mount his horse, his cloak billowing, but then suddenly felt a hand grasp his arm. He looked back to meet his mother's gaze. "Robb," Catelyn softly called to her son. He forcefully pulled his hand away and leaped onto his steed, commanding the guards protecting his mother, "Take my mother back to River Run and have Lord Frey open the gates." With that, he led his cavalry down the valley, charging into battle. Hall's cavalry surged forth like a blade, and the northern commanders reacted swiftly, gathering several troops to confront the enemy head-on. The clash of steel echoed as Khal swung his sword, dispatching several approaching knights. They howled like a tempest, racing forward several hundred meters in mere moments. Khal lost count of how many fell beneath his blade. He simply struck down anyone in his path. Often, a single engagement could determine the victor. He activated his time eye, narrowly evading multiple lethal strikes, and his steed proved remarkably steadfast, allowing him to emerge unscathed from the initial charge. When he turned back, chaos reigned around him, shouts of battle. Curses and cries of agony reverberated in his ears, leaving him dazed. Was this the battlefield? A lone spear wielder approached, only to be knocked down by a powerful kick from his horse. Khal tightened the reins and galloped over him. He continued to wield his sword against the nearest foes. And as winter's night descended, a northern head flew into the air. Cole dashed forward like the wind, relentlessly charging towards the next adversary. The winter night, akin to the merciless blade of death, continued to reap the lives of his foes. The northerners were in retreat, yet a contingent of cavalry reassembled beside Cole, fiercely pursuing the enemy and collaborating to eliminate the isolated stragglers. Suddenly, a cadre of elite cavalry burst forth from the woods, led by a figure clad in full armor, accompanied by a massive gray-black beast. The banner displayed a gray running wolf against a white background. They emerged from the left flank, catching Cole and his companions off guard. The two cavalry forces collided, instantly descending into chaos. Cole surveyed the scene atop his steed, with cavalrymen encircling him, temporarily keeping the enemy at bay. He discerned the position of the enemy commander, unmistakably Robb Stark, the one who fought alongside the direwolves. The direwolves constantly guarded Robb's vicinity, preventing any horse from approaching, thus creating a vacuum around him. Not only did horses fear the beast, but men did as well. As Cole drew near, his steed became uncontrollable. Robb noticed him too. Although Cole's armor was inconspicuous, Robb had already identified that all Lannister knights were flanking Cole. In an instant, it seemed they reached a silent consensus to engage in a duel. Robb lightly spurred his horse, sword in hand, exuding an aura akin to a celestial wolf descending upon the moon. At that moment, Cole's mount finally stilled, and he charged forward with the force of a comet. The clash of steel resonated, revealing their deadly intent as they exchanged blows atop their steeds. Illuminated by the flames, Robb finally glimpsed the face beneath the half-helm. He felt an eerie familiarity, yet could not immediately recall the identity. Cole broke the silence, saying, "Long time no see, Lord Stark." Indeed, how could the busy Lord of Winterfell remember an inconsequential cook? With a flurry of two swords, Cole launched a dual assault, forcing Robb downwards. With a decisive strike, he severed the horse's head, causing Robb to tumble to the ground. Cole advanced, his massive sword dripping with blood, each hoofbeat echoing like the toll of death's bell. Suddenly, a gray shadow eclipsed the moonlight, pouncing from above. Cole's gaze sharpened. He had awaited this moment for long. Releasing the reins, he withdrew his feet from the stirrups, and with a swift maneuver, he dismounted, evading the leap of the direwolf named Grey Wind. The creature stood tall, its blood-red eyes glinting fiercely in the moonlight, revealing its sharp fangs as it bared its mouth. At this moment, Robb also rose, sword in hand, encircling Cole with both man and wolf. Spitting on the ground, Cole sidestepped, brandishing a sword towards each foe, poised to eradicate both wolf cubs. He swung his blade swiftly towards Robb's side. The young wolf lord did not falter, meeting the strike with his own sword. Cole combined his blades in a single powerful swing, forcing Robb to retreat 2 steps. Meanwhile, the wolf surged forward. Cole quickly leaped aside, positioning both adversaries before him. Robb slapped the side of the direwolf, prompting it to leap into the forest. Cole understood that he aimed to conceal the direwolf in the shadows. He pondered, wishing to discern the identity of his opponent. He cleared his throat twice before addressing Cole. Cole, who had once had the fortune of serving as a cook in Winterfell, stepped closer with sword in hand. As he spoke, Robb seemed to recall something. "I never expected it to be you. I appreciate your lordship's care. Now I fight for the Lannisters." The blade descended with the swiftness of a crescent moon, its speed astonishing, yet Robb managed to contend with it. The direwolves occasionally burst forth from the forest, yet they failed to catch him. His agility was remarkable. Meanwhile, Cole felt a growing unease. Although their exchange had lasted only moments, he began to sense the strain. Chapter 42. Retreating the enemy, a lone wolf and a solitary man, one luminous and the other shadowed, moved in flawless synchrony. The cavalry surged forward to strike, but Cole evaded with a deft twist from the battlefield. One must remain vigilant not only of the adversary directly in front, but also of the lurking perils surrounding them. Both combatants marveled at each other's tenacity. Robb was astonished to realize that Cole emerged unscathed from the onslaught of both him and Grey Wind. Cole targeted Robb with ferocious strikes, skillfully dodging the wolf's advances. Every time Robb sensed an opening to exploit, the great wolf would charge forth, compelling Cole to retreat. As the stalemate persisted, Cole remained alert to the sounds in his vicinity. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a shadow flitting between the trees. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his cloak billowing behind him. Robb, witnessing Cole's renewed assault, braced himself with his sword held high. Cole swung his long knife downwards with lethal intent. After several encounters, Robb had discerned that his opponent favored offense over defense. He needed to parry all of Cole's attacks to seize the moment for a counterstrike. Robb positioned his sword to block, but Cole quickly followed with an upward strike, wielding his dual swords with fervor. Robb sidestepped and ducked to evade the horizontal blow, bringing his sword down to defend. The blade of his sword glided along the steel of Cole's weapon, aiming straight for his right arm. Just then, Long Night changed trajectory with alarming speed, descending upon him. Robb was taken aback and raised his sword to defend against the incoming attack, but he was unable to brace himself adequately. In an instant, he calculated his next move, bracing one hand against the oncoming sword while using his wrist guard to deflect the strike from above. The clash of iron against iron echoed, and he felt a sharp sensation as his flesh was torn. Blood seeped from the junction of the guard and blade. This was dire. The guard had failed to adequately protect him. Cole thrust with both swords, and Robb's arm was ripped open, the guard itself yielding to a gaping wound, allowing him to see the injury clearly. The sheer force of Cole's assault sent Robb reeling backward, crashing to the ground. At that moment, the massive wolf lunged forth, and Cole, undeterred, brandished his twin blades with fierce determination. The wolf bared its formidable jaws and pounced upon Cole, its massive form descending like a behemoth. Cole braced his swords against its claws. Grey Wind resembled a towering bear, and in that moment, the two engaged in a contest of strength. Despite the immense weight bearing down upon him, Cole stood resolute, as steadfast as a granite boulder. Suddenly, he loosened his grip on the swords and evaded, causing Grey Wind to miss its target and crash to the ground. In that instant, the sound of steel slicing through the air echoed as Cole drew a dagger from his belt. Robb, clutching his injured arm and struggling to rise, caught sight of the dagger and shouted, "Grey Wind, be cautious." The warning reached the wolf's ears just as it turned its head, albeit too late. With a heart-wrenching howl, the dagger plunged into its eye, blood gushing forth in an instant. The wolf's instinctive movement saved its life. Otherwise, the dagger would have surely pierced its throat. The pain did not diminish the ferocity of the dire wolf. It bared its teeth and lunged forward. However, Cole swiftly anticipated its trajectory and leaped back to evade the attack. "Grey Wind, return," Robb called out. By then, the wolf's visage was already marred with blood. Robb, seeing the dagger lodged in its eye, gritted his teeth and pulled it free. Cole picked up his sword, meeting Robb's furious gaze, adjusting his tilted helmet as he charged forward. Robb's hand throbbed in pain, rendering him unable to wield his sword. Grey Wind stood protectively in front of him, his bloodied visage appearing quite fearsome. Both man and wolf were now gravely injured, no longer a match for Cole. Suddenly, a knight from the north surged forward, as if someone had sensed their lord was in peril. Cole dodged a swinging mace, swiftly slicing through, causing the knight to tumble from his horse, silenced before he could utter a cry. With his uninjured hand, Robb struggled to hold his sword, retreating while pushing Grey Wind away. However, the stubborn direwolf remained resolute in protecting his master, undeterred by Robb's attempts. The tide of battle had shifted in Cole's favor, with more knights charging in, yet none could impede his advance. He moved like a bloodied reaper, inexorably closing in on the young wolf lord. Robb realized that the bloodshed was that of his own men. He had already felled 2 northern knights. Grey Wind growled lowly, baring his teeth. "Grey Wind, stand down," Robb urged, still attempting to push the obstinate wolf away. "Perhaps dying on the battlefield was your rightful fate," Cole mused, observing the trembling young lord. Once more, the dire wolf lunged, but having injured one eye, it completely missed. Cole pivoted to face the unsteady Robb Stark. Robb's expression was one of grim determination as the sword slowly rose against his foe, considering the pleas and cries of those who had begged for mercy on the battlefield. It was at least commendable that the young wolf lord possessed the courage to confront death, despite being merely 15 years of age. Just as Robb prepared to fight to the death, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking Cole squarely in the back. He grunted in pain. This loss of blood was indeed unforeseen. In the distance, an archer aimed at this very scene, mounted and clad in armor. Robb could almost sense the smile on his face through the metal. Indeed, it was his jovial brother, Theon Greyjoy, the Ward of Winterfell. Cole reached behind him, the arrowhead embedded deeply in his back. He swung his sword, severing the arrow in 2, the motion sending a jolt of pain through his right arm. At that moment, Grey Wind lunged once more, catching Cole off guard and knocking him to the ground, its massive jaws aimed straight for his neck. He grasped the direwolf's jaws, yet the strain on his right arm exacerbated his wound. With death now mere centimeters away, he was but a mortal man, despite his extraordinary abilities in battle. One arrow had nearly cost him his life. As Cole struggled against the formidable wolf, slow footsteps approached. He glanced over, seeing Robb Stark's imposing figure advancing. Leaning on his sword, his arm soaked in blood, Cole sighed inwardly, knowing what was about to unfold. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, and the sight of the roaring lion's red banners flooded the scene. Robb's heart raced as Theon arrived at his side, accompanied by a troop of cavalry. Casting a glance at the fallen below, momentarily unable to recognize them. "Robb, mount quickly. The Lannister reinforcements are upon us." Robb pressed his lips tightly together as several knights assisted him onto his horse. He cast a glance at Cole before summoning his direwolf and leading his cavalry into the depths of the forest, disappearing from sight. Cole lay on the ground, coughing lightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He propped himself up, eager to discern the source of the approaching reinforcements. From a distance, he recognized that it was the wretched Kevin leading men charging from all directions. The northern cavalrymen, unable to retreat in time, were systematically slaughtered. Kevin soon spotted Cole sitting on the ground and approached with a triumphant expression. "You little brat, if you plead with me, I might lend you a hand." Cole spat out a mouthful of blood, retorting, "I can rise on my own." Chapter 43. The siege with a searing blade, flesh and blood were severed. Coarse linen wiped away the crimson, and the arrowheads were roughly extracted before being doused in potent spirits. Such was the pinnacle of medical treatment within the encampment. The herbs from the marshlands were wrapped in silk upon the back, and Cole was already beaded with sweat upon his brow. Kayvon, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, had gathered all available forces while dispatching cavalry to scour the vicinity for enemy remnants, all the while assessing his own casualties. The Lannisters had suffered grievously. From an initial force of 15,000, only around 7,000 remained, with many having fled rather than perished. Cole and his men had engaged 6,000 cavalry from the north with a mere 2,000, incurring substantial losses. Half their number had been decimated. And it was Cole's own troops who bore the brunt, leaving approximately 400 of the flame men at his side. The brutality of war was unfathomable. From the moment reinforcements began to rally around Robb Stark, Cole had sensed the precariousness of their situation. Had it not been for Sir Kayvon's timely arrival to bolster their ranks, this foe reinforcement would likely have been exposed. Though Stark had retreated, dire news followed swiftly. Sir Jaime Lannister had been captured by the enemy. Kayvon had already dispatched a messenger to inform his elder brother, Tywin, and Cole could only imagine the fury that would ensue upon Tywin receiving such news. Upon the messenger's arrival at Tywin's encampment, the aftermath of battle was evident. The banners of the Roaring Lion flew high, signaling a Lannister victory. Victory on both fronts should have been a cause for celebration. However, the news of Jaime's capture extinguished all joy, plunging the atmosphere into despair. Some suggested pursuing the advantage to invade the stronghold of Kinslayer, while others proposed consolidating forces to assault Riverrun, and there were even whispers of retreating to negotiate peace. Yet, Duke Tywin remained silent, his countenance dark and foreboding. It was well known that Jaime was his favored heir, and with him in enemy hands, how could any semblance of cheer remain? He refrained from making a decision, instructing everyone to withdraw while retaining only Tyrion. Tyrion's wildling army had indeed surprised Tywin. The enemy's meager cavalry was no match for the ferocity of the barbarian horde, which sent them fleeing in disarray. "Your wildling army, along with that young lad, has truly astonished me," Tywin remarked as he poured Tyrion a glass of wine. "You must be quite disappointed that your son the dwarf did not meet his end in battle," he mused, taking a sip of his drink. Tywin then presented a letter, one from Tyrion's sister. Upon opening it, Tyrion's expression shifted to one of shock. What? They allowed Eddard Stark to escape? As he delved further into the contents, his countenance grew increasingly peculiar. Removing Ser Balistan from the position of Lord Commander of the Kingsguard to allow Janos Slynt into the small council? What folly has my sister Cersei wrought? Tyrion exclaimed in frustration. While they are engaged in bloody combat, King S. Landing has descended into chaos under their mismanagement, and now even our greatest asset, Eddard Stark, has slipped through our fingers. Clearly, Tywin acknowledged his words. "I am preparing to send you to King's Landing." "To King's Landing? What purpose do I serve there?" "To oversee your nephew in my stead." At the conclusion of the letter, Cersei, in the name of the king, commanded them to lead the forces in support of King's Landing. The Duke of Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon, had already expressed his dissent, while Ser Loras Tyrell had openly declared himself king, even securing the backing of House Tyrell. "I have never been favored by my sister Cersei, as you well know. She is unlikely to heed my counsel. Then take your savages with you. Manage them in the city, while also overseeing those fidgeting lords in my absence. It seems little Joffrey is capable of numerous foolish deeds, and I am certain they share in his mischief. If Cersei cannot control her little imp, then you must." "But I am no knight," Tyrion protested. Upon your arrival in King's Landing, you shall serve as the hand of the king until I come to the capital." Tyrion's mouth fell agape, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately inquiring, "Why send me, instead of Uncle Lor?" Tywin's golden gaze remained unperturbed as he replied, "Because you're my son." In that instant, all of Tyrion's thoughts were swallowed down. "May I bring Cole with me?" Kevin holds him in high regard. He would assist in continuing the assault on Storm's End. Tyrion felt a flicker of disappointment, but then reconsidered. If Cole had earned the favor of both his father and uncle, it was not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, he would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards post-conflict, perhaps lands and titles. Initially, he had envisioned Cole replacing the Hound, who was to join the Kingsguard or leading the city's garrison. However, Cole's arrow wound rendered him less mobile. Despite his robust constitution, he lacked the ability for rapid recovery. Currently, the Lannister forces were stationed on the southern bank of the Green Fork, backed by the King's Road. Storm's End had observed that the Lannisters merely encircled their walls, occasionally sending out cavalry to harass their encampment. Sir Kevin, that old rascal, was no longer a hindrance to Cole. Instead, he had entrusted him with command of the cavalry, allowing Cole to pursue the skirmishers from Storm's End. The noble knights assigned to Cole showed him little respect, as a mere hedge knight aspired to lead them. Cole paid them no mind, requesting 400 sets of full armor for his flame-wielding men, then dispatching them for patrols. They had encamped beneath Storm's End for several days when Sir Kevin summoned him. Upon entering the tent, he found Kevin seated at the head, flanked by rows of noblemen and knights from the west. As Cole entered, Kevin gestured for him to sit beside him. In that moment, Cole felt that the old man was not so disagreeable after all. However, the assembly of Westermen whispered among themselves, questioning, "Who is this man? By what right does he sit beside the commander?" As Cole took his seat, Kevin produced a letter adorned with the wax seal of a roaring lion. He unfolded the missive and read aloud, "To the lords of the West, heed my command. The matter is urgent. I, the Guardian of the West, Duke of Casterly Rock, and the Shield of Lannisport, Tywin Lannister, hereby order you to continue the assault on River Run under the leadership of Sir Kevin Lannister." Upon hearing the military decree, the assembled nobles exchanged glances, questioning whether they were truly expected to persist in the siege of River Run with their meager forces. Subsequently, the meeting erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of voices expressing dissent. Cole remained silent, and, as the assembly concluded, he stepped out of the tent, only to stumble a few paces, his head spinning slightly, though he dismissed it with a shake. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind, "Sir Cole, the commander requests your presence for a moment." After a brief pause, Cole stood outside the barracks, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 44. Dreamscape. Once the personnel had dispersed, Sir Kevin summoned him into the tent. "Please, take a seat." Kevin gestured toward the chair on the side. "Lord Tywin speaks highly of you. He has entrusted me with the command of the entire army, and I wish to seek your counsel." As Kevin regarded the young man with short white hair, he pondered the peculiarities of youth marked by such premature whiteness. Cole, however, paid little heed to his own hair, for it had barely grown, and he had been wearing a helmet for quite some time. "I believe Lord Tywin's intention is not to conquer River Run, but rather to engage the Tully forces, preventing them from uniting with the Stark army and causing chaos in our rear, thus ensuring the smooth operation of our supply lines." He articulated his hypothesis. Kevin nodded in agreement, increasingly reminded of a younger Tywin, not in appearance, but in demeanor. "Are you suggesting we should besiege without assault?" he inquired. "Given our siege equipment has been severely diminished and our numbers halved, we cannot afford to split our forces for a siege. Currently, we are incapable of containing the Tully army. They may emerge from any number of gates at any moment." Kevin fell into contemplation, reflecting on how his character differed from that of his elder brother Tywin, who had taken considerable time to grasp the nuances of strategy. Yet, Cole had articulated the essence succinctly. Tywin must continue to exert pressure on the north. Having won 2 battles, their morale was high, and to gain leverage in the forthcoming negotiations, retreat was not an option. Their only remaining bargaining chip was Sansa Stark. "Is it not possible for us to take River Run?" Kevin suddenly sighed, having served as Tywin's right hand throughout his life, with command of the army entrusted to his son Jaime. Am I not correct in recalling that Edmure Tully is in our custody? Perhaps we could persuade him to convince the defenders of Riverrun to surrender, Cole speculated, recalling Jaime's successful conquest of the city. The turmoil had allowed Edmure's rescue, and now he was the one in charge within the walls of Riverrun. Both fell silent. Though it appeared they had won the battle, the outcome yielded little gain, resulting instead in the capture of numerous key individuals. While they held some prisoners, they were undoubtedly not equivalent to those in the north. Progress from either of the Lannister forces was imperative to break the deadlock. Leading the Lannisters northward was no small feat. Cole was acutely aware of the perils of the Neck, let alone the treacherous pass at the King's Road. It was reasonable to assume that Tywin, with his sagacity, would not recklessly plunge into danger, but would instead seek to lure the enemy into a decisive confrontation. Moreover, the northern forces had not completely collapsed. A protracted conflict between the two armies was inevitable. As for Riverrun, the prospect of a siege was daunting. The city housed nearly 1,000 defenders. Although Cole's forces vastly outnumbered the enemy, breaching such a formidable stronghold through sheer force seemed improbable, fraught with uncertainty. If these individuals were seasoned warriors united in purpose, it would be a different matter. However, the vast majority are merely farmers and horsemen hastily conscripted. They may perform well in favorable conditions, but should the tide of battle turn or they find themselves in a defensive position, one should not expect them to fight to the death. Of course, this predicament is mutual. The defenders will not fare any better. Cole gazed intently at the map, lost in thought, when a sudden realization struck him. The guard stationed outside the main tent were only aware that a certain Sir Cole had departed late that day. Coughing as he exited, Cole's tent was situated at the heart of the Flame tribe's encampment, and upon presenting them with a complete set of armor and horse gear, the tribesmen pledged their allegiance to him, convinced that he could bring them prosperity, thereby securing his position as the Flame King. Yet, the brutal nature of the barbarians had become ingrained in them. The camp was rife with chaos. Fortunately, Cole's tent remained relatively tranquil as the surrounding tribesmen bowed to him, and he acknowledged each with a nod. At that moment, all he desired was a peaceful slumber. Weary, he reclined on the woven mat, feeling as though his eyelids could scarcely lift. Once he lay down, he was swiftly engulfed in slumber. Where am I? He lifted his gaze to behold layers of towering pavilions. As he peered around, realization dawned upon him that he had returned to a world from his past. Yet had he not already traversed to another realm? He wandered through the surroundings, fragments of memories beginning to resurface. However, the years had blurred his recollection of the path back home. Could this world be merely a dream of his own making? Suddenly, he heard the weeping of a girl and, following the sound, found himself before a massive mirror. Like an image projected from a virtual screen, he discerned a girl crying in despair, surrounded by countless dark hands tugging at her. A wave of sorrow washed over Cole, inexplicably grieving for her plight. A thin line of blood appeared to flow from the girl, and he could distinctly see droplets shimmering within the strands. Astonishingly, the line seemed to bind him to her. In an instant, shadows erupted from the mirror, transforming into overwhelming black wings. Zogo opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of his moon, Dany, her belly swollen with child, the prophesied steed of the world, the call of Khalees. His face was ashen, devoid of color, lips a shade of deep violet. He dreamed of the steed descending from the heavens. Zogo mounted its back as it carried him across the Dothraki Sea, through the cities of the milkmen, and over the vast Black Sea. He beheld the throne and a pair of eyes ablaze with fire. He was the most formidable call of the Dothraki, destined to ride the wooden horse, crossing the briny expanse to claim the Iron Throne for his son, riding the world's steed, Rhaego. He intended to lead his Khalasar to conquer the world beyond the sea. Suddenly, his almond-shaped eyes widened. Blood surged to his sight, flooding his face, and the bells in his hair jingled. Zogo touched the festering wound upon his chest, astonished to find it had scabbed over overnight, and his body felt inexplicably lighter. Stepping out of the grass mat tent, he beheld a scene of clarity. The slaves had risen early and were already bustling about. His sworn brothers of blood and battle gathered closely around him, their faces lighting up at the sight of Zoro's improved condition. Recently, rumors had circulated among the raiders that Zoro Kao was on the verge of death, prompting them to stir with restless anticipation. Kao is the Khan, and the raiders are akin to his vassals. For a new Khan would emerge from among them. Yet this would herald a tumultuous struggle fraught with bloodshed. As Kao rode majestically on his steed through the various cars, the smaller divisions under the great tribe of Kalasa, all rumors were swiftly dispelled, and he would continue his westward journey with Kalasa in tow. As the gallant steeds thundered across the continent of Essos, hearts trembled and tears flowed. Their children would be condemned to slavery, and their women would become mere playthings beneath the hooves of wild stallions. Chapter 45. The moon Cole was drenched in sweat, rivulets cascading down his back and forehead. He jolted upright, feeling a dampness behind him, as a myriad of bizarre images flitted through his dreams overnight. A sharp, stabbing pain coursed through his right shoulder blade, ebbing and flowing like a relentless tide. He reached back to touch the cloth, already soaked with perspiration. Upon unbinding the cloth, a vivid crimson stained it, mingled with thick, yellow pus. In an instant, Cole's complexion turned a ghastly white, dread unfurling within him as he realized his wound had become infected. Determined to seek the healer, he was interrupted by a messenger from Kai Feng. After a moment's contemplation, he followed the guard to meet Kai Feng. The Lannister appeared to be in poor spirits, having just learned that his son had also been captured by the Northerners. Noticing Cole's pallor, Kai Feng expressed concern. "You seem rather unwell, Sir Cole." Cole could only muster a feeble smile, his voice hoarse, confessing to a night of restless sleep. Kai Feng rose to pour him a glass of wine, then unfurled a map. "How many men do you think we need at each gate?" Cole examined the fortifications of Bastion, which were rudimentary and even somewhat inaccurate, merely what the scouts had observed with the naked eye from the heights. "They will surely converge their forces. Our division of troops is merely a ruse. The elite must remain united. I dare not gamble on which gate they will emerge from, but it will undoubtedly be our weakest point." After a moment of contemplation, Cole suggested, "Perhaps we could feign some vulnerabilities. Sacrificing a few men might be our best course." Kai Feng frowned slightly, but was quickly reminded of his elder brother, Tywin, and nodded in agreement. The two continued to discuss the finer details. By the time their conversation concluded, it was already midday. Kai Feng wished to keep him for a meal, yet Cole was intent on finding the healer. Once the healer had cleansed his wound, he sighed upon seeing Cole's back, noting the injury had not healed. The only recourse was cauterization. The healer pondered aloud. Will the flame therapy be effective for him? Cole shook his head, replying, "Please cleanse my wound again with strong liquor, dear healer. I must first eliminate the thick pus." The healer acquiesced, of course. "Do wash it with hot water." Cole had already dispatched a servant to boil water, a lad sent by Kai Feng. Once the wound was cleansed, Cole's face had grown so pale it seemed lifeless. The healer remarked that the wound was festering and began to excise the necrotic flesh. After the procedure, the servant Monda entered with a bit of boiled pig's blood, just as Cole had instructed. He rested in the tent throughout the afternoon, and upon awakening in the evening, felt considerably improved. The pain in his back lessened. Exiting the tent, he instructed Monda to summon several captains of the Flame Guard. At that moment, Duo Chi, clad in northern armor, a request made by Cole, approached. Known as the foremost warrior of the Painted Dog clan, Duo Chi was formidable in battle and of a stout character. He followed Cole's commands without question, garnering great favor among his peers. "Has anyone here observed the moon?" Cole posed a seemingly nonsensical question. Several captains of the Flame Guard shook their heads, pondering who among the serious-minded would take the time to observe the moon. At that moment, one of them suddenly recalled something, saying, "My lord, there's a lad in our tribe who ought to possess some knowledge about the moon. He incessantly claims that there is an inexhaustible supply of gold on the moon, along with beautiful women." Cole instructed him to summon the young man. By a cluster of campfires, Cole had Monda roast half a young pig, while he poured wine for the captains. What lies ahead is the most critical battle against the northern foes. "Are the armor and banners all prepared?" he asked. "Rest assured, my lord, the brothers in the tribe are all donning the clothing of those northern men." At that moment, the one who spoke of the moon was finally brought forth. He was slender and clad in armor adorned with the sigil of the North, suggesting noble lineage, though the armor appeared somewhat oversized. Cole directly inquired which night the moonlight was most favorable. The lad began to expound upon the moon with great enthusiasm. Cole, uninterested in his ramblings and legends about the moon, nonetheless chose to keep him nearby. In the following days, his injuries had healed considerably, the wounds now stitched up. The healing monk mentioned that while the wounds had darkened, they were not serious. Cole touched the area, still feeling some pain, but it no longer hindered his mobility. He had to personally oversee many matters, given the gravity of his responsibilities. Kayvon assigned him the most elite warriors at his disposal, and the commanding knight was bound by Kayvon's orders to heed Cole's commands. During these days, the dissatisfaction of the nobility towards Cole had become a source of great annoyance for Kayvon. In truth, he himself looked down upon Cole's origins as self-proclaimed king of the barbarians, a mediaist. Yet, Kayvon was not foolish enough to overlook a person's capabilities. This lad was indeed a talent, having been educated by the Lannister nobility, enabling him to discern between fools and those of genuine merit. Furthermore, the plans they were to execute were all Cole's ideas, and his mind was constantly at work. To be honest, he found himself somewhat admiring the lad's intellect, daring to take risks and analyzing situations thoroughly. He felt there was over a 70% chance of success, and even if it failed, the repercussions would be minimal. He vaguely recalled that night when a youth learned from the person in charge within the castle, Edmure Tully, and smiled. With unwavering conviction, he declared that if Edmure Tully was in charge within the castle, then the gods must surely stand on their side. The memory of that smile lingered vividly, and he hoped that the assumptions he made were not in error. The next morning, as the sun rose like golden spears piercing the earth, the soldiers of Riverrun, who had stood guard throughout the night, prepared to change shifts. Suddenly, the garrison below the castle began to stir with agitation, and someone rushed to report to the inner city. Edmure Tully swiftly ascended the castle walls along with a throng of nobles from the Riverlands, and indeed, the crowd below began to move slowly. Someone inquired, what were they doing? Within a single morning, the Lannister forces had divided into 3 factions, and the defenders of Riverrun finally realized their intention to encircle the city. Unable to contain themselves, some laughed, exclaiming, "Look at these Lannister fools. They dare to divide their forces. With so few men, they are indeed foolish. I believe we should seize the opportunity to deploy our forces and show them our strength," someone proposed. Edmure shook his head. Ever since being captured by the Lannisters, he had been gripped by fear, refusing even to send out cavalry for raids. The knights within the castle had begun to voice their discontent, deeming him too cowardly to lead. However, with Duke Hotin Tully of Riverrun now in a state of unconsciousness, and far too aged to ascend the walls and command in battle, they remained helplessly staring at the enemy as the 3 great armies established their encampments. Cole was tending to the ravens, a task he had frequently undertaken during his time at the wall. He selected one, drew an arrow, and pierced the raven with the arrowhead before affixing a letter sealed with wax bearing the sigil of the direwolf. He then set it free. In recent days, he had been observing the moon alongside a man who spoke of it, and this individual displayed a certain proficiency in lunar observation. After all, this was not Earth, and Cole was cautious not to apply terrestrial principles. Nevertheless, after several days of scrutiny, he discerned certain patterns and arrived at an accurate conclusion. The waning crescent would appear the day after tomorrow. Chapter 46. Reinforcements, do you know what they call me? Edmure exclaimed in frustration to his trembling steward. What do they understand? We have merely 1,300 men. If we dispatch them all, who will defend the keep? At that moment, a scholar approached Edmure, bearing 2 injured ravens, messengers from the north. Upon hearing this, Edmure's spirits soared. He had witnessed his nephew, Robb, descend upon their foes with a formidable force, nearly overwhelming the Lannisters. "Is it my nephew Robb?" he inquired eagerly. As he took the letter and discerned the sigil of the direwolf, he excitedly tore it open and burst into laughter. Those foolish Lannisters dare to divide their forces. He turned to his steward, commanding him to summon all the knights within the castle to the great hall. stating that Lord Edmure wished to convene them for an important matter. When the nobles of the Riverlands gathered in the hall, a heavy silence fell upon them, for the current situation was dire. Edmure entered the high seat with an expression of delight, and the lords assumed he had merely been indulging in the company of some castle-maid. To their astonishment, he proudly produced the letter adorned with the direwolf crest, exclaiming, "The brave ravens have brought us splendid news." Some whispered in their hearts, "Black wings bear black tidings. In 2 days, my nephew Robb Stark shall lead the cavalry of the North to strike against the Lannister encampment once more. I am aware that some secretly label me timid Edmure, but in 2 days I shall personally lead the warriors of Riverrun to meet the foe. I will take the head of Jaime Lannister myself," he declared passionately. Could that letter be a ruse from the cunning Lannisters? One questioned. "I recognize my nephew's handwriting, Lord Jenna," he replied confidently, despite having scarcely seen Robb. Yet, he could discern the arrow wounds on the raven's body. Moreover, whether it be a conspiracy or not, the truth shall be revealed on that day, as they would have a vantage point to assess the situation below. In the following 2 days, Edmure busied himself with preparations for battle, commanding his soldiers to train diligently while he practiced daily. He was determined to display his valor in this confrontation, so that they would no longer dare call him timid Edmure. Meanwhile, his nephew Robb was leading his army across the Green Fork. They had suffered defeat and had been deceived. There were no reinforcements from House Lannister, merely an unknown host of cavalry. By the time Robb realized the trickery and prepared to retaliate, the Lannisters had already regrouped and erected spikes, offering no opportunity for an assault. Reluctantly, he withdrew, and the northern forces led by Roose Bolton were also bested by Tywin Lannister, who was reportedly advancing northward, nearing the Green Fork. Lord Walder Frey wrote to urge him to lead his forces to intercept Tywin's army. Upon entering the Green Fork, Lord Frey's countenance was indeed grim. He assured Old Frey that he would lead the defense at the gorge of Luanha City, preventing Tywin's army from advancing further north. This promise brought a slight improvement to the old count's demeanor, after which he urged Robb to marry his daughter. Robb, however, found an excuse to delay, citing their original agreement, which stipulated that he would wed her only after the war. The main force of the North's army remained intact, and the situation was not yet tipping in favor of the Lannisters. They were backed by the strongholds of Jingza and Carlin Bay, with ample retreat options. Furthermore, key figures such as Jaime Lannister, Willem Lannister, and Tien Frey were still in their grasp. 2 days later, Kevin anxiously observed the darkening sky, shrouded in a light drizzle. Fog hung over the water's surface, creating an atmosphere as oppressive as the weather itself. The guard stood listlessly outside the tents, while he raised a banner atop the northern camp, that of a noble under his command, leading the southern camp. Cole had assured him that there would be no moonlight tonight. Initially skeptical, Kevin's doubts faded upon seeing the mist-enshrouded river, leading him to believe it was true. He pondered where Tyrion had found this peculiar fellow, capable even of forecasting the weather. As the night wind blew, Cole could not suppress a cough. He led 1,000 cavalrymen, camouflaged in Stark attire, hidden within the woods, while the Lannister encampment lay below. Unbeknownst to those within, a grand performance was underway, and Cole intended to keep them oblivious. As bait, they needed not know too much. In that moment, he felt like a heart of stone. Yet to render the act more convincing, some sacrifices were necessary. Coughing, he clamped his lips tightly, feeling a sticky substance on his hands. While the weight of his armor grew burdensome, Edmure stood atop the city walls, scanning the surroundings, but apart from the flickering flames, he could discern nothing. Doubt crept into his mind. Could this truly be a Lannister plot? It seemed implausible. How could they possibly know today would be a moonless, foggy night? Unless they were divine beings? In truth, the fog was something Cole had not anticipated. He could only surmise that there was a high probability of an extremely waning moon, nearly equivalent to a new moon. "My lord, it seems the northern shore of the Tungsure River is in disarray," reported a sentinel. Edmure's brows arched with excitement. It had come, indeed. Faint cries of battle and screams echoed from that direction, followed by an eruption of flames. At last, they could see the banner of the dancing ice wolf fluttering on the walls. "Gather the men," Edmure commanded urgently. The knights of Benlu City swiftly assembled beneath the walls. Having long prepared for this moment, Edmure offered them a few encouraging words and ordered the iron gate to be opened, raising the bronze and wooden door S-latch and lowering the drawbridge slowly. With a thunderous crash, the drawbridge landed heavily upon the bank of the moat, and he led a throng of cavalry charging forth, plunging directly into the Lannister encampment. Indeed, the Lannister soldiers scattered in panic, easily cut down like wheat before the scythe. Observing the expressions of the Lannister soldiers, the anxieties of certain knights gradually subsided. It appeared that reinforcement from the north had indeed arrived. Cole stood atop the hill, gazing into the distance. He refrained from descending, for his entire right arm had succumbed to numbness, rendering him incapable of wielding his sword. Instead, he maintained a stern demeanor, directing from above with several Lannister knights guarding his side. From the wall, one could discern that while the fires of the Lannisters' southern and central camps still burned, the figures within were already sparse. Edmure, invigorated by the thrill of battle, recognized the armor and banners of the north and fully unleashed himself, relentlessly pursuing the scattered remnants of Lannister forces with his cavalry. Just then, a fallen northern knight passed before him, prompting Edmure to inquire eagerly, "Where is Lord Stark?" The man paused momentarily, then pointed toward the nearby hill. Upon looking, Edmure indeed spotted a small contingent of cavalry there, and with his heart filled with joy, he led his retainers towards the hill. Chapter 47. The fall of the city. Standing atop a high ridge, Cole gazed down at the cavalry of Benlu City, ensnared in a perilous encirclement, while Sir Kevin, from behind, led the soldiers of the south camp and the central camp towards them. Suddenly, a contingent of cavalry adorned with silver trout banners surged forward, numbering perhaps a dozen. At this moment, Cole had but 5 riders with him, barely half the number of the approaching force. "Prepare for battle," Cole commanded his companions. Eddard, brimming with enthusiasm, galloped to the crest of the hill, expecting to confront a formidable assembly of wolf banners and valiant knights. Upon arrival, he was dismayed to find only a few inconsequential figures, the leader of whom was strikingly youthful, devoid of even the slightest hint of facial hair. It was unmistakably his nephew, Robb Stark. Just as he was about to call out, the 5 riders brandished their lances and gleaming swords, charging fearlessly towards them. "Robb, it's me, your Uncle Eddard." He hastily proclaimed his identity. To his astonishment, young Robb appeared oblivious, as if deaf to his words. Only when the intent to kill became evident, and steel met steel, did Eddard realize that this was not Robb at all. The youthful knight wielded a massive sword, cleaving through Eddard's guard and bearing down upon him. Eddard swiftly pulled on the reins, ready to retreat, but a knight beside him grasped the reins of his horse and whispered urgently, "Eddard, there are only 5 of them." At that moment, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, they were only 5. Thus, the valiant Eddard raised his sword. After a fierce engagement, 4 of their number fell, while they managed to down one of their foes. However, this was merely a stroke of luck from their ambush. Now, with 9 against 4, the Tullys held the advantage. Eddard Tully, leading his guards, prepared to engage the enemy leader, who stood alone, trembling as he gripped the reins. Eddard longed to claim the head of this insolent youth. The knight beside him charged first, but was swiftly dispatched by the enemy's great sword. Eddard and another knight surged forward, convinced that this lad could not possibly best the 2 of them. Yet, even as Eddard was struck down by the edge of a sword, he could not fathom how this youth, seemingly less robust than himself, possessed such strength. As Eddard fell, the remaining knights of Riverrun readied themselves to aid him. Yet the 2 remaining Lannister knights closed in beside them. Outnumbered 3-6, the enemy encircled Cole and his companions from all sides. Cole's right arm was rendered nearly useless, straining even to grip the reins, thus preventing him from wielding his sword effectively against the onslaught. Weapons from all directions rained down upon him, and though his armor absorbed several blows, the advantage of his heavy armor became apparent. One Lannister knight was unseated by a lance, while another was slain atop his steed. Yet, the enemy suffered no losses, and the tide of battle shifted ominously. Cole found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Just then, swords and spears assaulted from all angles, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. The gentle rain fell like myriad droplets upon a transparent canvas, as those wielding weapons, those fleeing, those wailing in agony, and those consumed by rage all bore expressions that, for an instant, seemed painted upon their faces. Cole was utterly engrossed in the chaos around him, exerting every ounce of his strength to evade the onslaught of blades aimed at him. Before him lay 2 spears and a longsword, while his gaze also caught sight of a mace. The spearheads pointed towards him and his steed, while the sword and mace surged toward him with lethal intent. Cole was acutely aware of another sword lurking behind him, completely beyond his line of sight. He had to brace himself for the possibility of his mount being pierced or injured, and he understood that while he could evade the trajectory of the spear, the broad arcs of the swinging mace and sword nearly extinguished his chances of survival. Yet, he had time to meticulously search for vulnerabilities. The knights from the Riverlands watched in astonishment as he deftly dodged their attacks by leaning to one side. His steed, however, was struck by a spear, letting out a shriek before bolting in a frenzy. As he rode, he drew both swords, aiming them at the necks of 2 knights, the sound of slicing air resonating as they fell. Cole felt a searing pain in his right shoulder, the warmth coursing through his armor, leaving him uncertain whether it was blood or sweat. The uncontrollable horse dashed into the woods, and suddenly, an obstacle loomed ahead, forcing Cole to lower his head once more. The remaining 4 Riverlands knights were momentarily stunned by the spectacle, before 3 of them spurred their horses to pursue him while one dismounted to check on their lord, Edmure. With the enemies closing in, Cole felt a wave of calm wash over him. As his blood surged, he fought like a man possessed, unperturbed by pain. Wielding his dual swords and activating his temporal vision, he found these 3 knights woefully inadequate opponents. One was swiftly unseated. Another met his end as Cole thrust a blade into his eye, akin to a hot knife plunging into frozen fat. The knight's visor offered no defense against the piercing sword, and he fell with a scream, clutching his face. The final knight, sensing the tide turning against him, turned his horse to flee. At that moment, Cole's mount stumbled over a vine, sending him tumbling to the ground, rolling down the slope before he managed to rise, dust-covered and disoriented. He was uncertain where he was injured, but at least he was still standing. A warm trickle of blood emerged from a gash on his forehead, inflicted by the impact of his fall. Just then, a Riverlands knight's horse halted nearby. Cole approached to calm the frightened animal. It sniffed him, but, realizing he was not its master, began to act up. Grasping its muzzle, Cole surprisingly rendered it immobile. He mounted swiftly and urged it forward with a kick to its belly. The fleeing knight soon spotted Cole gaining on him, and in a panic, urged his steed to hasten. In his flustered state, mistakes were made. The excessive whipping of his horse led to a loss of control, allowing Cole to close the distance. The knight pleaded for mercy, his sword lost in the fray, and Cole dispatched him with a casual stroke. Covered in a viscous mixture of blood, indistinguishable between foe and his own, he returned to the battlefield, where the banners of House Lannister had risen, heralding victory. A sigh of relief escaped him as a blood-stained smile spread across his face. It seemed they had triumphed. At that moment, he felt as though he had downed an entire bowl of potent liquor. Initially, there was no sensation, yet the aftereffects were undeniably profound. Suddenly, he relaxed, sensing a colossal weight upon his shoulders, while the mountains and valleys around him danced erratically. Whispers brushed against his ears, resembling distant cries of souls, oscillating between proximity and remoteness, hauntingly lingering. He could no longer discern who stood before him, whether one figure or 2. The final sound he perceived was the clattering of armor against the ground, as the world around him faded into an endless abyss of darkness, stretching infinitely far away. Chapter 48. The funeral, my lord. His wounds continue to fester, and he is now beset by a high fever. The monk shook his head repeatedly. The white-haired youth muttered a series of nonsensical utterances, the language of which remained a mystery to all. Ever since the night discovered Cole, he had been ensconced in a deep, unyielding slumber. That cascade of white hair set Kayvon's imagination ablaze. Upon their first encounter, his hair bore a resemblance to mere stubble, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was golden or otherwise, yet now it appeared as a resplendent silver. Silver hair and violet eyes. Was he a scion of House Targaryen? Kayvon mused internally. During the fateful battle for King's Landing, he had stood alongside Tywin, witnessing the Lannister soldiers turn the streets into rivers of blood, and observed the mountain bring forth the lifeless bodies of 2 women and a male infant. One was Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, the first wife of Prince Rhaegar. Her garments lay in disarray, and there were whispers that the mountain had violated her before her demise, a claim he did not refute. He recalled his initial encounter with Elia when Tyrion had just been born. Her heart brimmed with joy as she expressed her desire to adopt the deformed child. At that time, she was of an age akin to that of the silver-haired boy, a mere innocent girl. Upon their next meeting, the Martell princess had transformed into the regal and dignified consort of the crown prince. The last time he beheld her, she was a lifeless corpse. He vividly remembered Tywin's grim visage as he gazed upon the disheveled Elia, alongside the young Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, who had been stabbed over 50 times. She was but 3 years old, scarcely taller than Kayvon's leg. He recalled her fondness for a black cat she named Balerion, often seen cradling it within the Red Keep. Among the 3 corpses, the most unsettling to Kayvon was that of the infant with a shattered skull. It was said that the mountain had smashed the child against the wall. Amidst the heap of mangled flesh, Kayvon discerned the blood-stained platinum hair. Both he and his son possessed golden locks, making it easy for him to identify the child. The monk informed him that when the gods summon a brave soul, they render it pure and immaculate. Hence the boy's hair had turned white. Kayvon sighed, resigning himself to the notion that perhaps this was the will of the gods. This victory bore a debt of gratitude to the child. Yet if the gods truly intervened, they might grant him the gift of awakening. After visiting Cole, Kayvon departed with his guards. There were myriad affairs awaiting him following the conquest of River Run. Within the tent, only Cole's attendant, Manda, was diligently occupied. Kayvon instructed him to care for Cole, and should he awaken, to inform him immediately. When he opened his eyes, he found himself no longer amidst the intricate pavilions and ornate buildings, but rather in a vast, white expanse. Amidst the whiteness, he beheld a phantasmal gate, towering and resolute. Before the gate stood a scale. Cole found himself positioned on one side of the balance. Where is this place? Was it a dream? On the opposing side stood a herd of magnificent horses, as if a colossal vortex framed the gate, shimmering with violet ripples. As Cole stepped onto the scale, the horses on the opposite side took to the air, and Cole glimpsed a figure upon one of the steeds, unable to discern the visage, but catching sight of long, flowing braids from a distance. After the steed soared into the sky, the balance began to slowly descend, swaying incessantly, causing Cole to struggle to maintain his footing. The balance's wheel creaked ominously, and Cole found himself sprawled across the plate. The massive iron chain overhead, which supported the tray, emitted a clanging sound as it scraped against itself. Cole lay at the edge of the balance, gazing into the distance. The once pristine white world was suddenly infused with blood and flames. Columns of fire erupted from the crevices of the earth, and the magma bubbled ominously. The balance continued to draw Cole closer. What sent chills down Cole's spine were the torrents of crimson and black blood seeping from the cliffs flanking the magma, accompanied by severed limbs and half-skeletal heads, countless wails seemingly emanating from the abyss. In terror, Cole flipped onto his back, grasping the iron chain of the tray, driven by a singular resolve to ascend endlessly. Meanwhile, Kayvon defended the city of Floodgate, leaving only 2,000 men to guard the fortress while dispatching the remaining soldiers to support the northern army of Lannister. Cole was taken by his fiery subordinates. Kayvon initially objected, but those fervent individuals disregarded his orders, even brandishing weapons. Considering that Tywin had a more skilled healer at his disposal, Kayvon ultimately acquiesced to their demands. Now, it had been 2 days since the army had departed, and they were likely nearing the intersection of King's Road, the confluence of the Trident River. Suddenly, a raven delivered a message from Tywin, which lavished praise upon Kayvon and, at its conclusion, mentioned Cole. After capturing Floodgate, Kayvon promptly dispatched a raven to inform Tywin. In truth, He had contemplated seeking Tywin's counsel before the war commenced, but refrained, fearing the raven might fall into enemy hands. The boy succumbed to a high fever and was escorted to the northern encampment by a dozen knights. Tywin reported that the free folk had risen up, claiming the commoners had slain their king. He personally presided over the boy's funeral, placing him upon a wooden raft, allowing the Silent Sisters to stitch the wound on his back, and dressing him in red silk as per the wishes of the free folk. Lacking noble sigils, Tywin wrapped him in his own lion banner and, adhering to the customs of the free folk, placed all his possessions on the raft, a single sword, along with a broken stone that they had added. Kayvon recalled the sword the boy had clutched tightly when he was brought forth, which, it seemed, had not been taken and should be in his tent. Contemplating the need to return the boy's belongings to his family, Kayvon sent someone to retrieve the items from Cole's tent, only to discover that everything had been taken by the attendant Monda. This incited great fury in Kayvon, prompting him to dispatch cavalry to hunt down the attendant. As the raft drifted down the river, Tywin, bow in hand, shot a flaming arrow, bestowing upon the boy the highest honors. The free folk, at last, settled down, guided back to the Moonshadow Mountains by a leader named Tammy. A falcon soared over the valleys and rivers, and far across the water, a solitary wooden raft floated gently downstream. Suddenly, a withered tree toppled from the riverbank, crashing into the water and sending a spray of waves cascading over the raft. The flames have extinguished, leaving even the ropes binding the corpse untouched by fire. The river flows with a tumultuous current, at times serene, at others tempestuous. Amidst the surging waters, a wooden raft is seen drifting, upon noticing the figure lying upon it. Onlookers silently bow their heads in prayer, uttering a plea for divine mercy. A raven alights upon the raft, pecking at the pallid body, only to suddenly take flight in fright, cawing as it departs. A towering waterfall cascades down before the raft, yet it descends swiftly, undeterred by the tumultuous waves crashing at the cliff's base. It glides down the precipice, remarkably remaining intact amidst the surging waters, and continues its jubilant journey, merging with the mighty river as it rushes toward the sea. Chapter 49. The Little Mouse, how did you come and know this place? Arya? Eddard Stark inquired with a perplexed expression as he rose from the muck-filled trough. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure on the shore, clad in a coarse, heavy brown robe, broad of stature, and shrouded in a hooded cloak. Instantly, a sense of weariness enveloped Eddard, until the cloak was gradually pulled back, revealing a rugged visage adorned with stubble. It was hard to believe that the last time he had beheld this man, he had donned the garb of a jailer, and before that, he had been an effete court eunuch. How many faces does he possess? Good morning, my lord, the man greeted Eddard in a deep, gravelly voice, markedly different from his usual syrupy tone. Yet, a chill crept down Eddard's spine, as if the entity before him were not a mere human, but a terrifyingly large spider. This man was none other than Varys, the so-called spider, master of whispers at court. What is it that you desire, Varys? Eddard inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the man's face. He recalled Cersei Lannister's warning that in the Game of Thrones, one either emerges victorious or faces death. Your daughter possesses remarkable courage. I merely disclosed the location of the dungeons to her. Eddard's expression darkened. You should not involve a child in such matters. There are circumstances beyond our control, Lord Stark. Much like your eldest son has already marched his army southward. Robb? Who else could it be? A ship awaits you. My lord, as for your return to the north, that rests solely upon you and your daughter. They stood at the coast, where the refuse of the Red Keep was expelled, and a small boat lay overturned amidst the rubble. The air held a slight chill, reminiscent of the north, though this mild breeze was far gentler than that of his homeland. Varys refrained from disclosing that mere days prior, a white raven from the citadel had delivered news. The long summer was drawing to a close, and Westeros was on the cusp of winter. Scholars predicted that following this prolonged summer would come a lengthy night. A decade-long season would herald an even longer winter. I know you can help. Varys, please, save Sansa, Eddard implored, his typically stoic demeanor betraying a glimmer of desperation. You place me in a most difficult position, my lord. I am but an unarmed master of whispers. I strongly advise you to leave King's Landing post-haste. Your eldest daughter is well cared for by the queen, who has even consented to her continued betrothal to our king. He is not a king." Varys smiled gently. "As of now, there are several kings in the realm. It is said that even Lord Tywin's retinue boasts a king of savages. I shall ask you once more, Varys, what is your intent? You did not pledge to assist me while imprisoned." Eddard scrutinized the eunuch. "Robert spared your life. You ought not to allow that boy Joffrey to sit upon the Iron Throne." "I care not who occupies the Iron Throne, my lord. Ionuch holds nonor." Varys's hands remained tucked within the large pockets of his linen attire. Robert was a fool, but one cannot deny that he brought peace to Westeros. "I should have mentioned to you that within this castle, the king is merely an outsider to power. He cares not who occupies the Iron Throne, desiring only wine and women. I once shielded him from harm, yet you have caused him injury, my lord. You could have bestowed the Iron Throne upon that child and returned peacefully to the north. For I imagine the warmth of Winterfell must be far more comfortable than a dungeon. Oh, forgive me. I have heard that within the walls of Winterfell, hot springs bubble forth, and living there would surely require no fire to be kindled. Does Winterfell harbor your little birds?" Eddard inquired, his expression darkening. Varys tilted his head. "Who knows? Crows are ubiquitous, for they possess a pair of black wings, while little birds do not, nor do spiders. Winter is coming, my lord. The enemy is not before us, but across the sea," Varys remarked as he drew up his hood and faded into the night, his steps light and silent, akin to a shadow. "Shall we rescue Sansa?" Arya asked him. Eddard gazed up at the towering red castle atop the cliff, then shook his head. Varys was correct. He ought to return to the north, for here he had no one he could trust. The ship was pushed into the water, and the journey ahead would undoubtedly be arduous. The Lannisters would surely have them wanted throughout the realm. Had his leg not been injured, it might have been bearable, but since his fall from the horse, every movement felt as though a knife were being driven into his bones. It was Arya who had ultimately pushed the boat. Guilt filled Eddard's eyes. He should not have brought his children to King's Landing to endure such suffering. As a father of several children, as a dear friend to Robert, as the Lord of Winterfell, and as Catelyn's husband, he felt a profound sense of failure. Beneath the moonlit night, a small boat slowly departed from King's Landing. Varys stood in the darkness, watching them vanish. No one knew the thoughts of the spider, nor what he truly desired. Much like his little birds, he remained an enigma. Arya recalled the words she had overheard. "The horsemen are coming. The little princess has given birth to a young horse king. We need time for Aegon. If the Seven Kingdoms continue in this manner, how can we halt the barbarian horsemen? They cannot cross the strait, and the lords of Westeros will not welcome outsiders. There are enough ships in the east to ferry those ruffians across, and now all the city-states are recruiting mercenaries and purchasing Unsullied. Those mercenary companies and slave masters are profiting handsomely. Should the braided wildlings seize Westeros, our efforts would be in vain. You must stabilize this place. I know you are capable. If not, I shall seek the assistance of the faceless men from Bravos. Whom do you wish to kill? Daenerys, Drogo? Or perhaps Joffrey? Or Stannis? Regardless of whom it may be, I merely hope our sacrifices will not be in vain. Old friend, we have planned this for so many years. You could gain more, titles, or power. I have already reached the pinnacle of influence. Having another sit upon the throne would change little. I am aware of your desires. Aegon shall undoubtedly fulfill them, and you have encountered that child before. At the very least, he must possess greater strength than the grotesque abomination seated in that chair." Arya heard the broad-shouldered man let out a sigh. "I once believed Ian Leasy would prove to be a wise ruler. Ah, it seems a little mouse has taken refuge here," Arya heard the man remark just before her presence was revealed. Chapter 50, Blood Magic Khaleesi. "You must either eliminate the witch or drive her away. Her sorcery is terrifying, and she consorts with demons," whispered the handmaiden, Missy, softly into Daenerys' ear. The Blood Witch, no. She had revived her son and stars. That day, Drogo had swayed unsteadily in the saddle all day long. At night, she beheld the blood flies dancing around their camp. It was said that blood flies only appeared on the dead. Despite his severe injuries, Drogo insisted on riding. The one who restored her son and stars was Miri Maz-Dur, the so-called Blood Witch. She claimed to be a healer, wrapping Drogo's wounds in a bundle of herbs covered by sheepskin. His chest bore a grievous gash, along with arrow wounds. Drogo had only endured 5 days of the witch's medicine before he tore it apart, and thereafter his condition steadily deteriorated. His wounds were covered in damp sheepskin. His complexion had turned ghastly pale, devoid of any color, as he rode in a daze, unresponsive to anyone's calls. Sir Jorah Mormont quietly informed her while on horseback that if Drogo were to fall from his mount or fail to mount again, his Khalasar would abandon him. Following a new call, namely the raiders now under Drogo's command, some claimed that it was the blood which would harm the call. On the 11th night, Daenerys inadvertently touched Drogo, finding him cold as ice. Trembling, she softly called his name, but he remained utterly still, devoid of any sound. Blood flies buzzed around them, even landing upon their bodies, each as large as a bee, their wings producing a maddening sound. With a voice choked with sobs, Daenerys repeatedly called for her Drogo, feeling as though her world had collapsed. In her helplessness, she thought of the dragon eggs and hurried to the chamber containing them, retrieving all 3. Alas, she forgot her condition as a pregnant woman and stumbled, causing the eggs to fall and shatter. Blood seeped from her feet, staining the dragon eggs red. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she gathered the eggs, lifted Drogo's hand, and placed the eggs against her chest, then leaned down to embrace him, continuously reassuring herself that she was the last true dragon, Daenerys born of the storm, that the gods would not take her Drogo, nor her sun and stars. Hearing her weeping, someone rushed in, and upon seeing her weeping over Drogo, the understanding dawned instantly. Several blood riders arrived, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. A bloodied horse's head had been severed, and pools of blood smeared across Drogo's body, while the blood witch chanted incantations, smearing the blood as she spoke devilish spells. Dark shadows swirled around them. Some were human, others horses, in grotesque forms. The blood riders witnessed the shadows howling as they surged into Drogo's body, and then his previously lifeless form began to stir. Black mist coiled around him, suddenly shooting skyward, vanishing into the unknown, while the blood witch, after a high-pitched cry, collapsed unconscious. No one knew where the black mist had gone. The sounds of wailing faded behind the canvas of the tent. They saw Drogo's chest begin to rise and fall, the sound of breathing gradually returning. At that moment, the silver-haired Catelyn began to groan in pain. Her belly had swollen considerably, indicating that labor was imminent, and beneath her lay a pool of crimson. She screamed, her black wings unfurling, prompting the maidens to rush to her aid, and the midwife was summoned. Yet, the horseman foretold by the prophecy of Dothraki, who would ride the world, did not appear. Daenerys would not reveal to them that on that day, she had dreamt of the true dragon, of her brother Rhaegar, whom people said had beautiful silver hair and an ethereal voice, the last of the true dragons. However, what Daenerys beheld was merely a man with short silver hair, clad in black armor, astride a warhorse, his red cloak billowing in the wind above a battlefield stained with blood and fire, where 3 rivers converged. He faced an overwhelming number of foes, flanked by only 4 guards, yet he emerged victorious, contrary to the tales of his defeat at the hands of usurpers. His steed fell, and he too was thrown from its back. Daenerys saw him tumble down a thorny slope, his sword gleaming coldly in his hand. Undoubtedly the ancestral blade of their house, Blackfire. Viserys had spoken of the 2 legendary swords of House Targaryen. One was Blackfire, and the other Dark Sister, the latter rumored to be in Essos, which she was determined to reclaim. In her vision, she last saw him standing at the center of the battlefield. She approached and removed his helmet, only to find a hazy visage, barely revealing his short hair. Suddenly, a pair of black wings descended from the sky, startling her with joy. Upon opening her eyes, Daenerys found herself surrounded by a throng of people, and the child within her, Rhaegar, was remarkably calm, causing her to gently caress her belly and whisper in her heart, "Do you know, little Rhaegar? I dreamed of your uncle. You shall be as tall and valiant as he." At that moment, the maid Jiki, with a complex expression, informed her that Khal Drogo had awakened. For Daenerys, it felt as if she had merely emerged from a nightmare. now fully awakened. With joy, she watched as Drogo opened his eyes, groggy yet robust. Mounting a horse once more, though his original steed had perished. The horse was sacred to the Dothraki, and Drogo was visibly angered. However, Daenerys reassured him that it was the fierce steed that had brought him back from the realm of darkness. For he was the father of the horsemen who would ride the world. This placated Drogo's fury, and he mounted another horse to patrol his Khalasar. He chose not to share his dreams with anyone. Only the witch trembled, aware of her own actions. She alone knew the truth behind the blood magic that had brought him back to life. She recalled the prophecy of salvation propagated by Shea after the long summer. The stars shall weep blood, and Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening the dragon within the stone. The silver-haired woman was undoubtedly a descendant of the cursed dragon, and within her womb lay the very dragon of legend, invoking the Dothraki prophecy of the prince who would conquer the world atop his mighty steed. They had returned to life, the child and the man. Catastrophe loomed. It would be a calamity sweeping across the world, for she had unleashed the dragon. Unbeknownst to Cole, he had been climbing for an indeterminate duration, ascending relentlessly. The scales of equilibrium were nowhere in sight, nor was the portal of illusion. All that lay within his gaze was a solitary iron chain, extending upward, while beneath him roiled a sea of flames and inferno. Exhaustion enveloped him, yet he dared not pause, for the molten lava surged perilously close, and the dismembered remnants beside him incessantly tugged at him, dragging him downward. He prayed fervently, wishing that if this were but a dream, he might awaken swiftly, regardless of whether it be the new gods or the old. Meanwhile, in the distant harbor, a weathered raft, having traversed an unknown expanse, bore a stone and a lifeless body, drifting slowly into the trembling sea. Chapter 51. The storm of foul odor permeated the air as hundreds gathered at the city gate. Witnessing the complete incineration of the statues of the seven gods, flames rising in fervent waves. An atmosphere of unease enveloped the entire coastline. The Red Priestess knelt beside the pyre, her voice lifted in prayer, while Lady Celis echoed her incantations. Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone, observed them with a stony expression, his short beard and iron-like features betraying no emotion. The master blacksmith Donarnoyan had once remarked that Stannis was akin to pure iron, dark, hard, and resilient, yet prone to breakage before bending. This blacksmith had served House Baratheon and had witnessed the upbringing of its three brothers. The eldest, Robert, was true steel, while the youngest, Renly, was mere bright copper, glorious yet insubstantial. The high hall of Dragonstone had been razed by the usurpers, who now awaited a new deity from distant lands. The King of Light, R'hllor, as flames engulfed the wooden effigies, reducing them to charred remnants, smoke billowed into the sky. The Red Priestess, Melisandre, proclaimed loudly, "O favored of R'hllor, Azor Ahai, warrior of light, son of the sacred flame, come forth. Your sword awaits you. Draw forth your rightful blade." Stannis, donning his leather cloak, charged into the inferno, seizing the flaming sword, and swiftly emerged, his attendant beating the sparks from his attire. Flames danced upon his gloves as he cursed, thrusting the sword into the earth. While the Red Priestess and Lady Celis continued to cheer for the Son of Fire, Stannis discarded his gloves upon the ground, his patience evidently exhausted. He took his wife, Celis, and retreated to the castle of Dragonstone. As the fire consumed the wooden effigies of the father, the mother, the warrior, and the maiden, only wisps of smoke lingered in the air. Among the crowd, expressions varied from despair to exhilaration. Some wept while others laughed. A few merchants from Essos murmured among themselves, one asserting that the sword was not the true sword of light. Another questioned his audacity to speak so. The first replied that the genuine emissary of light was forged by Azor Ahai in the temple after 100 days and nights of toil, enduring 3 failures prior. According to the Red Priests, it was the blood of his beloved wife that had ultimately completed the sacred blade. Was it not plunged into her heart? Someone interjected. "Who knows?" came the reply. Each Red Priest tells a different tale. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from the heavens, dark clouds gathering ominously over the sea. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, claiming the seven gods were enraged. As the storm approached, the throng dispersed with increasing haste. A deep rumble resonated from the horizon. While the sea churned tumultuously, a vortex began to form, the dark clouds resembling a colossal beast with a gaping maw, devouring the sky and earth. White serpentine tendrils surging forth, heralding the wrath of the gods. Thunder crashed, sending tremors through the hearts of all. A bolt of lightning struck the cliffside, shattering rocks into countless fragments, while the waves roared like a giant's hand, thrashing violently. Amidst the thunder, a wooden raft swayed amidst the cacophony of waves. A single splash rising to nearly engulf it in the sea. In an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, akin to a thunderous dragon descending from heavens. Striking the raft directly, the wood, long soaked, ignited into flames, and another thunderclap followed. The waters at the port of Dragonstone roiled violently, causing the warships to sway precariously. Worry crept into the minds of those aboard, fearing their fleet might be overturned by the tempest. Stannis, too, found himself awake through the night, gazing upon the endless coastline, witnessing the flashes of lightning and the fog-like layers of clouds. Atop the Red Keep in King's Landing, the stout figure of Varys, draped in a robe of velvet and silk, peered into the storm. This tempest affected not only Dragonstone, but also King's Landing, where rain poured incessantly. Contemplating the father and daughter who had just set sail, Varys could not help but sigh. Cole had lost track of how long he had been climbing. The path ahead seemed interminable, as the surroundings morphed from a hellish inferno to a celestial palace shrouded in mist. From pyramids teeming with the dead to shadows in black robes wielding massive scythes. All he knew of horror and splendor materialized before him, and he even glimpsed towering edifices and bustling streets. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. With each foot he ascended, he required lengthy rests. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall around him, delicate white stars drifting down to rest upon his shoulders, bringing a chill. He contemplated surrendering to the cold embrace of this wintry realm, having arrived in this world amidst the snowstorm, wishing to depart with it. Though he yearned to release his grip on the iron chain, a voice within persistently urged him to hold on. Then, the sound of hooves resonated, and the snowfall intensified. Icy flakes stung his eyes, and the thundering of hooves grew nearer. When a mist finally parted, he beheld a knight clad entirely in ice and snow, with eyes like blue crystals and armor forged from frost. He rode upon a spectral steed, surrounded by a blizzard. Cole, who had grown accustomed to fear, felt a chill wash over him. This was another. The knight slowly extended a hand, seemingly inviting him forth. Those blue eyes bore no hue, only an abyss of cold. Compelled by an unseen force, Cole reached out, his fingers mere inches from knight's. Suddenly, the knight lifted his gaze toward the sky. With a rumble, the thunder roared, heralding the arrival of a new tempest. Flames and lightning surged through the heavens, shattering the ice and dispersing the mist. A roar, echoing from the depths of antiquity, resonated, like the sonorous tolling of a colossal bell reverberating through the world. Countless lightning strikes illuminated the fabric of time and space, arcs of electricity forming a prison around them. The icy knight raised his sharp, dark ice spear, launching it skyward like a javelin. Lightning danced within the dense clouds, flashes revealing an immense silhouette. Suddenly, a cataclysmic fire erupted from the black clouds, engulfing both the icy spear and the spectral knight. With a crack, the explosion resonated in Cole's ears, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The iron chain before him shattered with a resounding clamor, and he plummeted into the abyss. Amidst the swirling clouds of smoke, a colossal shadow emerged, and he felt as though he were submerged in warm spring water. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered himself confined within a pitch-black, cramped space, lying atop an unknown viscous liquid. As Cole attempted to raise his hand to touch, he realized that his body was beyond his control. His hands resembled the talons of an eagle, and membranous wings were connected to his arms. Cole observed himself colliding with the wall of this shell-like barrier. Thud, thud, thud. This eggshell-like structure appeared impervious to his relentless assaults. He continued to strike, his impatience mounting. Finally, after a series of unyielding impacts, a glimmer of light penetrated his vision, and a thunderous bolt of lightning cleaved the sky like a sharpened sword. Amidst the tumultuous waves, upon a wooden raft, amidst countless flashes of thunder and lightning, and within the blazing inferno, a single clap of thunder resonated like the beating of innumerable war drums, drowning out all earthly sounds and masking a breath that gradually emerged. After the lightning and thunder subsided, it seemed as though the heavens had quelled their fury. A sliver of moonlight broke through the mist-covered sky, and the vast stars twinkled in the night. According to the legends of the Dothraki, these were the steeds galloping fiercely across the heavens, while among the constellations, a red meteor streaked like a bloodstain across the celestial curtain. Chapter 1. Awakening the ocean brings forth flames and monstrous beings with long wings. I'm aware, oh. In the early morning, the fool, with his patchwork face, sings loudly within the castle, and the townsfolk are all too aware of his folly. The fool was brought back from the continent of Essos by Stephen Baratheon, the father of Stannis. During his journey to seek a bride for the prince, Rhaegar, in order to find a suitable match of Valyrian blood. Within the Targaryen lineage, intermarriage among kin was a common practice to maintain the purity of the Valyrian bloodline. Aegon I Targaryen, the Conqueror, took his own sisters, Rhaenys and Visenya, as wives. At that time, Rhaegar had reached the age of marriage but had no eligible sisters, leading the Mad King, Aerys II, to send the Duke of Storm's End, Stephen, across the narrow sea to seek a Valyrian bride with silver hair and purple eyes. After all, it was common knowledge that the Targaryens had flown across the narrow sea upon dragons. The era of the Valyrians conquering Essos upon their great dragons is a distant memory. Now, the islands of Valyria have become a cursed land, yet remnants of Valyrian blood still linger throughout Essos, spreading their silver hair and purple-eyed lineage. During their crossing of the narrow sea, the fool and Duke Stephen encountered a tempest, causing the Duke's ship, the Proud Wing, to run aground and sink. Witnessed by Stannis and Robert from the shores of Storm's End. On board were the Duke, his lady wife, and over 100 soldiers and sailors. None survived. It was only 3 days later that the fool was washed ashore. Some claim he was rescued by mermaids, as tales of such creatures abound along the coast, though many scholars from the Citadel dismiss these stories. Upon his revival, the fool became simple-minded, losing his memory, and now spends his days joyfully singing nonsensical songs that no one can comprehend. He leaps and bounds, the bells of his tinfoil antler helmet ringing merrily. Princess Shireen trails behind him. In the eyes of others, she too is a monstrosity, her face marred by gray-black dead skin, a consequence of a lethal and contagious affliction known as grayscale. Thus, the inhabitants of the castle tend to avoid the young princess at all costs. The fool dashes towards the castle gates, and in the brief moment the guards open the door, he slips through, vanishing without a trace, while the pursuing Princess Shireen can only remain behind in anxious frustration. After what felt like an eternity of contemplation, she ultimately sought out her mother, Lady Celis Florent, who worships the Lord of Light, R'hllor. When the guards of Dragonstone eventually located the fool, he stood by a rocky shore, his face adorned with swirling red and green tattoos. There he danced and sang, and it was then that someone noticed another figure lying upon the beach. The monster from the stone has emerged. It has emerged. I am aware, oh. The guards listened as the fool began singing his peculiar melodies once more. In the grand hall adorned with maps, Stannis was deeply engrossed in his contemplation when the door creaked open. It was his wife, Celis, who entered, with her prominent ears, slender frame, and sharply defined features. Her pale eyes and stern mouth rendered her far from the epitome of beauty. My liege, the great king of light, Celis greeted him softly, their relationship as frigid as ice, marked by scarce daily exchanges. Stannis preferred the company of his knights, spending hours in their midst. What is it? He replied, his voice as tranquil as still water, yet carrying an air of distance. Faced with his impassive gaze, Celis momentarily faltered, unsure of how to proceed. My patience is limited. If this pertains to the King of Light, you may discuss it with Melisandre. No, it concerns our daughter, your grace. A smile graced Celis' lips. An attempt to thaw the icy atmosphere. That fool Patch has brought someone back from sea. This remark evoked unwelcome memories for Stannis. One fool is sufficient in this castle. He was disinterested in tales of imbeciles. Shireen wishes for him to stay. You know our daughter lacks friends. Though he may be a silent fool, at least his behavior is not as grotesque as that jester's. Then let him remain. Dragonstone can sustain two fools. Only at the mention of their daughter did a flicker of emotion cross Stannis' otherwise stony countenance. Shireen will surely be delighted, particularly if you could find the time to visit him. Their daughter was the sole thread connecting this estranged couple. Stannis nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, by the coast, a white figure darted behind a massive rock, its azure eyes fixated on a silhouette along the shore. Cole observed as they lifted his body, then vanished from sight. He was bewildered, uncertain of his surroundings or what he had become. As he gazed into the water's reflection, he beheld the visage of a silver dragon. In awe, he instinctively reached out with his foreclaws to touch his dragon head, feeling the soft texture and even the cartilage within. He exhaled a gentle mist, warm enough to barely cook an egg. Suddenly, an overwhelming hunger surged through him, prompting a primal urge to seek his eggshell, which had been lost to the sea's tumult. This hunger quickly sapped his strength, leaving him lightheaded and unsteady. After a few faltering steps, he felt compelled to lie down. Just then, a flock of seabirds swooped in, flapping around him. In a moment of instinct, Cole's eyes rolled back, and he lay still. The birds danced around him, pecking curiously at his body. In a sudden flash, his dragon head whipped around, and with a swift snap, he seized one bird by the neck, sending the others scattering in fright. The captured seabird flapped desperately, thrashing its claws against Cole, but he clung on tenaciously. He exerted himself without knowing how long he had held it, until at last the bird lay motionless. Releasing his grip, he beheld the unfortunate creature, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless. The pangs of hunger compelled him to tear into the flesh of the seabird, devouring its feathers and blood along with the meat, leaving even the bones unspat. Only after consuming the entire bird did he feel a sense of satisfaction. Once sated, drowsiness enveloped him, as if a colossal thought were summoning him from within. With his eyes shut, he opened them once more, and before him unfolded two realms. At that moment, within a chamber of the Lord's stronghold on Dragonstone Island, the once pallid gaze of the boy began to brim with color, a profound shade of violet. Cole surveyed the unfamiliar room before him, even as the sound of crashing waves echoed in his mind. Thus, it became evident that this was no mere dream. Chapter 2. The dragon, the servants of the stone drum tower were well aware that yet another fool had come into the presence of the princess. The stone drum tower, the principal stronghold of Dragonstone Island, was constructed by the ancient Valyrian artisans of House Targaryen, resembling a black dragon poised to strike. When storms approached, the thunder would resound within the fortress like the beating of a stone drum. Princess Shireen sat in the Yunkai garden with a hefty tome in her hands, where Stannis had placed a swing between two pine trees for his daughter. In the thickets of wild roses and thorns, a patched-faced boy chased butterflies and insects, occasionally breaking into song, the melody seemingly etched into his very soul. Beside Shireen stood a young man clad in a white tunic. He was strikingly handsome, with brows that arched like peaks, conveying an air of gentle elegance. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, reminiscent of starlight in motion. Though he wore a cloth cap, it was known to some that he bore not a single hair upon his head, much like the patched-faced boy. Cole could never disclose that his hair had been singed away on 2 occasions. Standing with his back to them, he appeared as a sentinel, and whispers circulated that he was mute and his mind had faltered. Thus, the rumor spread. Stannis, in his ambition to claim the throne, had gathered 2 fools, one a madcap jester, the other a handsome yet dull-witted eunuch. Both the jester and the eunuch were standard fixtures in the royal court. Yunkai Targaryen rode a dragon from Dragonstone to the 7 kingdoms. The little princess was engrossed in the annals of House Targaryen. Silent Night, do you believe there are still dragons in the world? She inquired. The moniker Silent Night was what the young princess had bestowed upon Cole. even though the townsfolk referred to him as the mute. Her only companion was the patched-faced boy, who showed little interest in her reading. Cole observed her. The 9-year-old girl bore a ghastly patch of great dead skin on the left side of her face, resembling cracked stone. Just moments ago, he had been controlling the white dragon in a ruse to hunt, a technique that had proven effective against seabirds. In merely a few days, Cole sensed that the dragon's form had grown somewhat larger. Cole finally responded. The princess's mouth parted slightly. "Silent Night, you can speak?" Cole couldn't help but smile at her astonished expression. "Indeed, Your Highness. The scholar and others had claimed you were, but she left the thought unspoken." "A fool and a mute?" Cole seemed unaffected by the insinuation. Shireen nodded. "You are neither mute nor foolish, are you? Do you believe I am, Your Highness?" He replied, shaking his head. "I have read some books, so I should not be considered a fool." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Shireen's eyes. "Silent. Oh, forgive me, I should not address you so. I ought to have inquired your name first. It is terribly impolite. If it pleases Your Highness, you may continue to call me Silent Night, though you may also refer to me as Cole." "Very well, Cole. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shireen Baratheon." Cole placed his hands behind his back and bowed slightly. "It is an honor to make your acquaintance, esteemed Princess Shireen. Have you said that you have read books?" "Cole." She couldn't help but inquire. Cole nodded. "I have perused nearly all the tomes atop the Wall of Despair." "The Wall of Despair? Are you a Night's Watchman?" "I was raised there, yet I never took the oath to become a Black Knight." "Black Knight, the Dark Knight, flying high, I know, oh. Suddenly, Patches approached. "Ah, you rascal, Patches." The fool abruptly leaped forth, startling the young princess. "Rascal, oh, rascal." He sprang up, seemingly dancing, lifting his left foot and bouncing on the right. Shireen chased after him, and the two began to frolic in the garden, their laughter ringing through the Yang Garden. This garden, named after Yang, surely bore some connection to the Targaryen conquerors. At that moment, this was the only place on Dragonstone echoing with fleeting joy, as an oppressive atmosphere hung over the island, from the hurried servants in the castle to the knights passing by, all bearing expressions devoid of cheer. Indeed, war was on the horizon. Following the demise of King Robert, the continent of Westeros was engulfed in flames of conflict, with the Lannisters and Starks embroiled in a fierce struggle in the Riverlands. The nobles of the Stormlands had already proclaimed Renly Baratheon as king and were rallying their forces toward King's Landing. Lord Stannis, Duke of Dragonstone, following his brother Renly, declared himself the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. While navigating the treacherous waters with the White Dragon, Cole frequently witnessed ships and war vessels traversing the sea, signaling that Dragonstone was in a state of preparation for war. This island could not sustain many cavalry, but it was capable of assembling a fleet. Stannis' navy began to take form during Robert's rise to kingship, and throughout Robert's reign over the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis served as the master of ships. Thus his fleet could rightly be termed the Royal Fleet. Stannis' flagship, the Fury, alongside the flagship of Lord Valerion, the Glory of Driftmark, and countless other colossal vessels like bastions upon the water, were docked at the harbor. This fleet had achieved remarkable feats during the Ironborn Rebellion, decisively defeating the formidable Iron Fleet. While Stannis' navy might not be the foremost in Westeros, its prowess was undeniably formidable. Soldiers crowded the taverns of the coastal villages. Dragonstone had not witnessed such liveliness in ages, attracting merchants from afar. Princess Shireen, filled with curiosity, would often gaze from the castle toward the distant marketplace. After tiring from her playful antics with Patches, she would return to the swing. In her daily life, she was remarkably serene, often found with a book in her hands, immersed in reading within her chamber. Yet she occasionally engaged in playful frolics with Patches, for she remained just a 9-year-old girl. She exhaled softly while Patches, brimming with energy throughout the day, continued to leap about, occasionally singing or sharing peculiar tales. "Patches is my dearest friend," Shireen explained to Cole, silently acknowledging in her heart. "The only friend. They say he too drifted in from the sea." Cole's demeanor appeared somewhat dazed. Yet this was merely a fade as he exerted control over the White Dragon. Just moments ago, he had nearly exposed himself to the gaze of the fishermen. The White Dragon now resembled a duck in size, should it fall into the hands of another, the consequences would be unfathomable. He observed the oddly attired jester, sometimes uncertain whether this transformation was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. At the very least, the jester seemed blissfully carefree. One could surmise that even the patch-faced fellow was aware of who his true friend was. Khal mused that only the gentle and kind-hearted Princess Shireen would consider such a fool as a companion. Few could engage in conversation with Shireen to such an extent, which made her appear exceedingly joyful. "Khal, you mentioned that dragons still exist in this world. Have you ever encountered one?" she inquired, seemingly captivated by the notion of dragons. Khal hesitated momentarily before responding. "I suppose I have." He silently added in his mind, though they were not particularly colossal. Chapter 3. Stannis. It is said that during a long winter, lasting an entire generation, the dreadful era known as the Long Night witnessed the first arrival of the White Walkers. Khal spoke slowly of the accounts found within the wall regarding these creatures. Although the wall was initially erected to defend against such monstrosities, the tales of the White Walkers have now been relegated to the realm of folklore rather than history. Clearly, our little princess had not been regaled with these terrifying stories by a wet nurse. Fear flickered across her face as she clutched the book tightly to her chest. Upon concluding the tale of the White Walkers, Shireen couldn't help but inquire whether the White Walkers were mightier or if dragons held greater power. "I do not know," Khal replied, "but I suspect humans are ultimately the most formidable." Shireen gazed at him with curiosity. "Consider this. While both the White Walkers and dragons are immensely powerful, one was driven back to the frozen north by humans, and the other is under human control." Shireen's eyes lit up with realization. "Ah, so humanity is indeed quite powerful. Khal, you possess a wealth of knowledge," she added, "far surpassing that of the scholar who raised me." Khal shook his head. "The scholar? Is he akin to Maester Cresson?" A hint of melancholy tinged Shireen's voice at the mention of Cresson. "Each scholar specializes in different fields, as indicated by the chains they wear. Black iron signifies the study of ravens, silver represents medicine, and Valyrian steel denotes the arcane arts." "Magic," Shireen whispered dreamily, seemingly lost in thought. "Shireen," a voice called her name. It was her father's voice. Beyond the thorny bushes in the garden, Stannis stood at the periphery. Shireen rose from the swing and called out, "Father!" Stannis managed a stern smile as he approached, casting a glance at Khal, who knelt on one knee in respect. "Greeting him with your grace." Stannis gestured for Khal to rise and turned to his daughter, asking, "What are you discussing?" "It is about magic, father. Khal told me that Valyrian steel represents magic. Is it true that Maester Cresson's chain contains Valyrian steel?" At the mention of Cresson, Stannis' expression shifted subtly. "No, he possesses no knowledge of magic." Shireen appeared somewhat disheartened. Stannis hesitated, at a loss for words as a king unsure of how to converse with his daughter. "Father, have you met Khal?" Shireen inquired. Stannis' gaze returned to Khal, who stood tall and distinguished. He pondered where to place this man. Although Shireen was only 9 years old, having someone like him by her side could potentially affect her reputation. Khal has read all the books at the wall. He knows so much, Shireen praised. "Are you a Night's Watchman?" Stannis questioned. "No, your grace," Khal replied. It appears you are not the mute and fool they describe. You must explain your presence at sea. This will determine your fate. If you are a smuggler, prison shall be your abode." Stannis' gaze was sharp, his reputation for fairness and discernment in reward and punishment well known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. "Your Majesty, according to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, ought to be a law-abiding citizen. Prior to drifting onto the sea, Sir Brynden Tully conferred knighthood upon me in the city of Eagle's Nest." "A knight?" This revelation took Stannis by surprise, for Brynden Tully is indeed a notable figure within the Seven Kingdoms, and a knight bestowed by him could scarcely remain obscure. Perhaps his learned man, Ser Pylus, may provide further clarification. "I hope your words ring true." Stannis is not the most congenial of individuals. Even in the presence of his daughter, his demeanor remains markedly stern. Yet, Cole is aware that as a father, he undoubtedly loves his daughter. His refusal to abandon Princess Shireen when she suffered from grayscale speaks volumes, for he disregarded all counsel suggesting he send the afflicted child to the cursed lands, allowing her to perish. Instead, Stannis steadfastly insisted that his scholars endeavor to save Shireen. This could also be interpreted as his unwavering belief in the laws that prohibit him from banishing an innocent child, regardless of her lineage. The thought that Shireen may ultimately be sacrificed in flames to the Lord of Light fills Cole with profound confusion. Stannis is certainly no fool, nor merely a devout follower of the Lord of Light, Lawler. His actions reveal him to be a man wholly devoted to his realm, possessing an unwavering commitment to the law and embodying integrity with a clear sense of justice. He shows no mercy to those who transgress the law, which has rendered him less favored among the nobility. If there exists a rationale for his demeanor, it could be the sight of the others beyond the wall. Stannis, who set aside his legacy to venture into the north to combat the wildlings, would never sacrifice his beloved for the sake of kingship. In light of the recent fervor surrounding the legend of Azor Ahai and his sword, perhaps Stannis is akin to the prophesied hero, willing to sacrifice everything, including his own life, for the kingdom and its people. Alas, he is not the fabled figure who drew forth the Sword of Light, nor the one destined to lead the Seven Kingdoms into the dawn. Yet, the very fact that he bears such a monumental responsibility with unwavering resolve is worthy of respect. At that moment, Cole was struck with the disconcerting realization that he was fighting for the Lannisters, and now, in Stannis' eyes, the Lion's faction was likely already condemned. A wave of unease washed over him. Should he flee? In this desolate place, where could he possibly escape? The severity of Stannis' justice is evident in the tale of his most loyal servant, Ser Davos. During Robert's rebellion against the mad King Aerys, Stannis was assigned to defend Storm's End, where he was besieged by the royalist forces for an entire year. Throughout that time, they received no supplies, and by the end, they had consumed every last rat in the city, nearly driven to cannibalism. It was then that the smuggler Davos, using his clandestine vessel, managed to breach the siege with a cargo of onions and salted fish, providing much-needed relief to Storm's End. Following this act, Stannis knighted him, yet for his smuggling offenses. He was also sentenced to lose 4 fingers from his left hand. In Stannis' realm, the possibility of weighing merits against faults is entirely absent. Reflecting upon his actions in Storm's End, one cannot help but ponder whether any whispers of those deeds might have escaped into the world. Stannis did not linger here for long. As a king, his time is perpetually scarce, and he had promised his wife he would visit their daughter. Hence he carved out this brief moment. The matter of Cole did not weigh heavily on his mind. He merely summoned the scholar for a casual inquiry. The scholar, however, faltered in his response, fumbling through letters for quite some time before uncovering a fragment regarding the trial by combat at the Eyrie, which mentioned that Ser Blackfish had knighted a lad named Cole, who, as a squire, triumphed over Ser Vardy's Aegon. Chapter 4. Dragon Crystal. For the time being, no one delved into his identity, allowing Cole a brief respite. His daily routine consisted of accompanying Princess Shirlyn and guiding the White Dragon on adventures across the uninhabited expanses of Dragonstone Island. Over the course of a week, the White Dragon had grown to the size of a large goose, and Cole sensed a gradual slowing in its growth. When he focused his thoughts on the dragon, he could feel an innate yearning for the sky emanating from its being. The ground could not teach a bird to soar, let alone a dragon. Countless times, he cast his gaze toward the towering, steep cliffs, as if a voice urged him to leap and learn to fly. Yet, each time he approached the precipice, the fire within him extinguished in an instant. A truly nascent dragon would undoubtedly be fearless, but Cole was a human who understood fear. Moreover, he would not permit his dragon to take such risks. From the moment the White Dragon hatched from its stone egg, Cole had harbored a vague understanding of its significance. He possessed the Valyrian bloodline, which had led him to suspect that he was not entirely impervious to fire, recalling that the Mother of Dragons bore the title of the Unburnt. However, among the Valyrians, few were entirely unafraid of flames. Perhaps his Valyrian heritage granted him some resistance to heat, while the soul that traversed through time had transformed his body in other ways. He seemed untroubled by the cold, as he had experienced at the Wall. This lack of fear appeared to be relative. Metaphorically speaking, it was as if his boiling and freezing points were simply elevated. Immense strength the Eye of Time, immunity to ice and fire, and the presence of dragons. Indeed, the benefits of being a time traveler were quite substantial. Yet, recalling how close he had come to death from an infected wound, he realized that, had it not been for the lightning acting as a defibrillator, he would likely have been feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea. He had heard numerous tales of those struck dead by lightning, yet being struck and surviving seemed to be a singular occurrence. It was unfortunate, he mused, that a mere arrow wound had nearly claimed his life, but fortunate that he had drifted from the Trident River to the narrow sea, only to be struck by lightning and miraculously survive. The odds of such an event were perhaps slimmer than winning the lottery. Somewhere in his heart, Cole felt as though he had inadvertently absorbed someone else's misfortune, with the white dragon serving as his reward. Reflecting on the chaotic visions of fate intertwined with blood and fire in his dreams, he wondered if they held any prophetic significance. Perhaps they were merely a jumble of dreams from his unconscious state. For much of what he recalled stemmed from his previous life experiences. The white dragon climbed atop a massive stone, which stood at least 6 feet above the ground. This was the practice ground Cole had selected for it. Standing at the edge of the stone summit, he peered down, realizing that this height was still daunting for the young dragon. However, with dragon wings, a fall would not result in a disastrous landing. Gritting its teeth, the white dragon leapt down, and with a thud, it collided with the earth before it had a chance to unfurl its wings. The dragon's body, while still in its infancy, had grown stronger over the week, and he could sense the dragon's scales hardening on its exterior. According to records, once a dragon reaches maturity, its scales would become as resilient as steel, and with age, they would only grow tougher. The emergence of dragons is intrinsically linked to the resurgence of magic. This world is not merely subject to the unpredictable fluctuations of summer and winter, but even magic itself experiences similar caprices. Dragons, as magical beings, vanish alongside the disappearance of deities and the depletion of magic. The essence of magic is profoundly enigmatic, and the thought of Stannis employing blood magic to curse Balon Greyjoy sends shivers down Cole's spine. This act undeniably tarnishes Stannis' reputation, as it evokes a sense of ruthless ambition for the throne. However, it seems that Stannis, being a man loyal to the law, seeks only the punishment of the guilty, regardless of the methods employed. If honor were of utmost importance to Eddard Stark, he would never resort to such disreputable means. This distance is wholly inadequate for Cole to master the art of flight. Only from a sufficient height can one truly spread their wings and soar. Must the white dragon leap from a precipice? Once again, Cole approached the edge of the cliff, where the tumultuous waves crashed violently against the rock face below. Should he fail to take flight, death would surely await him. No, he must reach the coast. Cole mused, resolving to make the journey himself. A flicker of purple in his gaze dispelled his momentary stupor as he observed Princess Shireen, who was engrossed in her reading. The tale of the White Walkers had captured her imagination. But could he venture out now? Cole pondered internally. Perhaps he could attempt it, though he would require an excuse. "Your Highness, are you familiar with Dragonstone?" Cole suddenly inquired. "Dragonstone?" Shireen lifted her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Cole nodded, recalling the texts of the Night's Watch, which described Dragonstone as a crystal imbued with magical properties. The children of the forest had once fashioned weapons from Dragonstone, and it was rumored that such weapons could ward off the White Walkers. "Is there still Dragonstone available?" Shireen queried. "Indeed, there is, and in abundance. Right here on Dragonstone Island," Cole replied, feeling akin to a rogue uncle tempting a young girl. "If your Highness desires, I can procure some for you." "Is that possible?" Shireen responded with a hint of eager anticipation, as if she believed Dragonstone to be as fantastical as dragons themselves. Yet, the gentle-hearted Shireen would not press the matter. "Of course," Cole affirmed with a nod. Under the guise of the princess's name, he retrieved a length of rope from the storeroom and, utilizing her title, easily departed from the castle. Unbeknownst to Shireen, her identity wielded an extraordinary power. Her kind and gentle nature kept her obediently within the castle, surrounded by books and patched faces, which served as her protection. With the rope slung over his shoulder, Cole made his way to the coast. The white dragon resided at a significant distance, compelling him to traverse layers of rocky terrain where footing was scarce. As he stood before the dragon, an unexpected wave of familiarity washed over him, a reliable trust he had not felt since departing from the wall. Observing the small white dragon with a discerning gaze, he noted the slight elevation of a horn at its brow, the spines running along its back, and the silver scales that shimmered beautifully in the sunlight. Its eyes resembling blue, luminous gemstones. The dragon was he, and he was the dragon. The moment Cole's hand made contact with the white dragon, he realized that this creature was unlike any other. They seemed to share a singular soul. When Cole departed from this world, the white dragon would vanish as well. He secured a rope around the dragon's talon, understanding that the dance of life could not be undertaken without a solid anchor, fastening the other end to a large boulder. While Cole was uncertain how other dragons mastered the art of flight, he knew he must conquer this precipice, for it was the domain where the mighty dragon claimed dominion over the skies. Chapter 5. Soaring, the white dragon hesitated at the cliff's edge, peering downwards several times, each glance flooding him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Fly, there's a rope attached. Nothing will go wrong, he reassured himself in his mind. Casting a glance at his own reflection, he sought encouragement but was met with the same fear mirrored in his violet eyes. Having faced death twice, he chastised himself for his cowardice. With a sudden leap, the roaring wind surged past his ears, his feet no longer touching the ground, plunging him into a state of panic and confusion. At that moment, his mind was a blank canvas, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Cole observed the white dragon flailing in distress. Although he empathized with the creature's terror, he remained firmly grounded, preventing his own body from succumbing to chaos. Once his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, controlling the white dragon felt akin to maneuvering a character in a video game. As the rope reached its limit, the dragon dangled precariously over the cliff, swaying like a piece of meat suspended in the air. Cole had no choice but to pull him back up, realizing that this trial flight had ended in failure. After inspecting the rope thoroughly, he discovered it had sustained damage throughout its length. Determined, he directed the white dragon to approach the cliff face once more. This time, the dragon began to flap his wings against the rocky surface and then launched himself off the precipice. As he plummeted, he felt akin to a fish washed ashore, with the sky appearing as foreign to him as land is to a fish. He had always perceived himself as a human learning to fly, believing that flapping his wings would allow him to soar, akin to swimming by finding balance within his limbs. Yet, he was mistaken. Flying was inherent to dragons, and he was not merely acquiring a skill, but adapting to his true form. It was not until his third attempt at flight that the white dragon comprehended this truth. In that moment, he was neither Cole nor human. He was a mighty dragon. As he faced the rushing waves below, akin to a roaring tiger charging forth, he dove from the high cliff like an arrow, wings unfurling with a powerful beat. The sky suddenly felt welcoming, reminiscent of the first time he learned to walk. With a graceful ascent, he soared toward the heavens, only to forget the rope tethered to his feet. A sudden tug disrupted his balance, causing him to fall. However, this time he remained composed, retracting his wings and gently gliding down until he landed upon Cole's shoulder. As his consciousness returned, Cole gazed up at the sky. From now on, it would be his domain. He reeled in the rope and guided the white dragon into the air once more. They needed to seek the dragon crystal, rumored to be hidden within the vast mines of Dragonstone Island. The dragon crystal resembled obsidian, glimmering like a dark crystal in the sunlight. As the white dragon navigated through the cliffs, he soon spotted the reflective surface of the dragon crystal ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a vein of exposed obsidian. Seizing a small dragon crystal, he was suddenly engulfed by an acute sense of danger. With a powerful flap of his wings, he evaded a strike from a serpent's head. Lo and behold, a large, pitch-black snake lay coiled along the cliff, its green eyes glinting menacingly. It would have been nearly invisible had one not looked closely. The white dragon discovered numerous seabird nests clinging to the rocky cliffs, suggesting it was lying in wait to ambush the birds. However, mistaking a dragon for a mere bird was rather misguided. My serpentine brother, The white dragon swiftly grasped the serpent by its head and slammed it against the rock face, rendering it dazed in an instant. After several forceful strikes, the black serpent fell silent. The white dragon, not being greedy for serpent flesh, pondered the potential toxicity within. Collecting a dragon crystal, it returned to Cole's side. Holding the stone, he felt a soothing warmth emanating from it, and while controlling the white dragon, he sensed a profound affinity for this gem. Could it be that the dragon crystal possesses unique properties that enhance a dragon's growth? Cole attempted to place the crystal on the back of the white dragon, but aside from the comforting warmth, he discerned no other sensations. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he let the white dragon bite down on the crystal. Once in its mouth, the dragon's teeth effortlessly shattered the gem, releasing a surge of warmth that coursed through Cole's body, instantly digesting the accumulated sustenance within. Thus, it became clear that the dragon crystal facilitates the dragon's absorption of energy. At that moment, Cole realized the advantage he possessed. As a dragon himself, he could continuously explore what elements would benefit his growth, while devising various training regimens to enhance his abilities. The notion of a dragon embracing self-discipline was indeed a marvel. Yet, during its formative period, growth remained paramount, and the discovery of the dragon crystal would significantly aid this development. Such secrets were likely unknown even to the most powerful dragon clans during their zenith. After all, the rulers who rode dragons hardly had the time or energy to observe the growth and nurturing of a single dragon. It was not as if they were raising Pokemon. Even if the scholars in the academy were inclined to study, dragons were not easily swayed, and to avoid incinerating them with dragonfire would be considered merciful. Once he soared into the skies, his sources of sustenance would be assured. So many seabirds and marine fish awaited him. Cole commanded the white dragon to ascend above the ocean, and upon unlocking the eye of time and space, he could discern every movement upon the water's surface. At that moment, a fish emerged, and the white dragon dove fiercely, capturing the creature in its jaws. With several fish in hand, Cole pondered whether he should seize this opportunity to depart from the area. Yet, where could he possibly return? Back to the Trident River region to continue serving Duke Tywin in the north? Now that he possessed a dragon, did he still need to pursue fame and fortune? He had a dragon, who would still engage in such trivial games of power with him. His current focus was on nurturing the dragon. Once the colossal beast matured, there would be no corner of the Seven Kingdoms he could not explore. Cole had once contemplated seeking glory on the battlefield through his own strength. But after hatching the dragon, such ambitions dissipated. He could control his dragon, even channel his consciousness into its form. If he were to acquire another dragon, he could coordinate two dragons to work in tandem. At this moment, Cole gazed across the narrow sea, wondering if Daenerys' dragons had hatched and if he might be able to claim one. After a moment's reflection, he realized he was alone and the dragon was still small. There was little he could achieve by venturing forth. The Mingwa mountain range is indeed a splendid destination. At least there, he is the prophesied king of the Flame People. Should he unveil the dragon, his position would only be solidified. Once the dragon is fully formed, he could seize Island Valley and unleash the dragon upon Eagle's Nest City, rendering any opposition futile. Alternatively, he could release the dragon into the wilderness while he ventures to King's Landing to seek out Tyrion and continue his association with him. For the dragon can be controlled from afar. The white dragon is still in its juvenile stage, likely posing little demand for sustenance. However, as it grows, its appetite will far exceed that which mere birds and fish could provide. Traveling to King's Landing implies that he would find it exceedingly difficult to reunite with the dragon or procure food to nourish it, especially given the throngs of people there. The dragon's appearance would undoubtedly attract attention. "Are you Cole?" Suddenly, a voice resonated beside him. Upon turning, he was seized from both sides. A contingent of guards encircled him, and the leading knight proclaimed, "Take him to the castle to meet His Majesty the King." Chapter 6. Doubt Sir Cole sat at his desk, gesturing for the guards to withdraw. The dual swordsman, the rescuer of the dwarf, the king of the barbarians. Evidently, those foolish minstrels take great delight in singing your tales. Tywin Lannister has granted you a fief in River Run, permitting you to erect a castle, Stannis continued. Thus, there are now hundreds of Coles across the Seven Kingdoms. However, According to my learned advisors, Sir Cole should be dead. His tone was laden with judgment. Cole, bearing a significant question mark, found himself bewildered by Stannis' words. You have committed the crime of deception, and moreover, you have deceived the king, Stannis declared unequivocally. Your Majesty doubts my identity? Cole inquired. The look in Stannis' eyes made it abundantly clear that he did. When his men brought forth the proclamation from House Lannister, he had been incensed, astonished that those usurpers dared to grant the lands of the Riverlands to another. You would have me believe that a mermaid revived you, or that the gods have granted you life anew. Stannis' fingers tapped rhythmically upon a desk. I can offer you the opportunity to join the Night's Watch, of course. You may also choose to keep your tongue. Any random individual who has encountered me can attest to my identity. I am aware that the world believes me dead. I myself once thought so. Perhaps drifting from the Trident to Dragonstone does seem absurd, yet I speak no falsehoods, Your Majesty. I can delay your fate. You will spend your days in the dungeon until I procure a witness. No, Your Majesty. I can prove my identity. You mentioned that the minstrels refer to me as the dual swordsman. There should be few wielders of dual swords in the Seven Kingdoms. I beseech you to allow me to testify on my own behalf. Stannis nodded. I shall send one of my knights as your opponent. I will not permit him to hold back. In the interest of fairness, I grant you access to the armory of Dragonstone. Thank you, Your Excellency, the King. Cole stepped forward abruptly, presenting a stone. This is the dragon glass I sought for Princess Shireen. Please, Your Majesty, allow me to deliver it to her. Stannis paused, taking the stone before instructing the soldiers to escort him away. At that moment, a figure clad in red robes emerged slowly from the shadows at the back of the study. Without turning, Stannis addressed the figure behind him. Is he the one you saw in the flames? Melisandre replied in a measured tone. Yes, great king. This man has been led by Lawler to the true prophesied son. He shall be your greatest asset. She not only witnessed the prophecy within the flames, but also sensed the lingering aura of blood magic surrounding Cole. Stannis stared intently at the dragon glass in his hand, lost in thought. Since the death of his parents in the shipwreck, he had forsaken belief in the gods. If their existence serves only to destroy the virtuous, what purpose is there in worshipping them? Stannis summoned a guard, instructing him to take the dragon glass to Shireen. He turned resolutely, declaring, Tomorrow I shall personally test him. I wish to ascertain whether this renowned dual swordsman truly lives up to his reputation. He once fought for the realm's usurpers, a fact I shall never forget. However, in his youthful ignorance, I must convey to him that his king resides here. Cole anticipated being taken to a prison cell, but instead was escorted back to his chamber, albeit with soldiers stationed at the entrance. The following day, he was led to the armory to select his equipment. Cole observed that Dragonstone was amply stocked for war, with an array of spears, swords, and staffs readily available. It seemed Stannis had made thorough preparations for battle, at least regarding the armament of his own soldiers. Cole chose 2 knightly swords, a suit of chainmail, a coif, knee guards, and gauntlets, complemented by a sheepskin glove and a leather outer layer. This was the gear with which he felt most familiar. The venue for their duel was to be the Gardens of Yunkai, but upon his arrival, he found no one in sight. He was led through a thicket and arrived at a clearing, where a figure emerged. It was Stannis, without a helmet or armor. He held a long sword and, upon seeing Cole, nodded politely and inquired, Are you satisfied with the opponent I have chosen for you? Cole was momentarily taken aback and found himself at a loss for words. He had expected Stannis to send a formidable champion to dispatch him, never anticipating that the King of Dragonstone would engage personally. Could it be that our king possesses such confidence in his martial prowess? Or perhaps he was merely perceived by the bards as a cunning manipulator. Your Majesty, swords are blind to their wielders. You could easily dispatch a knight to fight on your behalf. I am certain that many would be eager to serve you given your stature. Take up your sword. Ser Cole drew his dual blades. Stannis approached, his sword raised, and with a fierce swing he asked, Do you know who the rightful sovereign of the kingdom is? Cole parried Stannis' strike, deflecting his sword aside. I have heard whispers. If they hold any truth, then you are the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, Your Majesty. Is that so? Stannis' sword slowed. Then why is it that, despite the world recognizing this truth, they refuse to acknowledge it? Even my brother Renly dares to call himself king. Cole continued to parry, sensing that Stannis was not applying full force. Merely asking a beggar on the road to the Seven Kingdoms would yield the answer, Your Majesty. Few would decline the opportunity to be king, yet not everyone is fit to rule effectively. Stannis suddenly chuckled. Then who do you believe is a good king among the Seven Kingdoms? A ruler who takes the throne as his duty, prioritizing the welfare of the people, and enforces the laws with unwavering resolve is the true monarch, Cole asserted. Stannis appeared to appreciate this flattery, gradually sheathing his sword. Remember your words, Ser Cole. You must understand where your king stands and to whom your loyalty should be pledged. Cole knelt on one knee. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall bear this in mind. Now, leave your sword and armor behind, change your attire, and then come to my study. Cole knocked on the study door, where Stannis was engrossed in a letter. He gestured. Please take a seat at the table. Yes, Your Majesty. In the tale of the bard, Ser Cole possesses a wisdom akin to that of the cunning Lannister. Effortlessly conquering the city of Riverrun, Stannis presented him with a letter, which upon inspection revealed itself to be a missive composed in verse. My bachelor could only gather such tidings. I remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the Lannister forces. As a military strategist of considerable prowess, Stannis is acutely aware of the adversaries he must confront to seize the Iron Throne. Should he muster his troops to besiege King's Landing, Tywin Lannister would undoubtedly lead his army to provide assistance. Your Majesty, if you wish to preempt the Lannister legions, why not dispatch some aid to House Stark, allowing them to divert the Lannisters' attention? He refrained from elaborating on the Lannisters' defenses or numbers, merely offering a suggestion. Stannis fixed his gaze upon him intently and then declared, From now on, you shall be responsible for the protection of Shireen. As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 7. The princess's guardian knight with shavings cascaded to the ground as two figures, one large and one small, crouched within the castle corridor. Cole was meticulously shaping a rough wooden knight, and after sharpening the knight's sword with a dagger, his creation was finally complete. At last my knight is finished, Cole declared to Shireen. Before them lay a hand-drawn map of Westeros, crafted from memory by Cole, which depicted several simple castles connected in a line leading directly to King's Landing. Cole had already shared the rules of a game called Westeros Adventure, a fantastical version of Monopoly with Shireen. The monotony of her daily life was palpable, and even Cole, who thought he could endure the tedium, found it rather dull to follow her around every day. With ample time on his hands, Cole sought to occupy himself while simultaneously fulfilling the orders issued by the King of Dragonstone. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of rejection. The fact that he had not been executed and was instead tasked with guarding Shireen was already a testament to mercy, considering Stannis' infamous stubbornness. It was no surprise that after Robb declared himself king, Stannis had immediately viewed him as an adversary. At that moment, Cole was unaware of Robb Stark's proclamation of kingship in the Riverlands, nor did he know whether it was due to the isolation of Dragonstone or the failure of the northern forces that had altered the course of fate. Contemplating fate sent a shiver down Cole's spine. For the unyielding Stannis, even his own brother would not be spared. The thought of Renly meeting his demise at the hands of a curse filled Cole with sorrow. After all, Renly embodied the qualities of a legitimate heir to the throne, devoid of significant character flaws and possessing a kind demeanor. Should Stannis ascend to power, the Seven Kingdoms would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, as he would resurrect both old and new grievances. Ultimately, it would be the nobility who suffered, with the common folk bearing the brunt only in limited numbers. Yet, this world remained firmly under the dominion of the aristocracy, unchanging through the ages, a realm of transient iron thrones and enduring noble houses. I shall commence, Cole said, lost in thought. Shireen, noticing his distraction, shook the small dragon she held in her hands, a creation of Cole's own making. Initially intending to carve her a delicate lady, she had requested a dragon instead, leading Cole to produce something that resembled more of a bird. It was not entirely Cole's fault. He had never received formal training in woodworking. Nevertheless, Shireen seemed quite pleased with her dragon. She tossed the wooden dice, scoring 3 points, then turned her gaze to Cole, seemingly inquiring what her next move should be. despite him having already explained the rules. Cole moved her small dragon 3 spaces, guiding it from King's Landing through the Vale of Arryn, then from Blackwater Bay to Dragonstone. Beside the island, he placed 3 small paper balls, casually opening one and reading aloud. As she rode her mighty dragon, Shireen encountered a storm at Dragonstone, and she must remain there for 2 turns. After 1 round of play, Shireen comprehended the rules entirely, as the Wooden Knight and the Dragon Princess raced across the continent of Westeros, each refusing to yield. Cole's life has now taken on a disciplined rhythm. In the early morning, from the time Princess Shireen rises until breakfast is served, he practices in the training grounds, honing his swordsmanship and archery while becoming acquainted with a myriad of diverse weapons, such as iron axes and mace. Upon concluding his morning exercises, he retreats to the seaside for a bath. With hair merely a short tuft, bathing is a rather uncomplicated affair for him. As he gazes into the water's reflection and notices the white strands that have begun to sprout, Cole comes to a realization. His explanation to himself is that he is a descendant of the dragonkind, a term used to refer to the illegitimate offspring of House Targaryen. There are many remnants of Targaryen blood around Dragonstone, and even during the tumultuous period of the Dance of Dragons, the Blacks promised titles and lands as a reward for dragonkind to tame the great dragons. As for whether he might be the illegitimate son of Maester Aemon, or even the son of an illegitimate son, he has never pondered it. The notion of being the bastard child of the Mad King Aerys seems more plausible, though still unlikely, as he was found by Maester Aemon near the wall, and it is presumed that Aerys never ventured that far north. Perhaps it was the Maester's observation of his silver hair that led him to take Cole in. After all, they share a common bloodline. Setting aside lineage, the Maester is a kind and gentle soul, not one to allow a forsaken infant to perish in the streets of the realm. Recalling his childhood, when Maester Aemon often washed his hair with warm water, he had thought himself a natural brunette, perhaps believing the Maester had been dyeing his hair with some potion. During his time with the Night's Watch, he indeed enjoyed a carefree existence. Had it not been for his frail health as a child, he would likely have joined the Night's Watch and perhaps become a ranger by now. Cole clenches his arms, veins bulging momentarily. In just over a year, his physique has transformed remarkably. Without delving too deeply into the Maester's intentions, it is clear that the elderly man genuinely cares for him. With Robb having met his untimely end, it is unlikely that Stannis would mind the silver hair, especially considering the presence of the Valyrian bloodline on Dragonstone, represented by House Velaryon of Driftmark. Silver hair is merely silver hair. It possesses a certain coolness to it. After a period of adjustment, Cole's bond with the White Dragon has strengthened significantly, allowing him to seamlessly shift his perspective between dragon and human. It is akin to the coordination of one's left hand and right. He has gradually found equilibrium between the two. At this moment, it seems as though a single soul has been divided into 2 entities, dragon and human, each functioning independently, yet interconnected. The White Dragon has claimed a seabird's nest, settling among the cliffs. Over the past few days, its size has not increased significantly, yet the temperature of its breath has transformed from mist to flame. Such growth should be considered rapid. Reflecting on Daenerys's 3 dragons, which have burgeoned into colossal creatures within a mere 3 to 4 years. The White Dragon feels a twinge of dissatisfaction with its own growth rate. One might wonder where the Mother of Dragons acquired her knowledge of dragon-rearing magic. For Essos was once under the dominion of Valyria for an extensive period, likely leaving a legacy of dragon-related magic. Additionally, Essos borders the shadowy land of Ass High. The Red Priestess Melisandre, rumored to hail from Ass High, a land steeped in magic where those wielding peculiar powers congregate, embodies the essence of endless mystery and myriad legends. By day, the White Dragon ascends into the cloud-laden sky, retreating to the distant seas where vessels seldom venture. It employs a basket to gather decayed flesh and rotten fish to bait, awaiting the surfacing of fish before swiftly striking to seize its aquatic prey, feasting until satiated, then storing provisions within the basket. The dragon's foreclaws and wings intertwine, and though it may seem a stretch to call them claws, typically, it grasps the basket with its powerful feet. This basket, purchased by coral from a fisherman, is utilized by the White Dragon. Each time Coral ventures forth, he returns with several large sea fish for the kitchens of Dragonstone, fostering familiarity with the cooks. Having spent considerable time in the kitchens, Coral is well acquainted with the greasy realm. Through this camaraderie, he gains introductions to the butchers and meat vendors of Dragonstone. As a sworn knight of Princess Shireen, Coral receives a modest stipend, which, unlike others who might use it for armor repairs, horse maintenance, or indulgences at taverns, he predominantly invests in procuring meat from chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Coral has noted that the meat of cattle and sheep seems particularly nourishing for the dragon. Though he understands that all fish and meat are rich in protein, the principles of science appear to falter in the realm of magical creatures. With the aid of Dragonstone for digestion, the white dragon's appetite has significantly increased, and it also engages in exercises for its limbs and wings, further intensifying its physical demands. While the dragon's combat prowess primarily derives from its fiery breath, its massive physique possesses considerable destructive capability, especially as it matures, becoming as impervious as armor. No one has crafted armor for dragons, for aside from the Targaryens who tame them, none dare approach. Yet Coral's white dragon can. Once he has accrued sufficient savings, Coral intends to acquire a suit of armor for the dragon, though he acknowledges the challenge of maintaining armor that fits a creature in perpetual growth. Dragons are not devoid of weaknesses. Mirisis, who conquered 3 dragons, met her end when a Dornish crossbow bolt pierced her eye. Coral remains unfazed by this vulnerability, for the white dragon possesses 2 pairs of eyes. Coral has been engaged in a game of chess with Princess Shireen until the afternoon sun casts its gaze. As she stifles a yawn, he gently reminds her that it is time for her afternoon nap. She hesitates, having never encountered such an amusing diversion, finding it far more captivating than the puppets of a puppeteer. While it is understandable for a child to relish play, Shireen demonstrates an emotional maturity far beyond her years. She softly acknowledges his suggestion, carefully stowing away her dragon, then inquires, "May I take my dragon with me?" "Of course, but you must take good care of it," he replies. Shireen beams brightly, momentarily overlooking her ailment of gray scales. In truth, she possesses a charming appearance. Over the years, she has often seemed melancholic. Yet, at 9 years of age, a child remains innocent and carefree, never withholding their smile. Her solitude has simply weighed heavily upon her heart. Her life seemed almost entirely ensnared within the confines of this castle, where even a small wooden carving could bring her immense joy for an extended period. Whether in her past life or this one, Cole harbored deep sympathy for her. Had it not been for the cursed grayscale affliction, she would likely have flourished under the radiant sun. Within the castle, there was no necessity for Cole to accompany her at every moment. He possessed ample time and space of his own, unlike the other knights of the castle, who were perpetually prepared for battle. Stannis appeared reluctant to thrust him into the fray, perhaps fearing that he might defect during a conflict with the Lannisters. It was likely that when Stannis led his forces into battle, he would remain on Dragonstone, which was for the best, as he had no desire to risk his life on the battlefield at present. He patted the twin swords at his waist, considering them mere ornaments for the time being, regrettably noting the loss of his long knight blade. Chapter 8. The map table in the hall stretches over 50 feet long, its widest point nearly half its length, and its narrowest less than 4 feet. The entirety of Westeros is laid bare upon the map. Crafted by artisans 3 centuries ago upon the return of the conqueror Aegon, who traversed the 7 kingdoms on his dragon. The hills, rivers, and valleys are rendered with exquisite detail. The circular hall is crowded with knights and lords, as King Stannis summons his most trusted advisors to deliberate on forthcoming strategic directions. Seated in the second most esteemed positions are the 3 highest-ranking earls. The elderly Lord Adrian Selmy of Crab Isle arrives adorned with his lavishly decorated ship, the Red Crab. He is a rather dull fellow, often interjecting with dissenting opinions whenever a consensus begins to form. Advocating for an immediate military advance on King's Landing is Earl Montford Valerion, who, despite not possessing the typical Valyrian appearance, is strikingly handsome with his flowing golden locks. He argues that the defenses of King's Landing are currently precarious, presenting an opportune moment for an assault, especially with Dragonstone's fleet able to sail unimpeded to the very gates of the city. The final earl present is a plump 14-year-old boy, Lord Dragonlord of Hornhill. He has inherited his family's title at a tender age and appears to be a devout follower of the Seven. Witnesses recall seeing him weep silently when Stannis commanded the burning of the Seven effigies. The clamor for an offensive on King's Landing is led by Earl Velaryon, countered by the opposing views of the elder Selmy, who advocates for the army to remain stationed at Dragonstone, waiting for the forces of Renly and the defenders of King's Landing to weaken each other before intervening. Stannis gazes impassively at the ongoing dispute between the factions, feeling a sense of helplessness. He finds himself devoid of capable counsel, especially with Davos dispatched elsewhere. Among his subordinates, Velaryon is too radical, Selmy excessively cautious, and the youthful Ballion merely a child yet to mature. Thus, the final decision rests with him alone. With our forces, a mere siege of a few days will compel that imp and the young fool Joffrey to surrender, Velaryon asserts passionately. Their supplies will not last long. Stannis has dispatched him to blockade the seas, preventing any merchant or cargo vessels from entering King's Landing. The armies of Tywin Lannister are stationed at Harrenhal. Should they descend the King's Road, they will soon reach King's Landing. If we fail to take the city, how shall we respond? Questions Selmy. Tywin cannot even manage a Stark brat, Velaryon scoffs dismissively. Indeed, recent news from the north suggests that Tywin has suffered significant losses under Robb Stark's command. Overconfident, he has been compelled to withdraw his forces back to Harrenhal, where the two Lannister armies now support each other between Riverrun and Harrenhal. His ruthless actions in the Riverlands incited widespread resentment, prompting the people of the region to rally under the banner of their nobles. Through a coordinated effort, they nearly reclaimed Riverrun, had it not been for the swift response of Kevan Lannister, who quelled the internal chaos, fortified the city walls, and sent out ravens for aid. Had he not acted promptly, Riverrun might have changed hands once more. Meanwhile, the cavalry dispatched by Tywin suffered grievous losses after being ambushed by northern knights, their movements inexplicably revealed to the north. It was only then that Tywin realized the siege was merely a diversion. He had thought the northern army was poised for a decisive battle when, in truth, they had divided their forces. By the time he resolved to launch a full assault on the northern encampment, he discovered that his adversaries had already retreated to the neck in the town of Lannister. Robb capitalized on Tywin's information gap, engaging in combat on his home turf where his intelligence far outweighed that of Tywin. For only the locals possessed intimate knowledge of the terrain and the most up-to-date news. Given the chaos Tywin had wrought in the Riverlands, the local populace had no inclination to assist him. Ultimately, he could not have foreseen how the conflict would evolve. His initial intention in waging war was merely to alleviate the financial crisis besieging House Lannister, as their coffers had run dry, and war was seen as a new source of wealth. He used the pretext of avenging wrongs as a convenient facade, which explained his tacit approval of his subordinates' pillaging and destruction in the Riverlands. Regrettably, the situation spiraled into a tangled mess. Robb's untimely death, Stannis and Renly's defection, and an imminent crisis looming over King's Landing. Stannis rapped his knuckles on the table, and the hall fell silent. Now, he was not merely contending with Tywin, but with Joffrey in King's Landing and Renly, leisurely making his way to the capital. In truth, Renly was his most formidable adversary at present, as the combined forces of the Stormlands and the Reach constituted a formidable tempest. King's Landing was already on shaky ground. He harbored no doubts about its capture. Yet the greater challenge lay in how to confront Renly post-siege. Furthermore, conquering King's Landing would not come without cost. Should he find himself encircled by Renly's forces, would he once again resort to a defensive strategy akin to his previous stand at Storm's End, waiting for another night with a shipment of onions? The city faced incessant turmoil, lacking natural defenses, and unless dragons were stationed there, how could they contend with threats from all directions? Assembling his troops, Stannis declared an unexpected objective: Storm's End. What significance did Storm's End hold? Why forsake the well-defended King's Landing in favor of gathering forces at Storm's End? Many were left perplexed, unable to grasp their lord's intentions. After the meeting adjourned, myriad voices buzzed with speculation. Some posited that Stannis sought to restore the ancient lineage, claiming the title of Storm King upon recapturing Storm's End, as House Baratheon boasted the bloodline of the Storm Kings. Others suggested that Stannis aimed to exact revenge on the Storm Lords who had not recognized him as king. Meanwhile, Cole and Shireen sat in the gardens of the Red Keep, engaged in a game of chess, the lively little girl beside them radiating an abundance of joy in recent days. In the garden's pathway, Stannis hurriedly approached, accompanied by several of his attendants. Suddenly, the sound of silvery laughter echoed through the garden. Belgar had triumphed over the White Walkers at the wall, acquiring the legendary sword Longclaw, which augmented his attack power by 10 points. His previously brisk pace slowed as he gestured for his attendants to halt, then leisurely stepped into the thicket of thorns and blossoms until he could distinctly see 2 figures seated upon the grass. Before them lay a map, surrounded by a cluster of crumpled paper balls, while Shireen maneuvered a wooden bird across the map. He gradually approached, positioning himself behind Shireen, when suddenly Ser Davos rose, offering a slight bow, "Your Majesty." Shireen, startled, also stood, softly greeting Father. Stannis nodded gently, casting a fleeting glance at the map. It depicted Westeros, the very same engraving that adorned the table in the hall. Shireen's expression bore a hint of trepidation, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. It was hardly surprising, given Stannis's stern demeanor. Even adults tread cautiously in his presence. Rumors spoke of his heart of iron, devoid of compassion, unmoved by any plea. Yet, Shireen remained the warmth in his heart. No father could truly be indifferent to his child. However, a man of his nature would inevitably struggle to express affection, even refraining from embracing her due to her illness. "The map is quite well drawn," he complimented, making an effort to soften his tone. "Ser Davos created it, along with the wooden knight and the dragon," she replied. Shireen extended the wooden dragon towards him. Stannis took it in his hands, examining the crafted creature, believing it to be a bird. He then inquired, "Do you like wooden toys?" Shireen nodded, then shook her head. "This is Belgar, father, and there is the tall Ser Duncan." It was evident that the tall Ser Duncan was the wooden knight, a name she and Ser Davos had chosen for their characters. Stannis acknowledged her with a nod, placing the wooden dragon back in Shireen's small hand, remarking, "Within King's Landing lies the remains of Belgar." Stannis did not linger long. He departed the castle to inspect his warships at the docks, returning slowly with his knights only as night fell. By the window of the strategy hall, he gazed out at the distant sea, his memories drifting back to 2 battles, the oppressive defense of Storm's End and the exhilarating defeat of the Iron Fleet. "What occupies your thoughts, Your Majesty?" A crimson figure emerged behind Stannis. Melisandre stepped forth from the shadows, her movements graceful, her voice barely above a whisper. "What prophecy has the Lord of Light bestowed upon you?" Stannis inquired, turning to face her. "No, it is the true Lord who grants revelations to the rightful king." She approached Stannis, her voice laced with seduction, softly urging, "Please, great king, follow me." She led him to the side of the flames. "Please, gaze into the fire, Your Majesty." Stannis gazed intently at the flickering flames of the red and white heart candle, when suddenly, vivid images emerged from the firelight. He beheld a man adorned with a horned helmet. He recognized him as Renly. In an instant, a swift steed charged forth, and a sword cleaved the horned helm asunder. He noted that the man wielded twin blades. Abruptly, the sparks danced, startling him into retreat. Turning to Melisandre, he acknowledged that although this was not his first encounter with the mystique of the red-robed sorceress, this experience resonated with him profoundly. "Your Majesty, what have you seen?" Melisandre inquired. "Renly, there can be but one king in this realm. The usurper shall face retribution, my liege." Stannis' gaze hardened, his uncertainty about what he had just witnessed gnawing at him. He knew that only that boy wielded twin swords. If that were the case, what of bringing him alone? In the days that followed, the oppressive atmosphere of Dragonstone grew increasingly tense, as everyone was aware that the Grand Army was soon to embark. Meanwhile, Ser Davos was taken aback by a royal decree. He had been commanded to join the campaign, tasked with leading dozens of newly recruited soldiers. They were intermixed with Stannis' personal guard, stationed aboard the ship, the Sword of Stephen. It seemed Stannis would not allow him to languish in idleness. Chapter 9. The new recruit, Your Highness Shireen. Sir Duncan the Tall has been entrusted to you. Armed to the teeth, Cole handed the wooden knight to the little princess. In the following days, he would be occupied with receiving his own troops. Shireen furrowed her brow, yet she nodded understandingly and accepted the tall Duncan. You will return with my father, won't you? She inquired. Of course. I am the king's sworn protector assigned to you, until the next knight arrives to take my place. My sword will guard you, just as the king's guard protects the king, Cole explained. After bidding farewell to young Shireen, Cole made his way to the encampment outside the castle. He passed through the enormous gates resembling the gaping maw of a dragon and descended along a winding path around a hill, arriving at a small village by the sea, where the military camp stood. He would only return to the castle for military needs, as he was now under the direct command of Stannis, his superior. The camp was adorned with the banners of nobility, and Cole pondered whether he ought to create a family crest for himself. But what kind of crest should it be? A dragon was out of the question. Perhaps a white bird? As he walked through the camp's administrative area, he temporarily set aside thoughts of a family emblem. When a patrolling knight approached to question him, he made his identity clear. The oath-sworn knight from Valyrian merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction before pointing him toward a path. Upon meeting what were supposedly his subordinates, Cole was met with profound disappointment. Although their numbers exceeded what he had been informed, they were merely a ragtag assembly of emaciated fishermen and farmers. Clutching harpoons and wooden spears, approximately 200 in total, hastily gathered from the surrounding shores of Dragonstone. Compared to the private armies of the noble lords, these individuals resembled lambs being led to slaughter. Naturally, no one harbored high hopes for them. Observing their earnest faces, Cole let out a resigned sigh. His troops were indeed growing worse with each passing day. Although he himself was a lackluster commander, the fiery folk from earlier had included many seasoned warriors, even capable of forming cavalry units. Yet these individuals before him seemed fit only for swelling numbers or serving as cannon fodder. He could hardly fathom their utility. I am Cole, dispatched to take command of this unit. Who among you is in charge? He called out to the disorganized throng. Silence reigned. This group had been conscripted against their will, with no one to oversee them. For days, they had even lacked proper provisions. It was no surprise that when trouble arose, the culprit's head was found hanging outside the camp. Very well, I now require 10 men. He planned to employ his previous tactic, dividing the group into 10 factions for better control. Who among you is willing to serve me? His words fell flat, met with continued silence. As he prepared to issue another call, an unexpected voice emerged. My Lord Knight, I am willing to serve you. Cole's gaze was drawn in surprise to a slight young man, who slowly emerged from the crowd, raising his slender hand. He was almost a head shorter than Cole, clad in tattered, filthy burlap, with disheveled hair and clear, albeit small, eyes. Cole smiled warmly and inquired, What is your name? Camillo, he timidly replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Excellent, Camillo. You shall be my aide, and I will compensate you with 1 silver stag per day until the war concludes, Cole declared, surveying the surroundings before speaking loudly. My lord, I too wish to serve you. Sir Knight, I am willing as well. Upon hearing Cole's assurance to Camillo, the new recruits erupted in excitement. They were serfs from Dragonstone, summoned for military service without remuneration, their lords merely ensuring their sustenance, which they often lacked. Once these individuals were placed under Cole's command, they became his responsibility. Their provisions were his obligation, and the stipend from Dragonstone amounted to 3 silver stags per day, merely covering the noble standard for daily meals, collected weekly from Stannis' treasurer. Considering the prospect of leading over 200 men, Cole hoped to negotiate additional funds from the treasurer, having established rapport with many within the Dragonstone castle. The treasurer was a gaunt, bald man with a penchant for drink, often found clandestinely imbibing with the castle cooks, a circle to which Cole soon integrated himself, despite his reticence in conversation, for he possessed a talent for drinking and prepared delightful fish dishes. It baffled him why Stannis entrusted financial matters to a drunkard, though perhaps few among his ranks were literate or adept in arithmetic. After appointing Camillo as his officer, Cole instructed him to select 10 individuals, while he stood aside. sword in hand, his cold gaze silencing the previously boisterous recruits. Camillo hesitated momentarily, but a reassuring look from Cole spurred him on. Soon, 10 individuals were chosen. Likely acquaintances of Camillo, and Cole promptly announced they would each receive a daily wage of 1 copper star. Though this expenditure required 2 silver stags daily for their salaries. It promised a temporary loyalty from these 11 men. Cole proceeded to inquire about their names. Joe's Hadel. Very well. I hereby appoint you as deputy officers, each responsible for commanding 20 men. Now, go and select your subordinates. Should you fail to do so, I shall replace you, Cole ordered. The 10, still reveling in the joy of their selection, hurriedly scattered to choose their teams. In short order, the gathered throng of new recruits was divided into 10 groups, leaving a few dozen unselected individuals standing together. These Cole would personally oversee. Camillo, as an aide, accompanied Cole to the castle in search of the treasurer to procure funds. After all, his current role was merely to serve Stannis. The responsibility of sustaining this contingent ultimately fell upon His Majesty. The treasurer allocated him 20 gold dragons, which would constitute the entirety of Cole's military budget. How these funds would be spent was entirely Cole's prerogative, whether to distribute them among his subordinates, purchase provisions, or acquire armor, was left to his discretion. Arming a 100-man unit with such meager resources was virtually impossible. His primary task seemed to be maintaining the troops' numbers without any desertions, at least during peacetime. The Lord's retinue included numerous troops composed of farmers, who were never the backbone of warfare. The elite fighting force of Stannis was estimated to be around 2,000 strong, while the remaining thousands were mostly fresh recruits and mercenaries, including pirates and smugglers. In total, the force was approximately 6,000 strong. Cole was not without his duties. He was tasked with patrolling a designated area of the encampment. Within the camp, he managed to find a merchant from whom he purchased grain sufficient to feed his 247 men for about 10 to 15 days, expending 10 gold dragons in the process. The grain consisted of coarse fare, typically inexpensive during wartime, often used to feed pigs in various taverns and inns. Nonetheless, Cole had to make do with what he had. It was unreasonable to expect lavish feasts for his men. Upon returning to his territory, Cole refrained from distributing the grain. Instead, he assigned the most expedient among them to lead his contingent in logistical duties, which he considered a form of reward. As the smoke from the cooking fire began to rise and the porridge was served to each individual, expressions of satisfaction emerged on their faces. Their sole desire in being conscripted was to have a hearty meal. None could predict whether they would survive the battlefield, and even if they did, it would likely result in their return to farming and fishing. Cole shared the coarse grain with them, a notion that surprised all the new recruits. Nobles, even in times of war, were accustomed to feasting on roasted meats and drinking fine wines, residing in tents akin to palaces, often accompanied by beautiful courtesans. They had never encountered a knight who dined on such meager rations. "Surprised, are you?" he inquired, observing the astonished expressions of those around him. Gathered beside him were Camillo and 11 others, huddled by the fire, as Cole had no tent and thus shared their night under the open sky. They held a certain trepidation towards Cole, and Camillo stammered a response. "It is somewhat unexpected, my lord, that you would eat such food. I too wish for roasted meat and wine, but more than that, I hope you all survive the battlefield." Cole gazed into the flames and replied, "Indeed, that is my foremost wish." His words caused a momentary pause among the group. Cole intended to use the remaining gold dragons to procure military equipment. At the very least, they needed proper weapons. A decent iron sword would cost around 30 silver stags, but this was merely a basic quality, far from sharp or aesthetically pleasing. 10 gold dragons could scarcely procure more than 70 swords. As for armor, it is evident that even knights often lack complete protection, yet they are merely mercenaries. The mercenaries and hired knights are stationed in a separate area of the camp, numbering in the thousands, all equipped with their own swords and armor, representing a moderate fighting force within the Grand Army. The elite combatants are composed of the Lord's standing armies. For instance, the affluent Tywin commands 4,000 loyal troops, evenly divided between cavalry and infantry. Stannis himself commands 600, all part of Dragonstone's standing forces. These loyal troops encircle their lord, identifiable by their distinctive banners. At the very center of the camp stands the tent of Stannis' loyal forces, where the banner of the crowned stag proudly flutters. Cole's encampment lies not far from Stannis'. Should anyone call upon them for the transport of goods and armor, they cannot refuse, for this is one of the few roles available for the new recruits. The next day, Cole sought out a blacksmith to purchase iron swords, acquiring only 20, while spending the remainder of his funds on iron-tipped spears, essentially wooden shafts adorned with iron tips, a weapon remarkably inexpensive, leading Cole to procure nearly one for each individual. During their time in the camp, Cole dispatched small teams to fish, while the army often organized hunts during their march to supplement their rations. Each morning, he mandated piercing drills for all, daring not to ask for more, nor to overtrain. He merely required them to comprehend military commands. At midday, they engaged in various activities. Some went fishing, others prepared meals, while a portion assisted in transporting military supplies. Cole himself led patrols, retaining only 20 swordsmen by his side. He maintained a stricter regimen for their training, as their physiques were generally tall and robust, albeit he was but a short general among them. Most of the fish he caught were shared with these individuals, with the remainder distributed among the others. Fighting a lone battle, no matter how fierce, proved futile. It was far wiser to gather a group for mutual protection, Cole mused. Chapter 10. The transaction. The army of Renly will undoubtedly defeat me beneath the walls of King's Landing. Thus you have dispatched me to Storm's End, where that lad with the twin swords shall take his head. This, my lady, is the first prophecy you have uttered. Stannis regarded Melisandre with an impassive expression. My vassals and knights urge me to assault King's Landing. Indeed, your majesty. Light casts more than one shadow, as revealed to me by the sacred flame. Nevertheless, your grand army's advance toward Storm's End is a divine mandate, and Renly's defeat is all but assured. I pray that your Lord of Light has not deceived me. Upon exiting the hall, Melisandre made her way towards the encampment. At that moment, Corral was returning from his patrol, and Camero approached to assist him in removing his armor. You are my lieutenant, not my subordinate, Camero, he remarked. With a playful grin, Camero replied, My lord, I have heard that a squire's aide is responsible for attending to his daily needs. I would assume knights are treated similarly. During their days together, Camero had reverted to his usual demeanor, for Corral was no overbearing noble. Naturally, no one in the camp dared to truly provoke him, especially after they witnessed him dispatch that fellow with a single stroke. The young man had been caught with a harlot, and rather than simply taking advantage, he had acted with great cruelty. By the time Corral and his men discovered the woman, she was already more breathless than alive. Stannis had explicitly forbidden the presence of prostitutes in the camp, and indeed, the entire Dragonstone Island had outlawed such trade. Regardless of the man's pleas for mercy, Corral paid him no heed, advancing with his sword drawn. The young man even attempted to resist, but was swiftly disarmed by Corral's blade, which then pierced his throat. The ferocity he displayed left a profound impression on the new recruits. My lord, that rascal Josen has procured a fine steer, and it is currently being roasted. Awaiting your return, Camero informed Corral after removing his armor. Corral, intrigued, inquired, a fine steer? How did he manage that? Well, you know how deft Josen's hands are. He won it from the mercenaries next door in a wager, Camero replied with a chuckle. Josen was a seasoned gambler, and it was said that when he was apprehended and brought to the camp, he was still engaged in a game, resulting in his capture alongside others. Do the mercenaries wager such substantial stakes? Corral asked, pulling off his gloves. They bet their armor. They became overzealous and lost 2 full sets. But unable to cover their losses, they offered us the freshly acquired steer instead. It's a splendid beast, and I can see it sizzling with juices. I hear it cost the mercenaries quite a sum, Camero explained. While gambling is one thing, let us not provoke the mercenaries unduly. It is clear that these rascals have ensnared them, Corral replied. The mercenary profession is inherently precarious, and pooling resources to purchase beef is not uncommon, especially with battle looming. We took a good dozen men to retrieve the steer, Camero grinned. This steer is considered private property. Corral would not demand that they share it among the entire company. Go and purchase some wine from the merchants, Corral instructed, handing him a few silver stags. "Very well," Camero responded, taking the coins and darting off. Cole made his way towards the camp of Jossi, where a beef, crackling and sizzling, was being roasted over an open flame, pierced through the center by a thick wooden skewer. "Ah, Lord Cole," Jossi sprang to his feet. "I heard you brought a fine bull with you." Cole glanced at the roasting meat with a smile. "It's been kept warm for you. A good spot reserved." He presented a charred sausage to Cole with an air of pride. "My lord, this one is for you, seasoned with salt." Cole inspected it and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is quite a delicacy, but I cannot partake. Let be for Camillo." Jossi was taken aback. "Isn't it said that noble lords enjoy such fare? Allow me to demonstrate how to roast the beef properly," Cole replied, returning the whip to the grill. "Then we shall feast well." Camillo approached, carrying wine. Cole sliced into the beef and stuffed it with an assortment of peculiar herbs. Individually, they were hardly palatable, but as a seasoning, they enhanced the flavor significantly, alleviating the monotony of the meat. The bull was roasted from afternoon until night, with the men enjoying the beef alongside ale, a true delight. Cole did not linger at the banquet for long. After satisfying his hunger, he departed. This relaxed atmosphere in the camp was the norm, where a group on the brink of battle could indulge in feasting. With war imminent, how could they not savor these moments? Hadn't he observed the nobles reveling in song, dance, and wine? "My lord, a priestess seeks you," Camillo informed Cole, who was by another fire. After his daily patrol, he had been weaving through the throngs of people. Normally, Camillo would accompany him, but today, the aroma of roasting beef had rendered him distracted, as evidenced by the grease at the corner of his mouth. Cole was accustomed to listening to their tales and sharing his own experiences, a practice learned from Master Yemen. Thus, in a matter of days, he had grown quite familiar with these men. His impression of this militia was that they were generally reticent, yet kind-hearted and well-versed in knowledge. But when it came to combat, they transformed entirely. A priestess? Cole could not recall knowing any such figure. Soon, amidst his confusion, he was confronted by a woman clad in a crimson robe, her graceful form accentuated by the vibrant fabric. A large red gemstone adorned her chest, and her fiery hair framed a face marked by an impassive gaze, exuding an air of coldness. Upon seeing her robe, Cole had an inkling of her identity. "Sir Cole?" She smiled gently. He regarded her warily and replied, "What brings you here? Perhaps we could converse." Cole shook his head. He felt a twinge of apprehension towards such individuals. Who knew what she might know? What if the King of Light revealed his white dragon to her? He had no desire to uncover her intentions. "I do not know you, madam, and I advise you to keep your distance. I executed a rapist just the day before yesterday." With a mysterious smile, she proclaimed, "I bring the king's command." Colton paused, responding, "If His Majesty Stannis has issued an order, a herald will surely arrive bearing the banner of the crowned stag." To his astonishment, she produced a flag from her sleeve, rendering him momentarily speechless. Internally, he cursed. How could Stannis entrust the banner to a woman? It was not that Colton harbored any prejudice against women, but rather that the era was rife with bias towards them. This question lingered not only in Colton's mind, but also in the hearts of the noble knights, who were equally perplexed and discontented. After all, appointing a red priestess as a standard-bearer was akin to dragging their honor through the mud. "Then, pray tell, what command has His Majesty bestowed upon me?" she inquired, glancing at Camillo behind Colton. With a gesture, she beckoned Camillo to step aside, allowing Colton to fix his gaze upon Melisandre. "Now may we proceed?" She delicately moved her slender fingers, gliding gracefully. "You are not loyal to the king, sir." Her tone was tinged with inquiry. "Indeed, I have never sworn fealty to anyone," Colton replied with candor. "It appears you value your oaths, as does our king. You are of the same ilk." Suddenly, she reached out to caress Colton's face, whispering, "The son of prophecy shall not fight alone. He requires your aid." Colton was taken aback for a moment before brushing her hand away. "Mind your actions, my lady. I have no faith in your so-called Lord of Light. If he seeks to save the world and its people, let him do so. I shall keep my distance. But do not involve me." To this, Melisandre responded with a smile. "The lost lamb shall ultimately find its way into the embrace of the true God." As they approached a torch, she became entranced by the flames, her voice sultry as she asked, What do you see in this fire, child? Colton gazed into the flames and beheld a vision. Within a canvas tent, a bloody dragon egg cradled in a man's arms, accompanied by the sound of a woman's weeping. You carry the essence of blood magic. Though it has faded, Melisandre softly murmured in his ear. It is a curse drawn from the bloodline of kin. Colton recalled his vivid dreams. I have experienced some strange dreams. Melisandre's eyes narrowed slightly. What sort of dreams? A scale, with me on one side and a winged horse on the other, bearing a long-haired figure. Colton felt a jolt of realization. He had fallen into her trap. Recognizing that she had employed such means to amass a multitude of followers, known as the supporters. O priestess of the Lord of Light, what is it that you truly desire? It would be futile to waste your efforts on me. Rather, let the Lord of Light prophesy more about his majesty Stannis and ensure his victory in this battle. He will triumph. He is the true son of prophecy. From the moment he drew the sword of light, it was destined that he would lead the people to break the long night. The Lightbringer? Khal offered a faint smile. Do you know who the adversary spoken of by your deity is? The warriors resisting the White Walkers are stationed at the wall. You should seek your savior there. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Melisandre's gaze, for Khal's words had caught her off guard. Yet, she remained steadfast in her interpretation of the prophecy. Believing Stannis to be the prophesied one, I can avenge you and track down the one who cast the blood magic upon you. Melisandre ultimately revealed her intention. What must I offer in return? Khal inquired. Pledge your loyalty to his majesty the king and help him secure victory in this battle. Khal could not suppress a chuckle. How can you be so certain that I can ensure his triumph? I do not consider myself so capable. If a single individual could dictate the outcome of a battlefield, what need would there be for these soldiers? You might as well use your magic to help us achieve victory. As he spoke, Khal scrutinized her expression, fully aware that it was her magic that had led to the demise of Renly, likely employing the very blood magic she now referenced, drawing upon Stannis' blood. Melisandre's countenance remained composed, devoid of any turmoil. You can inform me of the means to counteract the magic. I shall do my utmost. However, there are matters I cannot accomplish alone. It is essential that you persuade His Majesty Stannis. Khal stated with sudden seriousness. Agreed. Then let us proceed with our collaboration. Chapter 11. The Fortress of Wind. Is this the object? Cole accepted the crimson gemstone necklace that Melisandre proffered, and in comparison to the grand jewel adorning her own bosom, this ruby appeared as a dim star eclipsed by the brilliance of the full moon. This gemstone served as a means of detection from the Temple of the Red God. Whenever it glimmered, she would know that her magic had been successfully employed. When its light began to flicker, it signified the approach of magical power, Melisandre elucidated. But how can I defend against magical assaults? Cole inquired, voicing his foremost concern. Melisandre cast a casual glance his way. The cost of invoking magic is not trivial, and different spells necessitate distinct countermeasures. Blood magic, without a doubt, is one of the most intricate forms. Its activation requires the blood of kin as a catalyst, and the closer the blood relation, the more potent the blood magic becomes. The enactment of blood magic demands a sacrifice of life to beseech the god of death, and the practitioner is also ensnared, thereby consuming their own life force. However, for one as vibrant in life force as His Majesty the King, even blood magic would find it arduous to inflict harm. Yet, should one wish to interrupt the casting of blood magic, one need only drip their blood into the flames while reciting this incantation. Valamaha Melisandre intoned a lengthy spell. Cole mimicked her pronunciation, and the sorceress corrected him on a few syllables. As Cole chanted, the ruby within the necklace began to glow softly, indicating the activation of the magic. He noticed Melisandre was momentarily taken aback. I shall uphold my promise and offer my counsel, but war is never merely spoken of. Countless factors dictate the outcome of a conflict, and my abilities are indeed limited. Melisandre's gaze upon him was complex, leaving Cole somewhat perplexed. He held a measure of respect for the red-robed sorceress. Though she appeared to be swaying Stannis, it was undeniable that she had persistently and dutifully served him, a fact that Stannis surely recognized. Among the ranks of the Second Stag, there were few capable individuals, and once he dealt with the third stag, he would be left with a multitude of fence-sitters. Cole donned the ruby around his neck. With this artifact, he at least would not be left bewildered when confronting magic in the future. Camillo, escort this lady back to the castle with a few brothers, Cole commanded his aide. He had indulged heartily in the previous night's revelry, and remnants of fatigue lingered on his visage. Cole proceeded to inspect the morning drills of the various squads, which essentially involved them thrusting their spears in a rather lackadaisical manner, uncertain if such practice would hold any value on the battlefield. Cole approached the training grounds of his personal guard, where they were engaged in one-on-one combat drills. "Hey, little Roka, pay attention to your footwork." Little Roka, a lad of similar age to Cole, was bouncing around with his sword. One might mistake him for practicing boxing. Upon hearing Cole's admonition, Roka quickly steadied himself, only to receive a wooden blow to the head. Cole approached with a sense of urgency to correct him, despite acknowledging his own limited expertise. Compared to the seasoned instructors of the Great Wall, his training experience was scant. However, he had truly fought on the battlefield and understood the means of survival amidst chaos. While agility is beneficial in the midst of a fray where blades and arrows fly, a more measured approach is often paramount, securing one's own safety before contemplating the demise of the enemy. Cole had dedicated immense effort to the training of this group of 30, expelling those who sought to shirk responsibility and reallocating them to the hunting and transport teams. Over the past fortnight, their training bore significant fruit. Under Cole's vigilant supervision and thoughtful instruction, their performance appeared markedly superior to that of the other 10 groups. They endured a greater training regimen, with Cole also emphasizing physical conditioning and discipline, and, of course, their rations were adequately supplied. While they could not yet be deemed elite soldiers, they had at least become competent recruits for this era. To sustain their needs, Cole even dispatched a few of his men to fish. Although some may have harbored grievances about this imbalance, none dared voice their discontent. Cole found himself in a predicament. He aspired to elevate everyone's capabilities, yet his own energy and provisions were limited. Even with considerable effort, they were barely trained to the level of university students' post-military drills, and their true battlefield performance remained uncertain. Carmillo, a clever lad previously known for petty thievery in his village, had been sent to the barracks to bolster numbers. He possessed a knack for flattery and a thicker skin than the dull-witted fisherman. As he returned with his comrades, his arrogance irked Cole, who felt tempted to deliver a swift kick. Approaching Cole with an air of self-importance, Carmillo announced, "My lord, the beautiful lady has been safely returned to the castle." He refrained from uttering anything inappropriate, perhaps recalling the earlier incident involving Cole and the courtesan. Scratching his head, he feigned embarrassment. "I would never, my lord." Even a fool like Carmillo recognized the dangers of antagonizing those residing in the castle. One careless word could lead to dire consequences. Not every noble was as forgiving as Cole. "Very well. After lunch, you shall take my place on patrol. I have matters to attend to." Cole tossed him a sword, admonishing, "Practice diligently. I do not wish to replace my adjutant after your first skirmish." After sharing a meal with his loyal guards, Cole strolled toward the seaside, a bag in hand. As he drifted away from the throngs along the coast, a white silhouette glided toward him from over the water. The white dragon, having grown to the size of a swan, soared gracefully through the sky, its silvery hue making it difficult to discern its true nature. In recent days, the dragon had hunted over the ocean. Its wings having become remarkably robust through training, it could now pursue seabirds with impressive agility. As he soared through the sky, he resembled a white bird. Cole had replaced the bag on the white dragon's foot, filled with a bounty of freshly caught sea fish, rare treasures from the deep ocean that commanded a high price in the market. Unfortunately, Cole found himself in dire straits. These fish were greatly favored by nobles for their exquisite flavor. He intended for Camillo to sell them to the kitchens of the aristocracy. Generally, a single bag of such fish could fetch 2 to 3 silver deer, as they were exceedingly hard to come by in the coastal waters. The white dragon returned to the lair with the beef and mutton that Cole had brought. It was a crevice strewn with dragon crystals, which the dragon would scrape off the walls daily as a digestive aid. He then launched himself into the sea, riding the winds as they ebbed and flowed. The tumultuous waves of the narrow sea had sunk countless vessels. Even on fair weather days, the surf remained unpredictable. At the mouth of a bay, the white dragon veered in, where the winds and waves raged even more fiercely. The colossal waves clawed at the rocky cliffs like the talons of a demon, and only a few shallows offered refuge for ships. At the most perilous point of the tempest stood a formidable fortress. Viewed from the sky, the fortress was encased in layers of thick outer walls, far thicker than those of Dragonstone Island. The entire castle resembled a tower, its soaring spire reaching towards the heavens, affording a panoramic view of the sea and the activities of those on land. This was the Wind's Rest Fortress, one of the steadfast strongholds dating back to the Dawn Age. From his aerial vantage point, the White Dragon discerned the formidable challenge of capturing this castle. Although the direction of the war had yet to be clearly established among the soldiers, Cole was aware that Stannis would inevitably lay siege to Wind's Rest. Renly's 60,000-strong army was marching towards King's Landing with an overwhelming presence, drawing nearly all the southern nobles to his banner, a testament to his considerable standing among them. Stannis' aspirations for the Iron Throne could not sidestep a confrontation with Renly. Unless Melisandre employed her shadow assassins to eliminate Renly, the odds for the Dragonstone faction would be slim. The only viable counter to Renly lay within the naval forces, necessitating that the battlefield be transferred to the sea. By capturing Wind's Rest, they could stand 10-1, with the Royal Navy of Dragonstone anchored in Broken Ship Bay, ensuring their supplies would flow from the sea. Should Renly attempt to besiege the castle, a naval battle would be unavoidable. Cole knew that ultimately Melisandre would conjure a shadow assassin to eliminate Renly, but since he had already committed to the arrangement, he needed to maintain appearances. This inspection by the White Dragon aimed to identify the vulnerabilities of Wind's Rest. First and foremost, Stannis' forces were limited in number. They needed to act swiftly to encircle the fortress and prevent it from gathering troops. Renly would undoubtedly divide his forces to respond, and Cole was aware that he would come in person. His counsel was to seize Wind's Rest before Renly's Grand Army arrived. Stannis' original strategy could certainly be deemed masterful, taking a city with the elimination of just one individual. To besiege a city is to conquer it from below, but to win hearts is to triumph from above. Thus, Cole's initial thought was to capture Wind's Rest without engaging in battle. However, upon further reflection, as long as Lannister remains alive, this fortress cannot be deemed isolated. The inhabitants possess no compelling reason to surrender. Therefore, to seize Wind's Rest, one must employ unconventional tactics, exploiting the castle's vulnerabilities to magnify one's advantages. Stealthily capturing the fortress would be the ideal outcome, albeit the most challenging. Sir Cothane Polos, designated as the acting lord of the castle by Lannister, is not a careless individual like Edmure Tully of Riverrun. This does not imply that Edmure is a fool. Rather, in comparison to his nephew Robb, his acumen for warfare is considerably lacking, often swayed by external opinions. He had already disrupted Robb's plans among the original 5 kings. Sir Cothane Polos is a seasoned commander, and Cole's understanding of him is insufficient. His familiarity with Edmure stems from the humorous archery scenes in the series, which piqued his curiosity. Cole was engrossed in sketching the defenses of Wind's Rest when a detailed blueprint suddenly materialized. He began inscribing notes upon the defensive schematics. Chapter 12. The pre-war assembly. Has he ever set foot in Windy Keep? To audaciously proclaim such a thing, Stannis handed the scroll to Melisandre. I was raised there. A decade ago, I stationed men there for a full year until Robert's brother Ned Stark came to our aid. The Red Priestess was acutely aware of Her Majesty's deep-seated resentment towards his elder brother. I pardon him solely because he has been deceived by the world into believing that the boy seated upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey, is a king. Yet, this young lad truly believes that a clever ruse in battle allows him to disregard all the fortresses in existence. Melisandre received the scroll, slowly unfurling it, and a secondary parchment slipped out. It was a detailed map, which she bent down to retrieve. Her eyes, ablaze like molten copper, lingered on the parchment for a moment before she spoke in her melodious accent from across the narrow sea. Perhaps you should examine this map, Your Grace. Stannis took back the map, pausing for a considerable time. Those familiar with him would recognize that he was profoundly taken aback by the contents of the parchment. It was an extraordinarily detailed map of the inner keep of Windy Keep, with every defensive apparatus meticulously marked. Even someone as well acquainted with Windy Keep as Stannis would find it challenging to produce such a document. Stannis spread the scroll open again, rereading the text. To the esteemed ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, His Majesty King Stannis. Herein are a few strategic suggestions regarding our military objectives. According to rumors circulating in the army, you seem inclined to march towards Windy Keep. Thus, I hope you will swiftly mobilize your forces to seize control of the stronghold before the arrival of Lord Renly Baratheon's reinforcements. His thoughts were audacious. After perusing the letter from beginning to end, Stannis remarked, "If I had a sufficient army, I would undoubtedly dismiss such a ludicrous proposal. You still have the Lord of Light, your grace." Lady Sellis entered the hall. "The Lord of Light bids me entrust my fate to a mere boy." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his face. How he longed to lead his army to reclaim the throne, yet his forces numbered only 6,000, while Renly commanded tenfold that. "Davos, go inform all the lords and knights that tomorrow at noon I shall convene a pre-war assembly," Stannis called out to the attendant outside. Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight's son, had been taken in as a squire. "Yes, your grace." The 11-year-old boy responded from outside the door, swiftly departing with hurried footsteps. Ser Colin was engrossed in scribbling in a book, while Camillo, unable to read, sat idly beside him in boredom. Ser Colin. A new recruit from Jory's retinue rushed over. "The deputy Lord Jory is surrounded." Camillo sprang to his feet, for someone of his ilk held a sense of loyalty. After all, Jory hailed from the same village, and gamblers and any Wells often walked the same path. "Do not panic, Camillo." Colin closed his book and slowly stood up. "First, go fetch my armor." Camillo swiftly fetched the pile of chainmail, which included a gray-black cloak adorned with the image of a white bird entwined in flames. To outsiders, this appeared to be a mere emblem of flattery. It was common knowledge in the military camp that King Stannis worshipped the Lord of Light, who was indeed the master of fire and shadow. Securing his twin swords to his belt, Cole strode purposefully toward the mercenary encampment, his presence formidable. Stannis had recruited a considerable number of mercenaries from Essos, including several small companies. Jossi and his companions found themselves trapped within the tent of one such company, presently subdued on the ground, surrounded by a gathering of onlookers. The guards pushed through the crowd, and Cole's voice reached Assel before his figure was fully visible. "Jossi, is your sword meant for kneeling?" A striking young man with silver hair, this was Assel's first impression. Such hair color was rare in Essos, and even more so in Westeros. He first directed his gaze to the emblem on the cloak, a white bird, belonging to a family unknown to him, presumably a minor house in Westeros. "Your subordinates' hands are unclean," remarked Assel, the mercenary captain, disdainfully stroking his beard as he cast a glance at Cole. "In the free cities, we would sever the hands of those who are dishonest and feed them to wild dogs." Cole disregarded his scornful gaze, moving to stand beside Jossi. "Now, rise and tell me what transpired." "Yes, my Lord Cole," Jossi replied, lifting his battered head with effort before staggering to his feet. "They lost a bet, refused to honor it, and accused us of tampering with the dice." Cole cast a glance at Assel. "How do you propose to resolve this? With hands left intact or a ransom?" Assel leaned back his chair, his hands spread wide, revealing a woman lounging naked on the bed behind him. Cole drew his sword. "Then let us speak with steel." Assel paused, taken aback. "Are the nobles of Westeros so direct?" He smiled broadly. "I admire your forthrightness." He reached for a sword from one of his men, but at that moment, a rider approached with urgency. "Captain Assel, His Majesty commands you to the castle tomorrow at noon to discuss matters of war." The rider bore the sigil of a crowned stag on his shield, indicating he was from the castle's guard. Upon seeing Cole, the rider saluted, "Ser Cole." He had been in the princess's company daily, and these guards naturally recognized him. "His Majesty sent Davin to find you. I did not expect to find you here." Assel's gaze shifted between Cole and the rider, sensing the respect the latter held for the silver-haired youth. Could it be that his identity was of significant consequence? In truth, The respect stemmed merely from the fact that this rider was also of common birth. And bards had exaggeratedly crafted Cole's image into that of a grassroots knight akin to the tall Duncan, which made him quite popular among the common folk. Azor's gaze was fixed intently upon Cole. From his silvery hair to his violet eyes, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this TND the very embodiment of the Valyrians? He recalled the Valyrian count seated in the esteemed position beneath Stannis at the banquet. Cole nodded toward the cavalry, seemingly intending to relay orders to others, before galloping off towards the other encampments. What is the esteemed title of this knight? Azor wondered, but by the time Cole turned back, Azor had donned a cheerful facade. He was merely a minor mercenary from Essos, his entire company comprising no more than 200 men. Initially, his arrogance stemmed from seeing Cole surrounded by unarmored peasants. He was unperturbed by minor lords or knights, but the likes of Valyrian was another matter entirely. Cole. Azor furrowed his brow as Cole took an uncharacteristically long time to reveal his surname. I harbor no desire to kill, yet if you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige. Cole's gaze was sharp as a blade, aware of the boundaries. He was indeed attempting to establish his authority among his subordinates. Yet committing murder within the military camp would undoubtedly be folly, especially in Stannis' ranks. He chuckled heartily. Your temper is rather foul. I hope on the battlefield you retain such bravado. As Cole led his men back to the camp, Jossi trailed behind, a look of remorse on his face, his tone tinged with indignation. My lord, I never imagined they would be so unruly. Rules are dictated by force. If you dare not draw your sword, how can you expect to reason with them? Jossi protested, but their numbers are overwhelming. I had hoped you would stand with your sword drawn. After all, gamblers are rarely timid. Yet you cast aside your weapon. He continued, I shall appoint someone else as the deputy. You will transfer to my company. This was a punishment for him. Cole had already warned him beforehand. Cole would never compel someone to change. For someone like Jossi, who harbored a gambling addiction, the thought of renouncing such vice was as unbearable as parting from his wife. There were those who, in pursuit of gambling funds, would resort to unspeakable actions involving their wives and daughters. Jossi lowered his head in silence, his gaze fixed upon Cole's retreating figure. Prior to this, his respect for Cole had largely stemmed from the latter's knightly identity. A leader willing to stand up for his men. Was such a person not worthy of loyalty? Camillo shared similar sentiments. Cole understood that in order to inspire others to lay down their lives for him, he must first display his own resolve. By standing up for them now, they would be more inclined to shield him with their swords on the battlefield. Of course, this was not an absolute guarantee, but even a small effect was better than none. The battlefield was fraught with uncertainties, and he still felt trepidation, without a full suit of armor. He was reluctant to charge into the fray, despite his capability to wear it, though funds were lacking. In the realm of mercenaries, one's autonomy was often compromised, and his station precluded him from orchestrating grand strategies. Instead, he found himself thrusting his sword into the throng. Let be, he resolved. He merely needed to survive and awaken the dragon. In that vast expanse, would he not be free to roam? This incident of standing up for his subordinates was merely a minor episode in the grand tapestry of daily life. True tests of his decision-making lay in the conflicts within his own camp. Thankfully, his authority was sufficiently formidable. Even with the king present, his words held weight. Moreover, he conducts matters with utmost fairness, never showing favoritism. Should dissent arise, he draws his sword. Cole discovered that wielding a sword to reason is far more effective here than anything else. The following day at noon, the Night Lords and the mercenary leaders gradually ascended to the castle to partake in lunch with the king. It was a rather oppressive meal, with soldiers voraciously devouring dark bread, and not even a drop of wine to be found. No one dared to create a disturbance. To the king's right sat a beautiful woman clad in red, beside whom was a noble lady, were one unaware. One might mistakenly believe that the woman in red was the queen herself. Upon his arrival, Cole was escorted by a servant to his designated place, situated beneath Count Valerian, thereby ranking as the foremost among the barons. The leader of the Blood Scorpion mercenaries, Axel, could not help but feel a sense of relief within. It appeared that this silver-haired youth was indeed remarkable, and fortunately, he had not offended anyone. Chapter 13. Cold Julius in the city. Even the flesh of rats has become a luxury. Tyrion rode along the streets of King's Landing, observing the dazed individuals scattered along the roadside. At present, any morsel of food commanded a price exceeding 5 or 6 times its former worth. The golden dragons seemed futile at this juncture. Those merchants truly deserved condemnation. He muttered curses under his breath, flanked by a dozen of Lannister's crimson-clad guards, alongside a rather careless golden-clad guard. Currently, Boron served as the commander of the city guard, which was said to number around 6,000. The former captain of the city watch, SHLYNT, had tripled the forces during his tenure, resulting in such a scale. However, in Tyrion's eyes, these so-called golden cloaks were hardly more formidable than the few hundred savages he had brought with him. The Black Ears and Stone Crow tribes, led by Zira and Shaga, had accompanied him to King's Landing and were now temporarily housed in a tavern. Most of the free folk were either still battling alongside their elders in the north or had returned to the Moon Mountains. The thought of the free folk brought to mind that foolish lad, a realization he had only come to after his arrival in King's Landing. A true simpleton who had never even shared a bed with a whore. What bravado did he possess to accompany me to King's Landing? Occasionally, in a drunken stupor, he would curse in a particular direction. Step aside, do not obstruct my lord's path. Ahead, the captain of the guard was berating a woman clutching a child. Villar, temper your rudeness. You are addressing an unarmed lady. The captain hesitated, then lowered his head. Tyrion dismounted, his legs trembling as he approached the towering woman before him. Clad in tattered garments, her face gray and unkempt hair wild. My lady, I am the king's hand. If you bear any grievances, please share them with me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. The woman fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly pleading, My lord hand, please save my child. I beg you, save my child. He glanced towards the bundle in her arms, a frail infant not yet a year old, peacefully asleep. Is someone threatening you? Or, he was interrupted as the woman's sobs rendered her words incoherent, yet Tyrion discerned her desperate need. She required sustenance. His gaze swept the surroundings, meeting a sea of ravenous eyes, akin to wild beasts. He understood that should he offer a single golden dragon, or even a loaf of bread, they would swarm upon him. Even rationality falters in the face of hunger. Villar, take this lady and her child with us. Their destination was a tavern adjacent to the September of the Gods, where the free folk had been settled, including his beloved Shay. At the tavern, Tyrion instructed the cook to prepare a meal for the woman and also bestowed upon her some silver stags. I thought you had taken a liking to her, intending to kiss her flea-ridden hair tonight, Boron remarked as Tyrion sent her on her way. That woman likely hails from the vicinity of the flea pit. Word has it they have begun consuming human flesh there. This is your dereliction of duty, Boron. I appointed you as the commander of the city guard not to indulge in the pleasures of courtesans, but to uphold the order of King's Landing. Mercenaries should withdraw. It would be more fitting to entrust the task to your young knight companion, who seems far more eager to embrace his knighthood. He is already a knight and a viscount, after all. In truth, Boros has been performing admirably, and Tyrion is well aware of the dire situation they inherited. When people are driven to desperation by hunger, they heed not the call of order. They only desire sustenance. Presently, King's Landing resembles a den of vermin. How much food has been brought in today? Tyrion inquired. Not much, Boros replied, although merchants recognize the potential for profit in King's Landing. The other two kings have blocked all routes. The sea route is obstructed by Stannis, while the west and south are sealed off by Renly, preventing any supply caravans from entering the city. Those two brothers have severed all lines of supply to King's Landing. The Riverlands are in utter chaos. Sourcing food from there is out of the question. Ensure your men maintain order, Boros. I do not wish for King's Landing to fall to the mob before Renly and Stannis armies even arrive. That will require a substantial force. With only this handful of men, it is impossible to manage such a vast city. Ser Lancel has tripled the number of gold cloaks. King's Landing houses 1 million souls. That is mere folly, the ramblings of a wandering minstrel. Only a child would believe it. Tyrion entered the finest room of the tavern, where a graceful figure reclined upon a velvet mattress. Her silken nightgown accentuated her allure under the flickering candlelight. Shay slowly turned, resting her head upon her arm, her long legs gracefully entwined, the hem of her gown teasingly revealing glimpses of her form. Tyrion felt a dryness in his throat. "Why do you not rest, my dear Lannister giant?" Shay asked gently, as she smoothed the creased mattress beside her. The sounds of the room ebbed and flowed. After a time, the commotion subsided. Reclining upon the soft pillow, Tyrion listened to the voice beside him. "I do not wish to spend all day amidst these savages." He pondered the imprudence of placing such a beautiful creature like Shay among the likes of the others. "I shall find you a proper residence," he promised. Seemingly satisfied, he felt delicate hands moving in the dark of night. The following morning, Tyrion returned to the Red Keep, though he could have easily remained there. He had even arranged for the cleaning of the Handess Tower, though that place bore an ominous reputation, as the last several holders of the position did not meet favorable fates. Jon Arryn of the Eyrie appeared to have been murdered, unfairly bearing the blame for it. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark of Winterfell was now a wanted man, perhaps already dead in some forsaken ditch. Upon entering the inner city, he was approached. "My lord, the queen requests your presence in the council chamber." Tyrion, perplexed, made his way to the meeting hall where all the kingdom's ministers had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. Taking his seat at the long table, he greeted them, "Good morning, my lords." He gazed at Cersei and greeted her, "Good morning, sister. I wonder if breakfast has been served. I believe I could indulge in some bacon, and a cup of wine would be delightful." Cersei merely regarded him with indifference before addressing the assembly. "Now that everyone is present, Lord Varys, please relay the news." The spider, cloaked in silken robes and adorned with powder, rose slowly and produced a letter from his sleeve, handing it to the nearest financial minister, Lord Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. Though diminutive in stature and somewhat lean, he possessed a handsome visage, with gray-green eyes and a scruffy chin. He glanced at the letter before passing it to Tyrion. The once nonchalant little demon opened the letter and, upon reading its contents, immediately straightened, his face betraying astonishment. Stannis had captured Storm's End, and now his forces would surely turn towards King's Landing. Cersei seemed to have already perused the missive. She addressed the group. "This does not appear to be unfavorable news." "Your Highness," murmured Maester Pycelle. Indeed, they initially believed that Renly and Stannis would unite to assault King's Landing, yet now they are embroiled in conflict with one another, leaving King's Landing to observe from a distance. "It appears Lord Renly has taken a considerable force towards Storm's End," Varys remarked. Tyrion set the letter aside, having lost his composure. Yet even now, his heart remained tumultuous, for he had encountered a name within the letter that he had never anticipated. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the focus would inevitably shift towards King's Landing, Tyrion surmised. By that time, Lord Tywin will undoubtedly have rallied his troops for assistance, Maester Pycelle declared. However, the pressing issue for King's Landing is not Renly or Stannis, but rather sustenance, my learned maester. If you can conjure sufficient provisions for all of King's Landing, then neither Stannis nor Renly could breach the city's walls. Lord Renly commands an army of 60,000, with the entire nobility of the Stormlands at his disposal. Cersei appeared somewhat impatient. "Gentlemen, I did not summon you here to deliberate on the strength of Renly and Stannis or their numbers. Sister, do you wish for us to engage in their familial conflict? We possess merely 6,000 gold cloaks, and managing the unrest within the city is already proving to be a monumental task. Lord Lannister, I must remind you that Stannis' forces also number 6,000, Varys interjected. They cannot possibly defeat Renly. It is merely a matter of time before Renly recaptures Storm's End, and we should strive to prolong that duration, Littlefinger advised. That is not necessarily the case, Tyrion silently mused, aware that such a prospect was nearly impossible. After much deliberation, the assembly had failed to devise a viable plan. Tyrion found this outcome unsurprising. His father, Tywin, held disdain for these ministers, and Tyrion shared his aversion. He would prefer to have his barbaric subordinates present at the council rather than endure the incessant prattle of these cunning foxes. As the meeting dispersed, he intercepted Varys, scarcely allowing himself a moment for breakfast. "My dear lord, you are on the verge of missing your morning meal." Varys paused, his footsteps as silent as a whisper, reminiscent of his moniker, the Spider. The kitchens of King's Landing have never been lacking in provisions. I dare say my elder sister would not allow her hand of the king to suffer hunger. Tyrion extended the parchment, inquiring, "What do you know of this Cole?" Varys feigned confusion, replying, "My lord, you ought to be more acquainted with this knight than I. Yet he is deceased, burnt by my father himself." Varys shook his head. "You place me in a difficult position. I have never laid eyes upon him. However, it is said he wielded 2 swords and referred to himself as Cole Julius. Quite an unwieldy surname, I must say, one he adopted after seizing Whispering Castle. Stannis himself conferred upon him his title and honors, and his lineage is symbolized by a fire-breathing white bird." Varys pondered for a moment, mused that perhaps he and the Lord Cole who captured Storm's Inn were not one and the same. Yet it appears the minstrels are far more eager to conflate their tales into a singular narrative. Chapter 14. Borrowing Grey my lord, behold this splendid armor, Camillo said, delightfully caressing the gleaming silver breastplate adorned with a golden crown of a majestic stag. The armor fit him perfectly. Over the course of a year, Cole had grown considerably, estimating his height to be around 175 centimeters. While he was not yet a giant in the Seven Kingdoms, he still had at least 5 more years to grow, and with ample nutrition, surpassing 180 centimeters appeared quite feasible. The steel plate armor, gilded and silvered on the outside, was lined with wolf fur, and it felt surprisingly light upon him. Beneath the steel, he wore a layer of leather, under which lay a velvety black silk shirt. The shoulder joints of the plate armor were connected by suspended hooks to a set of arm guards, while the curved pauldrons protected the joints. Chainmail extended from the upper thigh to the knee, and around his waist, an iron skirt resembling lobster scales shielded the chain-clad legs, culminating in long steel-toed boots. A black cloak billowed behind him, emblazoned with a soaring white bird breathing forth flames. Although the armor appeared cumbersome, Camillo, the aide, would not don such a suit of armor, nor would he be tasked with serving as a squire any longer. Originally, there were plans for him to manage the 200 new recruits, but the next day, he found himself assisting the attendants summoned by Cole. Strangely enough, he had become more familiar with the armor than Cole himself. This exquisite piece, balancing both defense and elegance, was undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman, priced well over 1,000 gold coins, particularly those of the new currency introduced by the treasurer Peter Baelish. Indeed, this was the finest armor Cole had worn during his time in Westeros, albeit it seemed to be merely a spare set belonging to that young Lord Renly. "My lord, Master Julius awaits your audience," a guard from Stannis announced at the door. Cole acknowledged and proceeded toward the study of Wind's Rest. Our king of Dragonstone and Storm's End was a busy man, especially after the conquest of Wind's Rest, which had only intensified his responsibilities. He was engrossed in handling correspondence, rendering judgments, inspecting troops, overseeing logistics, and strategizing. He was meticulous in every aspect, leaving little room for personal life or leisure. "Your Grace, Sir Julius has arrived," the king's attendant, Devon, gently reminded Stannis. He looked up, his countenance still as stern as iron, yet his demeanor seemed markedly improved since his time on Dragonstone. "Come in." He beckoned as Devon brought forth a chair. Cole politely thanked the young attendant for the chair before seating himself at Stannis' desk. The king scrutinized the young man before him. His silver hair gleamed, his features were handsome, and though youthful, there was no trace of immaturity in his expression. Those deep blue-violet eyes were as profound as the vast night sky studded with stars. It was this very lad who had effortlessly seized Wind's Rest. Some claimed he commanded an army transformed from white birds, soaring directly into the castle. He set down the parchment he had been holding. "Count Saitiga expressed his grievances to me, lamenting that he had subsisted on salted fish for 2 consecutive days, as all the provisions in the castle had been incinerated by you. In haste to mobilize the army, the supplies were largely left on Dragonstone Island, and transporting rations for 10,000 men will require several days." A flicker of resignation passed through Cole's eyes. Was not the burning of provisions intended to compel their surrender? "Your Majesty, I recall that the castle's cellar still harbors some food, does it not? Today's provisions are already the last of them. After tomorrow, I will be unable to sustain everyone. I have dispatched Ser Montfort Valerion to send his fleet to fetch supplies, but he himself states it will take at least 2 days. The two exchanged a glance, then fell into silence. Currently, Wind's Breath Castle housed a significant number of defectors, and without ensuring a steady food supply, unforeseen complications may arise. Even if it is merely a matter of 2 days, this is contingent upon the sea remaining calm. If the supply ships encounter obstacles at sea, the delay will only extend. I know where there is food, Cole finally spoke after a prolonged silence. I do not appreciate vague hints, my lord. From the farms. Cole uttered but a single word, yet Stannis furrowed his brow. His tone was resolute. I shall never resort to seizing the provisions of the common folk to sustain my soldiers. Cole shook his head. No, your majesty. I did not imply that we should rob them of their food. As Cole stepped out the door, he let out a sigh and hastened towards his quarters. There was work to be done. Grabbing his twin swords, Cole sought out Camillo and instructed him to rally the brethren, his own personal guard, which had suffered losses during the siege, subsequently replenished by valiant warriors. While Camillo went to summon the men, Cole approached the maester, requesting a multitude of scrolls and ink. 50 armored knights clad in white bird capes quickly assembled in the training ground, their gray and white armor appearing immaculate. Most of the newcomers were capable of riding, so Cole provided each with a warhorse as well as a pack horse. The logistics to sustain these 50 cavalrymen demanded the efforts of at least 50 individuals. Camillo donned his own armor, accompanying Cole at his side. After a brief summons, they departed the castle, passing through the heavy gates and iron portcullis. The 50 riders followed closely behind Cole as a white speck danced in the sky. Cole did not reduce his speed, directing his course towards the nearest farm outside Wind's Breath Castle. As the cavalry arrived with the swiftness of the wind, the sound of clattering hooves sent villagers scurrying in fear. To them, the military was akin to a plague, and many were aware of the ongoing conflict. These were the farmers dependent upon Wind's Breath Castle, and Cole led his men straight to a modest chapel. The priest, a short and stout figure clad in gray and white vestments, hurriedly approached. A long chain adorned with carvings of the seven hung from his neck to his waist. He trembled as he approached Cole. My lord, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? His awareness surpassed that of the common farmers. He had already learned of the change in leadership at Wind's Breath Castle, and it appeared that this new lord was averse to the faith of the seven, turning instead to the worship of a foreign deity. The priest's demeanor was one of subservience and flattery, fearing that this gathering might be there to apprehend him. The leading knight dismounted and strode directly into the church, followed closely by the priest. Cole, aware of the priest's trepidation, understood that his purpose for coming was not to confront the heretics of the Light King. Rawler, I need you to summon all the villagers to the church. Cole instructed him. My lord, this will take considerable time, the priest replied, his mind racing with thoughts. Was Cole contemplating executing himself before the eyes of the world? I will dispatch my cavalry to assist. I am pressed for time. As he spoke, he sought a place to sit, still clutching a handful of maple leaves. The priest led the knight from house to house to gather the people, while Cole inscribed Chinese numerals on the leaves, repeating 1 to 9. After approximately half an hour, several hundred villagers had assembled before the church, chattering nervously, their eyes alert. The cavalry circled them on horseback. Cole emerged holding the leaves, surveyed the crowd, and called out, Silence, ladies and gentlemen. I am Colonel Cole Julius, commander of the garrison at Windwhisper Fortress. I have just received word from the academy. Summer has ended, my friends. Do you know what follows a decade of summer? A bitterly harsh winter awaits. Are your food supplies sufficient? Have you prepared clothing for the children who will soon face the winter? Have you stocked fodder for your livestock? Upon hearing his inquiries, the villagers exchanged glances, some unaware that summer was drawing to a close. My lord, how long will winter last? One voice trembled with concern. Cole shook his head. I do not know. No one can predict how long the gods will allow this winter to persist. However, the scholars from the academy speculate that it will not be brief. Observing the silence enveloping the villagers, he continued, Perhaps you are unprepared for the impending harsh winter, but His Majesty, the great Stannis, as the rightful heir of the Seven Kingdoms, will not stand idly by while his subjects starve in the cold. My purpose here is to deliver his summons." He raised the leaves and parchment in his hand. "His Majesty is the most reputable king of the 7 kingdoms. This document bears his own handwriting, a testament to loyalty to the crown. If you bring food to Windwhisper Fortress, you will demonstrate your allegiance." The villagers remained unresponsive. Cole pressed on, "By proving your loyalty, you shall receive the protection of His Majesty during the winter, along with double the rewards in 7 days." At this, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. While they were indifferent to the nobles' notions of honor and loyalty, the promise of tangible rewards intrigued them. Cole discerned their growing interest, stating, "The king will protect only 1,000 individuals. I assure that these 1,000 will not suffer for food or clothing during the winter." "My lord, I am willing to offer grain," someone shouted, and it turned out to be the priest. Cole accepted his grain and announced that the first contributor would immediately receive double the reward, handing him twice the amount of coins on the spot. The crowd, previously restless, suddenly descended into chaos. Cole instructed them to form a line, handing a scroll to the priest to record the names and quantities of those submitting. He left 10 cavalrymen to maintain order at that location before hastily moving on to the next village. By evening, supplies began to arrive at Wind's Breath Fortress, where Stannis had long been prepared. The first individual from each batch would receive double rewards, undoubtedly enhancing the villagers' trust. This effect was largely attributed to Stannis's esteemed reputation. Whenever Cole arrived at a new location, he would have the priest recount tales of Stannis's just rewards and punishments. Should the priest refuse to cooperate, he would be dealt with as a heretic. Rather than returning to the castle, Cole continued his rounds among the various farms, knowing that the farmers must possess some reserves, and that Renly was not a particularly harsh lord. Although these provisions could not immediately supply an army of 10,000. The sight of the steadily arriving supply convoys would reassure the soldiers and lead some undecided individuals to believe that Stannis was beloved by the people of Stormlands. The next day, upon reaching another farm to deliver his edict, he prepared to return to the castle. After all, the word had already spread. At least until Renly's forces arrived, there would be individuals bringing grain to Wind's Breath Fortress. Although the promise of double rewards seemed modest, it carried little risk, unless one encountered bandits, of course. Thus, upon his return to the castle, Cole planned to arrange for patrols, serving also as scouts. "My lord, we have apprehended a suspicious individual, possibly an enemy scout," reported a squad of guards after concluding their fervent speech beside him. Given their distance from Wind's Breath Fortress, he instructed the soldiers to remain vigilant. "Is that so? I shall take a look." Before him were 2 figures, one large and one small, and Cole furrowed his brow. Why was there a child involved? Chapter 15. The Wolf Family. Bowie, I have instructed you to be vigilant regarding individuals exhibiting peculiar behavior. Yet one must also employ reason. Would an enemy scout truly bring a child along? The guard Bowie hastily clarified, "My lord, he was alone just moments ago. We noticed him darting about, avoiding the square, and prepared to interrogate him, only to have him flee upon our approach." Is that so? It appears that Cole has wrongfully accused him. Cole stepped closer, observing a disheveled man with a scruffy beard, unkempt hair, and tattered clothing. With a rag tied around his leg, limping as he walked, a boy trailed closely behind him. This village lacked a priest and a church, yet it was home to a respected elder who had once studied in the scholarly city, thus possessing literacy, though he never attained a bachelor's title. In the scholarly city, scholars held various ranks, and to serve in the noble castles, one must at least be above the rank of bachelor, apprentice, bachelor, doctor, and grand scholar. "Is this man truly a farmer from your village?" Cole inquired of the elder. The elder, advanced in years, spoke with a tremor, his breath fluctuating in strength. Yet one must show compassion for his efforts. "Perhaps my eyesight has dimmed with age, but I cannot recall such a person in our village." Cole's inquiry was casual, intended to ease the tension, considering his subordinate had apprehended the individual. "Release him. It seems to be merely a misunderstanding." Cole noticed the man exhale slightly in relief. Upon closer inspection, Cole felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this man before. He remarked to them, given the prevalence of bandits in the vicinity, And with His Majesty Stannis currently unable to address the situation, it would be wise to avoid wandering about carelessly. Turning to the elder, he added, "If you require provisions, it would be prudent not to travel alone. This time, the requisition of grain is not voluntary. I assure you, we shall compensate you double for your contributions." This marked the third requisition for the subordinate villages of Wind's Rest. The first had been initiated in response to Renly's call for aid. The second occurred after Stannis captured Wind's Rest, though with little success, as the provisions had already been collected by the acting lord, Cothane Polros, and subsequently incinerated. To yield results on this third occasion, a more forceful approach would typically be necessary. Were it Tywin, Cole knew he would resort to such methods without hesitation, for they were both swift and efficient. As for utilizing Stannis' name to procure grain, the farmer's willingness to believe would hinge upon the matter of noble credibility, an issue of utmost importance to such individuals who revered their honor. How could they be perceived as duplicitous, especially in the case of Stannis? "My lord," the hobble man suddenly interjected, "may I be so bold as to inquire if you are one of Stannis' men?" "I am indeed, Cole Julius, currently in service to His Majesty Stannis Baratheon." "Sir, it is impolite to address His Majesty by name. Please exercise caution." "I need to speak with Your Majesty." "Child," the man persisted. "I hail from Winterfell. Am Eddard Stark." Cole paused momentarily upon hearing the name. Eddard Stark? Cole silently calculated the passage of time within himself. By now, he ought to have been slain by the great Lord Joffrey. Yet here he was, inexplicably present in the Stormlands. Cole was not an octopus. His knowledge of the other realms of the Seven Kingdoms was scant, and he was entirely ignorant of the current state of affairs in the north. All his conjectures were drawn from his understanding of the future. As for Wind's Rest, he was aware that only Sir Codene Polos, the acting lord of the castle, would staunchly resist the forces of the two deer. Thus, if they could eliminate Codene Polos and corner the fortress, surrender would be easily forthcoming. Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, Hand of the King? Cole asked in succession. Eddard nodded, realizing that the young knight before him possessed knowledge of his identity. However, Eddard had no comprehension of this youth, despite his belief that he was well acquainted with most of the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. The emblem of the fire-breathing white bird was a sight he had rarely encountered, reminding him faintly of the soaring blue eagle of the Vale and the silver-winged hawk of House Mealis. Cole regarded him with a gaze that was somewhat complex. Despite his doubts concerning Eddard's identity, he provided the father and daughter with a horse. Indeed, a girl stood beside him, and Cole admitted to himself that he had misjudged her appearance. In her grimy state, who would discern her true nature? Had Eddard not called out Arya, Cole would have never considered the girl at all. One might say she was not beautiful, resembling rather a stable boy mucking out stables. Yet upon closer inspection, her features were quite pleasing. She was certainly not unattractive. Cole's frequent glances did not go unnoticed by Arya, who shot him a fierce glare in response. Very well. He was simply curious. If this truly was Arya, then he and her father were presently in the Stormlands. How might he later join the Faceless Men? Or was this merely an episode unrecorded in any tome? As he rode back to the castle, night had fallen. The gates remained wide open, with the occasional sighting of supply wagons entering. The soldiers stationed outside the gate shouted for people to clear the way upon seeing the banner of the fire-breathing white bird, for it represented his superior. Upon entering the castle, Cole led Eddard Stark to an audience with the two deer. As anticipated, the study of the castle still glimmered with light. Cole knocked at the door, and the servant, Devon, opened it. Upon recognizing Cole, he greeted him, "My lord Julius." "Dafon, I wish to see His Majesty," Cole stated. "Come in. I have yet to retire," came the voice of Stannis from within. Cole stepped through the doorway. Just as he witnessed Stannis standing by the window, not turning around, his scouts reported that Renly had entered the Kingswood with his army. His forces were already stationed at Bitterbridge, not far from here. Did the scouts ascertain their numbers? Cole inquired as he entered, Stark following closely behind. "Approximately 20,000, Stannis replied. "He also sent a letter, inviting me to meet him at Storm's End. Lord Ralph Buckler is now with Renly. That territory is currently under his dominion," Stannis remarked, finally turning to notice Stark behind Cole. Lord Ralph Buckler was the Earl of Storm's End, a castle situated on the banks of the Windwater, serving as a strategic fortress that obstructed the path from Wind's Rest to the Rose Road. Unless Renly intends to launch a sudden assault from the mountainous realm of Summerhall, he will undoubtedly lead his forces from the direction of Storm's End. Given ample time, Ser Cole even suggested that Stannis capture Storm's End. "Well, Lord Eddard has stood for quite a while," Stannis inquired with a perplexed expression. "Is this your new squire? If you're short-handed, I can summon Lord Durand Baratheon to assist you." Contemplating the rotund Lord of Stonehenge, Cole shook his head. Despite the fact that the man had attempted to engage him in conversation several times at the dining table. "This is Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, your grace," he stated, bemused by Stannis mistaking the Warden of the North for a mere squire. Stannis scrutinized Cole's companion in the flickering candlelight. "Eddard Stark? I had heard you were dead." Eventually, under the dim glow, he recognized the visitor. It had been a decade since their last encounter, a time when they both fought for Robert. "It is indeed good news to see you alive, but how did you come to be in such a state?" Stannis seated himself at the table. Cole fetched a chair for Eddard, positioning himself at the king's side, akin to a squire. Eddard sighed deeply. "This story is rather lengthy." At that moment, Devon approached with a flagon to pour them wine. Indeed, Storm's End possessed some fine vintages. Eddard expressed his gratitude, having lost track of how long it had been since he last indulged in wine, with his last sip being delivered by Varys in the dungeons. "I had someone send you a letter, hoping you would bring forces to King's Landing to claim the throne. But Cersei would not even allow the letter to leave the city. During my time in King's Landing, I have been investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's death." Stannis inquired. "What have you uncovered?" "Joffrey is not Robert's blood," Eddard asserted. "I will not acknowledge a bastard born of incest sitting upon the Iron Throne. You are the rightful heir." "My lord." "I know," Stannis replied. "Before you arrived in King's Landing, I was already aware that the lad Joffrey is the product of Lannister incest. I instructed the maesters to inform many of the lords across the realm via Raven, but the responses have been few. I even dispatched my most trusted men to persuade the lords personally, yet no armies have come forth. They would rather address Renly as king." Eddard was taken aback, recalling Renly's words to him in King's Landing, though at that time Renly had not explicitly declared his desire to seize the Iron Throne, merely stating he could rally 100 soldiers to wrest Joffrey from Cersei's grasp. It now appeared his ambitions were quite substantial. "His claim should follow yours," Eddard remarked. "Yet the southern lords seem to think otherwise," Stannis retorted angrily. "Do you know how I came to sit here? I sacrificed 1,000 men to take Storm's End. 10 of my knights perished. Now, Renly marches toward the capital with his host. The North will stand with you, my lord. If you send me to White Harbor, I will lead an army south," Eddard assured him. Upon the mention of the northern forces, Cole could not help but touch his nose. "Your son is valiantly leading the army in battle, while Tywin Lannister finds himself ensnared in the Riverlands, unable to extricate himself." Stannis conveyed the information he had gathered. This was the first time in recent memory that Eddard had heard news of his son. Robb, at merely 15 years of age, could hardly command respect. He must return to the north to take charge of this situation. He has performed commendably. It appears that Tywin has suffered notable setbacks under his command. Stannis is not one to offer praise lightly, yet he speaks frankly when he does. Hearing someone commend Robb brought a sense of comfort to Eddard, though he felt a lingering concern that Robb was undoubtedly lacking in experience, with much yet to be imparted to him. Chapter 16. The standard-bearer. As the conversation between two prominent figures of Westeros concluded, the moon hung high in the sky. He ought to leave Eddard Stark behind in his study and retire for the night. The White Dragon had departed from Dragonstone, intending to ascertain the whereabouts of Renly's forces. However, it would not take long to traverse the Rose Road to Storm's End. A solitary rider could cover the distance in merely a day. In contrast, the White Dragon had soared from Dragonstone to the Kingswood in just 2 hours. The movements of 20,000 men were visible from the heavens, and they were nearing the edge of the Kingswood, yet they had not pressed on through the night. Instead, they had set up camp. Peering through the eye of time, the entire encampment unfolded before him. The camp was arranged in a long, serpentine formation, with lights resembling a fiery serpent. A magnificent stag banner adorned the central command tent, fluttering in the breeze. The White Dragon pondered whether a cavalry charge could ensnare Renly. The troops stationed outside the tents appeared formidable. The patrolling soldiers were clad in armor, equipped with long swords, wielding spears, and bearing stag-crest shields. After a brief flight around the camp, he soon spotted the supply wagons at the rear of the formation, and a sudden idea began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Ser Cole was roused from his slumber by his attendant, Fink, who informed him that His Majesty sought his presence once more. Upon entering the hall and encountering Stannis, he noticed that Duke Eddard was also present. After freshening up and donning fine garments, Lord Eddard finally assumed the demeanor befitting the protector of the North. "Ah, my standard-bearer has arrived," Stannis announced to the assembly of lords and knights. Cole, still somewhat dazed, took his seat beside Stannis, facing Eddard Stark with Melisandre at his side. The gathered nobility were well aware that the current Sir Julius was a favored confidant of Stannis, and his role as the king's standard-bearer elicited no surprise among them. The standard-bearer was not merely a flag wielder. He served as the king's representative, akin to a lieutenant. This role had been held by Melisandre on Dragonstone, which had stirred considerable discontent among the nobles regarding a woman occupying such a position. In the aftermath of the Blood and Fire, women's rights to inheritance had been significantly diminished across Westeros, with only Dorne's women retaining some recognition. This was also why Stannis longed for a son. It was important to clarify that this desire predated his aspirations for the throne. He never envisioned himself wearing a crown. In his heart, his motivation for kingship was not ambition, but rather a sense of duty. "I shall lead a delegation to meet Renly," Stannis declared, looking at Cole. "You will be my standard-bearer." Cole hastily swallowed a mouthful of red wine, responding, "Your Majesty, a monarch should not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Is it not too perilous to proceed in such a manner, especially given their numbers? If I do not go, Renly will believe I fear him. Moreover, I wish to hear his reasoning. What justifies his claim to the throne? If he is willing to relinquish that rebellious crown and pledge his loyalty to me, I shall consider mitigating his transgressions." Indeed, Stannis had never overlooked any transgressor of the law, even if that individual were his own brother. "My lord, as brothers, you should not allow matters to escalate to this extent," Eddard Stark remarked. "You ought to address him as your Majesty, Lord Stark," Count Adrian Settigab urged. Eddard merely bowed his head slightly. "Until you ascend the Iron Throne and declare yourself to the world, you are not yet a king." Though he refrained from voicing this thought, Renly has come only with his cavalry. His main forces remain encamped at Bitterbridge, and the majority of his supplies are still at the rear. He seeks a swift resolution, Cole informed Stannis. "Our cavalry numbers merely 2,000, most of whom are but free riders. To charge them head-on would be sheer folly." Stannis pondered whether his brother intended to issue a challenge, inviting him to duel. Such behavior was characteristic of Renly, akin to Robert. "If we do not engage them in battle, Renly will undoubtedly transport his entire army here to besiege us. He is forcing our hand to choose between confrontation or facing his overwhelming forces," Adrian Settigab analyzed. "Regardless, they are at a disadvantage. But to devise a strategy in such a short span is quite challenging. Fortunately, Count Valerian has gone to procure supplies. Otherwise, he would have been the first to suggest an offensive. Given that a choice has been presented, the discussion is merely about selecting option A or B. Most would favor defense, as they hold a strong fortress. Why would they risk venturing out?" At that moment, our venerable Count began to voice a contrary opinion. "If we do not mobilize, the Seven Kingdoms shall surely proclaim that we fear Renly," Count Adrian Settigab declared in his aged voice. "A true king should not fear a false king," Sir Isel Florent interjected. Sir Isel had served as the acting Lord of Dragonstone during Stannis' brother Robert's reign. He was Stannis' brother-in-law and a member of the small council of Dragonstone, albeit rarely contributing to strategy. A staunch supporter of the faith of the Seven, he typically echoed Melisandre's sentiments during meetings. All eyes turned to Stannis, the one who held the final say. He spoke, "Let us reconvene after my meeting with Renly." With that, the council drew to a close. The gathering dispersed quietly, partaking in their meals before gradually departing. As Cole exited the hall, someone pursued him and called out. Turning around, he found Eddard Stark, the former hand of the king, who first expressed his gratitude to Cole for having brought him to Stannis, thus ending Eddard's days of fleeing. "Lord Stark, should we have Maester examine your leg?" Cole inquired, observing Eddard's limping gait. Eddard, frustrated with his uncooperative body, lamented that had it not been for this leg, he would have returned to the north long ago. "Sir Cole, you must counsel Lord Stannis. Now is not the time for discord with Renly. They should unite their forces to seize King's Landing before determining the rightful claimant to the throne." A sense of resignation flickered in Cole's eyes. "My lord, do you truly understand Stannis? Do you understand Renly?" Eddard found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why Cole posed such a question. Nevertheless, he shook his head. Among the three brothers, he was only acquainted with Robert. Cole then ceased his inquiries. "I, too, am at a loss, having only been in the company of His Majesty Stannis for nearly 2 months. As for Renly, I have not even laid eyes upon him. All I know of him comes from hearsay. I am aware that His Majesty Stannis and his brother Renly ought not to engage in conflict at this juncture. Yet both aspire to the throne. The Iron Throne can accommodate but one ruler, and currently, one possesses legitimacy while the other commands an army. To whom should the crown rightfully be bestowed?" Eddard felt a surge of frustration. Must a victor be established at this very moment? Regardless of who occupies that iron seat, they remain a Baratheon. At present, King's Landing lies in the grasp of the Lannisters. Would they truly be willing to allow Joffrey to ascend the Iron Throne while they engage in a bitter struggle, waiting for Tywin to station his forces in the capital? "My Lord Stark, this conversation bears no fruit for either of us. Why do you not address the matter with His Majesty directly?" But did he not do so? Early that morning, he sought out Stannis to elucidate the gravity of their situation. Yet what did he receive in response? "My Lord Stark, while I require your military assistance to seize the Iron Throne, I shall not forget that you have usurped the position of Hand of the King, which was rightfully mine." This was Stannis' retort. He had never coveted that wretched badge. His desire was merely to reside in his Winterfell. Had it not been for Robert journeying from afar to summon him, he would never have descended to King's Landing. Presently, his daughter remains in the clutches of those lions, and his sole wish is to retrieve Sansa. As for who sits upon that iron chair or dons the badge symbolizing the king's hand, he is indifferent. Had Cole been privy to their dialogue, he would not have feigned surprise. Stannis is indeed of a most irascible temperament. If Sandor Clegane possesses a cold demeanor, yet a warm heart, Stannis is the epitome of unwavering resolve. He rewards merit and exacts accountability for transgressions. Do not presume he will forget. Cole's contributions are undoubtedly sufficient for noble rewards, but their ultimate success in this conflict remains uncertain. Should they triumph, there will naturally be a share for Cole, and given Stannis' disposition, the likelihood of him downplaying Cole's achievements is negligible. In the absence of a castle, it is likely that a parcel of land will be allocated for him to establish a fortress and a lineage. However, such newly risen gentry often find little favor among the nobility. Witness the Fry family of the Riverlands, which has endured for 6 centuries yet is still regarded as upstarts. In Westeros, lands and castles are not freely distributed. Recall that Robert ascended the Iron Throne largely due to his grandmother being a Targaryen and his own bloodline tracing back to House Targaryen, legitimizing his rule over the 7 kingdoms and his claim to the lordship of King's Landing. For someone as steadfast as Stannis, as long as a castle has an heir, he is unlikely to allocate it to anyone else. Thus, should they secure victory in this war, Stannis would likely grant Cole a tract of land from his domain to construct a castle for himself. Of course, if he is inclined to bestow Dragonstone upon Cole, that would be another matter altogether, as it remains his own fief. In Westeros, titles of nobility correspond to the lands held. Should Stannis seize the Iron Throne, it does not imply that all the lands of the realm are his. His dominion is limited to the Crownlands and Storm's End, while other nobles remain his vassals, acknowledging his supremacy yet continuing their own lives independently. The title of a noble represents the territory one possesses. For instance, the Duke of Winterfell signifies authority over the lands surrounding Winterfell and the right to govern them. The title of Warden of the North grants Eddard Stark command over the entire Northern Army. while the title of the North's governor bestows upon him the authority to govern the North itself. This elucidates why Eddard once debated with Robert concerning the matter of young Robert Arryn's title. King Robert was unwilling to entrust the management of the Eastern Army to a mere child, preferring that young Robert inherit his father's lands, becoming the Duke of the Eyrie and the protector of the Vale, rather than the Warden of the East. Noble titles can be likened to a house. Although the nobility may assume various official positions, the house itself remains constant. Even should one fall from grace, the estate will invariably be passed down to one as children or kin, never to a stranger. Only in the event of transgressions or mutual disgrace would the property revert to the crown, subsequently to be sold to others. Currently, Cole serves as the commander of the castle defenses of Whispering Hall and the king's standard-bearer. These are his official duties. Lacking a fief at present, he holds the status of a knight by reputation, rather than a knight of the land. Chapter 17. The leg injury. Two figures walk side by side, and Cole resolved to support the Duke of Winterfell. "My lord, from whence do you hail?" Stark scrutinized Cole for a long while, unable to discern whether he was of the first men, the Royner, or the Undulls. The silver hair evoked thoughts of Rhaegar, the very one whom Robert loathed throughout his life, despite having personally slain him by the banks of the Trident, in the area later known as Rubyford. Now Robert was dead, leaving behind a tangled mess for Stark to navigate, which he had done with great difficulty. Varys had arranged for Arya to liberate him from the Dark Cell, and their journey across the sea had barely commenced when they encountered a storm. Yet, divine providence seemed to favor them, as the tempest propelled them back to the shore, albeit still within the confines of the Crownlands. "I was raised by the Night's Watch." Cole reminisced about the wall, wondering how the Maester and that rascal, Vagina, were faring. "Your son, Jon Snow, is a dear friend of mine. We shared memorable experiences at the wall, but I never swore my oath to the Night's Watch. I came south to see the world, bidding farewell to them and journeying southward." Speaking of Snow, a wave of guilt washed over Eddard. Indeed, that boy had never even seen the southern lands, and he had callously sent him to the wall to contend with ice and snow. "Jon, is he well?" Cole chuckled at the memory of that stubborn lad. Jon initially resisted the Night's Watch, feeling deceived. The wall is not the honorable place he envisioned, and not all of the Night's Watch are valiant like his uncle Benjen. Many are merely scoundrels, rapists, horse thieves, and petty criminals. It seems he also drew the ire of Ser Alliser Thorne, the training master, which resulted in his being assigned to the wall for patrols. I accompanied him several times. The winds and snow up there bite like knives. As the conversation progressed, Cole noticed the deepening guilt in Eddard's melancholic gaze. Yet, I have never seen him weep. I have witnessed older men cry at the wall, but Jon has not. He has always conducted himself admirably. Among the recruits, he is the most formidable, easily besting those older than he, though his strikes often lack restraint. They traversed from the hall to the courtyard, and Cole continued. "He is now the steward to Lord Commander Mormont." "Oh, I apologize. We affectionately refer to him as Old Bear. The Lord Commander intends to groom Jon as his successor, though that transpired after I had departed. Yet I know. Cough, cough. That rascal Patchface has led him astray." Suddenly, Eddard's footsteps faltered, as though he had lost his footing. Fortunately, Cole grasped his arm firmly. Eddard let out a pained gasp. Cole observed his pale complexion, beads of sweat cascading down, and prepared to assist him to the ground. "Father!" A voice rang out. Arya, clad in a pristine dress, rushed forward. "What have you done to my father?" She resembled a howling wolf, pushing Cole away with a shove, only to stumble back 2 paces herself. Enraged, she drew the slender sword, needle, from her waist. Eddard Stark gritted his teeth in pain, but managed to utter a sound. "Arya, what are you doing? Put away your sword." "Little sister, I mean no harm," Cole explained to her. "Before you jab me with that embroidery needle, I thought it best to have your father consult the maester." "It's not an embroidery needle. It's a sewing needle," she retorted loudly. Cole merely smiled and gently lowered Eddard, remarking, "Sewing needle is quite an intriguing name. I once possessed a sword I named Long Night. Quite formidable, wouldn't you say?" Sensing that Cole truly bore no malice, Arya merely scoffed. "That sounds dreadful. It pales in comparison to Rob's gray wind." "Hey, little sister, I know Grey Wind is a wolf's name. I do not go by little sister. My name is Arya Stark. Very well, Arya. Now, please come and assist your father. Cole turned his attention to Eddard, saying, Lord Stark, if you are unable to walk, allow me to carry you. Please do not mind. You may envision me as Jon, if that eases your heart. Eddard Stark, already drenched in sweat, bravely asserted, I can walk. I shall fetch a litter. Cole set him down and walked towards the castle. Arya helped her father straighten his legs, making him more comfortable. This was not their first time in such a predicament. Compared to the initial helplessness that brought her to tears, Arya had learned how to care for him. Once his legs were positioned properly, Eddard's complexion improved slightly. Father, did I just hear him mention Jon? Is it our Jon? Jon Snow. He is my number one little brother up at the wall. Cole replied as he emerged from the castle with a few others. Impossible. She instantly resembled a lion with its fur bristled. After transporting Eddard Stark onto a litter, they brought him to Maester Pycelle. Despite his youth, bore the gravity of a man in his 60s. Ser Julius, Lord Stark, he greeted with courtesy. Maester, I must trouble you to examine the injury on my leg, Eddard requested. It would be my pleasure to serve you, my lord, but I must first cut away these bindings. Lord Stark, please take care of your injury. I shall take my leave, Cole said as he excused himself. Eddard's leg injury was dire. It had already been fractured and received inadequate treatment, rendering the situation even worse. Pycelle surmised that the bone had shifted and was growing in a twisted manner. He applied a plaster to stabilize it and administered poppy milk to Eddard, instructing him to rest well and warning him against getting out of bed. Cole ascended the castle walls for a patrol, and upon descending, he caught sight of Lord Valerion. Cole intended to offer a greeting, but the lord merely glanced at him and walked away in silence. Cole restrained his words of salutation. He seemed to possess a modicum of understanding regarding Davos's predicament. It appeared that these noble-born individuals held a profound disdain for them. Davos, already a knight of the realm, was grateful for his modest fief, albeit merely a small fortress and land in the Stormlands. He remained the most loyal knight to Stannis, believing that all he had attained was bestowed upon him by Stannis's grace. The Onion Knight had never aspired to infiltrate the aristocratic circles of his generation, instead reserving such ambitions for his son and grandson. As he pondered, Cole found himself engulfed in confusion. He had drifted aimlessly through Westeros, once consumed by thoughts of entering the noble ranks, aspiring to become a nefarious medieval lord, and had nearly grasped that ambition in the Riverlands. Yet, fate had intervened unexpectedly, akin to finally repaying a car and mortgage only to face a grave illness. This was indeed a sorrowful irony. However, in the intertwining of fortune and misfortune, though he had not ascended into nobility, the heavens had ultimately granted him a dragon in return. Examining the trajectory of Westerosi fortunes, it was likely that he would soon acquire a fief and castle, thereafter exerting great effort to wed a woman of noble blood to elevate his lineage's status. Once he had a son, he would send him to serve the lords of nobility, and if he were to have a daughter, he would seek alliances with the great houses. There would even be those who might feel shame in marrying his daughter. The noble circles of Westeros formed a network bound by bloodlines. To acquire castles and expand territories, one must marry into nobility, gradually assimilating rather than resorting to theft. Of course, the Ironborn were an exception, yet even they sought the ancient ways not through conquest, but through plunder and piracy, demanding tribute like brigands. Even Aegon, the Conqueror, despite uniting the Six Kingdoms, had to adhere to the customs of Westeros to maintain his rule. Ultimately, Dorne's allegiance to the Targaryens was secured through marriage alliances. Cole shook his head. The chaos of the realm was far from over, and what he had acquired might dissipate into nothingness. A dragon, only a dragon, was his greatest asset. Even if he could no longer thrive in Westeros, he could always ride his dragon across the narrow sea. As long as he possessed a dragon, he would not fare poorly, regardless of his location. But could Stannis secure victory in this battle? He knew that soon after, Renly would be slain by the sorceress Melisandre's machinations, leading Stannis to gather a formidable army, fiercely advancing towards King's Landing. Ultimately, the imp's efforts would falter, leaving behind scorched earth. Indeed, during the Battle of Blackwater, King's Landing emerged victorious, and though Tyrion had played a significant role, it was ultimately Tywin's timely arrival with his forces that tipped the balance, with Highgarden also siding with the Lannisters. The path ahead loomed shrouded in uncertainty. Cole dared not speculate on the ultimate direction of history, for no one could foresee it. Stannis' unwavering adherence to his principles had rendered him isolated and vulnerable. It was no wonder he faced defeat. Cole mused on the peculiar stubbornness of these military geniuses. The Tyrells' alignment with the Lannisters was likely out of necessity. Stannis would never extend the same forgiveness to them as Robert had. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Robert is an exceedingly astute individual. At the very least, he lacks the naive disposition of Renly, who treats warfare as a mere frivolity, and he is not as obstinate as Stannis, who perceives the world in stark contrasts of black and white. Cole returned to his tower, where Camillo was diligently polishing a suit of armor, his eyes alight with fervor. "Surely, you need not attend to it daily," Cole remarked. "My lord, armor that is not maintained is prone to rust," Camillo elucidated. "It is indeed magnificent," Cole said, observing Camillo gently caressing the intricate patterns on the breastplate, both beautiful and robust, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. "Shall I lend it to you for a try?" Cole inquired. A flicker of temptation crossed Camillo's face, only to be swiftly replaced by trepidation. No, my lord. Such fine armor is truly only worthy of you. You seem quite fond of armor," Cole noted, as he hung his sword upon the wall. "Ah, it appears my sword has intimidated the lad." Chapter 18. Negotiation. The venue for the negotiation was chosen on the outskirts of Coppergate, where the verdant grass flourished and the chill of winter was nowhere to be felt. It was evident that autumn still graced the realm, and one could only ponder how much time the gods would grant the people of Westeros to prepare for the harshness of winter. The seasons of spring and autumn always seemed to rush by, interspersed between the prolonged stretches of summer and winter, akin to the opening and closing sequences of a drama, one heralding the beginning, the other signifying the end. Cole brandished a spear, adorned with a flag of tender yellow, upon which a vivid crimson emblem blazed like the sun in the sky. At its center lay the crowned stag of House Baratheon, encircled by a ring of red hearts, entwined by golden threads that flickered like flames, their hue darker than that of the flag itself. Clad in heavy armor, he presented a formidable figure, with two long swords sheathed at his waist, though the swords appeared rather unadorned. Following closely behind Stannis, the king donned a crown of burnished gold, an unpretentious leather vest, well-worn shoes, and rugged brown breeches. His sword, superior to Cole's, bore a hilt set with a ruby. As the sun hung in the sky, it brought warmth without discomfort, casting scattered shadows upon the grass, while startled birds fluttered chaotically from the sound of hoofs. A breeze rustled the leaves, causing the flags to dance in unison. Encased in his armor, Cole appeared tall and robust, a silver Iron Man. Beneath his helmet, visibility was limited to the narrow visor. Yet he was fortunate to possess a pair of keen eyes that surveyed the heavens. It seemed they were not the first to arrive. It was not Renly who awaited them, but rather a banner of the dire wolf. They scrutinized the figures beneath the wolf's banner, who in turn regarded them with equal measure. A striking woman accompanied by a grim knight, whom Stannis recognized, exchanged cool greetings. "Lady Stark, Lord Stannis," replied Catelyn, her auburn hair catching the light. Stannis had brought only two companions, a knight and another woman with similarly fiery locks. A large contingent of cavalry surrounded them. "I did not expect to encounter you here. Your husband would surely be pleased to know of your presence," he remarked, which evidently took her aback. "My lord, you mean to say Eddard is here?" "He is at Storm's End, my lady. Yet I am curious as to why you are here. Do you represent House Stark, or—" Catelyn steadied her tumultuous heart. Although the news of her husband's whereabouts brought her joy, the moment was not yet ripe for their reunion. She came as a representative of her son. "I come on behalf of House Stark. My son fights alone in the north to defend the realm. Yet you seem indifferent to the Lannister army and to Cersei and her son occupying the Iron Throne, passively witnessing the kingdom bleed. My lady, Dragonstone lies but a short distance from King's Landing. Yet why have you come here? I require an army, Lady Stark. I seek only that which is rightfully mine." The laws dictate that Renly and the lords of the South should owe me their fealty. I have merely come to reclaim what is mine, your own possessions. Is that your justification for seizing Storm's End, brother? A buoyant voice emanated from one side. It belonged to a handsome youth adorned in a green velvet tunic, draped with a squirrel fur satin cloak, crowned with a golden rose diadem, and embellished with a jade necklace upon his chest. At his waist hung a sword encrusted with precious jewels, and he sat astride a magnificent steed. His long black hair was smoothly styled, complementing his striking blue eyes. The banner-bearer of House Baratheon was a woman clad in similarly heavy armor, wielding a 12-foot lance topped with a golden crown and a stag flag. A black stag leaping boldly against the gold background. "Your Grace, the Duke Stannis," he replied with a hint of derision. "It is King Stannis of Baratheon, brother. Do you not observe the burden upon your head? Your hair is nearly gone. Why do you still wear it? And is that your banner?" He gestured toward the flag atop the lance of Ser Cole, his attention momentarily captivated by the armor. "That armor looks rather familiar, brother. If you truly lack the means to acquire your own, you need only tell me, rather than bestow my training armor upon others. It is a trophy, your Grace." "Ser Cole respondeth." "That does not count," Baratheon retorted, shaking his finger, "unless you can best me in the jousting tournament." "But under whose banner do you fight?" "Mine own," Stannis declared. "The sigil of his majesty is the fiery heart of the Lord of Light," the Red Priestess interjected. "It is easily distinguishable on a battlefield, is it not?" Baratheon regarded the banner with curiosity. "Perhaps we ought to refrain from hostilities. The three of us should unite to discuss how to confront our common foe," Catelyn interjected. "Stannis scrutinise Catelyn's visage." "Your husband has voiced similar sentiments. Yet the rightful heir to the Iron Throne must be I. To deny this is to become my adversary." He turned towards Baratheon, who merely shrugged. "Nationwide, they all deny you, brother. The old man denied it before his death. Infants kick in their mother's wombs denying it. Dorne denies it, as do Highgarden and Storm's End. No one desires you as king. How unfortunate." Stannis struggled to suppress his fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. "I vow that as long as you wear that traitorous crown, I shall never engage with you. I should have adhered to my oath. How absurd this all is. My lords, the Lannister army now camps at Harrenhal and River Run, while Lannisport and Casterly Rock summon new recruits. Do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle amongst yourselves? The children, women, and men of the Seven Kingdoms weep, for their king is too preoccupied with fratricide to remember his original responsibilities." Catelyn's voice resonated in every ear. "I shall win all the wars, my lady. You need not worry," Baratheon asserted with confidence, boasting of his 60,000-strong army, ready to vanquish Stannis before turning his sights on Tywin. "Do you have any suggestions?" "Speak quickly," Stannis replied, "or I shall take my leave at once." "Very well," Baratheon pronounced with emphasis. "I suggest you dismount at once and kneel in fealty." Stannis' anger intensified. "You shall never obtain it. You may serve Robert. Why should I not? Robb is my elder brother, and you're my younger sibling. Indeed, I am younger, bolder, and more distinguished. Just behold your elder brother and see what you have become." "Thief, usurper," Stannis retorted. Lancelot stood firm, declaring, "You are the true thief, Stannis. Storm's End is my castle, my fief. Look at what you have done. It rightfully belongs to me, and, as a rebel, I am entitled to reclaim your lands. Is that so? Open your eyes to who the real rebel is. Do you see those banners? The Seven Kingdoms embrace me as they once did Robb. The Targaryens branded him an usurper, yet Robb paid it no mind, and neither do I. I shall personally reclaim Storm's End, just as I will strip the armor from your knights. Enough of this. If you're my sons, I would surely bang your heads together and confine you in a room until you recognize who your true brother is," Lady Catelyn interjected. Stannis frowned, replying, "Your assumption is excessive, Lady Stark. I am the rightful king, possessing the authority to execute all rebels, should the Stark family choose to align with him. I will personally bring about your demise." At Stannis' threats, Catelyn's ire flared, but she stifled her anger, considering that her husband might still be in their grasp. "Ultimately, you merely believe yourself to be more justified, Stannis. However, my forces are greater. Lancelot reached beneath his cloak. Stannis glanced at Ser Cole, who nodded and grasped his sword. "Do not be tense, brother. Would you care for a peach?" Lancelot produced a peach from Highgarden, assuring, "I guarantee you have never tasted anything so delightful." He took a bite, juice trickling down his chin, leaving everyone a loss. "I did not come here for fruit." Stannis seethed with rage, feeling utterly disregarded by Lancelot's arrogance. One should never refuse a peach. Who knows when the opportunity may arise again? Life is fleeting, Stannis. What do the Starks say? Yes, winter is coming. To be candid, I harbor no fondness for you, Stannis. You always wear that sour expression, and only you could endure sleeping with an unattractive woman. Thankfully, my queen is quite lovely. Do you know what the people of the Seven Kingdoms say about you? They claim that your daughter is the offspring of your wife and that fool of Jester. Stannis unsheathed his sword, flames igniting upon its blade. "I will not suffer insults to my face. Do you understand?" Lancelot sighed softly, addressing the Lady Knight beside him. "What am I to do with my elder brother, Brienne? He wields a sword of flame directed at me, yet it is rather exquisite." The Lady Knight replied, "I shall not allow anyone to harm you in the slightest, your grace. I am not a cruel-hearted individual, nor do I wish to taint the blade of Lightbringer with the blood of my own brother. Lower your banner of rebellion and pledge your allegiance. I consent to your retaining the title of Duke of Storm's End and to your having a place at the Royal Council. Should you insist on remaining obstinate, then come forth. 10 years ago, I was able to defend Storm's End for Robert, and I remain equally capable now. I shall personally vanquish your forces." Loras laughed heartily. "Are you afraid, brother? Bring your army to battle me, just as Robert vanquished Rhaegar. Do you not dare? I shall not be as foolish as you, Loras. If you possess the capability, then bring those traitors to Storm's End. We shall see." Stannis sheathed his sword. "May your new god grant you fortune, brother." Stannis turned his horse, with Ser Davos at his side, as Lady Catelyn approached. Loras inquired with curiosity, "Lady Stark, have you lost your way?" Catelyn shook her head. "I must see my husband, my Lord Loras." "Is that so? Then I wish you luck, my lady. However, you would do well to advise Lord Stark. You must make the right choice this time, and not repeat the mistakes made in King's Landing. By the way, do you truly believe the Northern Army will aid you once more, brother?" Chapter 19. The deployment he shall pay dearly for his arrogance. Stannis declared in indignation on the road back to Wind Whisper Castle. Cole unfastened the buckles of his armor, removing the antlered helm to rest it at his waist. Inhaling deeply the fresh air, rich with the scent of grass. "Your Majesty, there is no need for such anger. An overconfident and dismissive adversary is far easier to contend with than a cautious and meticulous foe." "You are Cole?" Catelyn exclaimed, having suddenly followed closely behind. Cole turned with a smile. "It has been a long time, Lady Stark. You are not a Lannister. How is it you are here?" she inquired, retracting her previous words. "It is a long story, my lady. His Majesty rescued me, and so I now serve him." The knight accompanying Catelyn, Harris Morland, also recognized Cole, his astonishment surpassing that of Catelyn S. He faintly recalled their first meeting in Winterfell, and the second, upon the battlefield of the Trident. Harris gazed at Cole, clad in silver armor, pondering what tribulations this man had endured. Upon returning to Wind Whisper Castle, Stannis swiftly convened a meeting to strategize their defensive operations from the stronghold. Azor Florent commanded the fleet to intercept the enemy at Broken Ship Bay, while he ordered Count Valerion to lead his own ships in transporting supplies. As he himself took command of the defense of Wind Whisper, Count Valerion expressed his dissatisfaction with Stannis' repeated assignments to logistics, asserting his desire to partake in the battle, subtly hinting that should Stannis disagree, he would return to Driftmark. Stannis ultimately replaced him, appointing Count Selmy to assume his duties. During the meeting, several lords and knights noted that Sir Cole Ulysses had not been assigned any responsibilities, with the original commander of the castle's defenses being reclaimed by Stannis. Some found this amusing. The Silver Knight sat impassively in the assembly hall, offering no counsel. When the meeting concluded, he proceeded to the study. The Red Priestess Melisandre, Azor Florent, and a few other minor council members gradually entered, gathering around table. Aside from the learned Pycelle and Cole, nearly all present were members of the opposing faction. "Lords, A malevolent and formidable force is awakening. The long night approaches. Only the Lord of Light can bring us dawn and salvation, and only the prophesied sun can lead us out of this darkness. A great conflict is imminent, brave souls. You shall serve as the herald of dawn, sounding the song of victory. Who among you is willing to shoulder this grave responsibility? Melisandre rose, her gaze fixed upon Cole, as did that of the old faction members. Why do you not name me? He thought, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if the Red Priestess could see into his very soul. Your Majesty. He turned to Stannis, and as far as I am aware, the enemy's forces seem to be marching rapidly, with their supplies and logistics lagging behind. You could certainly dispatch a cavalry unit to intercept them around the Kingswood and Rose Road. Ah, that is precisely my intention. I shall provide you with 1,000 cavalrymen, and also send Doran Baratheon to accompany you. The king showed no inclination to inquire further. He still could not articulate his thoughts. Indeed, if he could conceive it, so too could others. Yes, your Majesty. I shall do my utmost to disrupt their supplies and army. Emerging from the study, Cole could not help but let out a deep sigh. He would have preferred to remain in the rear, amidst the chaos, the scoundrel. This task must be undertaken by someone, and he swiftly returned to the tower to summon Camillo, as preparations needed to be expedited. A contingent of 1,000 troops departing the city would undoubtedly attract attention, so they must leave before the main army of Renly arrives, preferably under the cover of night. Cole had only 50 cavalrymen at his disposal, and he wondered about the quality of the 1,000 cavalry Stannis would send him. Should the ranks be filled with mercenaries, any hope of success would be futile. These hired hands, should their morale falter, could easily turn against them. Stannis had assigned that rotund little lord to his command, and before Cole could seek out Doran Baratheon, the lad had eagerly entered his tower. Cole could only pour him a glass of wine, which Doran gulped down in a single swig, his short neck obscured by his double chin, barely moving as he drank. Would it be feasible to take this fellow along for guerrilla tactics? Cole mused. Sir Cole, when do we depart? He inquired with enthusiasm, as if they were not about to engage in battle, but rather embarking on a leisurely hunt. My lord, do you comprehend the nature of our mission? Cole savored the wine slowly, though he could discern little flavor. Of course, I command 300 cavalry and 11 sworn knights. I shall cooperate with you, sir. He acknowledged his youth and inexperience in leading troops, noting that his knights and steward had advised him to allow Pop to lead the men, yet he recalled his family's motto. Cole observed him fully armored, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. We still require some preparations, my lord. Cole proceeded to the training grounds to receive the cavalry sent by the king. 800 horsemen, 400 of whom were Stannis' personal guard, 200 led by various knights with their retinues, and an additional 200 well-armed free riders. The numbers exceeded what the king had promised. This was likely Stannis' entire strength. Should he confront Renly in battle, this cavalry would be his sole reliance. It appeared he was genuinely wagering everything on this endeavor, believing he could lead these men to break Renly's 60,000-strong army. The king's personal guard was led by a knight named Geoffrey Florent, hailing from the queen's family, the Florents. My lord Julius, Geoffrey greeted with a bow. Cole surveyed the cavalry regiment and began assigning tasks. A force of 1,000 cavalry could not simply mount and set off. Substantial logistics would follow behind them. The free rider entrusted his deputy, Camillo, to lead, while allocating 20 of his personal guards to Camillo, each commanding a squad of 10 men to embark as scouts. Cole unfurled the map. The scouts would set forth from 2 directions, one into the royal forest and the other into the Dornish mountains. Their objective was to chart the path, ultimately converging at the confluence of the Winder and Blueburn rivers. Cole personally led 700 troops from the royal army, flanked by Baeliman, while the logistics were managed by the rotund Earl Doran, who commanded his sworn knights and 200 noble soldiers to establish a base in the Dornish mountains. The White Dragon had already identified several locations for logistical support, with approximately 500 personnel, bringing the cavalry total to 700. Before launching their campaign, Cole sought an audience with Stannis, suggesting an alliance with the North and Dorne. With the South, particularly Highgarden, in a state of disarray, Dorne's assistance could serve to divert attention from their own troubles. Eddard Stark had been in a dire state recently. During his days of wandering, he had not faltered, but rather succumbed to illness in the scholar's care, now drifting in and out of consciousness, causing great concern. Cole was aware of the enmity between Dorne and House Baratheon, as Dorne had cast blame for the death of their princess upon Robert and the Baratheons. Yet, the true perpetrator, the Lannisters, had sent a princess to Dorne, instantly easing tensions. However, this thawing of relations did not imply forgiveness. The Prince of Dorne was astute in his political maneuvers and would undoubtedly seek revenge with subtlety. Cole sensed that Dorne was biding its time, waiting for the right moment. As Cole led the cavalry out of the city, he was accompanied by Jossie, who had earned a promotion for his minor achievements in the Battle of Whispering Fortress. Shortly after the march began, Cole ambushed 3 waves of scouts, their movements detected by the white dragon high in the sky. Yet the latter could not monitor every angle and could not ascertain whether any scouts had slipped past him. The speed of the cavalry was remarkable. Before the scouts could relay their findings to Lisa, their whereabouts had vanished. In the span of a day, they traversed from Whispering Fortress through the royal forest to the vicinity of Greenvale Castle, ruled by the Mudd family. The current head, Baron Ewood Mudd, had surrendered to Stannis. He was previously the deputy to the acting lord of Whispering Fortress and swiftly pledged allegiance after the death of Sir Cotane Polros. Now, he served under Cole. Upon entering the castle, which was linked by a bridge spanning the Blueburn River, Cole intended to station his troops there until the garrison at Bitterbridge stirred. The castle would temporarily provide them with provisions, and Cole took immediate control of the castle's defenses, dispatching the entire garrison of Greenvale to procure supplies. Although this decision greatly displeased Baron Mudd, Cole was genuinely concerned that the Baron might turn traitor upon witnessing Lisa's forces. Upon realizing that his elder brother Stannis would not confront him in battle, Renly swiftly commanded the garrison at Bitterbridge to march towards Storm's End. He himself took only a vanguard of 20,000 troops, predominantly cavalry, from King's Landing. Meanwhile, a force of 40,000 remained at Bitterbridge, composed mostly of infantry and logistical support. Despite the greater number of troops in the rear, the true combat prowess lay primarily with the 2,000 Renly had taken with him. The charge of heavily armored cavalry against infantry is indeed a formidable spectacle. It is crucial to note that the infantry here are not clad in robust armor, wielding sharp swords and steel spears, but rather unarmored peasant farmers wielding pitchforks. Even the cavalry had difficulty donning full armor, let alone the infantry. The notion of a perfectly armored charge, as depicted in games, is misleading. Equipping a mere 100 men is exceedingly challenging, much less an army of thousands. The cavalry under Renly's command likely numbered in the thousands, while Stannis' armored force was fewer than 300, with a significant portion already allocated to Ser Cole. Cole, now firmly ensconced within Greenhaven, appeared indifferent to the cataclysmic battles raging outside, occasionally dispatching cavalry to eliminate scouts attempting to traverse towards his position. Unbeknownst to him, within the walls of Storm's End, he had already incurred the ire of the inhabitants. Renly's siege operations proceeded with an unsettling tranquility, as no one dared to disrupt his efforts to fell trees and construct siege engines. Amidst the fervor beneath the walls of Storm's End, a vast caravan commenced its northern journey along Rose Avenue, comprising nearly 10,000 vehicles. As the lead wagon reached the midstream of the Blueburn River, the last of the wagons finally departed from the Bitterbridge encampment. Previous caravans had already traversed the route, safely escorted by military forces to King's Landing. In the sky, a pair of eyes closely followed the caravan's progress. Meanwhile, across the river in Greenhaven, a silver-haired figure marked several crosses along the line on a map. Chapter 20. The assault. Sir Geoffrey Florent halted the approaching captain of the Royal Guard, whose armored cavalry were under his command. Baron Mido, having just emerged from the tower, bore an air of indignation. "My lord, we have lingered within the castle for 5 days. I recall the task assigned to us by the king. Yet look," he gestured towards the tower. "My soldiers bring word that a throng of people is crossing from the river. What is our general doing? I have advised him. Yet our Lord Julius appears far too preoccupied." His gaze flickered with disdain. "He is engrossed in his painting and winemaking. I dare say he ought to be a painter or vintner rather than a knight. My Lord Florent, Mido subtly beckoned him to proceed, and the two retreated to a secluded corner of the castle. "Do you believe we can win this battle?" the Baron inquired of the knight. "Stannis has placed such trust in him, yet what has he done? He occupies the castle, refusing to venture forth, while sending others to gather wine. That vile concoction even beggars would shun, which our Lord Julius accepts with open arms, much like his ignoble status." Baron Mido continued, and Joffrey seemed to discern the implication, furrowing his brow. "What do you mean? My lord, your retinue numbers 300, while mine comprises but 100. It seems that silver-haired lad has no intention of serving his Majesty Stannis. He awaits the arrival of the forces from Highgarden, only to defect. If we were to reveal this to our men, what do you suppose their reaction would be?" Mido's smile revealed his thoughts. Joffrey exhibited signs of hesitation. "If we retain control over these cavalry, we could accomplish far more, Sir Florent." As they conversed, figures rushed ahead, and the entire castle buzzed with agitation. Joffrey intercepted one individual, inquiring, "What has transpired?" "It is a call to assemble, my lord," the man replied. Joffrey and Mido exchanged glances, perplexed by the timing of such orders. They hastened towards the tower, where they encountered Cole, fully armed. "Ah, there you are," he remarked. "I just sent Camillo to gather all the knights. He said he hadn't seen you." "Perfect timing for our discussion." Cole approached, heading towards the castle's training grounds. "Sir Joffrey, I need you to assemble the cavalry immediately." "Yes, my lord," Joffrey responded. Baron Mido interjected. "Cole, what is your intent?" "My lord, do you think my force is insufficient for the task?" the Baron asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "No, you misunderstand, my lord. We shall rely on you for the ensuing battle." Mido regarded Cole's retreating figure with confusion. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain at the castle. After all, Lord Baelor's forces were unlikely to concern themselves with this stronghold, and he relished the prospect of tranquility. Once the battle neared its conclusion, he would seek to pledge allegiance to the victorious side, a most fortunate outcome indeed. As Cole approached the training grounds, he gazed upward at the sky, observing the cloud formations reminiscent of fish scales, wondering if rain would grace the night. Shifting his focus from the vast heavens to the training field, he noted that in this era of frequent warfare, such grounds were indispensable to every castle, an expansive stretch of earthen terrain now teeming with people. The scene was chaotic, filled with the whinnying of horses and the clattering of armor. Cole found his steed in the stables, where his guards had already awaited him. Jossie and the others had their mounts alongside Cole's, while a multitude of horses were stationed outside the castle. With 900 cavalry amassed within the fortress, the area was densely packed. He approached and gently stroked the neck of a brown stallion, whose temperament was surprisingly gentle. Leading the horse out of the stable, he mounted it, and Jossie and the others swiftly gathered around him. "My lord Cole," Jossie greeted him. Cole nodded in acknowledgement. Jossie rode ahead to lead the way as the cavalry slowly emerged from the gates of Greenvale, joining the main force outside. The entire troop began to move, stirring up a cloud of dust and confusion. Young Baron Ewood Mido observed as the cavalry disappeared from view. Sir Julius, a man of few words regarding his plans, was often referred to as the Lanny of the battlefield. In tales, Lanny did not wield sword or dagger, relying solely on his cunning to outwit the Castrilli family and seize Castle Kagan. Yet Mido could almost discern his intentions. Leading the cavalry was nothing more than a prelude to harassing the enemy across the river. He had seen the maps Cole had drawn, which were all too familiar to one raised along the banks of the Bran River. Mere charts would not win battles. Otherwise, what need would there be for knights? The officer stationed at Bitterbridge was the esteemed Duke Mace Tyrell, humorously nicknamed Lord Inflatable Fish. He was the father of the renowned Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, and the Highgarden Rose, Marjorie Tyrell. During the War of the Usurper, he had led a siege against Storm's End for a year, a battle that had brought Stannis' fame. Now, history seemed to be on a similar trajectory, with Highgarden and the Tyrell family once again besieging Storm's End. Did the gods wish for him to redeem himself, to achieve victory at last? Yet their king Renly appeared reluctant to bestow upon him the honor of capturing the fortress. He was intimately familiar with that stronghold, having laid siege to it for a year. He vaguely recalled the moments when the castle seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet Stannis, obstinate as ever, had managed to endure time and again. He had replayed that battle in his mind countless times, having breached Storm's End in thought many times over, convinced that this time he would succeed. However, Renly had inexplicably assigned him to the rear to supply provisions. Duke Mace had long outgrown his capricious youth, and the orders came from his king's son-in-law. Having led troops into battle, he understood the critical importance of supplies for an army. Their initial strategy in the siege of Storm's End had been to wait for Stannis to exhaust his resources before the castle would surrender. "My lord, is it not overly perilous to concentrate our supplies and siege engines for transport?" Sir Fortimo Client inquired of the Duke. "Now the army from the south is gathered here. Where could the enemy possibly arise?" Duke Mace appears utterly unconcerned. He leads a convoy of 5,000, among whom 2,000 are Knights of the Reach. Fortimo, once Lancel Lannister has seized Whispering Hill and King's Landing, I shall nominate you as the commander of the city's garrison. This knight has served alongside him for many years, consistently holding the position of instructor in Highgarden, and is a figure of immense trust for Mace. His son is a member of the King's Rainbow Guard, greatly favored by the monarch, while his daughter is the queen. It is not difficult to envision that Westeros is poised to enter an era belonging to House Tyrell. "Where have we arrived?" Mace inquired abruptly. "We are nearing the Kingswood, my lord," Fortimo replied, gazing towards the distant Vern Forest. Mace suddenly broke into laughter. "Lancel Tarly suggested we transport provisions via boat along the Blueburn River to safeguard against enemy cavalry ambushing our convoy, thereby minimizing our losses." "Perhaps, my lord," Fortimo mused. "I am aware of his prowess in military affairs. He intends to navigate the fleet from the Blueburn into the Windwater, then into Blackwater Bay. When we assault King's Landing, we could directly enter the Blackwater River from Blackwater Bend, reaching the city with ease. But he must consider the season. The Windwater has numerous shallow stretches where one could ride across. How are we to sail?" Fortimo silently nodded, recognizing that even Lord Tarly might overlook certain details. People often exaggerate events. They only remember that Lancel Tarly defeated Robert, conveniently forgetting my own achievements. It is akin to the bards weaving tales of the so-called Knight of the Twin Swords. Was that the name? It sounds like a stable boy. I can assure you, he is merely a mere lad, likely inexperienced with a sword. Any knight under my command could easily have him crying for his mother. Fortimo chuckled in agreement. Stannis has entrusted the city's defense to a mere boy. It seems he has few capable men at his disposal. "Huh. I have heard he has embraced a new god, surrendering his fate to a child and an outsider deity. Hey, do you not find the sunset a bit blinding?" Mace turned his gaze backward. "My lord, there is no sunset. It is already dark, and what lies behind is ablaze. Your grace, it seems there is trouble brewing behind us." Fortimo alerted him. "Damn it, what is happening?" Mace cursed, turning to the knight beside him, who was responsible for the patrol. "Sir Mace Mullendale was in charge," the knight responded. "That training monkey? That would be Sir Mark Mullendale, my lord. I care not which Mullendale it is. I simply wish to know what has transpired." Mace exclaimed in fury. Soon, news reached the Duke of Highgarden that their convoy had been ambushed. Sir Fortimo, under the command of Mace, led his cavalry to provide assistance. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene of utter chaos, supplies scattered across the ground. The bodies of enslaved individuals and soldiers littered about, and charred wagons engulfed in flames. What? Had the people already fled? When Mace and his contingent arrived to offer aid, they discovered that the enemy had long since retreated. According to the surviving soldiers and enslaved individuals, a vast horde of cavalry had stormed into the convoy, brandishing torches and peculiar bags. After their onslaught, they had not only slaughtered indiscriminately, but also hurled the bags and torches onto the convoy. A bag was retrieved for Duke Mace, and upon inspection, he found it filled with a liquid. A whiff revealed a strange, fermented odor. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is wine, my lord," came the response. Mace furrowed his brow. "Wine? This is dire news, my lord." A patrolman reported that enemies were advancing from the rear. Before anyone could respond, further news of the enemy's approach arrived. Chapter 21. Flames. Where on earth did these knights come from? Mace Tarly inquired, his voice laced with frustration. Time and again, they had found themselves thwarted, as if their adversaries were privy to their every move. Each time the cavalry from the High Garden arrived, the enemy had already vanished into thin air. The assault persisted until the latter hours of the night. By dawn, Mace's eyes were bloodshot. He sat upon a velvet blanket, listening to reports of their losses, which were staggering, while the enemy had left behind merely a handful of corpses. It's over. It's all over. Initially perplexed by the presence of wine among the enemy, he soon discovered its intended use as an incendiary. But could wine truly ignite? He commanded a servant to bring forth a jug of wine, casting it into the flames, only to witness the fire extinguished. Damn it! Can anyone tell me what sort of wine this is? He withdrew a pouch containing a pungent liquid. Had a scholar been present, they might have elucidated its properties. Yet alas, only knights were at hand, skilled in the art of drinking rather than understanding. This wine, when met with fire, blazed fiercely, repeatedly hurled by those ruffians onto the carts, igniting with violent ferocity. As dawn broke, the nascent sun blazed like fire, casting a fiery glow across the sky, piercing Mace's eyes with its brilliance. Their provisions and siege equipment were entirely consumed, and those infernal foes seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deliberately targeting these critical supplies for destruction. My lord, Fortimo approached on horseback, his expression a mask of bitterness. Having toiled throughout the night alongside his fellow knights in a desperate attempt to quell the flames. Our provisions have all been incinerated. What did you say? Mace's eyes widened in disbelief. That was sustenance for tens of thousands. Just like that, it's gone? In his mind, he envisioned that even if they had laid down the grains, it could have spanned the distance to King's Landing. My lord, our supplies consisted of barley and rye. A single spark could consume an entire cart. This was not the time for lamenting losses. Mace had to swiftly consolidate his forces to prevent the remaining supplies from meeting a similar fate. He dispatched his knights to abandon the charred carts and gather the entire convoy, compressing it into a compact formation akin to a serpent that, after growing plump, had collided with an obstacle, now reduced to a mere stub. This method of marching slowed their pace considerably, as the knights patrolled back and forth with their retinues. In addition to provisions and siege apparatus, the convoy also carried a significant quantity of armor and supplies, which had fortunately sustained little damage. Food could still be requisitioned from nearby sources, and equipment could be reconstructed from timber. Mace reassured himself with these thoughts. Surely, his king's son-in-law would not be overly harsh with him, although he could not absolve himself of blame for this disaster. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of guerrilla cavalry at this juncture? Before the transport of these supplies, he had dispatched several convoys ahead, and from the reports, it seemed that the Rose Road was secure, devoid of Stannis' forces or enemies from King's Landing. This had emboldened him to confidently concentrate his supplies for transport. He had exercised sufficient caution. After all, the Bitter Bridge was not far from the Whispering Castle. That night, as they entered the Imperial Forest, Lord Mace, who had been riding for an entire day and night, was utterly exhausted. He instructed his servants to erect a tent, where he could rest, while Sir Fortimo led the knights to continue escorting the convoy. As he lay in his tent, drifting into a deep slumber, he found himself surrounded by flames, countless tongues of fire approaching from all directions. Suddenly jolted awake, he noticed a bright light outside the tent. Duke Mace leaped from his bed, clad in his velvet nightgown, and rushed outside, only to collide with a servant rushing into the tent. "My lord, what is the hurry?" he exclaimed. "My lord, fire, fire." The servant stammered, unable to articulate the urgency. Mace pushed him aside and stepped out of the tent. Instantly, his eyes widened in horror as he collapsed to the ground, confronted by an endless expanse of flames that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire world like the sun. A knight galloped towards him in haste. "My lord Tiller, our convoy has been attacked." Enraged, Mace strode over and seized the knight, pulling him down. "How could this happen? Did I not instruct Fortimo to be vigilant?" The knight explained that a large force of cavalry had been dispatched to create a diversion, while Sir Fortimo had led a contingent to pursue them. Mace's mind raced, foreseeing the inevitable outcome. Fool! That wretched fool! How could he fall for such an obvious ruse? Mace seethed inwardly. "My lord, we must flee. The flames are closing in. The knight urged. Mace called for his servant to bring his horse. Not even taking the time to don his armor. Under the protection of a troop of cavalry, he retreated towards the Bitter Bridge. Sir Fortimo, leading a contingent of Highland cavalry, pursued the fleeing force with determination. Did they truly believe they could launch another surprise attack? They underestimated Fortimo Client. With around 500 well-equipped cavalrymen, they were no mere rabble, yet the advantage still lay with him. As they neared the enemy, someone shouted, "Look behind us!" The flames surged skyward, and Sir Fortimo abruptly turned around. It was their convoy engulfed in flames. His heart sank. He had been deceived. In his eagerness to pursue the cavalry, he had nearly led all his men away, leaving at least 2,000 infantry vulnerable to such an effortless assault. "My lord, shall we continue the pursuit?" A knight beside him inquired. Fortimo gazed at the monstrous inferno behind them, his lips nearly bitten to the point of bleeding and through clenched teeth. He uttered a single word, "Pursue." To annihilate this cavalry was his chance for redemption. After years of service to the Tiller family, he had earned his share of merit, if not accolades. It seemed that Lord Julius had succeeded. The fleeing cavalry, now led by Sir Geoffrey, were hastily making their way deeper into the imperial forest. For the first time, Fortimo truly recognized the prowess of this knight. Though one might speak of exceptional prowess, it remains uncertain. Yet it seems as though every movement of the enemy unfolds beneath his very gaze. Last night, he charged forth alone, with Geoffrey trailing closely behind. Geoffrey was perpetually consumed by the dread of an impending assault from enemy reinforcements. Nevertheless, they weaved effortlessly through the enemy's convoy, never catching sight of the opposing knights. He would not be so foolish as to believe that the knights of Highgarden would allow them to brazenly destroy their supplies without consequence. This morning, as they concealed the barrels of wine amidst the thicket, he harbored doubts. However, clarity has now dawned upon him. The cavalry arrived at a riverbank where a wooden bridge spanned the waters. Geoffrey commanded his men to cross the bridge, after which he ignited a handful of flames upon it. Instantly, a conflagration erupted, barring the cavalry from advancing across the river. The knights of Highgarden could do naught but stand on the riverbank, watching helplessly as their adversaries vanished into the mountains. They were utterly humiliated, having lost without even engaging in battle. Chapter 22. Betrayal. Father, is it truly you returning like this? Garantaitos inquired of his father, Duke Mays, as he stood vigil at the Bitter Bridge. Sir Garantaitos, the second son of House Rose, was tasked with guarding the Bitter Bridge while his father oversaw the supply lines. However, last night, Duke Mays returned with a weary countenance. Leading a contingent of cavalry and bearing dreadful news, their supplies had all been incinerated. Garin sighed silently, harboring unspoken reproaches toward his father's lack of resolve. Observing his son donning armor, Mays could not suppress his curiosity. "What is the purpose of your armament?" "I intend to lead a party to assess the situation. It is imperative we recover something. Otherwise, how shall we justify this to the king and my younger brother, father? They have already dispatched several ravens, eagerly awaiting our provisions to commence the siege." With the assistance of his attendants, Sir Garin completed his donning of armor, his insignia depicting 2 golden roses amidst a verdant field, signifying his status as the second son. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage akin to that of the Knights of Flowers, yet he was taller and more robust. A faint beard adorned his lips, lending him an air of maturity. Accompanied by only 100 cavalrymen, Garin ventured north along Rose Avenue, encountering along the way ragged individuals, their bodies blackened, leaning on one another for support. The further he traveled, the more his heart sank. Whose handiwork was this? As he approached the royal forest, the flames had dwindled, yet the thoroughfare was transformed into a wasteland, littered with the charred remains of men and horses. This was once a lush thicket, indicating that the arsonist had exercised a measure of forethought. Garin's brow furrowed deeper still. Meanwhile, the perpetrators of this destruction were leading a silent march of cavalry along the banks of the Lamron River, heading towards Green Valley City. A throng had already gathered beneath the walls of Green Valley City. As they drew near, the cavalry instantly assumed a defensive posture. Sir Geoffrey emerged from the ranks, his countenance marked by both anger and fatigue. Upon spotting Cole, he felt a rush of reassurance, yet a lingering anxiety nagged at him. "My Lord Julius, you have returned," Geoffrey called as he spurred his horse forward. Cole's face bore the unmistakable signs of weariness, yet he managed to smile. "What you all doing gather at the city gates? Why not establish camp and enter the city?" Anger flared in Geoffrey's eyes. "My lord, as we approached the city walls, Baron Maedon had already sealed the gates and dispatched archers to rain arrows upon us." Cole nodded impassively. "Have the men prepare to switch mounts. My lord, our horses have all been taken inside the city." The swiftness of the betrayal took him aback. Indeed, traitors only betray once or countless times. He led his men to the castle's front. "Sir Julius, have you suffered defeat?" Baron Maedon's figure materialized atop the city walls. The ramparts of Green Valley standing a considerable height, allowing for clear communication. "Lord Stannis, is this the reward for the trust one placed in you?" He did not even deign to address the king. Observing the disheveled knights, whose spirits seemed notably dampened, it was evident they had suffered a defeat. From the battlements, one could easily discern the substantial losses within their ranks. Geoffrey stepped forward, only to be halted by Cole's outstretched arm, who shook his head. "Sir May, do you intend to betray your oath to His Majesty Stannis?" Cole inquired, addressing the wall above. "You do not speak for the king, my lord." His tone bore an air of arrogance. "I merely believe you are unworthy to lead us. In my domain and castle, by what right do you presume to command me? Among the assembled knights, whose lineage does not surpass yours." His latter remarks were evidently aimed at provoking a response, yet the gazes of those present merely regarded him in silence. This was unexpected. Many were clearly discontent with him, as Ewood may had discreetly inquired among several. "Sir Geoffrey Florent, we had an agreement." The youthful Baron of May seemed intent on dragging Geoffrey into the fray. In a fit of indignation, Geoffrey retorted, "Ewood May, I shall not consort with a traitor. Initially, I misjudged Lord Julius, but my loyalty lies with His Majesty the King. Whomever the King commands, I shall serve. Sir May, if you do not return our horses and provisions, I shall have no choice but to inform the King of your allegiance to Renly," Cole shouted. "I trust Lord Stannis will discern the truth. Cole Julius, perhaps you should contemplate how to explain your failures to him." Cole shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, visible to Geoffrey. "If Baron May does not welcome us, then we must take our leave." Watching the retreating cavalry, May scoffed, "Without the castle, where will you go? The entirety of the Southlands is now under Renly's control. None will dare shelter a vassal of Stannis. Indeed, no one dared to offer sanctuary to this cavalry, save for Ewood May himself, and word of this had reached the Highgarden. Days later, a Highgarden army besieged Greenvale, catching Baron May utterly unprepared. The enraged Highgardeners surged forth, seething with hatred for this traitor among them. Indeed, the May family had long been vassals of Highgarden. Only then did he realize that the cavalry led by Cole had not faltered. Rather, they had set ablaze the supplies of Highgarden. The pent-up frustration of the Highgardeners was now unleashed upon Greenvale. Cole had not intended to seize the castle to confront the enemy. His aim was merely to allow his men to change horses before retreating into the Dornish Mountains, where our corpulent earl had already established a stronghold. In the ensuing period, the Dornish Mountains would serve as their refuge. Without fresh mounts, their march was impeded, fortuitously allowing the Highgardeners to believe they had entered the castle of Greenvale. Upon breaching the castle, they indeed discovered a considerable number of horses. Baron May was apprehended and treated as a criminal, delivered to Whispering Keep, where the true culprit could be confronted, allowing Mace Tyrell to explain to the king. Despite the culprit's persistent denials, Cole led his retinue to the stronghold, where the corpulent Duran Balaman, Earl of Highgarden, awaited their arrival. A letter was penned, destined for Windshear Fortress. Although Lannister's forces had encircled the castle, the waterways remained under Stannis' control. The news swiftly reached Two Rivers, igniting a spark of hope in Windshear Fortress and significantly alleviating their burdens. Meanwhile, on Lannister's side, an eerie silence enveloped the lords. Their preparations were complete. They awaited the arrival of provisions and supplies to launch a fierce assault on Windshear Fortress. Yet, in this pivotal moment, calamity struck. The moment the army mobilized, They could no longer regard the serfs with disdain. If they believed that status and might could intimidate these individuals, they were gravely mistaken. Devoid of sustenance, the situation became dire. While desertion among soldiers could be tolerated, a rebellion would spell disaster. Chapter 23. The Onion Night. The ethereal light enveloped the mountains and seas like a bride's veil, casting a serene ambience. My apologies. The brides of Westeros do not don red veils. Yet, it is only in solitude that one might recall the essence of being a traveler across realms. For that memory has lingered for 16 or 17 years. From atop the rocky precipice, one can gaze into the horizon where the sun gradually sinks beneath the sea. The nostalgia for that world arises from its erstwhile simplicity, a stark contrast to this paradise. Lord Cole, you are truly remarkable. At some point, a chubby little figure appeared behind him, approaching with an expression of reverence. In his eyes reflected the image of a tall figure clad in white armor, silver-haired, glowing under the fading sunlight like an ethereal being. Were he to catch a glimpse of his own reflection by the riverbank, Cole might scarcely recognize himself after such a long absence from the mirror. His once barren scalp has sprouted hair that now brushes his ears, and the frail form has matured into a robust stature. Yet, his visage remains elegant and affable, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Should he take up the harp and sing, he would surely enchant the noble ladies. Sir Duran, although his title is that of an earl, the term Sir serves as a mark of respect and can be akin to the honorific Mr. in Chinese. However, one must note that Sir is reserved for the nobility and knights. Both knights and squires represent the lowest echelons of nobility in the medieval hierarchy. Yet, akin to the esteemed figures of my homeland during the spring and autumn period who prefer to refer to themselves as scholars, they pursue the chivalric spirit. There exists a certain convergence in this pursuit. Had it not been for that man, the chaos of battle might have led us to a fate resembling that of Westeros. Of course, history does not entertain notions of possibility. Only tales and novels do. Westeros is akin to a Western world, embroiled in the religious wars of the undull peoples, reminiscent of the Crusades. There are tales of the conqueror Aegon Targaryen's sweeping triumph over 5 kingdoms, though it pales in comparison to the prowess of that man who commanded the realm. Yet, one could draw parallels to the conquest of his grace, William the Conqueror. In the eyes of Duran Bar-Aemon, Cole must now stand shoulder to shoulder with the illustrious figures of history. Yet, this perception stems from the youthful idealism of an ardent admirer. Those historical luminaries were either great heroes or individuals of noble character. Cole is merely a young lad who has achieved a few victories through external assistance. The more adept he becomes on the battlefield, the more he despises war. While it is said that the success of one general is built upon the bones of many, the wails from that great fire still echo in his mind. His once pristine armor is now marred with stains of blood. While water may cleanse the blood from his garments, it cannot wash away the stains upon his soul. My lord, how do you achieve such feats? After hearing the accounts from the knights, Duran's eyes sparkled with wonder. Yet, this is merely the romantic notion of an unworldly noble youth. Perhaps in a few years, as he matures, his admiration for Cole may wane, and the gaze he casts may carry a hint of disdain. Achieve what? Cole mused. Why, it is the triumph of 1,000 men over tens of thousands. You are akin to a warrior descended from the heavens, my lord. I once believed that epic tales were merely fabrications. With great enthusiasm, he proclaimed that this warrior was among the 7 deities. Is that what they told you? The chubby lad nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired. My lord, could you teach me? The instructors within the castle only taught me the art of swordsmanship and horseback riding, while the scholars merely introduced me to the crests of the nobility. Cole chuckled softly, shaking his head. Teach? He himself was hardly in a position to impart wisdom. Sir Duran, I have little to offer you, he replied. Many occurrences are the inevitable results of fate. I have merely played a trivial role. Just as His Majesty Stannis is destined to secure victory, whether I am present or not remains unchanged. On his journey here, the knights under his command had advised him to prepare for a potential allegiance to Renly. Yet, he recalled whom his family had sworn fealty to. Now, They all assert that with your presence, His Majesty will achieve triumph, and some even suggest that the king might bestow the hand of the princess upon you, akin to the knights of yore. It seems this chubby count is somewhat naive. However, considering Sansa, one can be forgiving. After all, not everyone can mold an heir into a young wolf lord, as evidenced by the lamentable education of his Grace King Robert Baratheon's own son. Noble marriages are far from the romantic tales told, my dear Count. The choice of whom the princess weds is solely the king's prerogative. Yet, one must recognize the stakes involved, sir. Cole subtly alluded to the fact that, even if unspoken, others will inevitably inform him that once Stannis ascends the throne, the Baratheon family would likely encourage their lord to curry favor with the princess. I understand, he conceded. This is the political marriage the scholars speak of. They oppose my union with Lally simply because she is the daughter of fishermen. Nevertheless, I have clandestinely arranged for her to reside in a manor outside a castle. Cole gazed at the youthful, plump face before him, resigning himself to the notion that this was an alternate reality, devoid of laws protecting minors. I shall keep your secret, my lord. The aroma of food wafted through the air, and it seemed dinner was ready. It was time for us to return. Cole stepped past him and made his way into the stronghold, with the chubby count trailing behind. Along the way, passers-by greeted them with respectful nods. Upon returning to the camp, Camillo approached with a parchment in hand. My lord, this letter has been sent from Windy Hill, bearing the king's seal. Cole accepted the letter, the wax seal emblazoned with the crown stag. Sir Cole Julius, I have received your missive. The Undulls, the first men, and the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis I of House Baratheon sealed this handwritten correspondence. Within the letter, His Majesty did not withhold his praises. My lord, the messenger requests an audience with you, Camillo announced as Cole read the letter. Cole nodded, suspecting that the king had further matters to convey orally. Soon, he encountered a slender man with brown hair and a thick gray beard, garbed in a worn brown leather vest, accompanied by a gray-green cloak, and bearing a pair of tattered gloves. A simple, long sword hung at his waist. Sir Julius, the man greeted first. I beg your pardon, my lord. I possess scant knowledge regarding the Knights of Dragonstone. It is no wonder that he is somewhat oblivious. His memory is relatively sharp, yet he fails to recall having encountered this individual under Stannis' command. I am Davos Seaworth. You may address me by my name, my lord. Cole exclaimed in astonishment. You are the Onion Knight. Davos offered a faint smile. I beg your pardon, my lord. Forgive my oversight in not recognizing your sigil. Chapter 24. Internal strife and external threats. Ser Davos Seaworth, known as the Onion Knight, was once a smuggler. In Westeros, smugglers occupy the realm of criminals, and he paid a hefty price for his past, losing 4 fingers as a consequence. His moniker stems from his rise to fame during the Siege of Storms and over a decade ago, when he courageously delivered a shipload of onions and pickled fish to the starving defenders, sustaining them until the northern forces arrived to their aid, thus securing victory. Although this knight is not renowned for his valor like the fearless Ser Barristan, his courage is beyond reproach. Braving the Highgarden fleet with his smuggling vessel to assist storms and required not only exceptional seamanship, but also remarkable bravery. As one of the narrative's perspective characters, Ser Davos' impressions were highly favorable. During his time serving under Stannis, he felt a sense of regret for not having encountered the Onion Knight, considering they shared a similar status in their employment under House Baratheon, one a knight descending from the wall, the other a knight of dubious origins. Ser Davos and Lord Julius exchanged polite greetings, fortunate that no highborn individuals were present. I did not anticipate His Majesty would send you here to deliver a message, said Davos, inviting him to sit upon a tree stump. I have already perused the king's letter. I wonder if he has any further instructions to convey. Davos nodded. You have achieved an inspiring victory, my lord. His Majesty is quite pleased and has praised you before the other lords. You know he seldom bestows compliments. His Majesty wishes to inquire about your forthcoming plans. Has anything transpired within the castle? With a heavy sigh, the Onion Knight replied, Lord Mervyn Valerion has urged the king to mobilize forces against Renly. He is a radical, and during the council, he threatened the king that if action was not taken promptly, he would return to Driftmark and cease fighting for his majesty. Indeed, the realm faces both internal and external turmoil. What this Lord Valerion intends remains a mystery to me. All I know is that he is an arrogant man. Yet, to be preoccupied with war now is tantamount to courting death. This is truly dreadful news. Has his majesty acquiesced? Davos shook his head. No. Renly seems resolute in his siege of Storm's End, even burning supplies, yet refusing to retreat. Cole gazed longingly towards the distant direction of Storm's End. I have heard he dispatched envoys to Highgarden seeking provisions. Davos turned his gaze upon him. Observing the glimmer of expectation in Cole's eyes, he offered a bitter smile. But what good does that knowledge serve us? They will not be foolish enough to fall into the same trap again, my lord. Return to his majesty and inform him that I shall send men to harass Renly's supply trains. However, you are aware that my forces are limited. I can accomplish little with so few. What can 800 men achieve? They have already suffered significant losses, some impaled by spears, others tripped or struck by arrows. Despite their seemingly effortless victory, we have lost over 300 brothers, with more than 200 sustaining varying degrees of injuries. With each charge, a few familiar faces are lost. Davos stated, I shall convey the truth. At that moment, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting Cole to rise. Come, sir, let us savor some horse meat. Upon our return, we brought down 2 steeds. I had their flesh roasted. The Dothraki exclusively consume horse meat, believing it fortifies their strength. Davos followed suit, attempting to gauge Cole's reaction. Cole chuckled, remarking, too much meat can upset the stomach. One ought to partake in fruits as well. Have you ever ventured into Dothraki lands, sir? Davos shook his head. His smuggling endeavors were confined to the sea and its shores. The Dothraki held a notorious reputation across the narrow sea, and each city-state wished for their distance. A people who cultivate not the land are always thus. I have heard that one of their horse lords claims he will conquer Westeros. It shall not be an easy feat. I believe our sovereign will not permit those ruffians to cross the sea. A servant approached, presenting a platter of horse meat before them. The camp featured rudimentary tents, where Count Doran and several knights had already begun feasting. Upon Cole's entrance, they rose to greet him, and he took a seat upon a cushion, a plate in hand. My lord Cole, has the king issued any new commands? Inquired a knight, who proceeded to slice into the horse meat, stuffing it into his mouth. The taste was less than favorable, the scent overwhelming, and it had a certain sourness, the texture much tougher than beef. Before indulging in the horse meat, they first gnawed on roasted onions or chewed with blueberries. The king urges us to press onward. Once we have recuperated, there remains much to be done. A knight raised his cup, addressing Sir Cole, welcome to our gathering. Davos raised his cup in response. Prior to Cole's arrival, they seemed to have been engaged in discussion. And Sir Joffrey continued his narrative. Pursuing us is Fortimo Client. I encountered him at the tournament. Their arrival was indeed swift, but I suspect his expression upon witnessing the flames would be quite remarkable. Sir, have you engaged him in battle? Count Doran inquired eagerly. The scouts had already mapped the route. We crossed the Vindar River via a wooden bridge where barrels of wine awaited. Once we had crossed, we set the bridge ablaze. A few eager pursuers followed, and I personally dispatched one of them. Doran's face was etched with regret, as if he had missed a momentous event. He turned his gaze towards Cole. The war is not yet concluded, Sir Doran, Cole remarked, taking a bite of the horse meat, which was indeed unpalatable. May I accompany you in the next battle, my lord? Doran inquired. Very well, if you're so eager to witness it, let the lad join. However, should any misfortune arise, do not blame him. After all, swords are blind, and the unpredictability of the battlefield is beyond anyone's control. My lord, could you share how you knew they would traverse that path? A curious knight inquired. Naturally, Cole refrained from divulging any information regarding the White Dragon, opting instead to feign ignorance with tales garnered from scouts. Intelligence is a pivotal element on the battlefield. The more information we possess, the more comprehensive our strategies can be, allowing us to anticipate the enemy's moves and act preemptively. Well, he could only ramble aimlessly. After all, the conversations shared during meals are seldom taken seriously, as everyone indulges in boasting and merriment, soon to forget by the time they awaken. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened, and, after spending the night in the camp, the Onion Knight departed at dawn, needing to return to the coast before setting sail back to Storm's End. Cole, too, was preparing for the forthcoming events. They could infiltrate the Kingswood directly from the Dornish mountains to disrupt the supply caravans and some peripheral forces. However, within the Kingswood, the White Dragon site was far from omniscient, unless large troop movements were afoot. Yet, significant forces were beyond their capability to contend with. Cole's options were dwindling. The next steps relied solely on Stannis. Melisandre, what are you waiting for? Hurry and eliminate Renly. Chapter 25. The ambush, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed as they traversed the inner sanctum of the royal forest. Mounted upon sturdy mountain ponies, over 100 riders glided through the thickets like phantoms, shrouded in secrecy. Suddenly, figures emerged ahead, a small contingent of 3 or 5 cavalrymen approaching. The leader, clad in a dark green leather armor and donning a half-face helmet, draped in a gray cloak, cast a keen glance around, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to call out a warning, an arrow whistled through the air, striking him soundly in the throat before he could utter a sound. In the depths of the woods, shadows converged from all directions, swiftly encircling them. The leader fell in an instant, leaving his comrades too stunned to react. From the forest emerged a figure clad in a black leather armor, beneath which glinted a chainmail, and a mane of striking silver hair cascaded down. His steed trotted slowly as he held a bow with ease, clearly the archer who had just loosed the fatal shot. Those who discern the tides of fate are indeed wise. The scouts hastily surrendered their weapons. Soon, they found themselves bound before the silver-haired knight, who inquired about certain intelligence. Subsequently, they were hooded and tethered to a tree, while he and his men swiftly vanished into the forest depths. "My lord, there lies a camp ahead," reported one scout upon his return. Cole nodded, having already gleaned the situation from White Dragon. Dispatching scouts was indeed a prudent measure. This camp belonged to the crew under Loras, tasked with felling trees to construct siege engines. Having ravaged vast swathes of forest, a destruction no less severe than the fires Cole had set. Given the fortifications of Wind's Breath Castle, which had been reinforced over several epochs, breaching it would require immense effort, a notion bordering on folly. For Loras, who had grown up in these woods, this was a lesson well understood. Initially, they had amassed an arsenal for the siege of King's Landing at Bitterbridge, only to see it consumed by Cole's flames, leaving them to start anew. Now, the priority was not to assault King's Landing, but rather to secure Wind's Breath Castle first. Cole pondered the rivalry between the brothers, with intent on consolidating power internally before addressing external threats. Lady Stark was right. As brothers, they should not be at odds. Yet power is an addictive force, and once grasped, few are willing to relinquish it. Often, the path to better outcomes lies in letting go, yet there are those who would rather cling to power, allowing it to decay in their hands. Human nature is inherently selfish. White Dragon surveyed the camp's defenses from above. There were scarcely 20 cavalrymen, the rest being infantry, as the camp lacked heavy fortifications due to logistical reasons. Only a watchtower and some low wooden fences marked its perimeter. The entire encampment housed around 1,000 souls, primarily servants, tenants, and serfs brought by noble lords from surrounding lands. These individuals, largely deemed unworthy of arms, were seldom called to battle, only pressed into service when absolutely necessary, much like Cole's own peasant army. While slaying these men would not significantly diminish Loras's military strength, it would nonetheless hinder his progress. With a decisive command, Cole led his cavalry into a charge. Within the camp, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries as cavalry surged through a breach in the defenses, charging directly at the sentinel horsemen. The camp was under the watch of a knight, commanding a garrison of over 200. Amidst the tumult, an enemy force had arrived with startling swiftness. The clash of swords rang out, and before the defenders could regroup, chaos erupted among them. The knight's armor was strikingly conspicuous. Cole tightened his reins and galloped towards him, for he alone donned plate armor, revealing his identity. With a swift flourish of his twin swords, he struck. The knight raised his shield to parry. One blade arced fluidly like water, descending with force, causing the steed to rear in confusion. Startled, the knight grasped the reins tightly and spurred his horse, unaware of the vulnerability in his defense. Cole deftly maneuvered his mount and severed the knight's head. With the knight's fall, the morale of the troops shattered, and the remaining soldiers fled in disarray. Ignoring the panicked escapees, Cole and his companions set fire to the camp's supplies before vanishing into the woods. Scouts were ambushed, the outer encampment was attacked, and supply wagons were plundered. Soon, Lord Renly and the other lords discovered that a pack of wolves had descended upon their rear. 5 lumber camps lay in ashes, and dozens of scouts had vanished without a trace. Sir Bryce-Caron, adorned in an orange cloak as part of the Rainbow Guard, reported the losses to the king. Your Majesty, without a doubt, it was this cavalry that assaulted Lord Tyrell. The leader must be that Cole Julius. Meanwhile, Baron Meadow, confined within his cell, had divulged much information, yet he harbored secrets meant as leverage for his surrender, unaware that his subordinates were even more eager to capitulate. Before the forces of the Highgarden could mount an assault, the city gates were opened by a few traitors. At that moment, a knight approached, a familiar face to Meadow. For the gatherings and tournaments he had attended were not in vain. He had encountered several prominent figures, though it remained uncertain if they recognized him. This knight was none other than Sir Bryce-Caron, the Count of Nightingale, a renowned knight in the Seven Kingdoms, now serving as King Renly's Rainbow Guard. Baron Meadow requests an audience with you, Your Majesty. He appears to bear significant news. Sir Caron continued to Renly. Meadow, have a brought in. This man had nearly been executed as the alleged instigator of arson by the Highgarden forces. Upon seeing Renly, Baron Meadow approached on his knees, drawing closer, while the Rainbow Guard prepared to intervene, only to be signaled by Renly to refrain. Meadow advanced until he reached Renly's feet, kissing his boots. Your esteemed Majesty, Ewood Meadow of Greenvale extends his greetings. Renly, seemingly amused, did not rush to have him rise, but merely inquired, I have heard you bear news for me? Indeed, Your Majesty. I am aware of the movements of Cole Julius and his companions. Prior to your grand army's arrival in Green Valley City, the cavalry had intended to breach the castle gates, but I successfully thwarted their advance. I am loyal to Your Majesty, the King. I once served as the deputy to Lord Cotonay Polos, guarding Wind Whisper Fortress on your behalf. Yet, you have betrayed His Majesty. You are unworthy of the title of knight, Ewood Meadow. Sir Good Morgan of the Rainbow Guard, clad in green, reprimanded loudly. Let him finish, said Bailey to his side. The green-clad knight cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling figure before stepping aside. Meadow cursed inwardly, yet his face wore a mask of obsequiousness. Your Majesty, they did not anticipate that I had dispatched someone to trail them. I am aware they are hidden within the Door Mountains. Sir Loras Tyrell nodded resolutely. That explains why our scouts were unable to locate their stronghold. Chapter 26. The Assault. How are you feeling? They gathered around the fire, with Cole addressing the stout Duran. The cavalry was undeniably conspicuous, and during their dispersal, they divided into 5 groups, concealed within the forest. A lookout, perched among the treetops, sipped hot wine while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. They passed the wine sack around, but now the enemy had become alert, dispatching numerous scouts and patrols within the royal grounds, complicating their movements considerably. Duran charged alongside Cole, flanked by several loyal retainers from their families. Experiencing the harsh realities of battle, the stout lad wore a pained expression. Though he had steeled himself mentally, the tribulations of war far exceeded his expectations. They fought fiercely against the enemy, while simultaneously being pursued. When will this conflict come to an end, Cole? After several days of camaraderie, they had grown familiar enough to address each other by name. Duran, though simple-minded, lacked the arrogance and prejudices typically found in nobility, which was why Cole appreciated his friendship. I don't know, Cole replied, shaking his head. But it should be soon, he murmured, lacking confidence in his own words, even though he distinctly remembered that this battle had not lasted long. Stannis attacked Whispering Castle, and then Renly led his forces to confront him. They had agreed to commence battle at dawn. Yet, before the sun had risen, Renly was assassinated by a shadowy figure, and the war concluded. The wine reached his hands, and disregarding any notions of cleanliness, Cole took a hearty swig before passing it to Doran. Doran also took a sip. "Do you think we can win?" he inquired, drawing the attention of those around them. Cole had long become their pillar of support. His wisdom and bravery were evident to all. "Yes, we will win. We must win," Cole assured them, offering such certainty. Regardless of the outcome, he could not afford to display any signs of defeat, even though he too felt fatigued. The situation had developed in ways he had not anticipated. War can sometimes resemble a game of chess. Cole possessed an innate understanding of strategies not yet revealed to the world, granting him an initial advantage. To outsiders, his insights appeared as flashes of brilliance, a distinct edge that would soon vanish. Each commander is akin to a chess player, capable of directing the course of battle with every move they make. Their task is to position the appropriate pieces in suitable places. Every piece is also a player, just as Cole and Mace Tyrell are, perhaps neither possessing a natural talent for military strategy. Mace's siege of Whispering Castle a decade earlier demonstrated his short-sightedness, fixated only on this small piece of southern land. Had he chosen to advance north, or to establish a foothold in King's Landing rather than stubbornly besiege Whispering Castle, the final outcome might have been different. He besieged for a year, missing countless opportunities. The possibilities of war are numerous. The victors often possess both fortune and strength. Cole was not a commander who merely considered the immediate future. He had not even anticipated that Mace would concentrate on transporting supplies, merely seeking to procure what they could to ease their burdens. The timing of war is indeed fleeting. Had it not been for the vigilant observation of the White Dragon, Cole would have delivered the materials to Windrest Fortress, resulting in a shift in the tides of battle and rendering his mission a failure. No one anticipated that before Cole could reveal his card, Mace had already gone all in. This was a stroke of luck. He seized the moment and laid a cunning ambush, even leveraging the advantage of the White Dragon to outmaneuver Mace. Before the campfire, the others were oblivious to his intentions. For them, it sufficed to follow Cole's lead. Once upon a time, Cole was in a similar position, merely an executor of orders, ensuring his own survival while accomplishing his tasks, thus attaining fame and fortune. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the treetops, and a sentinel shouted that someone was approaching. They swiftly untied their horses, the noise growing ever nearer. As the group pondered whether the newcomer was friend or foe, the White Dragon soared ahead to survey the scene. The night was as dark as ink, with the moonlight flickering beneath thick clouds. For those with impaired vision, traversing the night could prove perilous. Even for Cole and his companions, navigating the forest under such conditions was no easy feat. The White Dragon, concealed in the sky, flew high above, appearing like a large hawk from the ground, though in the vastness of the heavens, it was but a mere speck. No one suspected it to be the enemy's eyes, despite rumors of certain beings in this world who could utilize animals as their spies. The White Dragon dare not fly low, but the dense clouds and shadows of the trees obscured his view of the situation below. He spotted flickering lights and, employing the eye of time, discerned a troop of cavalry moving slowly, around a dozen men, all armored, with one carrying a lance adorned with a banner. They seemed drawn to the firelight, and soon the two forces converged. Cole let out a mighty shout and launched the first charge. The numbers were roughly equal, but Cole held a slight advantage. The enemy turned and fled, refusing to engage Cole's group. Cole seized the opportunity to apprehend the first man he encountered, his sword poised. The figure, clad in the heaviest armor, was undoubtedly the leader of this troop. With a resounding clash, Cole's sword was parried, and two lances thrust at him from either side, wielded by the leader's guards. As Cole moved with the spear's thrust, his chainmail offered little defense against its sharp tip. Through the eye of time, he sidestepped, striking one of the lances with his wrist guard. One thrust missed, while the other veered off. The three adversaries, not greedy for further confrontation, retreated swiftly. Cole, glancing left and right, noticed his comrades had already plunged into the woods. A sense of foreboding gripped him, yet he spurred his horse to pursue closely. Ahead, someone was knocked to the ground by a branch. Cole, unable to identify them, struck with his sword. Before he could catch up, a sudden commotion erupted around him as hooves thundered. Cole's heart sank in alarm. He had fallen into a trap. This tactic was all too familiar to him. He wondered how this troop could flee at the sight of an opponent when their armor was formidable and their numbers nearly equal. He quickly maneuvered into the midst of the group as enemy cavalry charged forth. Cole urgently commanded a breakout. The white dragon folded its wings, diving through the clouds, activating the Eye of Time to freeze the space around the enemies. With them now in his sights, he swiftly searched for a path to break through. Cole shouted for them to keep up, leading the charge eastward on horseback. The enemy numbered over 100, yet in this direction there were only a mere dozen, rendering it the weakest flank. As he turned his head, avoiding the chaos, his gaze fell upon Doran, whose armor stood out conspicuously among the ranks. Considering Doran's lack of experience, Cole had equipped him with his own heavy armor. This striking armor had evidently become the focal point for the enemy's assault. Through the lens of time and space, Cole discerned several arrows flying toward Doran, most veering off course, yet one arrow was aimed directly at the eye of his steed. By unfortunate coincidence, the arrow struck true, piercing the horse's eye, and with a piercing neigh, the frenzied horse reared back and collapsed, sending the plump Doran tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 27. Retreat to Wine Fury Cape. Cole gazed at the fallen Doran, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled the chubby little lad who had followed him, eyes brimming with admiration, naively believing that battle resembled the romantic tales of knights. No one had informed him that knights bleed, scream, and even kneel in supplication. Just as a princess, too, is subject to the most mundane of human experiences. He had previously cautioned him that the battlefield was fraught with peril, far from the ease of hunting. Cole did not look back nor turn around. His gaze was firmly fixed ahead. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he felled 2 adversaries and broke through, with only 6 or 7 companions trailing behind. As they wound through the forest, the number dwindled to 4. They halted only when the sounds of hooves faded into silence, exchanging glances laden with unspoken thoughts. "Let us return to the Dorne Mountains," Cole instructed, collecting his thoughts. He cast a final glance at the shadowy woods, exhaling a breath filled with the weight of despair. Perhaps one day, he too would find himself forsaken upon the battlefield, he pondered. The late 3rd century in Aegon was a time of chaos. There was no paradise here, only storms that infiltrated every crevice, allowing little respite. A gust of cold wind swept through, sharp as a blade upon the Great Wall, causing him to instinctively draw his neck in. Though the chill could not fully envelop him, he recognized its familiar sting. Regrettably, the snow had yet to arrive. Perhaps the southern flurries would not grace them for some time, but winter had undeniably settled in. The cold wind signaled the end of summer, arriving with unexpected swiftness. These children of summer were now to face the harsh trials of winter. As dawn broke, the sun rose over the mountains, and the 5 men slowly approached their camp, which lay in disarray, not from an attack, but rather due to the strategic relocation to another stronghold, an arrangement Cole had made before departing. This was to prevent any from falling into enemy hands and revealing the camp's location. Now, only Cole knew where it lay, and they pressed further into the unknown. Cole instructed White Dragon to patrol the skies. Once their allies arrived, he would make his way to assist them. That morning, White Dragon spotted a small group of cavalry approaching the camp. It was a detachment led by Camillo. Cole rallied his men to welcome them. Camillo had proven himself a capable executor, for some individuals merely lacked the opportunity to shine. 3 detachments returned in total, each bearing losses. From 100 who set out, 53 returned, while the fate of the last group remained uncertain. Cole led them back to the camp, leaving White Dragon in place to later send someone to retrieve the final group, unsure if they would ever return. Days passed without word from the last detachment, but instead, a larger force emerged, 1,000-strong cavalry, their banners displaying golden roses upon a verdant field. They charged fiercely toward the abandoned camp. This troop was led by Garland Tyrell, flanked by Ewood Meadow and several knights from Highgarden. One knight surveyed the desolate site and spoke. "My lord Tyrell, it appears they have fled." A soldier brought forth a bound captive before Garland, who inquired, "Is this the camp you mentioned?" The man cast a glance and nodded affirmatively. He was a cavalryman under Cole's command. Although Cole felt a pang of disappointment at the betrayal, his reason compelled him to understand. After all, everyone fears death, himself included. This outcome was within his expectations. Cole summoned the remaining 10 or so cavalrymen and shared the intelligence regarding the White Dragon. They had over 700 soldiers capable of fighting, and after accounting for the severely injured, their strength was comparable to that of the enemy. A direct confrontation would not necessarily result in defeat. With the enemy aware of his position while he remained concealed, Cole found himself with greater tactical flexibility. He gathered the knights to deliberate on strategies against their foes. Spreading out a topographical map of the Dorne Mountains, he revealed its undulating terrain and treacherous paths, many of which were untouched by human presence, devoid of even a trace of a road, let alone a path suitable for cavalry. Such terrain posed significant challenges for mounted combat. Fortunately, Cole had previously procured 100 or so mountain horses. These steeds, smaller than war horses, exhibited agility and superior endurance in mountainous regions. He had learned of them from the tribesmen in the Minuan Mountains who rode such horses, evading even valley cavalry with their swiftness. Cole placed a stone on a particular area of the mountains, indicating the enemy's position, approximately 1,000 strong, all cavalry. Sir Geoffrey, Camillo, and Sir Lins were assigned to various squads, each commanding a dozen men. Jossie and a few others were designated as Cole's personal guards. They gathered around the map, which Cole had rendered with great artistry. The mountains and forests were represented in simple symbols, clear even to those unable to read. "Shall we engage them in battle?" Sir Lins inquired, glancing at the others. A moment of silence ensued as they exchanged uncertain looks. While a decisive clash could be a viable strategy, it also bore great risks. Indeed, Cole spoke softly, "The king has tasked us with disrupting the enemy's rear as much as possible. My lord, please, just say what you need from us, and we shall follow your command," Sir Geoffrey declared loudly, earning nods of agreement from the others. Cole stared intently at the map, pondering his next move. Should he exploit the terrain for an ambush, construct defensive fortifications, or retreat? "Let us withdraw," he instructed, pointing at the mountains on the map. "We shall descend through the valley of the Summer Hall towards the Anger Point." Suddenly, Cole's gaze sharpened, and he rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Gather the troops." The soldiers paused momentarily, unsure of their commander's intent. Then he added, "The enemy approaches." "What? How can they arrive so swiftly?" Ahead of the Highgarden army, several hounds were scouting the path, accompanied by some rudely clad mountain dwellers. Indeed, tribesmen inhabited the Dorne Mountains. Cole had been cautious to avoid contact with them, yet their familiarity with the terrain far surpassed his own. As the enemy drew nearer, chaos erupted within the camp. After a hasty assembly, they began to retreat slowly toward the mountains. Just as they departed, the Knights of Highgarden discovered the encampment. Observing the still smoldering campfire, Garland Tyrell surmised that their quarry was near. "My lord, there are hoofprints over here," he noted. "It appears the enemy is quite astute, having moved ahead of us." Garland gazed at the scene with a measure of reassurance before issuing his command. "Sir Elric, I require you to pursue them immediately. However, do not reveal yourselves nor engage in battle. Simply locate the enemy and return swiftly with your report." "As you command, my lord," replied the knight, leading the scouts forth. The White Dragon closely followed the Highgarden forces, paying keen attention to their every movement. Cole led the vanguard while the servants had been entirely dispersed. He instructed Geoffrey to continue advancing the troops. "Have Jossie deliver the White Bird banner to Geoffrey." Cole then summoned a dozen riders and headed toward the rear of the formation. Chapter 28. Fierce battle, these are our men, my lord. Upon discovering the corpse of the scout, Garland Tyrell had already led the pursuit for more than a day, yet not a single scout had returned. Their uncertainty regarding the enemy's position was palpable. This foe was exceedingly elusive. How had they managed to detect so many scouts? Observant individuals might notice that their commander appeared to be in a decidedly poor mental state. They might be oblivious, but Cole understood that he had overexerted the eye of time. His azure-violet eyes were veined with intricate patterns of blood. There could be no moment of respite. If even one scout were to escape, they would be swiftly pursued. The white dragon circled ceaselessly above the forces of Highgarden, closely trailing Cole. Scouts were dispatched in relentless waves. Cole endeavored to conceal their tracks, but the effort proved futile. When the white dragon observed that the Highgarden army had come to a halt, Cole ordered a brief respite. Tethering his horse beneath a tree, he quietly sat down, hoping to catch a moment's sleep, reassured by the watchful presence of the white dragon. Yet, upon closing his eyes, he succumbed to a deep slumber, his body and mind utterly disconnected. When he finally awoke, night had fallen, and the memories brought by the white dragon flooded into his mind, rendering his complexion ashen. "Curse it! Why did you not remind me sooner, white dragon?" A sense of grievance welled up within him, momentarily distracting Cole, but there was no time to ponder further. The enemy had inexplicably maneuvered to their front and was now advancing toward them. Thankfully, he had roused in time. Otherwise, they would have been caught unawares. To advance or retreat, the enemy was dividing their forces to flank them. In an instant, he had to make a choice. He was, after all, human, capable of fatigue and error. Estimating the numbers before and behind him, he resolutely decided to press forward. Observing Cole lead the charge, the others followed suit, breaking through the encirclement. Soon, the two armies clashed. Cole's sword struck true, piercing the neck of an enemy cavalryman. At that moment, another rider surged past him, and Cole deftly evaded the lance, seizing the man with a swift grip, delivering a punishing elbow strike that rendered him unconscious. His twin swords danced like beams of light, fierce and unyielding, as his steed gallantly surged forward into the enemy ranks. Such formidable prowess instilled terror in the hearts of his foes, causing many horses to recoil in fear, until a knight clad in dark green glazed armor approached, brandishing a spear. Under the moonlight, the rose insignia on his armor was faintly visible. Galloping fiercely, his cloak billowed dramatically, and the sound of iron hooves thundered like a charging titan. Cole focused intently on the spear, bending low to evade it. The two moved like the wind. The spear suddenly tilted perilously above Cole's head, a heart-stopping moment. Yet he managed to escape unscathed. This display astonished the Green Knight, who tightened his reins and slowed his charge, swiftly pivoting his mount to pursue Cole. With a thrust and a slash, he engaged the two oncoming riders. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed behind him once more. It was indeed the Green Knight. Cole deftly sidestepped, the lance once again missing its mark. The Green Knight, in frustration, discarded his spear and drew a long sword from his side, charging directly toward him. With a sharp clang, two swords met, but Cole still had one more blade to swing. The Green Knight, exhibiting remarkable agility, disengaged from the clash with Cole, raising his sword to parry. The sound of clashing steel echoed once more as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes. Cole attacked from the left and right, while the knight deftly raised a shield, blocking all of Cole's assaults and seizing every opportunity to counter with lethal precision. Cole was astounded by the strength of his opponent, and Galen too marveled at the knight's nimbleness. The long sword lunged forward, only for the knight to deflect it with his shield, swiftly followed by a thrust of his own. Cole, moving in concert with the blade, lightly flicked his sword upwards. Galen felt a jolt in his hands, nearly losing grip of his weapon due to the immense force. Startled by the knight's strength, he barely managed to tighten his grip before he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, instinctively pulling back just in time to evade a deadly strike. Cole, undeterred by his missed attack, swung again. Galen hastily raised his shield to block, only to hear a resounding crack as the steel-embedded kite shield suffered a fracture. The two continued to clash, their focus unwavering as they exchanged blows. After numerous encounters, Cole began to gain the upper hand, his relentless and forceful attacks proving too much for most to withstand for long. The knight's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Another strike landed on Galen, yet his armor absorbed the blow, leaving him largely unharmed. However, after several rounds of combat, Galen found himself increasingly beleaguered. Suddenly, Cole's horse stumbled over a stone, collapsing to its knees and sending him tumbling. Discarding his sword, he shielded his head as he rolled a short distance on the ground, only to find a dark figure looming before him. The Green Knight, sword pointed directly at Cole. A wry smile crept across Cole's face as he realized the irony of his situation. He had unwittingly spoken his downfall into existence. Before he could be struck, the Green Knight dismounted and helped Cole to his feet, inquiring if he was injured. A tremor ran through Cole's heart as he looked up, seeing the knight nod slightly. Stammering, he managed to utter his thanks. As he turned to look around, he found himself at the edge of a precipice, the ongoing battle having disoriented him. Stumbling to his feet, the sound of hooves echoed around him as several figures closed in, leaving Cole cornered and defenseless. The Green Knight had retrieved Cole's sword, and in that moment, Cole felt utterly drained. Removing his helmet, the Green Knight tossed Cole's sword aside, declaring that escape was futile and urging him to surrender. "Lord Tiller, this is Cole Julius," one of the cavalrymen called out from behind. Cole's gaze fell upon Mito. "You are a clever man. Stannis cannot prevail. Pledge your allegiance to King Renly, and he will forgive your transgressions." Galen stepped forward. Cole coughed lightly, retreating a few paces before breaking into laughter. "Is it not a bit presumptuous to declare victory at this moment? Do you truly believe the forces within Windstill Castle stand a chance? If you think burning supplies will secure your victory, you are sorely mistaken. The fleet from Highgarden has already set sail from the Blue River." Galen shook his head. "If you remain as obstinate as Stannis, you know what awaits you." "Huh." He chuckled softly, remarking that you must ensure the ship is well protected, lest it be reduced to ashes once more. As for surrender, why not yield to His Majesty Stannis? Stannis is not worthy of our allegiance. Is that so? Yet, he personally placed the sword in my hand and proclaimed me a legitimate knight of the Seven Kingdoms, bestowing upon me a surname. When I drifted from the sea, uncertain of my fate, it was Shireen Baratheon who urged the Maester to rescue me. Whether out of gratitude or loyalty, I fight for Stannis in this battle. Cole regarded them thoughtfully. "Our paths diverge, my lord. Well, I do not know your name. I hope we may meet again." With that, he leaped off the cliff, and Galen hurried upward, only to see a vast darkness below, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss. "He is a knight," Galen remarked to those beside him, astonished to discover such a person in Stannis' presence. Chapter 29. The valiant Garland, as he descended gracefully, it seemed as though he possessed a pair of ethereal white wings, though those wings appeared to strain under the weight. One could only wonder if Camillo and the others had managed to escape. Truly, misfortune befalls those who are already burdened, even when they seek solace in something as simple as water. The white dragon exerted every ounce of strength to pull Cole along, revealing the unreliability of mortals, in stark contrast to the steadfastness of dragons. Yet, in this moment, he had irrevocably lost contact with his comrades. However, he had gained a new piece of information. Lancel had plans to use ships for transporting supplies. He recalled the map, remembering the position of the Blueburn River, which flowed through Highgarden, then onwards to the Long Table Castle in Greenvale, ultimately merging with the River Wind and emptying into Blackwater Bay. No, the fleet from Highgarden could not possibly navigate directly to the Kingswood. The shallow waters of the Wind made passage difficult. Therefore, they would undoubtedly anchor near Greenvale, subsequently transferring their cargo via horse-drawn transport. Cole's size was still too cumbersome for the White Dragon, but fortunately, the jagged rocks along the cliff provided footholds. They searched for a suitable landing spot, and the dragon slowly descended, pausing for a brief respite. The cliff was indeed formidable, nearly a sheer drop. At last, they reached level ground, where the White Dragon soared higher, while Cole ventured eastward. A contingent of cavalry began to regroup, yet they soon realized that a crucial individual was absent, casting a pall over their spirits. In a moment of despair, one man spoke loudly, and the cavalry followed him into the obscurity of the night, pursued relentlessly by their adversaries. As the sun rose and set several times, a recent battle had just unfolded beneath Wind's Rest. The enemy had seized the cover of night to assault the castle. The stout walls wept with the remnants of blood, like a fish weeping tears. Stannis had personally overseen the night's defense and was just now finding a moment of respite. However, scarcely had he lain down when he was jolted awake by a nightmare, one that revealed a silent Wind's Rest where faces were grim, akin to the stone gargoyles of Dragonstone. He beheld the proud Wind Rider sinking beneath the waves and saw the banner of Highgarden fluttering atop the castle. Upon awakening, he found himself drenched in sweat. The fire in his chamber had long since extinguished, and as he rose, a sudden chill enveloped him. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Adrian Celtigar entered, his steps marked by age. "Your Majesty, I bear tidings that are far from favorable," he said to Stannis. "What has transpired?" Stannis inquired sharply. "Sir Cole Iulius appears to have allied himself with your brother, Lancel." Count Celtigar pondered for a moment, and at this very moment, the lad from House Baratheon is being held captive beneath the castle walls. In the dim light, Celtigar could detect Stannis' grim expression. "This news will significantly affect our morale. That boy has been hailed as a savior by many." "Yes, I am aware," Stannis replied nonchalantly. "Talk of saviors is merely the folly of the uninformed, akin to the tales recounted by wandering bards." Celtigar thought quietly to himself. "Yet you are also regarded as that very savior by the supporters of the cause, your Majesty." After Celtigar departed, Stannis called out Davin. The attendant entered the room. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" "Summon Melisandre for me," Stannis instructed, "and have the servant light the hearth." The attendant, Dale, promptly obeyed. As the flames flickered to life in the chamber, a figure clad in red robes approached gracefully. "Your Majesty," she greeted. Stannis sat before the fire, reflecting on the recent tidings brought by Ser Davos. The old man always bore a somber demeanor, though he did not demand my surrender. I could sense his doubt regarding my chances of victory. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Melisandre inquired, moving closer. "Are you aware of who now cries out beneath the castle? The Sir Julius you foretold has reportedly been slain by the Knights of Renly. I commanded the archers to take aim, yet with each shot they only perceive my fear. He has been exalted as a savior, which severely undermines our morale. Your prophecy proclaimed he would be the one to slay Renly, yet now his fate remains uncertain." Melisandre paused beside the hearth. "This news comes from our adversaries. Do you truly believe it?" "My patience has worn thin, my lady. If your Lord of Light does not manifest his powers soon, I shall resort to my own methods. Prolonging our stay here will only benefit that boy seated upon the Iron Throne." Stannis fixed his gaze upon the red-robed woman. She turned slowly, her skirts swirling. "Your Majesty, the hour of Renly's demise approaches." With a swift motion, her red robe fell away. In the encampment, adorned with banners, the wind howled fiercely, rustling the golden-stamped stag standard. Merchants, travelers, and courtesans mingled with patrolling knights and spearmen. Among them was a knight clad in emerald armor, his helmet at his side, making his way toward the main tent. Inside, he encountered his brother-in-law, King Renly Baratheon, accompanied closely by his brother Loras and sister Margaery Tyrell. "Your Majesty." Garland knelt before Renly in homage. The king, beaming, lifted him to his feet. "Well done, Ser Garland. You have achieved great feats. Brother, they all say you personally unseated that Sir Julius." Margaery chimed in, her smile radiant, her cheeks dimpled like sweet wine. Compared to his sister, the Rose of Highgarden, and his brother, the Knight of Flowers, Garland bore only the title of Garland, the gallant bestowed by his elder sibling. His renown in the Seven Kingdoms paled in comparison to that of his brother. He had never been fond of engaging in those so-called honorable tournaments. He fell from his horse of his own accord. He replied, shaking his head. "I imagine he was overwhelmed by your presence." Renly jested. "Now I must decide whether to await Ser Balon or appoint you as my final Rainbow Guard." "Ser Balon Swan is the bravest of men in the realm, your Majesty," Garland replied, reluctant to assume the role of a Kingsguard. "They say the Knights of Highgarden are both valorous and honorable. Loras and you are testaments to that," Renly noted. "Garland, had it not been to protect your Majesty, I would have taken the field myself," Loras remarked. Garland couldn't help but recall the figure who had leaped from the precipice that fateful night. He had dispatched men to search, yet no body was ever found. It seemed implausible that anyone could survive such a fall from such a towering cliff. However, the words spoken by that individual lingered in his mind, evoking a strange sensation within him. In the meantime, Renly had arranged a lavish feast, specifically to welcome Garland and alleviate the dust of travel. The knights and nobles raised their goblets in merriment, indulging heartily in sausages and bacon, alongside steak and onions. Yet, Garland furrowed his brow, not out of discontent with the banquet, but rather due to the looming food crisis that still plagued their army, rendering such revelry rather incongruous. Chapter 30. The missing onion knight, the crowned stag of the heart of flame, stood amidst the fierce winds, resembling a blazing inferno. Yet, this fiery spectacle seemed to be a solitary indulgence. The soldiers atop the castle felt an icy chill that penetrated their very bones, a coldness that seeped into their hearts, as a shadow loomed ominously over Windwhisper Castle. Morale is a curious phenomenon. Elevated spirits can fill their veins with boiling blood, illuminating the path ahead with hope. Conversely, diminished morale casts a pall of despondency over the fortress. This air of despair permeated from the highest ranks down to the lowest. In stark contrast, the forces of Renly Baratheon outside the castle were thriving. Within a single day, they launched 3 assaults on the stronghold, with one daring attempt even breaching Windwhisper's walls. It was only through Stannis' personal intervention that the situation stabilized. Just as they caught a fleeting moment of respite, emissaries came forth to urge surrender. Stannis commanded arrows to be loosed. Once silence fell upon both sides, he retreated to rest. As night descended, the mournful sound of horns echoed from outside, a cacophony that had persisted for 2 nights. The relentless assaults by day and the nighttime disturbances left the besieged inhabitants in a state of unrest. Upon hearing the horns, Stannis felt a surge of anxiety and anger. He propped himself up and called for his squire Dale. After a moment of silence, he heard a thud outside, as if armor had collided with the wall. The squire stumbled into the room, his hand clutching his helmet, clearly weary from a day of relentless toil. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" he inquired. "Where is your father?" Stannis asked. "I have not seen him," Dale replied, shaking his head, "but he is likely resting in his chamber." Stannis nodded. "Go fetch him and inform him that the king has a task for him." After a considerable time, Dale returned alone. "Your Majesty, I cannot locate him." The Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, seemed to have vanished without a trace within the castle. Even as dawn broke, there was no sign of him. The next day, Stannis sat in his study, a storm cloud of contemplation shadowing his features. A nagging voice in his mind questioned whether Davos had fled or perhaps turned traitor. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, the horns of assault sounded once more from the walls. Stannis ordered his squire to hastily don his armor, and Dale's expression mirrored the same hollow concern. For the notion of Davos's flight had spread within the castle. If the Onion Knight had indeed deserted them, was there still a purpose in continuing the fight? Once clad in armor, Stannis made his way to the hall. At that moment, Maester Pylus approached his chamber and called out, "Your Majesty." The king merely inclined his head slightly, continuing onward without a backward glance. The siege was proving to be arduous, with several attempts to scale the walls. After approximately half an hour, the clash subsided. Although the defenders incurred significantly fewer losses for Stannis, whose numbers were already scant, every fallen soldier was a wound that could not easily be healed. Upon returning to the chamber to remove his armor, he restrained his curses, vowing never to forgive any traitor, not ever. Lord Eddard Stark was uncertain whom he was cursing, yet he felt a deep sense of unease and apprehension within. Shortly thereafter, a man with a cane approached the king's tower, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman who assisted him in his gait. It was none other than the Stark couple. Recently, Eddard's injuries had improved, allowing him to rise from his bed, though Catelyn remained troubled over their eldest son, Robb. Nevertheless, she could not abandon her gravely ill husband at the holdfast, prompting her to send Ser Morland Harris, the captain of the guards, northward by ship to convey the news to Robb, while she stayed behind to care for Eddard. Stannis met with Duke Eddard, commanding his attendant, Dale, to bring forth a chair for Eddard to sit. "This is the only good news I have heard of late, Lord Stark. I trust my maester has adequately treated your leg." Eddard attempted to rise to pay his respects, but found his body unwilling to comply. Instead, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am immensely grateful, your grace. Maester Pycelle's skills are remarkable. My leg is nearly healed." He continued, "I have come to bid you farewell, my lord." I hope you might send a small vessel to transport my wife and me to White Harbor. Upon my return to Winterfell to muster our forces, I shall promptly head south. However, whether the holdfast could withstand the siege until his support arrived remained uncertain. Eddard could not help but recall the last siege of the holdfast when Robert had been injured in his fateful battle against Rhaegar, leaving Eddard to lead the charge. His original intent had been to seize King's Landing first, but the Lannisters preemptively attacked, taking the city without a fight, after which he swiftly marched his troops south to the holdfast. The current plight of the holdfast bore a striking resemblance to that of a decade prior. "Lord Stark, we both know the Iron Throne rightfully belongs to me," Stannis asserted gravely. "Indeed, by law and custom, you are Robert's heir. Although our bond is not as close as my brother Robert's with you, should you be willing to bring the northern forces to my aid, I promise you a place at the council once I reclaim my throne." Stannis spoke with utmost seriousness. "Thank you for your confidence, my lord. Winter is coming, and I must stand with the people of the north. This is the enduring duty of House Stark." Eddard had no desire to linger in the south any longer. The climate here was unbearable for him. Though the north was harsh and frigid, it was there that the Starks truly belonged, having thrived for generations. And for thousands of years, it had always been so. "My daughter, Shireen Baratheon, appears to be of similar age to your daughter. I shall arrange for ships to take you to Dragonstone, and I hope she can remain to keep Shireen company," Stannis proposed. "Leave Arya behind?" "No." Eddard swiftly rejected the notion, knowing how much Arya longed for Winterfell. "My lord, allow me to stay instead," Catelyn suddenly interjected, breaking her silence. "I can accompany your lady wife." After a moment of contemplation, Stannis nodded. "You have a wise lady, Lord Stark." As the Stark couple exited the tower, their conversation with Stannis did not seem as pleasant as anticipated. The Lord appeared to harbor considerable wariness towards them. After their departure, a visitor arrived at Stannis' tower. She required Stannis to send someone to escort her from Dragonstone. Initially, Stannis intended for Davos to ferry her away, yet the Onion Knight appeared to have vanished. Melisandre had been tirelessly searching the flames in recent days. Could it be that she had misinterpreted the signs? She posed her inquiries repeatedly. "Davos," Stannis called to his attendant. "Summon Ser Davos Seaworth to me." Before long, a knock was heard at the door. "Your Grace," came the voice of Maester Pylus from outside. Chapter 31. The immortal Cole. That night, they endured relentless battles as waves of enemies continued to surge forth. A soldier raised a stone and struck it fiercely against the wall. Just as he peered over, he heard a swift sound slicing through the air, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. The soldiers gathered beneath the city wall, hoisting their shields as they slowly raised a long ladder against the ramparts. However, those atop the wall would not permit them to succeed. As soon as the ladder's top reached the parapet, they pushed it away with their hands and struck it with their weapons. The ladder's top was armed with a row of sharp, heavy iron hooks, and, as it approached, it descended like the fangs of a ferocious tiger ready to feast. The defenders could only evade its grasp. Once the ladder fell, their attempts to push it away were in vain, for it was firmly secured to the battlements, allowing the attackers below to begin their ascent, shield in hand. As the enemy neared the wall, they were met with countless blades and spears. Even with shields raised high, they could not fend off the barrage of attacks, resulting in injuries to wrists, waists, and legs, or being pierced repeatedly, causing them to scream as they tumbled from the walls. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as countless stones soared through the air, crashing into the fortress. The defenders retaliated with a powerful crossbow, releasing bolts the size of dinner plates that targeted the densely packed enemy below, leading to cries of anguish. The wall erupted with a cacophony of shouts. As it seemed, reinforcements were surging forth, followed by a steady stream of climbers. At that moment, the soldiers stationed at the foot of the ladder also began to flood onto the walls, dispersing the flames ignited by the assailants. Cole stood atop the great tower of Windwhisper Keep, witnessing the fierce battle unfold below, astonished by the ferocity of Lannister's assault. Such a level of siege placed immense strain on both the attackers and defenders. The instant he returned to Windwhisper Keep, Stannis convened a grand council, summoning all knights and nobles to attend, and Cole, bewildered, followed suit. He had returned with the Onion Knight, who had specifically sailed to retrieve him. The two rowed back from the broken ship bay to the southern tip of Windwhisper Keep, where soldiers hoisted them back into the fortress via a lift. Stannis vividly recalled the look of astonishment in Melisandre's eyes, as well as the surprise etched on the faces of the knights and nobles in the hall. This chain of events, of course, began with a bird. On that day, a large raven soared from Windwhisper Keep, but was quickly intercepted by a white figure in the sky, its terrifying presence rendering the raven incapable of resistance. The raven was captured by Davos and subsequently handed over to Maester Pylus, who read the message aloud, prompting Davos's arrival. Maester Pylus had long sought to deliver the message to the king, but had been hindered by a lack of opportunity. Unable to locate the cavalry, Cole was compelled to return to Windwhisper Keep, where he informed Stannis of Lannister's plans to transport supplies via waterways. Lannister's forces could no longer mount an assault on the walls. It was already the fourth day, and the intensity of the siege was taking its toll. Yet, his 40,000 men could only stare up in helplessness, for the walls loomed too high and too thick. At the city gate, a moat encircles it, making access difficult. A few areas allow descent to the base of the city, yet the towering walls present an insurmountable challenge. Within the castle, only 4,000 souls reside, a mere fraction of the opposing force. However, the Windy Fortress swiftly equalizes this numerical disparity. Moreover, the maritime supply routes continually replenish the Windy Fortress, as Balon has dispatched envoys to the Green Isle. This time of conflict, the Redwyne family has not heeded his call. The Reach, being inland, sees the Tyrells as the only house capable of assembling a fleet from the Redwyne family on Green Isle. The Redwynes have always been the maritime guardians of the Arbor, their fleet renowned alongside the Royal Navy and the Iron Fleet across Westeros. Furthermore, the wines produced on Green Isle are celebrated as the finest in all of Westeros. The family banner of the Redwyne is a blue field adorned with grapes, a testament to their prosperity and wealth. Nevertheless, Balon's military mobilization is aimed at an assault on King's Landing, which likely explains the Redwyne's reluctance to respond, as his sons are presumably held within the city, under the control of Cersei and Joffrey. Deprived of the naval strength from Green Isle, Balon finds himself incapable of countering Stannis at sea, resorting even to commandeering fishing vessels for transport. Following the siege, Stannis convened a small council. Davos and Cole arrived together, fortuitously encountering the Maester, Pylus, at the entrance. Although Davos had promptly presented a raven to him, his impression of the Maester was far from favorable. As the king entered, greetings were exchanged among the attendees, creating a congenial atmosphere. Stannis, accompanied by Melisandre, entered the room. The purpose of this gathering stemmed from the news brought by Cole. He unfurled a map he had sketched during his cavalry skirmishes, pointing to the Dornish mountains where he had encountered enemy cavalry, leading to the dispersion of his forces. Yet he had gleaned a crucial piece of information. His finger traced towards Highgarden, revealing that after the grain stores were destroyed, Balon seemed to have reassembled his supplies. This time, he appeared to be transporting provisions via waterways rather than through the Rose Road. The riverways converge conveniently near the King's Wood, not far from the Copper Gate. He continued, noting that the waters of the Windwater appeared somewhat depleted, rendering many segments impassable for vessels. Thus, I surmise they will transport the grain upstream on the Windwater and subsequently utilize carts for overland transport. Cole finally turned to Stannis, asserting that their reliance on waterborne transport indicates a dire grain shortage. If we could intercept this shipment, the vast army encamped beneath the fortress would collapse without our intervention. Stannis scrutinized the map, his fleet stationed outside Shipbreaker Bay, tasked with guarding the ships of Green Isle, essentially his last bastion of retreat. Should he dispatch this army, he would sever his own escape route, leaving only the defense of Windy Fortress as a viable option. However, was it not too far for the fleet to navigate around Dorne and into the rivers of Highgarden? Sir Isel Florent remarked that, in his view, the only way to thwart the enemy's fleet was to redirect them all the way to the River Mander at Highgarden. Cole refrained from offering an explanation. He simply waited in silence for Stannis' decision. He had already fulfilled all that needed to be said and done. This would be a gamble. The logistics of supplies would undoubtedly require significant effort, and it was highly probable that this was merely a ruse. Cole's gaze shifted to Melisandre, where he noticed her slightly rounded belly. Chapter 32, Davos, Part 1. In his eyes lingered a hint of melancholy, contrasting sharply with the steely resolve of Stannis and the feigned indifference of Melisandre. This pair of eyes exuded a warmth that was disarming. Although he appeared younger than his son, Matthos, his demeanor and comportment exhibited a maturity far beyond his years. They had both celebrated their 16th name day and were thus expected to be regarded through the lens of adulthood. "Sire, you have never disappointed me," these words had been uttered by the king that day, directed towards the silver-haired youth. Ultimately, Stannis resolved to send forth his fleet into peril, simultaneously bestowing upon Ser Cole Iulius the authority to command the royal navy. The king vowed that should victory be theirs in this battle, he would retain the powers of the Sea Lord and secure a seat at the council. At that moment, a medal adorned his chest, a symbol of Stannis' tenure as Sea Lord in King's Landing, personally gifted by his brother Robert, much like the domain of Dragonstone. Stannis harbored dissatisfaction over not being appointed as the Hand of the King or granted the title of Storm's End, while Renly, who had contributed nothing, inherited Storm's End as his fief. In contrast, he was relegated to the desolate shores of Dragonstone, which he deemed profoundly unjust. Davos could not help but ponder how the king would reward Ser Cole. Would he, like himself, receive a hunting ground for red deer along with a modest castle? No, he mused, it was unlikely. If so, it would mirror the actions of King Robert. As the crew often remarked, he ought to be granted a vast expanse of land. Of course, he dared not entertain the more audacious rumors, such as the bestowal of Storm's End. Would Stannis truly allow an outsider to occupy the ancestral lands of House Baratheon? Despite Ser Cole's considerable contributions, he shook his head. Storm's End rightfully belonged to Princess Shireen. Being blood of the king, she should govern the Stormlands, and should the king sire another child, a boy would naturally become the heir to rule Dragonstone. The king's appointment of him as Sea Lord suggested he would be granted a coastal domain. Ser Cole sat aboard his ship, the Black Beth, surrounded by the Valyrian vessel. The Glorious, the Swordfish of House Bar-Emmon, and the Red Crab of House Celtigar. Amidst such company, the Black Beth appeared unremarkable, nonetheless. Ser Cole chose this inconspicuous warship as his flagship. They sailed under the cover of night, laboring tirelessly for a day and a night from Shipbreaker Bay to Summerhall. The Earl of Valyrian and the Earl of Celtigar were left behind at Storm's End, as it was his sole request before assuming command. Summerhall, once the summer palace of House Targaryen, now lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls. The castle had been obliterated in a great fire, a calamity that befell the Targaryens and all of Westeros. The tall Ser Duncan, King Aegon V, and Prince Daeron had all perished here. The so-called last dragon, Rhaegar Targaryen, was born amidst this inferno. Aegon V, in celebration of his great-grandson Rhaegar's birth, had summoned fire mages in an attempt to hatch dragon eggs. However, this ultimately led to the tragedy of Summerhall, rendering it a sight of sorrow for House Targaryen. Cole narrated the tale with an air of personal experience, and Davos could perceive the sorrow reflected in his gaze. There he sat amidst the ruins, exhaling a soft sigh, for the once mighty Targaryen dynasty had now faded into history. Much like the Grand Hall of Summerhall, these stories were relayed by an elder residing far beyond the wall. King Maegor, I had 4 sons. The elder, the drunken Daeron. The second, the fiery Aegon. The third, Aemon. And the youngest, Aegon. Indeed, this Aemon was the very scholar of the wall. Cole lamented that both Maegor's elder and second sons were utterly inept, his words to Davos. For one succumbed to a disease, and the other took his own life in a drunken stupor. It was a small mercy that he refrained from condemning their intellect. Davos, oblivious to the source of Cole's sorrow, found the history of House Targaryen akin to the tales spun by wandering minstrels, merely a source of amusement during meals. How could he fathom that Cole had grown up listening to the stories of King Aegon V? The scholar Aemon would regale him with countless tales of Aegon, portraying him not as a distant monarch, but as an ordinary child. Aegon had dreamt of becoming a member of the Kingsguard, a desire that had, in part, influenced the young Cole. Yet, this dream was soon mocked by the Brothers of the Wall, who ridiculed him for aspiring to such a role given his humble origins. In tears, he confided in Aemon, who would then share with him the tale of the towering Ser Duncan. Sometimes the scholar would call me Aegon. Age can muddle the mind. Even for one so learned, Cole remarked to Davos. This thought led Davos to reflect on Maester Crescent of Dragonstone, another elder, and he felt a pang of sadness for him. Perhaps I, too, shall muddle my own sons in my advancing years, he mused. I have 7 children. You must have met Devon, the king's squire. He gestured towards a young man laboring nearby, who was Maegor, his 3rd son. He is a fine lad and will soon be capable of standing on his own. Cole praised him, yet Davos merely shook his head, recognizing they were of the same age. I have heard that King Aegon once hatched 7 dragon eggs here. Do you suppose one might lie hidden amidst these ruins? He inquired, suddenly intrigued. Many share this belief. One dragon egg could fetch a fortune across the narrow sea, enough to purchase several ships. I cannot comprehend why a mere stone could command such a price, for dragons have long since perished. One must always take a chance. What if fortune smiles upon us? Davos observed, noting the smile that graced Cole's lips. Then, Cole departed, scouring the hall as a child might search for insects, and at that moment, Davos detected a hint of youthful innocence within him. Though he was but half the age of Stannis, he bore the weight of the most significant task in this war. After resting for 2 days in Summerhall, on the 3rd day, the army set forth, with him leading a contingent of 3,000 through the mountain passes of the Dornish. Heading straight for the Blueburn River, he dispatched a small contingent of cavalry to cross the river and make their way towards Rose Avenue. Subsequently, iron chains and ropes were laid across the surface of the Blue Bun River. Simultaneously, men were sent to fell trees and construct rafts. The following day, a fleet descended the river, only to be impeded by the iron chains. They swiftly boarded the rafts to launch an assault, seizing the vessels. On land, this force may not have been formidable, but on the water, they proved to be exceptional warriors. After commandeering the ships, they discarded all the transported food supplies into the river, subsequently embarking their men. Thus, they became the notorious river bandits upstream of the Blue Bun River. Chapter 33, Davos, Part 2. He had an undeniable affinity for fire, even upon the water surface. The cavalry drew the enemy's gaze along the Rose Road upstream, while Balon dispatched all the troops stationed at Bitterbridge to the upper reaches of the Blueburn River for the transportation of provisions. They felled trees to construct encampments and a port. Davos had presumed their objective to be the military encampment. However, Cole's attention was fixated on the source of the fleet. They seized the vessels and advanced downstream, pressing directly toward the Highgarden. The stretch of the Blueburn River was densely populated with ships, from grand merchant vessels capable of traversing the seas to humble fishing boats, all moored along the banks, forming a continuous line as far as the eye could see. The blazing ships surged toward the shoreline, instantly igniting the entire riverbank, with flames even reaching the encampment on land, instilling a sense of panic among the people. They crossed the river, charging toward the camp, which had descended into chaos despite their initial vigilance, easily overtaking the position. He set fire to Balon's supplies once more, while Davos observed the young man standing on the ship's deck. At this point, they had retreated back to the sea, encountering few assaults along the way. The fierce sea breeze tousled the strands of hair at his forehead as he leaned against the rail, seemingly enamored with gazing out over the distant waters, watching the waves rise and fall and the seabirds call and glide. Sir Davos, discreetly scrutinizing others from behind, displayed a lack of courtesy. He turned, half a loaf of rye bread in hand. Davos stepped aside, realizing he was not merely admiring the sea, but rather feeding the fish. Look at the splendid bait. He pointed to the water surface. Bait? Ah, it refers to the practice of attracting fish. Before fishing, one scatters bait at the fishing spot. Building nests for fish is a charming expression. However, to catch large fish, one cannot use rye bread. In his youth, he had heard tales of mermaids spotted in the eastern sea, and he had contemplated using a fishing rod to catch one. Sir, during your extensive voyages, have you ever encountered a mermaid? Davos noted that the naval commander seemed quite intrigued by such legends. From the great dragon in the Great Hall of Summer to the mermaids of the present, Even if he were to mention the others, it would not surprise him. "So, my lord, are you fishing for mermaids?" Cole raised the bread in his hand and chuckled softly. If mermaids were to consume rye bread, then so be it. He tossed the bread directly into the sea. "Where are we now?" "We have already departed from the Dornish Sea. The island we just passed was the Isle of Insaman, the domain of the Insaman family, who currently fight for Duke Balon. It is said the head of the family is a timid and cautious man. Soon, they will shift their allegiance to his majesty and fight for the King of Light." Yet Davos pondered. The enemy had yet to be defeated, and those of noble birth and high status had disregarded his messages to the king. He had been turned away from many a castle. Should Stannis fall, would he surrender to the enemy? No. Everything he possessed was bestowed upon him by Stannis. As the vessels sailed onward, a white figure trailed behind, swiftly diving into the water. Moments later, it emerged clutching a fish, which it tossed into the air before exhaling a plume of flame that charred the fish to a crisp before swallowing it whole. The ship continued its journey until it reached the Bay of Broken Ships. Stannis himself awaited them atop the city walls, convening a grand assembly to summon all the knightly lords to the hall of Wind's Breath Castle. Davos observed the expressions of Count Valerian and Count Celtiga, both tinged with impatience. Their council had barely commenced when the horn signaling the siege echoed through the air. The knights tasked with the city's defense hastened from the assembly, while the remaining nobles followed the king to the tower. The central spire of Wind's Breath Castle loomed majestically, a vantage point from which the king could oversee the entire battlefield. Below, the forces of Renly appeared like a relentless tide, a sea of banners fluttering in the breeze, golden roses of Highgarden, crowned stags, red gold foxes encircled by blue stones, and the swift hunters clad in green and red. From their lofty perch, it was a disconcerting sight. The ground was obscured entirely by the throng of soldiers. They were poised for a full-scale assault. Count Celtiga's voice trembled as he spoke, and Stannis's demeanor grew grave. Davos pondered the dire straits that had forced them into such desperation, without provisions. They were left with no choice but to gamble everything. He watched as siege engines were wheeled into position at the base of the walls. Despite the relentless barrage from crossbows and archers atop the ramparts, they could not reach those formidable machines. With a swift motion, the siege engines were loaded with stones, and as their wooden arms swung upward, a deluge of rocks rained down upon the walls. The impact created deep craters, and countless stones fell. Yet the walls of Wind's Breath Castle remained steadfast. Davos noted the complex expression on Cole's face. The siege engines continued their assault from dawn until noon, forcing the soldiers to retreat to the arrow towers and ladders, where they occasionally loosed arrows through the crenellations. A few shield-bearers wandered the walls, maintaining their vigilance. By midday, smoke began to rise from the base of the walls. Was he implying that they still had provisions? Stannis remarked at that moment. Before the smoke had dissipated, a messenger arrived at the foot of the walls. It was Alistair Florent, the Count of Brightwater Keep. Stannis' queen, Celis Florent, was his niece. The reason for sending such an envoy to Wind's Breath Castle was unclear, and the king received Count Alistair in the chamber of the tower, where he first offered his respects. "Your Grace, Stannis, how fare you these days?" A gaunt old man, Alistair was nonetheless impeccably groomed, his hair and beard neatly trimmed. Davos scrutinized this nobleman from the Queen's lineage. By blood, he ought to be closer to Stannis, yet he now served as Renly's envoy. "Do you come as a representative of Renly?" the king inquired directly. A composed smile graced Alistair's lips. "I come in honor, your grace." "Is that so? Then what counsel does your king offer? Pray enlighten me." "Your grace, you and Lord Renly are brothers, both kin to King Robert. I have proclaimed that I shall not acknowledge him as my brother as long as he wears that rebellious crown, unless he is willing to cast aside that foolish adornment. My forgiveness shall remain elusive." The king's words were resolute. "Brotherhood ought not to. I have no desire to endure your incessant prattlement for fools. Simply convey what Stannis desires." The Earl of Alistair's lips moved, yet not a single word escaped them. From within his sleeve, he produced a letter and presented it to Stannis. The king unfolded the missive. A cold snort escaped his lips as he perused its contents. "Does he wish to provoke me into a duel outside the city?" He tossed the letter aside. Indeed, I ought to bind you to a catapult and hurl you from the city. Yet my wife hails from House Florent. Return to Stannis and inform him that if he seeks a confrontation, he may come to the sea, where he can personally ascend Storm's End. He shall pay dearly for the repeated affronts he has rendered unto me. Chapter 34. A confounding situation. Cole perceived that Count Alistair Florent had initially intended to mediate between Renly and Stannis. This elderly gentleman held his own status in excessive reverence, mistakenly believing that he could command Stannis's respect through mere seniority. Unsurprisingly, these were nothing but his own delusions. Renly had sent him to declare war on Stannis. As anticipated, that very night, Renly launched a fierce assault on Storm's End, setting fire to provisions and thereby eliminating any possibility of retreat. Should he fail to seize Storm's End, he would be forced to withdraw in disgrace. Twice, indeed twice, Duke Mace Tyrell understood that after this battle, he would become a source of ridicule among the populace of the Seven Kingdoms. He seethed with anger, lamenting the continued existence of that wretched boy, Cole Ulysses. Unbeknownst to Cole, he had nearly become the embodiment of a great lord's inner turmoil. He hurried through the castle corridors when he was unexpectedly confronted by none other than Lady Catelyn. "Sire," Lady Catelyn greeted him. "Lady Stark, it is unsafe here. You would do well to remain within the castle." Catelyn scrutinized him. "You are a knight sworn by my uncle, Brynden Tully." Cole halted his steps. "Yes, my lady." He was perplexed as to why she felt compelled to speak with him. "I am in need of your assistance, sire. Lord Stannis promised he would send my husband and daughter back to the north, yet we still lack the means to embark. Perhaps the king is preoccupied, my lady. After the battle, I shall advocate on your behalf. Rest assured, His Majesty Stannis is a man of his word." He turned to leave. Catelyn grasped his arm. "No, sire. I am aware of the number of men outside. I have seen them in Renly's camp. You will not be able to match them. I beg you, allow my children and husband to depart. I know you can arrange it. Forgive my inadequacy. I am unable to assist you in this matter, my lady." He continued down the corridor, leaving Catelyn to watch his retreating figure. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. Under immense pressure, Stannis committed all his forces to the walls, cycling through waves of soldiers. At that moment, Cole descended from the battlements, his attire stained with blood. The horn to retract the troops was only sounded once the enemy displayed signs of collapse. He had just participated in the final wave of the siege, clad in heavy armor. Cole recalled felling 6 men, surmising that anyone who fell from such a towering wall would meet certain death. He clattered back to his tower, their quarters located on the 3rd floor of the inner keep. The 2nd floor had become a makeshift barracks, overcrowded with soldiers resting. Hundreds congregated there, with some bedding strewn about, and injured men lay upon the ground. The entire Storm's End, from corridors to staircases, was teeming with people, save for the 3rd floor, where the noble knights found some semblance of space. The top floor housed the king's chambers. Occasionally, one could glimpse the wounded being carried on stretchers, blood dripping onto the ground. A soldier, in his clumsiness, stumbled directly in front of Cole and fell to the ground. Flustered, he quickly rose, stammering, "My lord, I did not mean to." Cole waved dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. The soldier and his companions hurriedly stepped aside, allowing Cole to pass. As he ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, he encountered Count Valerian, who let out a derisive snort and strode past him. A few steps further, he fortuitously met Count Settiga, the venerable nobleman, who greeted him with a beaming smile. "Sir Julius, I have brought some fine wine from Crab Island. You have just descended from the city walls. Why not partake in a taste? I have heard from merchants that it is produced on Green Pavilion Island, and a single barrel cost me several gold dragons. Of course, it would be my honor." The two entered the count's loft, where they discovered a young girl within, appearing quite youthful. Allow me to introduce Milena. She's a good girl. We're planning to hold a wedding after the war. I wonder if Sir Julius might grace us with his presence. Pour the wine for my lord," he instructed the girl. The comely girl poured the fragrant, ruby-red wine from a decanter into a copper cup. Cole was taken aback by the old count's choice of companion. This girl might hail from a minor noble family under Count Settiga's domain, or perhaps she was of common birth, or even a courtesan. It seemed that a man, especially one of advanced years, always required a woman by his side. As Milena poured the wine, the Count took the opportunity to caress her hand. The girl, seemingly distracted, averted her gaze, lost in her thoughts. Cole playfully tapped her shoulder from behind, startling her into a soft exclamation. The old Count then barked, "Foolish wretch! Did you not notice the wine spilling onto my person?" "Ah, my lord, I did not mean to." The girl, flustered, felt tears welling in her eyes. "What are you still staring at? Hurry and clean up the wine. Do you know how precious this wine is? Even if you and your lowly father were sold, it would not amount to its worth." He turned with an apologetic glance. "My apologies, Sir Julius. This wretched creature has ruined your enjoyment." Cole took a sip, unable to discern the quality of the wine. To him, it all tasted somewhat similar, as he seldom indulged. He preferred boiled water and ale. Had Count Settiga known that his guest compared the fine wine from Green Pavilion Island to common ale, he would likely be greatly disdainful. "It is of no concern. Rather, I should be thankful for your exquisite wine," Cole praised. The old Count chuckled like a withered chrysanthemum, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. "It would be even better accompanied by some crab pie and roasted squab. Alas, our king, in his strict orders for me to transport provisions, insisted I carry only rye and fish. The king seems neglectful of enjoyment. Having lived for so long, I have gleaned that one ought to relish fine food while young. I too am quite fond of delectable dishes and even worked as a cook for a time." Cole noticed a flicker of disdain in the Countess' eyes, quickly overshadowed by his smile. "It is indeed a rare honor to partake in the culinary creations of the legendary knight, Lord Julius. Some gluttonous individuals, particularly those stationed along the Great Wall, exhibit an insatiable appetite. Humans are inherently greedy, much like men are drawn to women. The king, reluctant to allow women into his military camp, despite his own companion, recognizes that to inspire his soldiers to battle, he must either provide them with women or sustenance. It seems the castle's provisions are dwindling. Our allegiance lies with His Majesty, Stannis, and we ought to alleviate his burdens." The old Count remarked, "You are the Navy commander appointed by him, and I believe it is only right that I inform you of my responsibility to continue the supply of food to the king." The goblet of wine hung in Cole's grasp, as it appeared His Majesty had dispatched Ser Davos to procure provisions. "Oh, look at my folly," he thought. "I intended to assist the Onion Knight, and thus sought your written order. Curse it," Cole scolded inwardly. "This old fellow seeks to evade responsibility." Chapter 35. The retreat, this wretched scoundrel. Who does he think he is? Count Settigab was cursing vehemently. How dare he, with his lowly status, presume to sit alongside me? Grasping a stick, he staggered over to the girl. "And you, don't think I haven't noticed you. Your gaze is almost entirely fixated on him. Indeed, the ignoble are often drawn to one another. I should strip you bare and present you to him. He pretends to be so respectable, yet he seeks the king's counsel. He believes I cannot discern his pretense. The women I have bedded far outnumber those he has merely encountered." With a sharp crack, the stick struck the girl, who could only kneel and stifle her sobs, too fearful to weep aloud. Wretched harlot! He kicked her, but slipped and fell to the ground. Howling in pain, Cole returned to his chamber to shed his armor. Even among the castle's inhabitants, few believed they would emerge victorious. Yet, given the fervent assault today, it seemed imminent that fear and pressure would soon pervade the entire fortress, and the number of those contemplating surrender would only increase. The night, however, remained surprisingly tranquil. Renly did not launch a nighttime assault, and it was not until dawn broke that the mournful sound of horns echoed through the air. The enemy's assault persisted unabated, with casualties mounting on both sides. The cries of battle continued relentlessly for 3 days, leaving both factions utterly exhausted. Those who descended from the walls were either gravely wounded or collapsed from fatigue. Cole hid within the tower, biding his time. Others lacked confidence in Stannis. But he did not. If victory eluded them, there was always Melisandre's magical intervention. With a single shot, Renly would be vanquished. He pretended to polish his sword when suddenly someone came rushing down from above, followed by more and more. Cole quickly seized one, but before he could inquire, a corpse tumbled down the ladder, clearly freshly deceased. Without needing further explanation, Cole tossed the body aside and prepared to flee. At that moment, an individual charged from the ladder, The armor made it difficult to discern friend from foe, but seeing him kick the obstructing corpse, Cole instinctively thrust his sword forward. The man raised his shield to block, but was a moment too late. Cole, gripping the hilt with his right hand and pushing the sword with his left, drove it into the corner of the staircase, causing the man to spew blood before collapsing. The chaos on the walls was not the rout Cole had envisioned. Instead, soldiers from both sides were fiercely clashing, blades flashing and flesh tearing. The enemy had overwhelmed the ladder. No wonder those few had chosen to flee. Now, Cole found himself amidst the adversaries. A throng of soldiers began to ascend, numbering around a dozen. Yet Cole was too preoccupied to count. He swiftly picked up a fallen spear and lunged at an unsuspecting foe. The man let out a harrowing scream, and before he could react, he was engulfed by a flurry of blades. At that moment, Cole was spotted at the ladder. 3 or 4 soldiers charged at him with knives drawn. Cole withdrew the spear and thrust again, then quickly evaded back to the ladder. Suddenly, he collided with something from behind. Reinforcements had arrived. Cole shouted, gripping his sword, and drew another, leading the charge. In the instant he burst from the ladder, he felled the 2 enemies blocking his path. The siege soldiers were swiftly engulfed by the defenders, and at that moment, only one figure had just revealed himself at the top of the siege ladder. As he looked up, he was met head-on by the Silver Knight. With a resounding clang, he felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy iron hammer. His grip on the ladder loosened, and his gaze was drawn to the azure sky as he soared through the air. The fighting on the walls raged on. Yet chaos erupted below as Cole thrust his sword into another enemy, his attention diverted by the commotion beneath the ramparts. He beheld countless soldiers, once huddled in the corners, now retreating in disarray. He even witnessed the enemy turning upon themselves, cavalry in the distance pursuing the fleeing soldiers. They were fleeing, they were fleeing. A piercing cry echoed in Cole's ears. He gazed upon the disheveled foes, once fierce and brutal as wolves, now resembling frantic lambs. Lord Julius, the king has commanded that all knights assemble at the gatehouse immediately. A messenger urgently informed him, which came as no surprise, for he was the only one attired in such a manner. The soldiers parted to create a path for him, and Cole hurried to the gatehouse, where approximately 500 cavalry had already gathered. At the forefront of the formation stood Stannis, clad in armor. A servant brought forth a warhorse, adorned with equine armor as well. The attendant exclaimed loudly beside him, "Sir Julius, the king has appointed you as his vanguard." Amidst the cacophony of neighing steeds, Cole barely grasped the words. He understood Stannis's intent. With the enemy in retreat, it was only natural to dispatch troops in pursuit, with the Iron Riders of Wind's rest leading the charge. In that moment, Cole caught sight of numerous noble knights, their eager eyes reflecting a desire for action. Summoning his courage, he drew his horse alongside Stannis, who swiftly commanded him to lead the charge. Before he could respond, a knight bearing the royal banner approached him, and the massive gate of the gatehouse began to rise slowly. With a thunderous sound, they lowered the drawbridge. Cole brandished his sword and shouted, "Charge!" Then he galloped forward, spearheading the assault. Outside the drawbridge, a cluster of soldiers had been gathered, but upon witnessing the cavalry's charge, they scattered like birds. From the walls, they appeared as a vibrant banner of colors: the fiery crowned stag, the silver falcon belching flames, and the crab adorned with white borders. The cavalry plunged like a razor-sharp sword into the fleeing mass, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Amidst the turmoil, a white figure flickered in the sky, its blue eyes gazing far above, fixed upon the earth below. Soon, the white dragon descended into the chaotic throng and discerned a slowly retreating legion, their banners displaying a black-crowned stag edged in gold, green backgrounds embellished with golden roses, alongside the flag of the swift-footed hunters. As they withdrew, they valiantly defended against the chaotic forces, appearing utterly beleaguered. With a sudden charge, waves of humanity surged forth, and, at the forefront, all knights closely followed Cole and his banner, a blend of a white bird and a fiery stag. In the midst of the chaos, discerning direction became a matter of luck alone. Yet this cavalry seemed to possess a keen sense, unwavering amidst the chaos, charging directly towards the heart of the enemy's banner. In this tumult, Even the formidable forces of Renly Baratheon could not muster a grand army. Clad in armor and mounted, he was accompanied by 7 rainbow guards, his gaze and spirit mirroring the disarray of the battlefield. He was momentarily at a loss for commands. It was Lord Dalbert Tarly who maintained his composure, swiftly dispatching a contingent of cavalry to intercept the fleeing troops while ordering the King's Guard to escort the king to safety. Pursuers were closing in. The Yellow Cloak, Aemon Quine, detected the cavalry behind him. Renly recognized that peculiar banner, having once mocked Stannis for it. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "It is Stannis's pursuers." The Knight of Flowers tightened the reins of his horse and called out, "Goodman Morgan, Bryce Caron, join me in confronting the enemy."